Chapter 301, Alien Creatures. This time Xiaoyu's target is a red dwarf star, whose mass is only about a quarter of the sun. The lower surface temperature makes the light it emits appear red, and also gives it an extremely long life. With its mass, its lifespan will be at least 100 billion years. But now, it has only spent more than 8 billion years of life. The lifespan of the universe is only over 13 billion years. From the perspective of life on Earth, this time the target planet is exactly within the habitable circle of this red dwarf star, and it is about 7 million kilometers away from the main star. This distance means that the temperature above it will not be too high or too low, and there is likely to be liquid water on it. At the same time, it has an atmosphere and its own magnetic field. The atmosphere and magnetic field mean that it can more effectively resist attacks from foreign asteroids and various rays, and better protect life on its surface. If there is life on it, this is a planet full of hope. It can be said that among the more than 500 star systems that have been detected, there is a planet with the best conditions. At this moment, Xiaoyu is about 1.7 light-years away from this star system. At Xiaoyu's current speed, it only takes 2.5 months to reach it. The closer to the star, the more detailed information will be observed by Xiaoyu. Therefore, in the process of constant approach, Xiaoyu will encounter surprises every moment. It actually has a satellite? The significance of this satellite is too great. This means that its local security has an additional layer of guarantee. At the same time, if it has liquid water, the satellite will cause the liquid water to form the tides, and the gravity of the satellite also have a very good effect on the geological activities of the planet. This satellite at least increases the possibility of life on it by 5 percentage points. Well, this star has an Oort cloud? These comets contain enough water. This means that in the early stages of the formation of this planet, many icy comets have impacted it, and it is likely that there are liquid water exists. One piece of good news after another made Xiaoyu's expectation reach its peak again and again. During the meticulous observation activities, 2.5 months passed by in a flash. Xiaoyu had arrived only 7 billion kilometers away from the red dwarf star and embarked on a sublight voyage. Under the tachyon detection instrument, Xiaoyu discovered that the next moment he broke away from the superlight voyage. The 4th-level alien beast also broke away from the curvature sailing state and was still behind him, following him. This haunting guy. Xiaoyu cursed secretly in his heart. After breaking away from the faster-than-light voyage, ordinary faster-than-light broadcast communication methods can be used. So Xiaoyu simply issued a message. You guy. You have been chasing me for almost 700 light-years. Are you tired? Xiaoyu responded with a message full of cold meaning. Whether it's 700 light-years, 7,000, or even 70,000 light-years, you and I will fight until we die. Unreasonable guy. Xiaoyu scolded. Stop hiding. You can't hide from my detection. Are you fighting to the death with me? You are still a little bit behind. I am always ready to fight. So I don't believe you can take advantage of me. Judging from the current situation, as long as Xiaoyu is careful and does not get attacked, this 4th-level strange beast will indeed not be able to take advantage of Xiaoyu. One day I will find an opportunity to kill you. This level 4 alien beast said coldly. Xiaoyu simply ignored it and followed it as much as it wanted, as if it had an extra tail that was a bit in the way. Xiaoyu thought. The sublight speed is 170,000 kilometers per second. At this speed, a distance of 7 billion kilometers can be crossed in less than 30 hours. Counting the acceleration and deceleration time, Xiaoyu will reach the target within 2 days. Because the light of this star is so dim, even if it is only 7 billion kilometers away, it is still very dim and does not show any different characteristics from other stars. And if it were the sun would still have the brightness of the full moon above this distance. The difference between the two is evident. But this is changing rapidly. As the distance approaches, the brightness of the star increases rapidly. When viewed from the Earth, the brightness of Venus increases to the brightness of the moon, and then continues to gradually increase until it is a little dimmer than the sun. Here, 7 million kilometers away from it, here is the orbit of that planet. At this moment, Xiaoyu is staying 40,000 kilometers above the planet, admiring the planet like a fine work of art from a distance. Above Xiaoyu is a round moon that emits soft light, and below is a planet with a light red color as a whole. Surrounded by the light red color, there are some other colors, such as pink and blue. Xiaoyu knew that those light red things were all liquid water. The blue color of the ocean on the Earth is determined by the spectrum of the sun, and the spectrum of this red dwarf star is different from that of the sun. Naturally, The color of the ocean on the planet is also different. In addition, Xiao Yu also knew that those pink things should be plants on this planet. Yes, the plants on it are not green, but pink. This is also determined by the star's spectrum. Because of its pink color, it can absorb the energy of this star to the maximum extent. So according to the theory of evolution, they will inevitably evolve this color. As for the other colors, I don't know what they are. They may be clouds in the atmosphere, or they may be other things. This requires further exploration to know. At this moment, Xiao Yu felt excited and disappointed. He was excited because he finally discovered a living planet, but disappointed because Xiao Yu knew that although there were living things on this planet, the possibility of intelligent life beings was not high. In other words, it is unlikely that there will be intelligent creatures whose technology has developed to a certain extent, because Xiao Yu did not find any man-made objects in the low Earth orbit of this planet. Creating satellites that orbit planets is a sign of primary and secondary civilizations, which means that the vision of a civilization truly extends from the surface of the planet into the universe. If not, there won't be any, Xiao Yu sighed. As long as there are intelligent creatures, even if they are just creatures in primitive society, leave such creatures to me, through genetic modification and species optimization. In 300 years, within a few years, I can improve them to a level that is no less than human intelligence. Within 1,000 years, I can probably contribute to the development of my science and technology. From Xiao Yu's current perspective, human-level wisdom is no longer highly valued by Xiao Yu, because the development of science and technology will in turn improve the quality of intelligent and civilized creatures themselves. For example, genetic technology can eliminate the problems of various diseases and greatly increase the lifespan of intelligent and civilized creatures. Species optimization can increase the brain capacity of intelligent and civilized creatures, allowing them to have faster reaction speed, calculation speed, thinking speed, etc. Therefore, the higher the level of civilization, the smarter its intelligent civilization creatures are. This sentence is basically correct, with a trace of expectation and a trace of anxiety. Xiao Yu sent out a formation of rural-level spaceships and gradually approached the planet. After passing through the atmosphere, the first thing that caught Xiao Yu's eyes was an endless vast ocean of light red. Through the detection of the instrument, Xiao Yu knew that the air at this moment was very humid. The temperature was very suitable, and the oxygen content was not lower than on the Earth. If he still had a body, he would definitely feel it if he exposed his body to such an environment. Very comfortable. Blown by the breeze. The surface of the red ocean was rippled with light. In the sky, a red sun hung there, and everything seemed quiet and peaceful. But Xiao Yu didn't find what he wanted. On the ocean here, Xiao Yu didn't even see a canoe. You know, canoes are a technology that primitive humans have mastered. Maybe it's because it's too far away from the land, Xiao Yu murmured to himself. Up to now, Xiao Yu still refuses to give up his hope. Under Xiao Yu's control, more than 300 spacecraft in the village-level spacecraft formation dispersed and flew towards different places. A spaceship came to the mountain peak, under the light of the red dwarf star. The accumulated snowflakes also showed a light red color. They looked very beautiful. A spaceship came to the forest and looked at with these pink plants of different heights. Xiao Yu began to feel comfortable. A spaceship came to the grassland. On top of these pink plants, Xiao Yu discovered that he had come to this planet. The first animal I saw. This is undoubtedly a herbivore. The theory of evolution has given them flat teeth suitable for grinding plants and light-sensing organs in the front. These things allow them to survive on this grassland relatively comfortably. But at the same time, it is undoubtedly not an intelligent creature. Whether tools can be used is the most important indicator to distinguish intelligent creatures from ordinary creatures. Xiao Yu did not find any limbs on this animal that could be used to use tools. Its appearance is somewhat similar to the antelopes on the Earth, except that they are obviously more robust. Xiao Yu knew that this was because of the gravity of this planet. The gravity of this planet is stronger than that of the Earth. In order to resist the stronger gravity, their bodies must also be stronger. Next to it, another animal was quietly approaching here. The herbivorous animal did not notice the coming crisis and continued to eat quietly. Then, the obviously carnivorous animal suddenly jumped up and threw it down. Chapter 302 Transformation. Deep in the universe, at least several thousand light-years away from the solar system, on a small planet next to this small star, Xiao Yu witnessed with his own eyes the existence of another star. Bloody fight. This lion-like carnivorous animal completely ignored the weird aircraft several kilometers above its head. Its attention was completely focused on the prey in front of it. It pounced on the antelope-like animal, and quickly bit its throat with its sharp teeth, then tore off its flesh and devoured it. Hey! Xiao Yu sighed with some disappointment. Keep looking. Maybe there will be creatures on this planet similar to the ancient ape men of the Earth era. Although the ancient ape men are a little bit worse. Within 2,000 years, I can still improve them to no less than Luca. The level of human intelligence. Xiao Yu thought and controlled the spacecraft to leave here. Spaceship shuttled back and forth among the oceans, mountains, forests, and fields, looking for creatures of value to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu did not even spare the seabed. Tens of thousands of specially made diving instruments were put into the ocean, because Xiao Yu could not rule out the possibility of intelligent creatures existing on the seabed. Xiao Yu even collected a large number of air, soil, rock and other specimens, and brought them back to the large spacecraft for analysis. Because Xiao Yu cannot rule out the possibility of miniature intelligent creatures. Maybe the intelligent civilization organisms on this planet are as big as bacteria? There are also underground caves and forests among these terrains. Xiao Yu put down a large number of land robots for detection. The birth of intelligent life and its difficulties. In such a suitable environment, in a place with so many types of creatures, there are not even elementary intelligent creatures. Alas! Xiao Yu sighed in his heart, and then suddenly became energetic. Xiao Yu saw a very interesting scene. It was a creature that looked somewhat like an orangutan on Earth. The difference is that it is obviously larger and stronger than the orangutans on Earth. The gravity that is stronger than that of the Earth causes the creatures on this planet to be generally stronger than those on the Earth. Well, if we want to make a comparison, the strongest carnivorous terrestrial wild animals on this planet are placed on the Earth. It will take about a dozen tigers to surround it before it can be defeated, Xiao Yu thought. At this moment, the orangutan-like animal in front of Xiao Yu's miniature unmanned aerial detector was making some purposeful movements. Xiao Yu saw that this animal was holding a stone in its hand, and it was hitting a plant fruit with a hard L on the ground. After hitting it once, twice, 3 times, and dozens of times, the hard L on the outside of the fruit was gone. The L is broken open, revealing the pulp inside. The animal then threw the stone away from its hand, picked up the pulp with its deft fingers, and placed it in its feeding organ. This kind of animal is quite smart, Xiao Yu thought with some surprise. Catch one first and study it in detail. So, a village-level spaceship quickly flew to this place. The hatch at the bottom opened, and 2 combat robots descended. This animal seemed to sense something bad. It looked around alertly, then suddenly jumped and ran into the dense forest. Xiao Yu felt a little funny in his heart. Xiao Yu was not prepared to give up on this goal. So the miniature unmanned aerial detector followed closely to provide guidance for the 2 combat robots behind. In this pale pink forest, 2 technological robots chased a huge native wild animal. Facts have proved that even in a terrain like a forest, this animal is still no match for technology. After spending 20 minutes, Xiao Yu successfully caught the animal. 2 combat robots grabbed 2 of its 4 limbs and fixed it firmly. The animal roared loudly and struggled, showing its sharp fangs from time to time and making various threatening movements. But how can a robot made with level 5 civilization technology be able to withstand such a wild animal? Its struggles are of no use. The 2 robots ejected bright flames from their backs at the same time, and slowly lifted into the sky together. In the somewhat confused and frightened eyes of this animal, they entered the village-level spacecraft that had been suspended above. Inside the village-level spacecraft, according to the environment of the planet, an internal environment suitable for the survival of this animal has been simulated. After fixing the animal, the village-level spacecraft quickly left the planet and came to the Beijing spacecraft. Inside the Beijing spacecraft, Xiao Yu has prepared a special biological laboratory. Xiao Yu first analyzed the animal's body structure, nervous structure, etc., and then conducted a large number of biological experiments on it. Unfortunately, the creature died on the 2nd day of the experiment. Undeterred, Xiao Yu commanded a large number of robots and captured at least 300 more of these animals, all of which were transported to the Beijing spacecraft. During the 10-day experiment, 3/4 of the animals died, and so far, only about 70 remain. The deaths of more than 200 animals gave Xiao Yu a comprehensive and detailed understanding of all kinds of information about this creature. The conclusion shows that this creature does have intelligence beyond ordinary wild animals. But that's about it. Not to mention the humans of the Earth Age. Even the primitive apes are not as intelligent as they are. This conclusion made Xiao Yu a little disappointed. Well, if I want to transform them, it will take about 3,000 years for them to reach the level of intelligence of humans in the Earth Age. This is not cost-effective. 3,000 years, using these resources and energy to cultivate other intelligent creatures, is enough. Their numbers have increased a lot. Then give up. Xiao Yu made this decision with some regret. But Xiao Yu doesn't intend to stop there. After this period of detection, Xiao Yu is determined that this orangutan-like animal is the most intelligent animal on the planet. In this case, an idea came to Xiao Yu's mind. It should be very interesting to do this, Xiao Yu murmured to himself, controlling the biological robot in the biological laboratory, facing more than 70 of these animals lying flat on the operating table, already unconscious, stretched out the cold sharp knife. Their skulls were opened by Xiao Yu, who installed a chip on their brain tissue. At the same time, he conducted dozens of genetic modification treatments on them, and also infused them with a large amount of medicinal liquid. After all this work was completed, Xiao Yu woke them up. In the breeding room, they regained consciousness and were still shouting in fear, making all kinds of sounds that Xiao Yu could not understand. But Xiao Yu keenly discovered that occasionally, some individuals among this group of animals would quiet down, making no noise or making noise, just sitting there quietly, as if in deep thought. Do you already have the ability to think? Xiao Yu was very satisfied with this result. Xiao Yu kept them in the Beijing for another half-month to observe, comprehensively tested their various physical qualities after being modified, and then put them back into the forest. After regaining their freedom, they did not immediately run away like ordinary animals, but looked at the strange flying objects suspended above their heads with some confusion. Their still simple brains cannot understand what this thing is. But Xiao Yu believes that the image of this thing may always stay in the depths of their minds, and be passed down from generation to generation through the communication methods within their species. That's right. After Xiao Yu's transformation, they have rudimentary intelligence, and will definitely become the most powerful species on the planet. With these 70 animals as the core, a new population will inevitably be formed. They will reproduce, and their offspring will inherit their genes that have been optimized by Xiao Yu, and then gradually evolve according to the real environment. Their descendants will become more and more numerous, and they will die. But their genes will always be preserved and spread out on this planet, in repeated battles with various ferocious animals, and the nature of heaven and earth. The weak will survive, will be eliminated, and the strong will get a chance to survive. In such a process of survival of the fittest, genes will be optimized. They're not necessarily getting stronger, but they're certainly getting smarter. Xiao Yu doesn't know where they will eventually evolve, but Xiao Yu has already started the door to evolution for them. How far they can evolve depends on their nature. Xiao Yu thought lightly. Perhaps, on the Earth in ancient times, humans also experienced such a process? Did the Taihao civilization transform humans in this way? In the process of transforming humans, their state of mind, am I the same as me now? Xiao Yu's thoughts drifted further and further away. So far, Xiao Yu has been staying around this planet for half a year. In half a year, Xiao Yu has turned the planet upside down. Although he still has not found any intelligent and civilized creatures, he has finally made some gains. Xiao Yu collected some of every animal and plant, and put them in the Beijing spacecraft. It's time to go. Xiao Yu sighed in his heart, controlled the huge fleet, and began to accelerate slowly, gradually moving away from this magical and vital world. Cute little guys. I wish you good luck. I hope that the next time I come here, I will see that you at least have the ability to leave this planet. Goodbye. Goodbye. Chapter 303. The so-called God of Creation. Xiao Yu has recorded the coordinates of this star in detail. One day in the future, Xiao Yu will come here again to check whether the seeds planted now have reached the time of harvest. On this planet, Xiao Yu also left an automated program. This program relies on a large building. In this building, Xiao Yu is equipped with more than 500 intelligent robots with self-healing capabilities. Under the guidance of the program, these robots will always monitor the progress of civilization on this planet, and at the appropriate time, appropriately lead the progress of civilization on this planet. Of course, because Xiao Yu has left this planet, and because long-distance communication will fail when the distance expands to a certain point, Xiao Yu has no way to receive the messages here in real time. Everything is left to the control of the Master in the dark. Perhaps, after truly intelligent and civilized creatures appear here, I will become the creator god in their myths and legends. Xiao Yu thought with some self-deprecation. But who would have thought that your so-called creator god would be here? In this small galaxy, is he just a humble existence that can only run around all day long? Thinking about it this way, Xiao Yu felt a little sad. getting farther and farther away from the star, until it was 7 billion kilometers away. After getting rid of the gravitational disturbance of the star, Xiaoyu once again entered the curvature navigation and began to rush to the next target. Not beyond Xiaoyu's expectation. Xiaoyu saw that the fourth-level alien beast was still following him closely, and also entered the curvature navigation after him.
Let it go!
Xiaoyu thought helplessly.
How come I met such an idiot? I don't try my best to develop myself during this time, but waste my time on such boring things.
After reserving part of his attention to stare at this fourth-level beast, Xiaoyu focused the remaining energy on business. The next target star is a star nearly twice as massive as the sun. Higher surface temperatures give them a white color, and higher mass drastically shortens their lifespan. This means that their stellar activity is more intense. And this kind of star can already be classified into the category of subgiant stars. The possibility of intelligent life being around such a star is not very high. But Xiaoyu still plans to take a look. Anyway, the distance is not too far. Only 2.3 light years. At Xiaoyu's speed, it only takes 3.5 months to reach it. The surprise did not happen. After arriving in this star system, what appeared in front of Xiaoyu was an even more dead scene. The intense stellar activity causes its only two planets to be tortured by strong rays all the time. One planet is even locked by its gravity, and can only face it with one side forever. The other planet is no better, wherever it goes, because it is so close. The average temperature on its surface reaches 600 degrees Celsius. Originally, based on its distance from the main star, its surface temperature should not have reached this level. But what's worse is that it has a thick atmosphere and a high carbon dioxide content. This means an extremely obvious greenhouse effect, which will store the star's heat, and only very little heat will escape. Just like Venus in the solar system. If we rank the environmental conditions of the various large moons and planets in the solar system, Venus is undoubtedly the worst. On the surface of Venus, there is lava flowing everywhere, and the sky is always black because the clouds are too thick and the sunlight cannot reach the surface. The smell of sulfur is everywhere in the air. There will be lightning in the sky, and it is more violent than on the Earth. There is also rain on Venus, but this rain is countless times worse than the worst acid rain on the Earth. The strong corrosiveness will make any living being despair. There will be winds on Venus, but due to the thick clouds, the winds on Venus are many times stronger than those on Earth. All in all, this is a hopeless world. But the situation on this planet is even more extreme than that of Venus. The moment he saw these two planets, Xiaoyu gave up his interest in close detection. Xiaoyu even thought secretly in his heart,
if there are living creatures in such a place, I will swallow the Beijing number alive.
Of course, Xiaoyu, who has no body, cannot swallow the Beijing ship alive. And there will be no life on such a planet with a harsh environment. Xiaoyu did not intend to waste time here. Instead, he maintained a state of superlight navigation, passed by the star 40 billion kilometers away, and continued to detect the next target. But it is still possible to conduct a limited detection. Xiaoyu will not lose anything anyway. Just collect data on planets with different environments. Therefore, when passing by the star, Xiaoyu sent out a detector. After escaping from the curvature navigation, the detector would sail towards the planet at sublight speed. After spending 4 days to reach the planet, launched a 7-day detection, and at the same time passed the detection data to Xiaoyu through long-distance communication. The reason why this detection activity is set to 7 days is because Xiaoyu estimates that the detector he built can only last for this time in such an extreme environment. After this time, it will be damaged due to various corrosion and various adverse factors. It is not impossible to sustain it for a longer period of time, but it would need to be mixed with the flesh and blood of alien animals to make it. For such a goal, it seems a bit unworthy. The next target is a yellow dwarf star, which has the same mass as Tianyuan C, is only slightly smaller than the Sun, and is 5 light-years away from here. After spending more than 7 months getting here, Xiaoyu was disappointed again. After detailed tachyon detection, Xiaoyu still found no biological characteristics. So Xiaoyu embarked on his next voyage. Time is slipping away bit by bit. In this way, Xiaoyu shuttled between stars one after another. In addition to replenishing supplies, Xiaoyu always maintained a state of superlight navigation. Xiaoyu was full of hope again and again. But the ending was disappointment again and again.
Hey! More than 500 years have passed. I have detected more than 2,000 target stars. According to the proportion, I have eliminated more than 200,000 stars. Is the birth of intelligent life really so difficult? In these 500 years, not to mention intelligent life. Ordinary life has only discovered that one, which is really depressing.
In order to search for intelligent life, Xiaoyu has been in a state of superlight navigation during this period of time. Being in a state of superlight navigation means that Xiaoyu cannot obtain a large supply of materials and cannot digest technology. That's a pretty serious price to pay. But Xiaoyu still believes that as long as he can find intelligent life, it is still worth paying the price. The most depressing thing is that you pay the price but get nothing in return.
I don't believe it anymore.
Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and made up his mind.
If you stick to it, you will definitely be rewarded.
During this period of time, something beyond Xiaoyu's expectation was that the fourth-level alien beast was still following Xiaoyu, like a young man struggling to pursue his lover. While Xiaoyu was bored, he actually had a funny thought.
Such a guy is a strange flower in this galaxy. I really don't understand its thoughts.
After another disappointment, Xiaoyu cheered up and embarked on the journey again. This time the target is still a red dwarf star, but it is larger than the usual red dwarf star. With a mass of 65% of the Sun, it has 3 planets, 1 rocky planet and 2 gaseous planets. The rocky planets are inside, and the gaseous planets are outside. What Xiaoyu is looking forward to is that this rocky planet is exactly in a place suitable for the existence of liquid water. Although Xiaoyu believes that liquid water is not an inevitable condition for the existence of life, the existence of liquid water always makes the existence of life more likely. Xiaoyu's fleet is approaching here quickly. At a distance of 16.5 billion kilometers from the star, Xiaoyu's fleet broke away from the curvature navigation, looking at the slightly dim star in the distance. Xiaoyu's heart was once again full of expectations. But at this moment, Xiaoyu discovered something special.
Huh? What is this? It's not an asteroid. It's a man-made object.
Xiaoyu's detection instrument discovered something weird. The main body of this thing is like a cube. And then on the opposite sides of the cube, a wing-like thing extends out. And the overall look is like a bird. Its total length is about 5 meters. And its 2 wings take up more than 4 meters. The smooth surface and bright wings all show that it is unique. Here, roughly, is the heliopause of the star.
The 2 wings should be the thing in the middle of the solar panel of this thing, which is the main body of its instrument. Is there such a primitive interstellar detector in this place?
Xiaoyu muttered to himself in disbelief, saying,
"Capture it."
Xiaoyu immediately made up his mind. As a result, a village-level spacecraft quickly approached it, used the mechanical arm on the spacecraft to grab it into its cabin, and then quickly transported it to the Beijing spacecraft. On the Beijing spacecraft, Xiaoyu quickly launched an autopsy operation on the unknown instrument. It only took Xiaoyu less than a minute to dissect such a simple thing. Then, looking at the electronic components full of ancient atmosphere, Xiaoyu felt a sense of ridicule in his heart. Chapter 304, Living Planet. Xiaoyu is very familiar with these things. When he was still on Earth, Xiaoyu had personally played with similar things. At that time, on Earth, these things were still cutting-edge technology.
This is the Cosmic High-Energy Particle Detection Module. This is the Fission Battery. This is the Stellar Wind Detection Module. Infrared Camera. Communication Module.
Xiaoyu clearly identified each module in this simple instrument. Of course, these things cannot be made by human hands. It has been more than 10,000 years since the demise of human beings. However, according to Xiaoyu's speculation, there will be some similarities in the development of civilization. In other words, these things are likely to come from a civilization that has a similar level of technology to human beings in the Earth era.
The relative motion speed of this thing, and this red dwarf star, is 31 kilometers per second. It is 16.5 billion kilometers away from this star. But its trajectory is not a straight line, but a curve. Calculated like this is so. Well, it was probably launched more than 20 years ago. It's really interesting. Is there a primary and secondary civilization here?
Xiaoyu's mood was lifted again. Xiaoyu had a vague feeling in his heart that his long search was about to reach the end.
A second-level civilization. This level of intelligent civilization creatures only need to be transformed by me for 100 years. And I can make them have a level of intelligence no less than that of the Lucans. Moreover, since they have the energy to conduct outer space exploration, then it proves that this civilization is now very prosperous, which means that there are billions, or even tens of billions of people, right here.
Xiaoyu was very excited. So Xiaoyu immediately started the spacecraft engine and drove the huge fleet towards the planet. During this process, Xiaoyu also began to think about a question. That is, how to contact this civilization. Through this simple interstellar detector, Xiaoyu can be sure that this second-level civilization has not been in contact with other intelligent civilizations. Just like humans in the Earth Age, the sudden arrival of a powerful civilization will cause many changes within this weak civilization. These changes are both good and bad. Even if you come into contact with a civilization that is weaker than your own, it still requires a certain amount of skill. Xiaoyu ruled out contact with violent prisoners without hesitation. If you use this method of contact, it will cause a very powerful rebound force within the civilization. The spirit of a civilization will not be defeated so easily. Xiaoyu naturally won't worry about the losses this civilization's resistance will cause to him. In fact, if you are more cautious, even if all the forces of this civilization are united, they will not be able to cause even one village-level spacecraft damage to you. But this kind of resistance will definitely cause chaos in this civilization, such as the collapse of the government, the collapse of order, etc., which means additional population losses. And every intelligent creature is wealth to Xiaoyu. Perhaps I should come into contact with this civilization as a savior. In this way, I can gain their favor and reduce many obstacles when transferring their population from the planet to my spaceship. Avoid many unexpected population losses. Xiaoyu thought slowly, and strategies began to emerge in his mind. Are you looking for low-level civilization? You damn guy! At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly received a message from the fourth-level alien beast that had been silent for a long time. Within a few tenths of a second after receiving this message, Xiaoyu was suddenly shocked and couldn't help but curse in his heart. Damn it! Damn it! Xiaoyu has been focusing on monitoring this fourth-level alien beast. But just now, so close to the star, this fourth-level alien beast took the risk of going on a curvature voyage and came to Xiao in an instant. Among the space fleet, next to a city-level spacecraft near the periphery, a huge tail several kilometers long whipped, completely exploding the city-level spacecraft. Then, the energy that shattered in the four-dimensional shield had not yet fully exploded. At that time, it once again carried out an adventurous curvature voyage and ran away far away. A city-level spaceship was destroyed in this way. Its full-out attack power is enough to destroy a city-level spaceship in one fell swoop. Provincial-level spaceships are not good. It is probably to avoid a protracted war that it chose the city-level spacecraft as its target. Xiaoyu Hart understood instantly. This destroyed city-level spacecraft was one of the latest batch built by Xiaoyu. It was the Taiyuan city-level spacecraft under the Shanxi provincial-level spacecraft formation. Xiaoyu, who had lost the Taiyuan spacecraft, reacted instantly and bombarded the fourth-level alien beast that had escaped from the curvature navigation again and showed its figure in the visible universe. But because the distance is too far, these attacks are of little use. How long are you going to keep pestering me? You're such an ignorant guy. When you have this time, you don't develop yourself and improve your strength. But you come here to bother me. Xiaoyu hated it so much that his teeth itched. But he didn't want a good idea. This guy is really difficult to deal with. It and Xiaoyu's forces basically belong to a situation where no one can do anything about the other. But if it keeps pestering Xiaoyu like this, it will be enough to make Xiaoyu restless day and night. I won't give up until I wipe out all your fleet. Don't worry. I will keep pestering you until you die, the strange beast said quietly, moving quickly, and it took more than 10 minutes. In time, it had already run into the asteroid belt around the star and hit it. No matter what, if you want to die, I will make it happen for you. An evil fire kept churning in Xiaoyu's heart, making it almost impossible for Xiaoyu to stay rational. So the huge fleet immediately changed its course, followed the place where the strange beast disappeared, and pursued it. During the formation process of a star system, there will always be a lot of waste left behind. And these wastes will generally obtain a relatively stable orbit during the long operation process, which forms the asteroid belt. It can be said that in a star system, it is relatively common to have no planets, but not many to have an asteroid belt. The only difference lies in the number of asteroids. This red dwarf has an asteroid belt that is rich in asteroids. This is undoubtedly a good place to hide. Xiaoyu, who had made up his mind, no longer worried about wasting energy, and directly drove hundreds of thousands of spacecraft to the asteroid belt. A large number of micro-detectors equipped with tachyon detection modules were sent out to search for the asteroid belt. Following the traces of the fourth-level alien beast, hundreds of thousands of spaceships were divided into 9 parts, with 9 provincial-level spacecraft as the core, staring covetously outside the asteroid belt. In the distance, less than 200 million kilometers away, the planet of life, which generally appeared blue, was still moving quietly. Up there. Perhaps it is experiencing all kinds of joys and sorrows just like the Earth. Or perhaps there are billions of intelligent creatures busy working for their own tomorrow. The distance of 200 million kilometers is just a blink of an eye for Xiaoyu now. But it's such a close distance. The intelligent creatures on the planet are unaware of all the changes happening here.
What is this? A detection satellite?
During the search process, Xiaoyu also discovered something else. This thing is undoubtedly made by the same civilization as the interstellar probe that has been captured by itself. They have the same level of technology and similar construction styles. At this moment, it is orbiting the largest asteroid in the asteroid belt. It is undoubtedly still working. Xiaoyu saw that this satellite was equipped with many instruments, which were conducting relevant detection on the asteroid in terms of geological structure, formation age, impact traces, etc.
Let's destroy it first,
Xiaoyu thought.
Since we want to contact this civilization as a savior, we cannot be discovered by them in advance. Otherwise, it will cause some not-so-good changes.
Thinking like this, Xiaoyu manipulated a robot to quietly attach behind an asteroid about half a meter in diameter, pushing it forward for a certain distance, and after giving it enough initial strength, the robot left, and this asteroid flew towards the detection satellite like a bullet out of the barrel. This detection satellite is quite crude. It does not have any defense or attack modules, and its mobility is very poor, coupled with a communication delay of more than 20 minutes between here and that planet. It is almost undefended. Xiaoyu saw that the satellite immediately gained the escape velocity of the largest asteroid it was detecting under the impact of the stone, and rolled away after being hit. He didn't know where it went. Based on Xiaoyu's understanding of the technological level of this second-level civilization, an impact of this magnitude would completely damage the satellite.
I can finally work with peace of mind. You damn guy.
I won't let you go.
Xiaoyu thought angrily and continued his search. More than 20 minutes later, only 200 million kilometers away from here, on the living planet, in the hinterland of a certain continent, buried hundreds of meters underground in a base, some people wearing white coats, intelligent creatures that look somewhat similar to humans are sweating profusely and busy.
Sir, the messenger detector may have malfunctioned, and we lost contact with it. Also, the Voyager probe, which had been operating normally before and had reached the heliosphere, also lost its ability. Got the trace.
These intelligent creatures are talking in their own language. Chapter 305 Asteroid Impact. Xiaoyu, who focused all his energy on the asteroid belt, naturally had no idea that a discussion about the two disappeared detectors was taking place so close to him. If Xiaoyu knew, Xiaoyu might feel a little pity. Xiaoyu, who has personally experienced the second-level civilization, has a deep understanding of the difficulty of space exploration. This is a rigorous operation with no room for error. The resources it requires cannot be supported by any individual organization. Only an entire country can support this huge consumption. Any small interstellar probe in the solar system has a huge team behind it to support it. This team needs to consider many things, including fuel consumption, instrument reliability, the gravitational influence of various stars during travel, adjustment of its own orbit, etc. Any mistakes at any point may mean a large amount of social resources wasted. The secondary primary civilization in this star system is at a technological level similar to that of humans. The two detectors casually destroyed by Xiaoyu may cause a major investigation and purge within their organization, because they must find out the cause of the failure. Someone must take responsibility for the incident. Xiaoyu did not spend too much time thinking about these things. Now Xiaoyu is in the midst of intense preparations for battle.
This guy can really hide that the tachyon detector is a detection method beyond its understanding. It is impossible for it to escape the search of the tachyon detector. Well, I found it.
Xiaoyu cheered up. The tachyon detector showed that at this moment, this strange beast was hiding somewhere in the asteroid belt. The closest thing to here was the provincial spacecraft formation with the Tianjin as its flagship. The Tianjin spacecraft is leading more than 80,000 spacecraft of various types, waiting here for Xiaoyu's orders at any time. The next moment, they discovered this fourth-level alien beast. A large number of tachyon detectors began to gather here, locking it firmly and preventing it from leaving their detection range. Attack immediately. Xiaoyu's order was issued quickly, so the small spacecraft in the Tianjin spacecraft formation flexibly shuttled into the asteroid belt. While avoiding various asteroids, facing an invisible, the target began to fire fiercely. while the Tianjin spacecraft formation launched its attack. Several other provincial spacecraft formations were also rapidly approaching. The flagship of Xiao Yu's fleet, the Beijing, did not participate in the battle. Instead, it was quietly protected by about 100,000 spacecraft. Waiting outside, the asteroid belt, which had always been relatively peaceful, immediately began to become chaotic. Xiao Yu saw that a large number of asteroids were affected by the war and were beaten to pieces in an instant. After these fragments had an extremely high initial speed, they began to collide with other asteroids. Changes in the orbits of other asteroids would affect more asteroids. Therefore, with the battlefield as the core, a chain reaction began in the surrounding area. Ouch! A roar full of ancient and desolate atmosphere passed into Xiao Yu's mind. Accompanying this roar was a message full of anger.
Do you think you can deal with me like this? Do you think you can deal with me this way?
This fourth-level alien beast finally gave up its hiding methods at this time. Perhaps it has now understood that its hiding methods are of no use in front of Xiao Yu. It revealed its figure in the visible universe, with a huge body of more than 70 kilometers in length. In this asteroid belt full of rubble, it looked majestic and arrogant.
Its figure suddenly moved, braving the intense gunfire, and shuttled out at an extremely fast speed. A large number of spacecraft and detectors moved with it, always following it closely. The target of this level 4 alien beast is the largest asteroid. The asteroid is irregular in shape, generally resembling a cuboid. Its length reaches more than 500 kilometers, and its volume is about 4 million cubic kilometers. The gravity of an asteroid of this magnitude is already considerable. At this moment, this fourth-level alien beast was standing on the asteroid, like a mountain peak rising abruptly on the planet. The countless tentacles on its body swing back and forth, like vines blowing in the wind. Above it are countless densely packed spaceships. Compared with its huge body, these spaceships are like mosquitoes. Village-level and township-level airships played the role of close attack and containment. Countless small spaceships were hovering around it, constantly releasing their own attacks while trying to avoid its tentacle attacks. A large number of gravity bombs, antimatter bombs, high-energy laser cannons, and other weapons are constantly attacking. The distance between the large spaceship and it is farther. The firepower of large spaceships cannot be compared to these small spacecrafts. The endless torrent of artillery fire rolled down and poured on this fourth-level alien beast.
You are quite smart. You know that relying on the planet to fight can save you from attacks from one direction. However, do you think this will be useful?
Xiao Yu laughed coldly in his heart. The violent attacks continued, and the intensity of the attacks was gradually increasing, because the rest of the provincial spacecraft formations are constantly coming to support. The number of spacecraft is increasing. At this moment, for some reason, Xiao Yu suddenly remembered a movie called King Kong that he had watched a long time ago when he was still on Earth. There was a scene that left a deep impression on Xiao Yu. On the roof of the tall building, King Kong, with his huge body, faced the armed aircraft spinning around him like mosquitoes without fear. The current situation is similar to that shot. However, the body of this fourth-level alien beast is much larger than King Kong, and his own spaceship is also much more advanced than those aircraft.
It's useless.
Xiao Yu sighed softly, and controlled a city-level spacecraft to the back of the asteroid. The weapons launch pad was opened, and a rocket loaded with a large-yield antimatter bomb flew out and plunged into the asteroid. This is an Earth-penetrating missile specially developed for the planetary environment. Under Xiao Yu's control, the missile penetrated deep into the asteroid. Then, under Xiao Yu's control, the strong magnetic field that bound the antimatter disappeared. And at the moment when matter and antimatter met, huge energy burst out. Xiao Yu watched all this indifferently.
Want to use an asteroid as your shield? I will destroy this asteroid and see what you can do.
Xiao Yu thought coldly. Even if there was no sound in space, Xiao Yu could still detect the intensity of this explosion. An asteroid with a volume of several million cubic kilometers was completely blown to pieces. Endless rubble was flying everywhere, and violent energy was raging everywhere. Among the rubble that looked like stars in the sky, Xiao Yu noticed a roar full of anger.
Ouch!
Xiao Yu showed no mercy. A huge number of spaceships are still launching a ferocious siege on this strange beast. Each exploding gravity bomb will clear a space of several hundred meters in radius. Under the irradiation of material disintegration rays, a large number of rocks are disappearing and being converted into hydrogen. Under the irradiation of countless high-energy laser beams, endless the gravel is being melted. Xiao Yu was sure that the level 4 beast was injured. Countless tentacles were flashing around among the rocks. A village-level spaceship was entangled by a tentacle because it had no time to dodge. and was suddenly thrown towards an asteroid with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. Immediately, the village-level spacecraft, a ball of fire burst out, and the whole thing was blown to pieces. But more spaceships swarmed in, and countless artillery fire directly destroyed the tentacle. The fighting was extremely fierce. A county-level spacecraft was shuttled flexibly, dodging asteroids and attacking violently. At this moment, a huge tail suddenly swept down from above. Between the swipes of this tail, any asteroids in its path were smashed into powder. This county-level spacecraft used its powerful maneuverability to the extreme, but still failed to escape this fatal blow, and instantly exploded into a ball of fire. The county-level spacecraft is equipped with a 4 protection cover. Therefore, the destruction of this county-level spacecraft also left a huge wound on this huge tail, which was tens of meters deep and hundreds of meters long. Xiao Yu saw that a huge asteroid with a diameter of more than 20 kilometers was affected by the explosion and was violently thrown out. It left the asteroid belt directly and began to fly towards the star. Go! The relative speed reached more than 40 kilometers per second. Xiao Yu habitually calculated the orbit of this asteroid, and immediately came to a conclusion that surprised him. It will orbit the star for 1 week, and then when it comes back, it will directly impact it on that living planet? The impact of such a huge star is enough to completely destroy this civilization. No, we have to kill it. I finally found a primary civilization, but I can't let them die for such reasons. To destroy such an asteroid, only a few Township-class spacecraft are needed. However, when Xiao Yu was about to take action, an idea suddenly appeared in Xiao Yu's mind. Since I want to contact this civilization as a savior, why should I destroy this asteroid now? Why don't I wait until the asteroid is about to hit it? Then I will destroy it and relieve them of this crisis? They will definitely be grateful to me. Xiao Yu thought secretly. So, Xiao Yu watched the asteroid fly away, just watching without making any blocking action, and once again turned his attention to this 4th-level alien beast. Chapter 306, Landing on the Planet. In about 3 months, this asteroid will hit the living planet. Well, I am very curious about what measures the secondary primary civilization on this planet will take during this period. How to deal with it? Well, by the way, in order to let them discover this asteroid earlier, let me do some more tricks. Another idea came to Xiao Yu's mind. So the one who was originally planning to destroy the asteroid's several Xiong-class spacecraft changed their purpose. They arrived above the asteroid, but instead of launching weapons, they launched some bright silver liquid material. After being launched, these materials were quickly cooled by the low temperature of space and solidified on the surface of the asteroid. Several Township-class spacecraft circled around the asteroid, coating its entire body with this liquid substance. As a result, the overall color of the asteroid became silver like a mirror, and its albedo increased at least dozens of times. This will make it reflect the light of the star better and make it easier to be discovered by intelligent creatures on that planet. Xiao Yu finished this with great enthusiasm, and then regained his little energy. In the asteroid belt, the fierce battle continued. After the asteroid was destroyed, this 4th-level alien beast had lost any protection, and its huge body was completely exposed to the siege of Xiao Yu's spacecraft. Down. The battle has lasted for nearly half an hour. In this half hour, Xiao Yu lost at least thousands of small spacecraft, more than 5 county-level spacecraft. Fortunately, the large spacecraft at the municipal and provincial levels were not damaged. In any case, Xiao Yu is always close to the 5th-level civilization, and the overall strength of this strange beast is not as good as Xiao Yu. If it doesn't escape, Xiao Yu is sure to kill it within 10 hours. But the facts disappointed Xiao Yu. After a Township-level spacecraft destroyed one of its tentacles, the 4th-level alien beast flashed and rushed towards Xiao Yu's weakest side. Several village-class spaceships tried to stop them, but were destroyed in an instant. It wants to escape. Xiao Yu understood the meaning of its actions in an instant, but Xiao Yu did not intend to stop it, because Xiao Yu knew that as long as it wanted to leave, he could not stop it. I've taught it enough lessons this time. I hope it can be quiet for a while. Xiao Yu thought to himself. 8,000 small spaceships are nothing. I can build them at any time, as long as they don't bother me. Despicable technological civilization. You wait for me. I will come back again. A message full of cold emotions came to Xiao Yu's mind. Through the tachyon detector, Xiao Yu saw this 4th-level head the alien beasts are quickly running towards the outer galaxy. I'm crazy. I'm too lazy to pay attention to you. Xiao Yu sneered at what this 4th-level alien beast said, and simply ignored it, finally gaining temporary peace. Xiao Yu gathered his fleet and began to sail towards the living planet again.
I will not be exposed during this period of time. I will come out when the asteroid is about to hit. During this period of time, I will take a good look at their civilization.
Xiao Yu thought secretly. Quietly it flew to the back of the satellite of this living planet and settled down. This satellite, like the moon, is locked by the planet's gravity. And its rotation and revolution periods are the same. So they will always face the planet with one side. Xiao Yu is stationed on the back of the satellite and will not have to worry about being discovered by them. However, Xiao Yu also discovered several orbiting detectors in the satellite's low Earth orbit.
Maybe they have discovered me,
Xiao Yu thought.
But it doesn't matter. The first discovery of an alien civilization is a very shocking thing for a primary civilization. If it is announced, it will cause social unrest. So you can be sure that even if my existence is known to them, it will only be limited to the upper echelons of society and will not be known to ordinary people. Just give them a mental preparation first. And prepare for me, who is about to appear next. Let's lay the groundwork.
This is Xiao Yu's plan. So, on this satellite, Xiao Yu started the construction of a large base without any scruples. Various mining bases, smelting bases, forging factories, and other projects have begun construction. While constructing, Xiao Yu also connected to several satellites around the planet through radio.
Sure enough, there will always be some similarities in the development of civilizations. This is especially obvious for technological civilizations. Their level of technology should be slightly more advanced than humans in the Earth age, but not too much. Their computers still have a binary system. In this case, it will be easy to capture this satellite.
With the support of Xiao Yu's huge computing power, it took Xiao Yu less than a second to completely control the satellite without any impact on the normal operation of the satellite. Through this satellite as a transit, Xiao Yu extended his thinking to the planet's ground base. In an instant, a large amount of information was obtained by Xiao Yu.
Carbon-based organisms are about 1.4 meters tall and weigh about 80 kilograms as adults. Their muscles and bone density are much higher than that of humans, so their appearance does not look too bloated. In this case, it should be caused by the gravity of this planet, which is slightly higher than that of the Earth. The body structure is generally divided into several aspects, such as brain tissue, gas exchange tissue, energy supplement tissue, etc. It is easy to understand and is similar to humans. Oh, the country has disappeared? The whole world has integrated together. This is a good phenomenon. This civilization has great potential. The integration of countries means the disappearance of internal resistance. And they can focus more on exploring the universe and improving technology. It also saves me a lot of trouble. Otherwise, after bringing them all on board the spacecraft, I would have to worry about merging them.
Xiao Yu was flipping through this massive amount of information with great interest, and was in a very good mood.
Perhaps I should take a look in person,
Xiao Yu thought.
The network the satellite is connected to is just a local area network. It is physically isolated from the external network. I have no way to have a deeper understanding of their social system.
Xiao Yu so-called
going to see it in person
would naturally not be the arrival of the Beijing No in person. Although after mastering anti-gravity technology, Beijing is no longer afraid of the gravitational pull of the planet. It can land directly on the planet like a science fiction movie in the Earth era. But that would be too shocking. And Xiao Yu is afraid that these things will be destroyed. The cute little guys were scared to death. Under Xiao Yu's control, a small village-level spacecraft quietly left the satellite base, cleverly avoiding the surveillance of several satellites, and entered the atmosphere of the planet. At this moment, this hemisphere is in darkness. It is also a characteristic of creatures on this planet to seek light and avoid darkness. So they should be resting in the dark. Xiao Yu's arrival did not attract anyone's attention. The village-class spaceship stopped next to a river. It floated quietly in the air only 2 meters above the ground. The bottom hatch opened and 3 armed robots slowly came out. Xiao Yu believes that if this scene was filmed and brought to human society in the Earth age, it would be a very qualified opening for a science fiction movie without any editing. Xiao Yu felt a little funny in his heart.
Intelligent creatures are generally group animals, because intelligent creatures are not good at physical strength. They gather together and rely on common wisdom to survive better. Well, this should be a suburb. Search nearby and you should find there are intelligent creatures like them. Catch one and take it back when the time comes.
After the 3 robots stepped down, the village-level spaceship flew quietly into the sky and disappeared. The 3 robots dispersed after making slight adjustments to better adapt to the gravity of the planet.
The composition of the atmosphere of this planet is different from that of the Earth. But there are still certain similarities. The oxygen content here is lower than that of the Earth, but the helium content is much higher.
Xiao Yu analyzed the data obtained by these robots, continued to control them, and move forward.
If I guess correctly, this place should be a plantation. These plants should be their food,
Xiao Yu secretly thought.
In this case, there must be intelligent creatures nearby.
Sure enough, it was not beyond Xiao Yu's expectation. After the three robots walked nearly a kilometer away, a slightly low and simple building appeared in front of Xiao Yu.
For my robot, this thing is indeed a bit low, but the intelligent and civilized creatures on this planet are generally only 1.4 meters tall, which is enough for them.
Xiao Yu controlled the robot and approached it cautiously. Before he could reach it, the sound wave detector heard bursts of sound similar to
dong dong dong.
Xiao Yu turned on the infrared detector, and in the darkness, he saw an animal the size of a cat on Earth, barking loudly at his robot. If its body wasn't bound by a rope, it would have pounced on it long ago.
This is a dog? But the barking is too weird. Capture it.
Xiao Yu, slightly amused, controlled the robot and walked over, releasing a burst of electricity. This unknown dog has the same use as the dogs on Earth. The creature fell to the ground obediently and lost consciousness.
Who? You dare to steal things? I don't want to live anymore.
The lighting equipment in the low building was turned on, and a native intelligent creature of the planet appeared at the door. The three robots turned to look at it together, and at this moment, their eyes met.
Ah!
A shrill scream pierced the night sky. Chapter 307 Close Encounters of the Third Kind. In the process of invading the satellite, Xiao Yu has mastered enough text, language and other information about the civilization. So now Xiao Yu can clearly understand the meaning of the language of this native intelligent civilization creature.
This is my first contact with this civilization. Under such circumstances,
Xiao Yu thought, slightly amused.
I hope it won't mistakenly think that I am stealing its dog. Otherwise, I will also it's such an embarrassment to the aliens. They have traveled thousands of light years and traveled a long way to get here. Not just to steal your dog. What are you? What are you? Don't come here. Don't come here.
The guy was trembling, holding something like a stick in his hand and holding it in front of him. His voice was trembling, and he shouted loudly. The situation at this moment is indeed a bit weird. Although the combat robot created by Xiao Yu is not ferocious in appearance, it is definitely not friendly either. With a height of 2 meters, a body full of metal, thick limbs, especially the eyes that emit a faint red light after turning on the infrared night vision function, it looks even more breathtaking.
There's no need to talk to it. Just capture it.
Xiao Yu thought for a moment, then controlled the three robots and walked up.
Don't come over! Don't come over!
This guy yelled loudly, but he was slowly retreating. After the three robots entered the range of the lighting equipment, the native intelligent civilization creature, who saw the robots in full view, screamed and fainted. Some very suspicious liquid flowed out of the excretory organs of the lower body.
This guy is so cowardly.
Xiao Yu thought a little funny, and controlled the village-level spaceship to come here again. A robot picked it up like a chicken and threw it into the village-level spacecraft. Within the spaceship, the village-level spacecraft has simulated an environment suitable for their survival according to the terrestrial environment of the planet. The three robots entered the village-level spacecraft one after another, and then the village-level spacecraft quickly took off and left the planet. A mature native civilization intelligent creature and a dog-like creature are Xiao Yu's gains from this trip.
I am also abducting their people. In my speculation, before the destruction of the Earth, many alien civilizations have arrived on the Earth and abducted many humans on Earth. I don't know how they are living now. I am now you have become stronger. I will definitely rescue you. As long as I am here, no existence can treat you like this again.
Xiao Yu thought silently in his heart. During the transportation, this guy never woke up, which made Xiao Yu feel a little calmer. After arriving at the Beijing spacecraft, Xiao Yu placed it in the biological laboratory and started research. There are not many things in the biological experiment with white as the main tone. In the center of the room is a bed, and at this moment, this guy is fixed on this bed.
Who are you? Which planet are you from? Please, don't kill me. I haven't done anything bad. If you want to catch me, I'll catch those bad guys. Please let me go. Let me go back.
Unknowingly, this guy had woken up, quickly thought about the current situation, and became very frightened, and roared loudly. Xiao Yu ignored it, and directly controlled a robot towards it.
No! No! No!
The guy struggled hard, but to no avail. As the syringe in the robot's hand penetrated its body, it fainted again.
Well, the average lifespan of this kind of creature is about 90 years old, which is longer than humans. This guy's age is probably between 20 and 25 years old. This species also has different genders. And this guy it's a male. They have a completely different genetic structure from humans. They seem to have linear genes. Their brains are smaller than humans, but very dense. And their IQs may be higher than humans.
After a short period of analysis, Xiaoyu obtained a large amount of information. Xiaoyu did not disembowel it or directly conduct human experiments. Not because of human rights and mercy, but because Xiaoyu thought it was unnecessary. After fully grasping this guy's body structure, Xiaoyu input all these data into another program. So, in another biological laboratory, a body very similar to this guy was created. The difference is that this created body does not have brain tissue. Instead, it is a control chip made by Xiaoyu. This control chip also integrates the function of sending and receiving signals. Xiaoyu will control this body through this chip.
There are still more than 2 months before the asteroid impact. There is no rush to conquer this civilization. Why not just control this body and feel their life?
Xiaoyu thought. Controlling this body and walking entered a village-level spaceship, and then transported it to the planet. It's still the same low building. After the village-level spaceship put down the body controlled by Xiaoyu, it quickly flew away. Xiaoyu controlled the body and stretched comfortably. All the sensations felt by the various senses in the body were transmitted to the chip in the body's head, and then to the mind of Xiaoyu from Beijing.
Well, the air in the morning is so fresh.
Xiaoyu sighed. At this moment, it is already early morning. There was no longer complete darkness between heaven and earth, but a slight light. Xiaoyu did not walk into the building, but stood there and looked in the direction where the star was about to rise. As long as there is a planet orbiting a star and rotating, there will be sunrise and sunset. This is not a strange thing. As Xiaoyu watched, a round, red sun slowly rose from below the horizon, bringing light to the whole world. These lights were like keys that triggered a certain mechanism. Xiaoyu heard various sounds starting to come from all around, and other intelligent creatures began to walk on the road.
Moyle, what were you yelling about last night? I couldn't sleep well all night.
A passing intelligent creature said to Xiaoyu with a slight complaint. Xiaoyu controlled the body to turn around, faced it with a smile, and said nothing.
Oh, Moyle, why did you get up so early today? This is not like your usual style. Didn't you drink last night? I can't smell that annoying smell from you anymore.
Xiaoyu didn't know this guy's name, nor did he know much about their culture, so he still didn't speak and just looked at it with a smile. This guy talked a lot to himself. Seeing that Xiaoyu remained silent, he finally lost his patience, cursed and walked away in a hurry.
This place is really similar to the Earth. This should be a suburb. So, let's go to the city and have a look.
Xiaoyu didn't know what the common means of transportation in this civilization were, and Xiaoyu didn't have the intention to study it. Seeing what looked like a bicycle in the yard where Moyle lived, Xiaoyu controlled the body and rode on it, walking along the path towards a crowded place. Everything Xiaoyu saw on the road was eye-opening. The architectural style, clothing style, etc. here are completely different from those on Earth. There are many things that even Xiaoyu finds interesting. There were many such intelligent creatures on the road watching Xiaoyu and whispering in the dark. It seemed that there was something incredible on the body that Xiaoyu controlled. Xiaoyu was too lazy to think about these things, so he calmly pointed his eyebrows at thousands of people and just did his own thing along the way. As the road continued to widen, Xiaoyu finally came to a place that looked like a town. The population density of this place has increased significantly, and countless such intelligent creatures are coming and going in a hurry. But when they pass by Xiaoyu, they will look at Xiaoyu with a little surprise. Xiaoyu responded calmly to these surprised glances, without feeling unnatural at all. There is a place that looks like a square next to it. At the edge of the square, there is a huge screen that is broadcasting a piece of news. Xiaoyu was attracted by this thing and cast his eyes over it. On the screen, an intelligent creature that was clearly female was speaking quickly.
Astronomers have determined that the extra bright star in the sky recently is an asteroid. It is still uncertain whether it will hit its parent star. Astronomers will pay close attention to it. If it poses a threat to us, the coalition government will take decisive measures to blow it up. Below, there are please invite the famous astronomer, Mr. Rudolph, to do some popular science for everyone. A few days ago, 2 pictures were widely circulated on the internet. There were many rumors on the internet that a huge alien fleet was approaching us. So, Mr. Rudolph, what do you think of this matter? This matter is completely unfounded. We have no evidence that an alien fleet has arrived on our planet. In fact, these two pictures are not forged. They are from photos of the moon taken by the Moto Astronomical Telescope. You look, there are a few small dots here that resemble spaceships. This is the origin of this rumor. In order to verify this matter, I specifically contacted the staff of the Moto Observatory, and the reply I received was that a few days ago, the Moto Astronomical Telescope had some malfunctions, so photos like this were taken. In other words, these black spots suspected of being spacecraft were caused by instrument malfunctions. The so-called alien fleet does not exist, it concluded. Chapter 308, One Pill. The moon mentioned by this astronomer named Rudolph refers to the satellite of this planet. Of course, in their language, the name of this satellite is not the moon, but other words. However, in order to facilitate understanding, Xiaoyu directly translated this word into the moon. After finishing this summary, this program will also come to an end. Xiaoyu lost interest in continuing to watch and continued to wander forward aimlessly. The signal coverage here is pretty good, Xiaoyu muttered to himself and had some ideas in his mind. So Xiaoyu also sent out some signals and established contact with a place similar to the mobile communication base here. Then, with the help of this contact, gradually the in-depth invasion has penetrated into the network of this planet. At this moment, a huge amount of messages rolled in. These messages are naturally nothing to Xiaoyu now. Even if there are 10 times more messages, Xiaoyu can easily handle them. But for the chip in the head of the body controlled by Xiaoyu, it is very fatal. Such a huge amount of message relay has exceeded its carrying capacity. The huge amount of data transfer caused the chip to get stuck. This means that it can no longer process information such as muscle synergy, hearing, touch, and vision. Then, the body fell to the ground very suddenly. Xiaoyu immediately began to adjust the structure of the chip, optimize the algorithm, and various other tasks. Xiaoyu used 1/3 of a millionth of the computing power and took dozens of minutes to complete. Only then did Xiaoyu remember that there was another body under his control in a crowded place. Well, I hope this body is still alive and hasn't been hit by a car, Xiaoyu murmured to himself, once again connecting with the body and regaining the body's touch and taste. Various information such as visual and auditory. Xiaoyu discovered that this body was no longer on the street. It seemed to be a room in a medical institution. The message transmitted to Xiaoyu by the body's taste organs allowed Xiaoyu to easily tell that this was all the taste of moxicillin. Are you awake? The body's hearing organ received a little message and passed it on to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu turned his head and saw a woman who looked extremely beautiful from the perspective of intelligent creatures here. Looking at him with slight concern, there was a smile on Xiaoyu's lips again. But he still didn't speak. Doctor! Doctor! It's awake! The woman shouted. And a doctor in a white coat came over. Young man, how are you feeling? Are you feeling better? The doctor asked. They probably didn't scan the body's head, Xiaoyu thought. If they scanned it, they would find that this body does not have brain tissue, but only a chip, according to the custom of this planet. Xiaoyu shook his head gently to indicate that he was fine. I see. It's just that I was too tired from work, not in good spirits, and a little weak before fainting. There's no big problem. But young man, you have to thank this girl more for taking you to the hospital. Yes, I also paid for your medical expenses in advance. The doctor rambled on. Xiaoyu felt impatient and wanted to sit up, but was immediately held down by the female intelligent creature. Don't move in a hurry. You just woke up. Come on. Your body is still very weak. Let's rest for a while. At least according to the moral concepts of the Earth Age. This female intelligent creature is of high quality. Well, let's give it some benefits. At this moment, Xiaoyu's eyes began to become empty, because the chip inside this body has been involved in a huge amount of calculations. Xiaoyu collected the facial and body features of this female intelligent creature through the body's eyes, and then directly invaded the planet's government agencies and obtained all its basic information. Then he used these basic information to search the entire internet. Almost instantly, he mastered all the information about this female intelligent creature from childhood to adulthood. Well, yesterday, he posted an article on the internet. The article seemed to say that he was being troubled by something. Okay, I have restored it through the ubiquitous surveillance system on this planet. Its recent activity trajectory, its consumption records through the business system, its educational experience through the education system, its social relationships through the social and communication system, and its health information through the medical system. Gradually compared within, it turned out to be like this.
But I didn't realize that it was already suffering from a terminal illness.
With the technology of the 5th level civilization as the basis, Xiao Yu is omnipotent and omniscient on this planet. As long as Xiao Yu wants to know anything, Xiao Yu can know it. Xiao Yu wanted to know what was bothering this female intelligent creature, and Xiao Yu knew it the next moment. Perhaps Xiao Yu's empty eyes frightened it. This female intelligent creature looked at Xiao Yu nervously. After a moment, Xiao Yu had come to his senses, and the smile on the body's face returned again.
Your name is Luya. You are 22 years old. You learned that you were terminally ill half a month ago. But it doesn't matter. I can save you.
Look, Xiao Yu said, manipulating the body and extending his palm. As if by magic, a white pill appeared in Xiao Yu's hand.
Eat it,
Xiao Yu said with a smile. There's nothing magical about this trick. The manufacture of the invisibility cloak is not difficult for Xiao Yu. It is nothing more than the refraction and reflection of some light. Just a moment ago, Xiao Yu was operating such a flight instrument using the invisibility cloak technology. From the biological laboratory, he took out such a pill and placed it in the palm of Xiao Yu's hand. The Luca civilization and other civilizations, as well as Xiao Yu, have been conducting research on biotechnology, and through studying the body of the intelligent creature kidnapped by Xiao Yu has completely mastered these second-level civilization intelligent creatures. Body information. Facing the powerful technological strength of the 5th-level civilization, the symptoms of any intelligent creature of the 2nd-level civilization become extremely simple. This female intelligent creature looked at Xiao Yu in stunned silence. Xiao Yu still smiled and manipulated the body to make a slightly stiff voice.
Open your mouth.
There was an undeniable majesty in Xiao Yu's voice. Luya opened her mouth subconsciously, and Xiao Yu put the pill in. Then, Luya's body suddenly shook violently. Xiao Yu knew that this was a natural reaction of special drugs. Before they could react, Xiao Yu had already gotten off the hospital bed and walked out of the ward with a smile on his face.
What? What is going on?
The doctor in a white coat finally reacted. He hurriedly ran toward Xiao Yu, shouting,
Young man, please stay. You?
It suddenly closed its mouth because it discovered that Xiao Yu suddenly disappeared, disappearing out of thin air.
This is a miracle. Is this a miracle? Could it be that God finally showed up?
It murmured to itself, ran back quickly, grabbed Luya, who was still in a daze, and ran into the examination room. Among
you, aren't you suffering from a terminal illness? The medical system's records cannot be wrong. You obviously have less than half a year to live at most. But why did you suddenly become a healthy person? What did that young man give you just now? I'm back to health? Is it true? Doctor, is it true?
Luya looked at the doctor, who was confused but shook his head vigorously. Finally, he couldn't control his emotions. She squatted on the ground and shouted loudly, burst into tears. At this moment, Xiao Yu has appeared on another street not far from here. The weather is very good today. The heat emitted by this red dwarf star makes the air very comfortable, neither hot nor cold. The body's sensory organs told Xiao Yu that it liked the current climate very much. As a result, Xiao Yu's mood became very good.
So many people will become my vassals and contribute to the development of my technology, which is great. Very good.
Xiao Yu always maintains a connection with the planet's internet. No information on the internet will escape Xiao Yu's perception. Amidst the huge amount of data throughput, Xiao Yu keenly saw another article published by the female intelligent creature he rescued. This article was published just now, and it was obviously published after I left.
I met the incarnation of God today. My name is Luya. I am a terminally ill patient. The treatment records of the medical system can prove it. But I have fully recovered now. This whole process is like a dream. I saved her today. This is the whole process of marrying a seemingly ordinary young man. If I can see him again, I will not hesitate to pay for it with my life. Xiao Yu could keenly notice that the entire article was filled with a joyful mood.
It's just a matter of a finger,
Xiao Yu thought with a smile.
You still have a chance to see me again.
The information on the internet is messy and numerous. Among the information as vast as the sea of stars, Xiao Yu picked out some that were useful to him and read them casually.
Rudolph is lying. There really is an alien fleet on the far side of the moon. If you don't believe me, please see the pictures I took with my own telescope. Asteroid number 19357 will hit the parent star in 2 months. Its diameter reaches 20 kilometers. and we will all die in the impact process. The government has already started a secret operation. I have authority. First-hand information proves my point.
Chapter 309 Miracle. Xiaoyu could keenly sense that there was an undercurrent surging beneath the planet's calm surface. Rumors about the alien civilization fleet and the upcoming asteroid are spreading more and more on the internet. In contrast, the government is unable to refute the rumors. The level of science and technology here is, after all, more advanced than the Earth's age. In addition, his actions were not deliberately concealed, so it was expected that some people would discover him. The political system of this planet is different from that of Earth. Here, the government's control is much weaker. Therefore, people who have discovered the truth and possess considerable professional knowledge are constantly coming out to refute the government's announcements. A little seed of unrest is sprouting.
It doesn't matter,
Xiaoyu thought with a slight smile.
A turmoil can bring me huge benefits, and it will clear the way for them to belong to me. Compared with this benefit, the turmoil brings the population loss is within the acceptable range.
Xiaoyu is still walking on the urban roads of this planet, feeling everything about this alien civilization. Their social structure, their knowledge system, their joys and sorrows, their love and hatred. The brain of this body is exchanging huge amounts of data with the internet of this planet all the time. Whether it is a government network, a bank network, or a private security system, they are all under Xiaoyu's control. Here, Xiaoyu knows everything and is omnipotent. Ahead, there was a car-like vehicle moving forward rapidly. A young intelligent creature of this civilization accidentally escaped from its mother's grasp and ran towards the center of the road in ignorance. Seeing that the car was about to hit it, next to it the microscopic crowd began to scream, and several adults made running movements. But it was obvious that their speed was not enough to rescue the child before the car hit him. At this moment, the body under Xiaoyu's control stretched out his hand. Xiaoyu raised his arm casually, and the rapidly advancing car suddenly left the ground about 1 meter, just jumping over the child blocking the road, and then landed on the ground again and continued to move forward. Following this move, all the onlookers were stunned. The child who had escaped from the disaster still stood there in ignorance until his mother ran over and held him in her arms and cried loudly. Xiaoyu still moved forward with a faint smile. All the onlookers, the moment Xiaoyu walked in front of him, all involuntarily moved out of the way.
The weather is nice.
Xiaoyu was in an unusually good mood. A person who looked like a robber rushed toward Xiaoyu with a satchel in his hand. Behind him, a female intelligent creature who cried loudly looked at this place in despair. A fat man who looked like a policeman was chasing after him breathlessly. But the distance is obviously getting farther and farther, and it is obviously impossible to catch up. At this moment, Xiaoyu stretched out his hand. Immediately, the robber seemed to be under a restraining spell, standing there blankly, unable to move. A physically disabled intelligent creature of this civilization limped past Xiaoyu, leaning on a pair of crutches. Xiaoyu stretched out his hand, and almost instantly, its legs, which had been reduced to half, returned to their original state. It threw away the crutch in its hand in disbelief, bent down and stroked its newly born limbs, and suddenly burst into tears. Xiaoyu is still moving forward. That's right. Xiaoyu was deliberately showing off his miracles. It is not difficult for Xiaoyu to do these things. At this moment, hundreds of instruments made of invisible technology are following Xiaoyu in the sky above Xiaoyu. Whether they are hoisting the car to avoid hitting the child, or sending out a burst of electric current to temporarily paralyze a certain creature, or controlling nanorobots to perform limb regeneration surgery on a disabled person. It is not difficult for them. Just when the undercurrent had formed and was about to begin to surge, Xiaoyu showed off his special ability in a big way and without any concealment. To these second-level civilized creatures, Xiaoyu is an almighty god. Gradually, more and more people began to follow Xiaoyu. The crowd was silent, and no one dared to make a noise.
Oh! Has anyone posted the relevant video information online? Very good. Very good. The greater the impact, the better. It's best to make it known to everyone.
Xiaoyu thought with satisfaction. The sky was gradually getting dark. Xiaoyu stretched out his hand, and the sky became bright again. After that sunset, another sun appeared out of thin air. It emitted the same light as the real sun, illuminating the world as if it were daytime. Many intelligent creatures of this civilization have knelt down, and even more people clasped their hands together, with uncontrollable tears flowing from their eyes. More and more people have arrived here, joining the crowd following Xiaoyu quietly. Many police officers had already noticed the strange movement here and rushed over in a hurry. But after seeing Xiao Yu's magical ability with their own eyes, they also joined the following crowd.
This civilization also has its own myths and legends. And there are many types. There are 3 creation gods alone. A god named Toril is the most famous, and has the most people who believe in it. Its most commonly used posture seems to be like this.
Xiao Yu thought silently, and in a square. He crossed his legs according to the posture of Toril in the myth and legend. Countless intelligent creatures of this civilization could not control their emotions and cried. Without anyone's organization. The crowd followed Xiao Yu's posture, and sat down here. More people brought water and flowers, and placed them in front of Xiao Yu. In 2 hours, Xiao Yu's body was filled with countless containers filled with clean water and bright flowers. Because in the myths and legends of this civilization, the god Tola likes nothing more than clear water and flowers. Xiao Yu just sat there quietly. No one dared to come within 50 meters of Xiao Yu. Helicopters have already flown into the sky, and countless reporters and soldiers have arrived. The reporters are a little better, and just took the time to take pictures of Xiao Yu. The soldiers have not seen Xiao Yu's miracles, so they are not very interested in this scene. Xiao Yu saw that many soldiers began to violently drive away the gathering crowd. And many soldiers were holding weapons, and walking towards Xiao Yu with eager eyes. The crowd immediately started to make noise. But more people still just sat quietly, and imitated Xiao Yu's behavior.
Great Thurl, Lord of all things, have you finally arrived on Earth? What are you doing? Do you know that the true God has arrived? Damn it! The God of the universe will punish you.
Xiao Yu stood up, and stretched out his hand again. Countless robots made with stealth technology quickly snatched the weapons from every soldier's hands, and then transported them to Xiao Yu. Of course, no one can see these robots. So now it looks like this. Xiao Yu just stretched out his hand, and countless jet black guns and weapons flew over from all directions, and gathered in front of Xiao Yu, converging into the shape of a big ball. Doing this is simple. A tiny gravity bomb will do the trick. Then, this big ball began to shrink gradually, and finally disappeared without a trace. It is also very simple to do this, as long as it is irradiated with material disintegration rays. All these things can be reduced to the simplest substance in the universe. Hydrogen gas. Because hydrogen gas is very light, it will rise quickly and diffuse into the atmosphere. No one can detect the clues here. This is another miracle. The soldiers who had lost their weapons, and had seen the miracle with their own eyes also stayed there. Joining the army cannot erase the belief in the true God in their hearts. As a result, these soldiers also knelt down and worshipped Xiao Yu. This scene was all captured by the cameras in the hands of those reporters. Xiao Yu knew that this scene would immediately be transmitted to all parts of the world through radio waves. And in the next moment, everyone would know of his existence.
The devil has awakened, and the world is about to be destroyed. I cannot bear the death of my people, so I will not hesitate to come to the world in my true body to make the final judgment. All those who believe in me will be saved, and all sinners will be judged.
Looking at the endless intelligent creatures of this civilization that were worshipping him, Xiao Yu made a loud voice.
Tolol! 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 Tolol!
Countless cheers sounded, and the voices gathered together and spread far away. At this time, through the ubiquitous monitor system, Xiao Yu saw a luxurious car-like vehicle driving towards him quickly. An old intelligent creature of the civilization got out of the car and took a kneeling step. Dolly approached Xiao Yu.
This guy seems to be the president of this planet. Well, the most powerful person has finally appeared,
Xiao Yu thought. And at the same time, he was a little impatient, because there were too many people, and the kneeling method adopted by this guy was too slow. Going at this speed, it would probably take at least an hour to reach him. Although he was impatient in his heart, in order to maintain the majesty of his true God, Xiao Yu still controlled this body, and waited here with a serious face, until it arrived in front of him. It fell to the ground and faced Xiao Yu, not even daring to raise its head.
Great true God, I am the president of this planet, and also your devout believer. Please save your people. Don't let your people all die under the claws of the devil. Please, save your people.
Chapter 310 The Devil Arrives. After taking a look around and confirming that there were more than thousands of cameras pointed at him at the moment, and all the slightly famous news media arrived, facing the president of the planet, Xiao Yu opened the door with a serious face. Mouth.
500,000 years ago, while tracking demons, I came to this planet and opened up wisdom to your ancestors. Now, 500,000 years later, I am here again. My son's citizens, you are very good. You have finally developed your own civilization and found your own path. You have not let me down. Originally, I didn't want to come here again. You have to rely on your own strength to explore the dark universe. And you have to deal with various crises on your own. A child who only relies on his mother will never gain the ability to survive alone, can never become a strong man. However, the arrival of the devil changed everything. The devil is my enemy. It is cruel and cunning. It will only bring destruction and death. It is not something you can deal with. Let you face it, not fair to the devil. So here I am again. 500,000 years ago, I repelled a demon's attack and opened up your wisdom. Now, 500,000 years later, I will still defeat the demon and protect you. After all, you are all my people, are all my children. The asteroid that attacked this time is just a prelude to the devil's attack. Its purpose is to destroy all living things and then devour the entire planet. I believe many people already know that there is a huge army on the back of the moon. Fleet. Yes, that is my strength. And I will rely on these strengths to repel the invading demons and restore peace to the world. Xiao Yu's voice was loud and loud. Xiao Yu knew that his words would be transmitted to every corner of the planet through the lens of the camera in a very short time. What? Are the fleets on the back of the moon real? But luckily it's just the power of the true God. It's here to protect us. So the rumors of an asteroid impact are true? If we had relied on the government's idiots, the world would have been destroyed long ago. Fortunately, the true God has come. It turns out that it was the true God who opened up the wisdom of our ancestors 500,000 years ago, and we were able to evolve to the present level. However, according to what the true God said, they seem to be a powerful technological civilization in the universe. The so-called devil must be someone else. It's a civilization. On the internet, the intelligent creatures watching the live broadcast were talking a lot. Some were excited, and some were skeptical. But the atmosphere at the scene was completely aroused by Xiao Yu. Tolol! Tolol! Hearing what Xiao Yu said, countless intelligent creatures of the civilization began to cheer loudly, and the sound was deafening. The demons are very powerful, and their technological strength is no less than mine. So I don't have much confidence in this battle. Xiao Yu continued to speak seriously, and a loud voice came out, drowning out all the cheers. After suppressing it, the place became quiet again, and everyone was quietly listening to Xiao Yu's words. So, if it really comes to the worst, I will conduct a final trial. Those who pass the trial can board my spaceship and start a cosmic journey with me. Those who fail to pass the trial will stay here, waiting to be destroyed by the devil. Devour. I ask you to devoutly believe in me, serve me, and obey me. Great true God, your words are the truth, and we will complete your orders even to the death. The president of this planet, kneeling in front of Xiao Yu, said respectfully, Old fox, that's not what you think. Xiao Yu thought with some disdain. But naturally Xiao Yu would not expose it. For a social system that has been passed down for many years, it is not easy to break it in a short period of time. Perhaps, the shock of his appearance has confused most people. But there are always a few sober people. These sober people will want to understand many things. For example, they are just a relatively powerful technological civilization in the universe, not an omnipotent God. For example, they will think about whether they have any other purpose here, such as thinking about how to rely on their own power, come and get more benefits. At this moment, the president of the planet kneeling in front of him was undoubtedly such a sober person. Through data collection, Xiao Yu knew that it was in a crisis at the moment and was very likely to be ousted by the people. The enthusiasm it shows for itself at the moment is nothing more than using its own identity to increase its public support. And it is certain that in the next period of time, he will become the focus of the entire planet. And countless institutions, organizations, and individuals will begin to analyze and figure out his intentions and try to profit from them. This falls into the category of conspiracy. But Xiao Yu disdains playing tricks with them. Xiao Yu's purpose is very clear and determined. That is, to bring at least 90% of the population into his spaceship. As long as this goal can be achieved, Xiao Yu is too lazy to pay attention to their so-called conspiracies. Xiao Yu still found it embarrassing to engage in intrigues with intelligent creatures from a second-level civilization. As long as the situation is determined, all the inherent interest groups who still harbor dissent will be eliminated. I will stay here during this period, waiting for the devil to come. After saying this, Xiao Yu sat down again. But there was no pause in his mind. Through connections to various networks, Xiao Yu was monitoring every movement on the planet in real time. Xiao Yu knew that under the order of the planet's president, a secret psychological analysis team had been established.
They were nervously analyzing Xiao Yu's psychology and intentions, trying to know whether Xiao Yu was well-intentioned or malicious. At the same time, some sociological experts have also been directly commanded by the president of the planet. They have served as advisors to the president, making suggestions for the exchanges between the president and Xiao Yu, and proposing response plans. Related organizations have also been established in the scientific community, and they are working hard to analyze Xiao Yu. Level of technology. The impact of Xiao Yu's arrival is extremely far-reaching, and this impact has spread to all aspects of the planet. There are countless undercurrents surging, with one purpose or another, actively acting, or waiting quietly. Xiao Yu knew all this, but Xiao Yu ignored it. Just kidding. What kind of tricks can a second-level civilization do even if it plays tricks on the sky? However, one thing was quite beyond Xiao Yu's expectation. In the day after making this speech, at least hundreds of thousands of people committed suicide. Xiao Yu knows that those are people who think they have done many evil things and cannot pass the so-called final trial.
It doesn't matter if it's only a few 100,000 people. The total number of intelligent creatures in this civilization has reached tens of billions. It doesn't matter if there are hundreds of thousands of people.
Xiao Yu thought lightly. The place where Xiao Yu is located has directly become a holy land. Countless people come to make pilgrimages every day. However, the entire city is under martial law and a large number of troops maintain order here to prevent the situation from getting out of control. In the next few days, leaders of the scientific community, theological leaders, political leaders, and others all gathered around Xiao Yu and accompanied him day and night. Xiao Yu sat silently all day without any movement. The situation on this planet has become a bit strangely quiet. Everyone is waiting with anxiety. They don't know exactly what they are waiting for. This planet is full of the smell of coming storm.
Huh? Why is this guy so smart this time?
Xiao Yu, who was stalling for time out of boredom, suddenly saw the fourth-level alien beast that had disappeared for a while through the tachyon detector. This guy rushed towards the planet aggressively, with an attitude that he would never give up until the world was destroyed. Xiao Yu felt a little funny in his heart.
Originally, I planned to use a large 3D stereo projector to create images, but now it seems that there is no need to expend such effort. Did this guy recover from his injuries during the time he disappeared? Maybe he noticed when I arrived. My intention was on this planet, so I came to cause trouble for me. Very good then. Defeat it and repel it again.
Xiao Yu made a decision immediately, and a large number of spacecraft began to mobilize and make arrangements. On the square, Xiao Yu stood up while controlling this body. After not eating for several days, his body is still strong and his words are still loud. Everyone was looking at Xiao Yu nervously. They didn't know what it meant when Xiao Yu, who had been quiet for a few days, suddenly stood up.
The devil has arrived,
Xiao Yu said solemnly, raised his head, raised his arms, and pointed at the sky.
The devil carries the power of evil and comes from the depths of the universe. It will definitely bring death and destruction. I am going to stop it now,
Xiao Yu murmured, still looking up at the sky. At this moment, the strange beast seemed to know Xiao Yu's intentions and was very cooperative. Its huge body, which is 70 or 80 kilometers long, is fully exposed and can be seen clearly even from the ground.
Devil! Devil!
Countless people began to scream, and even those leaders with extremely strong psychological qualities began to sweat profusely at this moment. The appearance of this fourth-level alien beast is really terrifying, beyond their psychological endurance. Such as the huge and ferocious head, the countless tentacles flying everywhere, and the unimaginable, huge body.
The devil has appeared, and the battle is about to begin. My people, start praying,
Xiao Yu said, his body rising slowly under the lift of the invisible robot, as if it were ascending during the day. This picture is full of a tragic feeling. Chapter 311 Live Broadcast. In contrast to the huge and ferocious head in the sky, Xiao Yu, who was radiating bright light, looked even more divine.
I will protect you and protect you from the demons. The battle between me and the demons will definitely be earth-shattering. I allow you to witness this battle.
With a loud sound made by Xiao Yu, a city-level spacecraft equipped with anti-gravity instruments slowly descended and suspended in the air 300 meters. The hatch below slowly opened, and many single-person flying equipment landed. Come down.
All reporters can enter my spacecraft, which will lead you to witness our battle from a safe distance. Now, board these single-person aircraft, and they will send you into the spacecraft.
The length of the city-level spaceship has reached the kilometer level. For a second-level civilization that has only mastered primary aerospace technology, it is a veritable giant. Under the cover of this city-level spaceship, at least a few hundred meters below were plunged into darkness. When these intelligent creatures on the ground raised their heads, what they saw was not the sun or the sky, but a huge spaceship full of lights, generally showing a silver-gray color, full of a sense of technology and science fiction. The crowd couldn't help but commotion, and countless screams came and went. Many people with poor psychological quality or devout faith couldn't help but fainted. This is a naked declaration of force. In fact, if we want to destroy this planet, we can do it with just this city-level spacecraft. Thousands of single-person aircraft have landed on the ground. It was only then that the crowd reacted. Countless reporters ran over carrying cameras. Many people wanted to take advantage of the chaos to go up and have a look, but were blocked by the people on top of the single-person aircraft. The intelligent recognition system severely blocked it.
I will provide you with a stable communication link to communicate with the media you belong to. Let's do a live broadcast so that all my people can witness my power.
Xiao Yu's majestic voice continued to be heard, and thousands of reporters, carried by single-person aircraft, quickly arrived at the municipal spaceship. When they stepped on this fifth-level civilization creation in person, many reporters still didn't react and were still confused. This news has been quickly transmitted to the entire planet. For a moment, no matter whether it is night or day in the area at the moment, all the TV stations and the internet are full of overwhelming news.
The true god Thurl is about to start a battle with the devil. Fight! And there's a live broadcast for us to watch.
Countless people were awakened from their sleep. They ran over without even wearing clothes and quickly turned on the TV or computer. They stayed there without blinking. In the daytime, countless people abandoned their work, formed a group, and stood guard in front of various signal terminals. The busy construction site stopped and became extremely quiet. On the endless highway, all kinds of transportation vehicles stopped because they were watching the live broadcast on the vehicle-mounted terminal. At that time, there was no way to drive a vehicle. In the hospital, something like this even happened. A patient who was undergoing surgery heard the news and roared loudly,
"Bring the TV in front of me! Why are you doing surgery at this time?"
And these doctors actually obeyed its words. Several strong male doctors worked together to move the TV in, and at the same time extended the local anesthesia time for the patient. In this way, several doctors and an eviscerator the patient with broken belly watched the TV attentively. All TV channels and all online media began to broadcast this incident live. No matter where it was, whether indoors or outdoors, whether in a bar or a square, there were live broadcasts about this battle everywhere. This time, the streets were truly deserted, and the entire planet fell into absolute silence. The cars stopped roaring, the machines stopped running, and only one voice continued to come out.
Hello, viewers. I am New Vision TV. Reporter, I am currently aboard the great true god Thurl's spaceship. The true god is about to start a battle with the devil. I will bring you a live broadcast of the entire battle here. Let us start praying together.
Praying that the true god can demon defeated. Is this the true appearance of the devil? Oh my god. It's really big. The data given to us by the true god is that the length of this devil is more than 70 kilometers, and the width is about 7 kilometers. One of its tentacles it is only more than 10 kilometers in length. Oh my god. This demon is so terrifying. It definitely comes from the depths of H.L. It will undoubtedly only bring destruction and destruction. It should stay in H.L. instead of we should come to this sunny world. Big. Everyone. Look out the window. This is our planet. We are moving away from our planet, which is our home. It looks so beautiful and beautiful, but it is always easy to be coveted by the devil. Our world, for this huge demon, it is almost defenseless. If the true God does not come, we will definitely not be able to fight. According to the information given to us by the true God, we are currently staying on a city-level spaceship in the true God's fleet. For a spaceship of this size, there are at least hundreds of them in the Master's fleet. Among the city-level spaceships on top of that, the Master also has even larger provincial-level and national-level spaceships. To destroy our planet, it is estimated that only one city-level spacecraft can do it. Oh my god. The power of the true God is indeed like this. It is so irresistible that a true God with such powerful power will definitely kill the demon. We are now about 10,000 kilometers away from the planet. We can see that in front and above. The Master's fleet has completed its assembly. Oh my god. What a huge and irresistible force this is. Is that a provincial spacecraft? It is too big. Is this really something that can be made by manpower? The city-level spacecraft that we think is already a behemoth is not worth mentioning in front of the provincial-level spacecraft. Oh. No. No. What is that? Is it so much bigger than a provincial spaceship? Is it a planet or a spacecraft made by manpower? You can see that it is a full 20 kilometers long. This is a veritable aerial fortress. Is it the true God's flagship? The national-level spaceship? The war has not started yet. You can see that the demon has retreated a little. I think it must be afraid of the powerful power of the true God. It is flying here continuously, seemingly looking for a passage to our homeland. But under the obstruction of the true God fleet, it is impossible for it to find a way forward. If this demon comes to our home, then that would be too terrible. I can't even imagine it.
Under the communication link provided by Xiaoyu, radio waves are running back and forth between the Qingdao city-level spacecraft and the planet's ground, bringing this information and pictures back to the ground, and then through the ground communication system to each terminal, for all intelligent creatures on the entire planet to watch. In a school, teachers who had temporarily interrupted their classes led the intelligent creatures of the planet in their infancy to gather on the large square. On one side of the large square, there was a huge screen that was playing these pictures.
Teacher, where did this devil come from? What does it want to do when it comes to us?
A teacher said with a serious and sacred face.
This demon comes from the depths of the universe. It carries evil and death to our home, and wants to destroy everything that belongs to us. Fortunately, the true God has arrived, and the true God will use his incomparable power comes to defeat this evil demon and protect our peace. Teacher, will the true God fail? The true God is omnipotent. The true God is invincible. The true God cannot fail.
The teacher said with confidence. In a bar, two young men with bruises were huddled tightly in front of a TV, watching these live programs attentively.
Damn it. If it weren't for watching the battle between the true God and the devil, I would have continued to push you to the ground and smash your head with a wooden stick.
A young man looked at the TV with his eyes motionless. He was speaking viciously.
I already have a way to defeat you. If I don't want to watch the live broadcast, I will definitely use it. It's not certain who will smash whose head. After watching the live broadcast, let's fight again. Let's wait until the battle is over first. If the true God fails, our planet will be destroyed. Even if you want to smash my head, you can't.
In a tall building, a door was pushed open with a creak, and an elderly intelligent creature with sleepy eyes came out and walked into an office. He looked around the office and found that all the employees were looking attentively while sitting on the computer. I couldn't help but get furious.
What are you all doing? How dare you not work during working hours? Do you all want to be fired?
The voice roared like thunder, but no one paid attention to him. It was stunned for a moment, then became even more angry.
Okay, you dare not even listen to my words? Stand up.
The office was still quiet. At this moment, a voice came out from the computer.
Look, the battle between the true God and the devil has begun. Is this how the true God fights? Oh my God. Oh no. The true God's subordinates have begun. One of the spaceships was destroyed.
Huh? It was startled for a moment, then seemed to remember something, and suddenly rushed to the side of a staff member in a few steps. It only glanced at the computer screen and couldn't leave it again. It also sat there, watching the live broadcast motionlessly. Chapter 312, The Most Complete Occupation. Nearly 400,000 battleships have been under Xiaoyu's control, laying a large net between this fourth-level beast and the planet. This large net will provide the strongest protection for this planet. Xiaoyu will not allow the cake that belongs to him to be destroyed by other beings. The remaining hundreds of thousands of warships are still stationed on the back of the moon with the Beijing spacecraft. Not using the Beijing to participate in the war was naturally for safety reasons. Xiaoyu always puts his own safety first.
Despicable technological civilization. I want to destroy this planet. Do you think you have the ability to stop me?
During the tense confrontation, this fourth-level alien beast sent a message. This message was reshaped by Xiaoyu and broadcast to the reporters inside the Qingdao spacecraft. After Xiaoyu's change of appearance, the news has become like this.
Toral, I came from the abyss carrying destruction and death. I want to bring destruction to this planet. And I want all these creatures to become my food. I want all this soil and rocks to turn into my skeleton. And all the rivers to turn into blood and run through my body. Do you think you can stop me?
After hearing this news, all the reporters became excited.
The devil is declaring war on the true God. This damn devil. The true God will definitely grant it death. The devil will not succeed. And the true God will not fail. Kill it.
Kill it. This message was spread to the surface of the planet through the communication link provided by Xiaoyu, and eventually entered the hearing organs of most intelligent creatures on the planet. At this moment, the number of intelligent creatures watching this live broadcast has reached 9 billion, accounting for 90% of the total number of intelligent creatures. This is undoubtedly the most watched live broadcast in the history of this planet. After hearing this message, countless curses, prayers, and cries came from all over the place. Countless people are watching here closely, looking at Xiaoyu's fleet. This is the world I created, and these are my children. Devil, you should stay in the abyss and never come out again. 500,000 years ago, I could defeat you, and after 500,000 years, I can still beat you. After the devil declared war, Xiaoyu's loud, righteous voice reached the ears of many intelligent creatures. After hearing what Xiaoyu said, they cried with joy again. Where Xiaoyu couldn't see, there were countless intelligent creatures worshipping him. In fact, the message Xiaoyu responded was, I don't have the ability to kill you, but you don't have the ability to break through my protection. Listen to my advice. There is no deep hatred between us. You just leave. Don't come and pester me again. It's business to develop yourself honestly. Don't waste your time on such meaningless things. Killing you is my main business. The 4th level alien beast said. And then, its huge body suddenly shrank and rushed downwards like lightning. It reacts quickly, and Xiaoyu reacts even faster. Countless cannonballs and death rays intertwined into a large net, and many small spaceships risked their lives to directly hit it with themselves, launching a veritable suicide attack. These spaceships carrying out suicide attacks were all placed with a large amount of antimatter. After they hit this level 4 alien beast and the spacecraft was damaged, a large amount of antimatter was released. As soon as it came into contact with normal matter, it immediately triggered a very violent reaction of explosion. There are a full 400,000 spacecraft here blocking its progress. Look, everyone! This demon is trying to break through the defense line of the true God. It is trying to reach our planet. Oh my God! This is really terrible. Fortunately, the spacecraft belonging to the true God blocked its attack. Praise the true God! This thrilling scene quickly spread to the ground. In fact, when they first saw this 4th level alien beast, the intelligent creatures already understood the serious consequences if they really allowed it to reach their planet. When they saw this 4th level alien beast attacking Xiaoyu's defense line, their hearts were in their throats. After seeing that Xiaoyu's defense line successfully withstood this attack, they relaxed a little. It's a pity that I still haven't mastered the technology to miniaturize the negative matter cannon. Otherwise, I would have killed it long ago. Xiaoyu thought with some annoyance. The resources here are very rich, so I don't have to leave in a hurry. At least, I have been stationed here for hundreds of years to digest the technology one harvested and build various spaceships. Well, let's build a large negative matter cannon with the power of a stellar cannon. When the time comes, I can kill it with one cannon and save the money. It keeps causing trouble for me. At this moment, tens of thousands of kilometers above this planet, the battle is still fierce. The Qingdao City-level spaceship is tens of thousands of kilometers away from here, quietly observing here. Inside the Qingdao, thousands of reporters carried cameras and anchors held microphones, conducting live broadcasts in space. The audience on the ground changed their moods at any time according to the pictures and various news broadcasts. They are like watching the latest space war blockbuster, except that the ending of this blockbuster is also connected to their fate. True God is omnipotent, and true God never fails. Right. Yes, the true God will definitely defeat the devil, protect us, and grant us a peaceful life. After Xiaoyu arrived in the name of Toller, the legendary creation god of this planet, the church dedicated to Toller became one of the most popular gathering points. At this moment, in a church on the outskirts of the city inside, a dark crowd occupied every floor. They were watching the live broadcast on the big screen in front of them attentively. A priest was answering some questions from believers with a confident face. The true God comes with the light. He can turn the night into light, and he can also make the devil return to his hometown. Leave the devil to the true God to deal with. All we need to do is to devoutly believe in the true God and serve the true God. Obey the guidance of the true God. The cleric's loud voice echoed in the church, and the believers below all had solemn faces. After the cleric finished speaking, they prostrated themselves on the ground together, whispering Toral's name. At this moment, on the huge screen in front of them, the battle was entering its most intense moment. The voices of the reporters acting as moderators also began to grow louder. A huge spaceship that is at least 400 meters long and hundreds of meters wide has just been destroyed by a demon. This spaceship is larger than our largest aircraft carrier. What kind of terrifying power does this demon possess? But fortunately, there are tens of thousands of spaceships of this level in the fleet of the True God. At present, it seems that the True God still has the advantage. Under the impact of the explosion of this huge spaceship, this demon seems to have also been affected. Some damage. At least dozens of its tentacles were blown off. Damn it! Another county-level spaceship has been destroyed. At this moment, Xiao Yu's heart was full of anger. Although this place is still in the universe, it is close enough to the planet, and these blown-off tentacles do not have enough initial speed. Therefore, after breaking away from the body of this fourth-level alien beast, they quickly moved towards this place. A planet fell. As a result, these cylindrical objects with a diameter of 10 meters and a length of nearly 100 meters hit the ground like meteors. It is not known where they landed. Will they kill several smart people along the way? Biology. In the center of the most prosperous city on this planet is a huge building with a height of at least several hundred meters. In a certain room of this building, the most powerful person on this planet, the person in question, the president, was nervously watching the live broadcast, accompanied by some dignitaries. Mr. President, this technological civilization seems to have very strong scientific and technological strength. The forecast report from the Academy of Sciences has come out. The conclusion is that if we can continue to develop at the current development speed, regardless of technological barriers and other reasons, we will develop for another 5,000 years or so before we can reach this level of technology. After answering a phone call, a dignitary whispered in the president's ear. The president frowned deeply. This makes no sense. The report given by the Academy of Sciences only illustrates one problem. That is, we do not have the strength to fight against this technological civilization. Right. At present, it is like this, the dignitary said. Another political figure said. The analysis report from the Academy of Psychology and Corollary has also come out. They concluded that the amount of information is insufficient, and they cannot analyze whether what Tolal said is true or false. But after combining it with the research report from the Academy of Sciences, they believe that what Tolal said is very likely to be true. It is really possible that it opened up the wisdom of our ancestors 500,000 years ago. So, the president frowned deeply. What's the response from the general staff? The dignitary hesitated for a moment and said, Obey it. No matter what its purpose is, obey it. We have to admit that through the recent miracles and this incident against the devil, it has gained at least 100% the absolute loyalty of 80 people. Even if it wants these people to commit suicide, these people will choose to obey without hesitation. In other words, it has actually taken over our planet without any bloodshed. Without any bloodshed? It has not adopted any coercive measures, but it has made our people choose to trust it without reservation. Obey it. Chapter 313, The Lonely Sober Man. At present, this is the case. Taking over the president's words, the dignitary also said with a bitter face, the people are always ignorant. In normal times, they are usually just a piece of loose sand and will not pose a threat to us. But it's different now. They have been effectively integrated and controlled by others. Therefore, we have no ability to fight against Tolal. Whether it is true or false, there is no point in discussing this issue. Another dignitary stood up and said, even if Tolal does not use this method and directly invades our homeland through violence, we do not have the ability to fight. So now I doubt that this troll's target may be as intelligent creatures themselves. We know nothing about the true situation of the universe. Is it possible that intelligent creatures are very valuable in the universe, and violent occupation will lead to a large loss of population? Did you use this method to occupy our planet without any bloodshed? That's very likely. The president nodded slightly. So, what should we do? It is still unreserved obedience, the dignitary said helplessly. No matter how powerful it is, when facing a population of tens of billions, it will always need native creatures to act as assistants in its management. And no one is more suitable to take on this responsibility than us. Therefore, trust it and obey it without reservation. Even if it wants to take all our people to the universe and sell them, at least it will not choose to sell us. Ours. Benefits can still be preserved. We can still live a luxurious life that ordinary people can't imagine. We still have the right to take and take away our people. The price we need to pay is that in this existence that calls itself Tolar, we must win massacring our people. Not only can we not stop it,
But we must actively provide it with a butcher's knife.
The president's hands trembled slightly.
At least it seems to be well-intentioned now. Doesn't it? The worst outcome may not necessarily occur.
The president said, while trying not to let his voice tremble.
No. It is not well-intentioned. In other words, even if it is well-intentioned, it still has intentions towards us. It is not, as he said, that it came in its true form to save our people.
The politician said,
looking at it as a whole. Every step of its action seems to have been carefully planned. With its level of technology, if it doesn't want to be discovered by us, how could we possibly discover it? Now that we have discovered its fleet, that can only mean that it deliberately let us discover it. Yes, it must have deliberately let us discover it.
Another dignitary continued.
This is on the one hand. And on the other hand, it is the small planet that suddenly changed its orbit and hit our planet. The data given by astronomers is that the albedo of this asteroid reaches the level of a mirror.
What does this mean?
This means that it is basically impossible to be a natural object. You know, even if it is entirely composed of pure water, the albedo of ice cannot be so high that its behavior can be easily explained. Through these two things, it made our people panic and social turmoil. Then it suddenly came in the name of the true God and brought despair with the hope of the people in it. It quickly gathered people's hearts. And then through the battle with this so-called demon, it showed its so-called goodwill and powerful power, making our people involuntarily worship it from the bottom of their hearts. The next thing is easy to do. In the name of the final judgment, kill all the people who are awake and unwilling to obey it. The remaining people will all become playthings in its hands. No matter it wants these people to die. There will be no obstacles at all whether you want to be a slave or not.
Another dignitary concluded.
We.
The president's lips trembled, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say it.
Either we choose to be raped, and we can still retain our current glory and wealth. Or we choose to be a lonely sober person, and then be killed by it in the name of the final judgment. Choose one of the two options. Actually, sometimes, I envy those ignorant people. They can't figure out this truth, so they don't have to make such painful choices. And they don't have to endure the inner torture when they make wrong things.
The president said slowly. It seems that in this moment, he has aged several dozen years.
I am not a good person. In these years, in order to maintain my status, I have done many wrong things and killed many people who should not be killed.
People to kill. Although I have made layers of disguises with law and morality before killing these people, I still know that underneath this disguise, there is still filth. But I never thought of betraying the interests of the entire race in exchange for personal prosperity and wealth. I don't know what to do. Let me think about it.
The president hung his head in pain.
Hey.
Several dignitaries who hold the highest political power on this planet looked at each other. Each side. And they all saw deep fatigue in each other's eyes. No one saw what happened here. But Xiaoyu knew it. Xiaoyu's invisible unmanned detectors have already spread all over the world, cooperating with the ubiquitous surveillance system on this planet. Xiaoyu can know anything that happens on this planet at any time. Xiaoyu heard their conversation clearly. But Xiaoyu said nothing. I just sighed in my heart.
In a civilization, there will always be countless outstanding figures. The ability to reach their position, no matter whether they are good or bad, is always proof of their abilities. These people are all outstanding members of society. You're a psychology scientist. As long as you let me transform it, your future achievements may not be lower than Luca 2. But in the final analysis, I can still be considered malicious towards them. They were originally a race that developed freely. After my intervention, they became slaves of my subordinates. They were allowed to live and die by me. They lost their lives. The freedom to explore the stars can only contribute to my scientific and technological progress. It depends on their own choice.
Xiaoyu finally made a decision.
Let them choose whether to submit to me or become a lonely sober person. As an outsider who has robbed all your wealth, I give you this freedom. But if you are awake but try to make other intelligent creatures wake up, for my own benefit, I will have to kill you.
After making this decision, Xiaoyu suddenly relaxed a little, and then looked at the fourth-level alien beast that was still fighting endlessly with his fleet not far away.
That's enough for you.
Xiaoyu felt bored for no reason.
After settling down, the first thing I do is to build a negative matter cannon with the power of a stellar cannon. I must kill you.
The acting time is over, and Xiaoyu has brought enough sense of belonging to the people on this planet. Xiaoyu believes that with this incident as the basis, He will soon be able to make them obey him willingly.
Then, stay away from me.
Xiaoyu gave a new order. The attack intensity of hundreds of thousands of spaceships increased again, and countless cannonball weapons and ray weapons poured out, exploding countless blood flowers on this level 4 alien beast. The tentacles were like pieces of hair that had been cut off. They were attracted by the gravity of the planet and fell down. This picture had a different kind of beauty. This level 4 alien beast roared loudly and struggled there, its tentacles and thick tail slapping around. But at most it could only destroy some small country-level spacecraft. And not a single large spacecraft could touch it. Xiaoyu's comprehensive strength must surpass it in the end. It has no advantage when fighting against large groups. But Xiaoyu has always fought in a large group.
Ouch!
After making a miserable cry, this level 4 beast finally chose to escape. As it fled, a message came over.
I will definitely kill you. Definitely. It's finally over.
Xiaoyu sighed and chose to ignore the hateful message from this level 4 beast. And this news, accompanied by the passionate voices of the reporters aboard the Qingdao spacecraft, spread to every corner of the planet.
The true God defeated the devil. The devil escaped. The true God is victorious. Thurl is invincible. We have won. Under the protection of the true God, our home no longer has the worry of being destroyed.
At this moment, on the planet, countless intelligent creatures hugged each other excitedly, yelled and laughed, and vented their inner excitement through all means. There were even countless intelligent creatures kneeling on the ground, facing the invisible Xiaoyu paid homage. Countless bars choose to provide free drinks. Countless restaurants choose to provide free food. And everyone is celebrating excitedly. Every city was filled with cheers. And this planet became a truly happy planet. Amidst the endless cheers, in the building in the center of the most prosperous city, the aging president quietly watched the live TV broadcast in front of him, with no expression on his face. And it was impossible to tell that he was thinking. What? It was the only one in the room. It suddenly sighed softly, picked up a brush and wrote a few lines, and then without any hesitation, pierced its own blood supply organ with a sharp dagger. It's dead.
I am awake, but I have no right to force others to be awake. Just let them be in a daze and continue to enjoy life.
Chapter 314 Brilliant Fireworks Rain.
It's okay to die. It's okay to die.
Looking at the president of this planet, who finally chose to commit suicide, Xiaoyu was full of emotion in his heart.
If you kill it yourself, you won't have to fight in the end.
Although he still admires the president in his heart, Xiaoyu will not have any mercy when he really wants to kill him. Xiaoyu always remembers that in this dark universe, there is no need to talk about morality with other civilizations. To be able to do this is to be considered very kind. Xiaoyu knew that there would definitely be many sober people like the president on this planet. Xiaoyu has roughly identified these people through his own screening methods, and has currently sent invisible robots to monitor them. Those who are awake are undoubtedly the elites on this planet. Even if they are now in poverty, it does not change the fact that they are elites. Xiaoyu's way of dealing with these sober people is that if they choose to submit to him, then he will despise them and give them generous treatment. If they choose to resist him, then he will respect them and at the same time, kill them. Reality is such a contradiction. After this level 4 alien beast was injured and escaped, Xiaoyu's voice once again spread throughout the world.
My people, I have defeated the devil and allowed the devil to escape with injuries. But in order to prevent it from coming to invade again, I will stay here until I kill it. Tolol! Tolol is invincible. Praise the true God! Praise the true God!
Countless cheers resounded through the sky.
This planet is finally won.
Xiaoyu sighed a little, and continued to let his voice ring throughout the planet.
Under the control of the devil, the little boy who changed his orbit to hit this planet, the planet will be shattered by me, and its debris will turn into countless meteors, presenting you with the most spectacular fireworks ever. My people, you can cheer and celebrate. The majesty of the true God will last forever, and we will follow the true God, serve the true God, and obey the true God forever.
In countless churches, under the leadership of clergy, countless intelligent creatures fell to the ground and silently faced the invisible Xiaoyu praying.
The planetary government will be abolished, and I will directly manage this planet. All energy crises, racial conflicts, environmental pollution, and other problems will be solved by me. I will make this planet a paradise. Let my people live a peaceful and happy life here.
Xiaoyu continued to post his message. That's right. Xiaoyu is not in a hurry to put all these intelligent creatures on his spaceship and take them away now. The reason is very simple. This star system is also quite rich in material. Xiao Yu can stay here for a period of time, digest his own technology, and continue to build new spaceships. At the same time, Xiao Yu will use this time to genetically modify and optimize species for all intelligent creatures on this planet, greatly increasing their lifespan, intelligence, and physical fitness, while strengthening their loyalty and sense of belonging. After he has prepared everything, Xiao Yu will let them board his spaceship and follow him on a new journey into the universe. Following Xiao Yu's words, countless computer terminals fell from the sky and landed at the center of every level of government agency on the planet.
This is my incarnation. From now on, all government personnel will obey my orders,
Xiao Yu said. After this message was released, I don't know how many native intelligent creatures put down the big stone in their hearts, because this sentence means that they will still be able to maintain their current life status and wealth. After this sentence, they who were originally wavering quickly became Xiao Yu's strongest supporters. Xiao Yu will allocate 2% of his computing power to take over all affairs on this planet, whether it is military affairs, civil affairs, environment, education, resources, business, etc. Xiao Yu himself handles everything personally. Coupled with the ubiquitous invisible robots and various surveillance systems, Xiao Yu will truly achieve the status of Planet Master.
I am not completely malicious towards them,
Xiao Yu secretly thought.
It is also in my interest to let them live longer, improve their wisdom, and live comfortably. I think that after the initial turmoil is suppressed by me, you should accept the new lifestyle smoothly and be grateful to me.
This has been planned by Xiao Yu for a long time. So far, every step has been perfectly realized under Xiao Yu's strong execution. The follow-up plan is to use his own control to control the entire society of the planet with the terminal instruments he controls in every government agency at each level, and to control himself through the water supply system, food supply system, etc. The genetically modified drugs developed are quietly distributed, quietly improving their physical fitness, and, through the education system, comprehensively improving their technological level, while further consolidating their rule and allowing them to establish their loyalty to themselves from an early age. Xiao Yu's stay is tentatively set at 300 years. Within these 300 years, based on their reproductive capacity, they will produce at least 10 generations of offspring, with Xiao Yu's patient and meticulous genetic modification plan. Among these 10 generations, the physical fitness, brain development, genetic optimization, etc. of each generation of offspring will be better than their previous generation. In 300 years, they will reach a level slightly inferior to the Luca people, and they will be able to contribute to Xiao Yu's technological development. 300 years later, Xiao Yu's fleet will also be fully updated. At least 10 national-level spacecraft will be built. The number of provincial-level spacecraft will be calculated in units of hundreds, and the technology will also be digested. By then, Xiao Yu will take them on a new journey, either communicating with other civilizations in this universe, or going on space exploration, and continue to improve his technological strength. This is Xiao Yu's entire plan. So far, the plan is going perfectly. The asteroid that Xiao Yu deliberately let go at the beginning finally reached the right position. Xiao Yu controlled several county-level spacecraft formations and attacked it, breaking it into pieces. Among these fragments, the largest fragments are no more than 20 meters in diameter. Since the main body of this asteroid is stony, stony meteorites will generally explode due to temperature imbalance after entering the atmosphere. This will cause large meteorites to explode into smaller meteorites. So it is basically certain that it will reach the surface alive without causing any unexpected casualties. Since the mass of the main asteroid is large enough, this meteor shower will last for more than 20 days before it is completely digested by the planet. This is Xiao Yu's first gift to this planet. Far away from the city, on a mountain peak, the body created by Xiao Yu sat quietly here. The howling night wind did not lift any of the clothes or hair of this body, and the low temperature at high altitude did not have any impact on this body.
Watching this largest meteor shower in history from a biological perspective, I don't know what it will be like,
Xiao Yu thought with some emotion.
The last time I watched a meteor shower like this was more than 10,000 years ago, on that little planet light years away.
The past is like smoke. Although it will disperse with the wind, it will leave traces after all. These traces have been deeply engraved in the depths of Xiao Yu's mind. Xiao Yu thought of the girl named Chen Imo again. Xiao Yu still remembers that day. All the researchers at the institute who had just completed a scientific research task were in a festive atmosphere. Chen Imo wiped the fine beads of sweat on his forehead with his sleeves and said to Xiao Yu shyly,
Director Xiao, there will be a meteor shower tonight. and it is expected to be very heavy. Do you want to watch it with me?
Xiao Yu remembered that his reaction at that time was to wave his hand impatiently. And without even looking at Chinimo, he plunged into the laboratory and continued with the next research. It seems that he vaguely heard others say that after that rejection, Chinimo cried alone for a long time.
Hey, the past is all over.
Xiao Yu controlled this body and sat here alone, looking at the sky with this body's visual organs, feeling the tranquility of the night, and sighed again in his heart.
This meteor shower is very big, bigger than any other meteor shower. Its maximum flow rate is estimated to reach hundreds of thousands. The maximum flow rate of the meteor shower recorded in the history of the Earth is only a few hundred. So it's a spectacular meteor shower, but I don't have you to watch it with me.
Xiao Yu's heart suddenly hurt. Perhaps it was the 10,000 years of loneliness. Perhaps the long-term darkness. The thin line between life and death. That made Xiao Yu, who had finally calmed down, feel a little more sentimental.
Look! The meteor shower is coming!
Xiao Yu stood up and said softly, as if Chinimo was standing next to him at this moment.
How beautiful! It's a pity that a shooting star can only exist for a few seconds. Just like you. It was fleeting, but it left the most beautiful shadow in my mind. This shadow is enough to make me cherish it for the rest of my life. When you were still with me, I didn't cherish you. After losing you, I deeply felt the pain of not having you. It's a pity that the principle of entropy increases determines that time will not go back. We will all go back. It's not over yet.
At this moment, above the head of this body, countless meteors emitting various lights were pouring down, drawing fiery red tails in the dark sky. There were so many shooting stars that it really looked like it was raining. Chapter 315. A box. In this star system, Xiao Yu's spirit turned into billions and presided over the construction of the entire star system. On the far side of the moon, construction of various large-scale mining bases has begun. In synchronous orbit, preliminary planning has begun for a shipyard that can be used to build national-level spacecraft. Various precision parts factories and various forging workshops are busy at work. More than 100 races that have belonged to Xiao Yu already know that Xiao Yu has discovered new intelligent life. This incident made them worried, because this may pose a threat to their current status. In this regard, Xiao Yu gave them appropriate comfort and explained that he would not ignore any scientist with scientific research capabilities. And then he made them feel a little more at ease. At this moment, they are in the process of digesting the technology obtained from the Marian civilization. These technologies are complex and difficult, covering all aspects. Building a national-level spaceship cannot be built simply by mastering one or two technologies. Think about it. How much technology is needed to build a large spacecraft with a length of 20 kilometers and a mass of hundreds of millions or even billions of tons? It will still be some time before these technologies are fully analyzed. And what Xiao Yu is doing now is just preliminary preparations. There is also the most important task, which is the construction task of the giant negative matter cannon. This level 4 beast has caused enough trouble for Xiao Yu, making Xiao Yu want to kill it immediately. In Xiao Yu's weapon system, it seems that there is only one weapon that can cause enough damage to this level 4 alien beast in an instant. And that is the negative matter cannon. However, a negative matter cannon with stellar cannon level power cannot be built overnight. Building this thing is more troublesome than building a national level spaceship. It will take at least several decades to complete. During this period of time, Xiao Yu could only be careful to prevent it from causing trouble for him. On this planet, the spectacular meteor shower is still continuing. But Xiao Yu has lost interest in continuing to watch. Xiao Yu didn't bother to recover this body, and directly controlled it to jump off the cliff. This meteor shower lasted for more than 20 days. Just as Xiao Yu expected, the residents of this planet also went from shock at the beginning to numbness later. After all, no matter how beautiful something is, it will only be the same if you see it too much. Xiao Yu estimates that in the next few decades, no living thing will be interested in things like meteor showers. However, this meteor shower did bring Xiao Yu something else. Xiao Yu's computer terminal has replaced the original heads of governments at all levels and become the true leader of the planet. At this moment, at a county-level computing terminal, a staff member led an intelligent creature that looked like a farmer in. As soon as it saw the computer terminal made to look like troll, it hurriedly knelt down, its lips trembling and unable to speak. Xiao Yu has seen this kind of thing a lot in recent times. And instead of looking at it, he directly focused his eyes on the staff member next to it. The staff member explained,
"Great God! This farmer said that he found a strange thing in his field. This thing seemed to have fallen from the sky during the meteor shower. He did not dare to I took it as my own. So I came here to dedicate it to you.
Hearing what the staff member said, Xiao Yu turned his eyes and focused on the square box held in the staff's hand. This is undoubtedly a box. It has a light blue color and is about 1 decimeter long. It doesn't look heavy. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't be able to pick it up.
Fall from the sky? Could it be that this thing has been hidden in the asteroid? It hit the planet with the rocky stars, and then when it penetrated the atmosphere, the rock was burned away. But this thing remained come down? I understand. Keep this thing and let it go.
Xiao Yu nodded, pretending to be majestic, and gave the order. The farmer bowed to Xiao Yu again before retreating. But the government worker retreated again and continued.
God, this is the official document I have received so far today and need you to process it. One time. Put it there.
Xiao Yu nodded. With the support of huge computing power, Xiao Yu allowed the creatures on this planet to truly understand what efficiency is, no matter how complicated things are. In Xiao Yu's hands, it is as simple as 1 plus 1. And because the terminals in each level of government are connected to the internet, they are all Xiao Yu's processing terminals. So the communication between governments' collaboration is not a problem for Xiao Yu. The most important point is that Xiao Yu's spirit is connected to every network and every monitor in the world, which fundamentally eliminates deception. Possibility exists. Xiao Yu is making fundamental changes to the world according to what he wants in his heart. For Xiao Yu, resources are not a problem. With the support of elemental decay technology, any matter can be used as fuel. Manpower is not a problem. There are endless robots waiting in the sky at any time. So any problem is not a problem. Question. Xiao Yu is confident that in 1 year, the world will undergo earth-shaking changes. After spending a few tenths of a second to handle today's official duties, Xiao Yu focused on the box. The first time he saw this box, Xiao Yu was sure of one thing. That is, this box was not his own creation. Nor was it the creation of intelligent creatures on this planet. This box seems to be made using some kind of technology that even I have no control over. In other words, the technological content of this box is higher than my current level of technology.
What is this?
Xiao Yu's curiosity was greatly aroused. The conditions here were too simple. So Xiao Yu threw the box in the air, and a flying robot made of stealth technology caught it and quickly transported it to the high altitude, where the village-level spacecraft was on standby. The first-class spacecraft immediately started and flew towards the base on the back of the moon. This series of processes only took less than half an hour. Half an hour later, the box was already inside the Shanghai spacecraft equipped with the most advanced analytical instruments. In the Shanghai No, Xiao Yu used various analysis methods he knew to analyze the box. This series of methods took about half an hour in total. When all these methods were used up, Xiao Yu came to a conclusion.
The material of this thing seems to be hydrogen element.
That's right. It is the most abundant and common hydrogen element in the universe. The hydrogen element is not hydrogen gas. In this box, the protons and electrons of the hydrogen element seem to be squeezed in some way and are arranged extremely tightly together, forming this extremely tough but light unknown substance. Xiao Yu still remembers that he got the 1990 spacecraft on the Yaja home planet, which seemed to be made using this technology.
This is undoubtedly the technology of a 6th-level civilization.
Xiao Yu thought silently.
Why is there a box hidden in the eternal asteroid? But the technological content of this box is still so high. Could it be related to the Taihao civilization? I don't think so. This kind of technology does not seem to be unusual among 6th-level civilizations. The Taihao civilization can master it, and other civilizations can also master it. But no matter what, this thing is undoubtedly the creation of a 6th-level civilization. Then, try to open it,
Xiao Yu thought. But Xiao Yu found that another thorny problem had arisen.
How do I open it?
Although the technological content of this substance is high, it is not indestructible. At least Xiao Yu now has the ability to destroy it. However, the general purpose of a box is to store things. Xiao Yu was curious about what would be placed in such a box. If it is destroyed violently, Xiao Yu is worried that it will affect the things stored in the box. There is naturally nothing like a keyhole on this box. Its lid was tightly buckled on the box body. Xiao Yu controlled the robot and used maximum power, but could not buckle it open.
There seems to be some text on it.
Xiao Yu noticed this and secretly decrypted it using several decryption methods he was familiar with. But the results were all gibberish. Xiao Yu, who could destroy a planet and cause serious damage to a star, was stumped by a small box at this time. The gap in technology is once again evident at this moment.
Huh? This This doesn't seem to be words, but a simple image. If this dot is regarded as a star, then the other dot can be regarded as a planet. Planets orbit around stars, and there are still such things in other places. Combination. But the distances between stars and planets don't seem to be the same. What does this mean?
Xiaoyu thought of a possibility.
Perhaps applying different gravity to different parts of the box is the key to opening the box. The specific gravity to be applied is already marked on it, it's very clear.
It is not difficult for Xiaoyu to do this. Xiaoyu quickly transported the relevant equipment, modified it a little, and put the box in. The instrument was turned on, and the energy was converted into gravity within the framework of the Grand Unified Theory, and was exerted on the box. Then, under Xiaoyu's gaze, the box suddenly opened, and a burst of milky white light was released. Along with the light, there is a voice message.
I am Thurl.
Chapter 316 New World and Split Space.
Totoro?
Xiaoyu was stunned when he heard the first words coming from the box. Who is Thurl? Troll is the creator god in the myths and legends of this planet. It has the largest number of believers on this planet. It was under the guise of Toller that he controlled the situation so easily. But now, the fake troll has met the real troll? This is too funny. In this moment, Xiaoyu's mind went through thousands of thoughts.
Does Troll really exist? Is this box left to this planet by Troll?
Xiaoyu thought quickly.
To open this box, you must follow the instructions on the pattern on the box. Different parts of it exert different gravitational forces, which means that to open this box, you must be at least a 4th level civilization. Because only a 4th level civilization that has mastered the Grand Unified Theory will have such an ability. Secondly, this box is made using the technology of the 6th level civilization. In other words, this Toril is also a member of the 6th level civilization. I don't know whether it is an organization or an individual, but it is better than mine. The level of technology must be high. God knows if it has installed any surveillance devices on this planet. Just like on that planet without intelligent creatures. I performed surgery on the orangutan-like creatures there and built a surveillance device. This troll, will you take revenge on me when you find out that I treat the intelligent creatures it created like this? A 6th level civilization. A Marian civilization is enough to make me so embarrassed. Facing a 6th level civilization. Do I have the ability to escape? Fortunately, I haven't done anything excessive to the intelligent creatures on this planet. And I don't plan to do anything excessive. I don't know which level 6 civilization this troll belongs to. In the entire galaxy, level 6 civilizations seem to be very rare. I already know that there are only the Sweeper civilization, the Guardian civilization, and those few the Taihao civilization and several alien beast civilizations have reached level 6. Judging from this box, this Toril seems to belong to a technological civilization. I don't know which one it is. Perhaps, in this galaxy, there may still be level 6 technological civilizations that I don't know about.
At this moment, countless chaotic thoughts flashed through Xiaoyu's mind. At this moment, the second sentence came out of the box.
My people, I am very happy that you have mastered the Grand Unified Theory and reached the level of 4th level civilization. I believe you have also mastered the curvature navigation. Let's go! The vast and mysterious universe has been opened to you at this moment. Once you pass the gate, there are endless wealth and endless dangers waiting for you. Sure enough, this box is really left for the intelligent creatures on this planet. But I don't know why it is hidden in an asteroid. Logically speaking, such a thing should be used as an heirloom treasure of a civilization, passed down from generation to generation, and then until their civilization reaches level 4 and can be opened. This is a letter left by the creator to the created. Its history is at least tens or millions of years old.
Bar. Xiaoyu was thinking secretly, and heard sounds continuing to come from the box.
As the being who created your civilization, I have a few things to tell you. First of all, the universe is not as beautiful as you imagine. In this universe, there are all kinds of malicious civilizations. These malicious civilizations have even our civilization is afraid of it. And there are various dangerous areas, dangerous events, and some things that even my civilization must deal with carefully. Therefore, you who have just obtained the ability to navigate in space are like a staggering toddler walks in this cosmic jungle full of ferocious beasts. You are in danger. Yes, you are in danger. As your father, I don't trust you. But our civilization cannot take care of you for a long time. There is a vicious enemy who has been following our tracks. I tried my best to lure them to a star about 20 light years away from you. and started a decisive battle with them there without exposing you.
Xiao Yu sighed slightly. From this piece of information, Xiao Yu noticed a deep concern. The civilization Toller belonged to was undoubtedly a well-intentioned civilization. They create new civilizations and provide them with selfless help and care.
It's a pity that the Tai House civilization that created the Earth civilization is not so kind-hearted.
Xiao Yu sighed again and continued to listen.
In fact, we have been entangled with this malicious civilization for more than 8 million years. During these 8 million years, we have been at a disadvantage and have been running away. We have even lost our home galaxy and star, destroyed by their weapons. Our tribe has less than 100 million people left, and there are only less than 30,000 battleships left. We know that this time, we can no longer escape. So we open the door for you with wisdom. I hope you can inherit the light of our civilization. Take our place. Continue to walk in this dark universe, and become stronger. I'm glad that you have reached the technological level of a 4th level civilization and have initially acquired the ability to venture into the universe. This proves that you still have great potential. Let me calculate. From the time I opened wisdom for you to now, there are about 500,000 years have passed. This is really an astonishing speed. According to my expectation, in 500,000 years, you will only be able to develop to a 2nd level intermediate level of civilization at most. And it will take at least 600,000 to 700,000 years. It takes a long time to reach the 4th level of civilization.
This piece of information aroused some speculations in Xiao Yu.
What's left in this box seems to be an intelligent program. It can determine the current time through some means I don't know, and then calculate how much time has passed since they opened wisdom to these creatures. But it seems to have no discerning ability. And it doesn't know that the civilization it created has not reached the level of a 4th level civilization at all. It was an external 5th level civilization that opened it. So what exactly is it telling its children?
Xiao Yu thought very curiously. This information revealed a vast picture that spanned nearly tens of millions of years. Xiao Yu seemed to have witnessed the decline of a powerful civilization from prosperity to decline under the attack of another, more powerful civilization. Process.
In the final decisive battle, we were defeated as expected. The only 30,000 large warships left could not even withstand an impact from the opponent's flagship. Our attack was unable to cause any damage to the opponent's flagship. Destruction came as promised. But we finally succeeded once. We successfully concealed the other party's perception and launched this box to your planet. I hope this box can bring some guidance to your technological progress. Because the launch is too hasty, and the launch environment is too harsh. Even with our level of technology, we are not 100% sure to launch it to your planet. Even if it is launched to your planet, it will not be launched to your planet until you have it. After the initial wisdom, hundreds of thousands of years must have passed. And whether you can still find it after these hundreds of thousands of years is unknown. But we have no choice. We are really at the end of our rope. I can't do more for you. It all depends on your luck. But your luck seems to be good.
And you finally found it. I can also convey the most important message to you. The following message may be related to the life and death of your civilization. So be sure to keep it in mind. On the final battlefield, all the creatures of our civilization were killed. But some broken intelligent programs remained. Among these intelligent programs, we left behind some preset programs. These preset programs after that malicious civilization leaves. We will use our strongest defensive weapon, the New World. The New World will include the entire star system and perfectly preserve all the ruins in it. All the wreckage of the destroyed spacecraft. All the SHL fragments fired will be perfectly preserved in the New World. Of course, these two things are worthless. But what is valuable is another piece of message we left behind. Our civilization is a 6th level civilization. The 6th level civilization has initially mastered space technology. With the help of space technology, we can develop a weapon called split space. But through many thousands of years of research, we have studied it has developed the technology to use space-splitting weapons at the technological level of a 4th level civilization. In this message, the specific method of use is explained in detail. Forgive us for not leaving you with the specific details of the technology tree of level 5 or even level 6 civilizations. You need to study and obtain it yourself. When your wisdom has not reached the corresponding level, superb technology will only bring you come disaster. Space-splitting weapons are the only legacy we leave to you, so that you can have some self-defense capabilities when civilization is at its weakest. The specific coordinates of the New World are stored inside the box. So come and get our inheritance. My descendants, I wish you good luck. The last word. before you reach the 7th level civilization. Do not provoke a civilization called Scavenger. Toral civilization. All intelligent creatures remain.
Chapter 317, Discussion. After hearing this message, Xiao Yu was speechless for a long time.
It turns out that the main leader Toral is dead. It turns out that Toral is the name of a civilization, not a person. It turns out that about 500,000 years ago, there really was a powerful civilization. It opens up wisdom for the creatures on this planet.
Countless complicated thoughts were entangled in Xiao Yu's mind. But among these messy thoughts, Xiao Yu was keenly aware of a problem. This problem is very simple. That is, since the weapon called
split space
has been developed by the Tolar civilization into a technology that can be used by a 4th level civilization. And this technology is also left by Tolar. Why doesn't the legacy of this civilization just put the relevant information in this box? Instead, it puts it in the so-called
New World
and lets the civilization get it on its own? Which of these two methods is easier? There is no doubt that it is easier to put the relevant information directly in the box and hand it directly to this civilization. But the Troll civilization chose a complicated method. Through this message, Xiao Yu knew that during the war between the Troll civilization and the unknown and terrifying civilization, the conditions were already so bad that it was not even possible to accurately launch the box 20 light years away. Under such harsh conditions, they still insisted on placing relevant information in the New World. This move seemed to contain some deep meaning. Xiao Yu also noticed that the Tolar civilization mentioned the name of the Sweeper civilization. It is very likely that the terrifying civilization in the mouth of the Tolar civilization is the Sweeper with the neutron battle star. If this is the case, this Troll civilization, like the MSI civilization and the aging Ghost tribe, is one of the many civilizations that perished at the hands of the Sweeper civilization. Now that he already knows the relevant information about this technology, Xiao Yu will naturally not let it go. The legacy originally left to this civilization now undoubtedly belongs to Xiao Yu. But this move made Xiao Yu hesitate a little.
Then let's speculate. There are several possibilities. 1. This is simply a trap of some advanced civilization, deliberately creating such a box, trying to lure me to go to that coordinate, and then do something bad. Reason I can find a lot of them. For example, the white dwarf alien beast also used deception to let me reach it. The second possibility is that in this new world, the Troll civilization has set up there are certain tests, and the Troll civilization hopes that this civilization can obtain this technology after passing their tests. Which possibility is correct?
Xiao Yu fell into deep thought.
Leave this piece of information to the scientists from the Department of Psychology and Social Sciences for analysis.
Xiao Yu made a decision.
Luca number 2. I have some information to give you. I need you to help me analyze it.
Xiao Yu said.
The background of this message is like this. Just now, we are willing to contribute our strength to you.
Luca number 2, who was presiding over a social survey, quickly put down what he was doing, stood up quickly, and bowed respectfully to Xiao Yu, who was invisible. A bow. Although it can't see Xiao Yu, it knows that Xiao Yu can see it.
Let's hold a meeting. At the meeting, we will discuss this matter together. It is very important. If we really obtain this technology, our strength will be greatly improved. This kind of space-splitting weapon, listening to the name, seems it uses broken space as an attack method, and the negative matter cannon can also be used to protect it by continuously charging the protective shield. But with the method of broken space, at least we cannot defend it.
Xiao Yu said. Although Luca too is a scientist in the Department of Psychological and Social Sciences, it also knows a little about science and technology. It can naturally understand the importance of the weapon of split space to Xiao Yu. Luca 2's order was issued quickly, and half an hour later, hundreds of psychosocial scientists of all races arrived. Some of these scientists were once politicians, and some were businessmen. But no matter which one they were extremely slick beings. Their intrigues were as common as eating and drinking to them. Of course, they were still tamed and obedient under Xiao Yu. Because Xiao Yu has firmly grasped their lifeblood, all resources are firmly monopolized by Xiao Yu in his own hands. Even the most trusted three, Luca 2, Luca 3 and Luca 4. Xiao Yu is unwilling to give up the monopoly of resources, let alone them. In this case, it doesn't pay to play tricks. Even if they can blind Xiao Yu for a while and get some benefits, Xiao Yu will come to his senses one day, and then Xiao Yu's punishment will not be acceptable to them. So these people have always been very honest when facing Xiao Yu. As the leaders of the Department of Science and Technology, Luca 3 and Luca 4 also attended the meeting. They would not express their views on this incident because their strengths lie in science and technology. And they continue to play tricks. Not even 1,000th of these psychosocial scientists can compare. They are here to provide scientific and technical support to these experts in conspiracy. We are summoned here today because something special happened. The Master needs to use everyone's wisdom to analyze the credibility of this information and whether there is any conspiracy in it. Luca number 2 presided over the meeting. He spoke unhurriedly, his voice full of calmness. Luca 2 is several thousand years old this year, but with the help of biotechnology, it still does not show its age. In fact, with the continuous development of biotechnology, it will continue to live, at least for another few thousand years. Over the long years, it has developed its tenacious mentality. Along the way, it has experienced countless things. It has even done the dangerous things of going deep into the sky blue market of the Marian civilization and acting as a spy. There is nothing else that can be done. Shake its mind, Luca 2 said, showing a video. This video perfectly reiterates the message of that box. You may not know some background information, but it is like this. During the battle with a 4th level alien beast, the Master allowed an asteroid to hit the planet and this box. That's how he discovered it. I have objections. As soon as Luca 2 finished speaking, a scientist from the Department of Psychological Sociology stood up and said, I have doubts about the authenticity of this message. The reason is very simple. This box may not be it was originally hidden in this asteroid. It was just fishing in troubled waters. It took advantage of the large number of asteroids entering the planet's atmosphere to get in. Who can be sure that if it came with the asteroid, it must be hidden inside the asteroid? Huh? Xiao Yu was startled. This is indeed something I didn't expect. Sir number 3. I want to ask. If this box sneaks in from somewhere, can our monitoring network detect it? Luca 3 thought for a moment and replied. It can be discovered under strict monitoring. When a meteor shower occurs, we cannot detect it because we do not adopt strict monitoring methods. I'm done. The psychosocial scientist shrugged and sat down. Very well. Now we have a question. That is, we are not sure about the origin of this box. I would like to ask. Number 3. With our current technology, can we know the specific year of its construction? Luca number 2 asked. Luca 3 shook his head and said, No. This box is made using some kind of technology that we have not yet understood. With our existing technology, we cannot analyze its manufacturing age. So, Luca 2 pondered for a moment and said, What do you think? First of all, we can't determine the origin and age of the box. Then, we can only look for clues from the message it says. Lord number 3. I want to know whether we were on the planet's intelligence during the genetic analysis. Are traces of genetic modification found on living things? It's impossible to be sure. It's neither certain that it exists nor that it's not. Luca 3 paused and asked scientists from the Academy of Biological Sciences through a personal communication device before giving its own answer. So, now we can't even confirm the authenticity of the message. The scientist from the Department of Psychological Social Sciences said somewhat helplessly. We should analyze the key aspects. Another scientist stood up and expressed his opinion. There is no point in getting entangled in these details. What we should discuss is, in the universe. No. In the Milky Way. What is there? Is it impossible for a 6th level civilization to selflessly support another weak civilization, when its own civilization is destined to perish? Is there any logic in this behavior? And is it possible for it to happen to an advanced civilization? This issue sparked some discussion. Regarding this question, Xiao Yu gave his own answer. This may exist. There is no need to ask more about the specific reasons, because I have experienced it myself. The reason why Xiao Yu dared to answer like this was naturally the deceased senior of the Ghost Clan. When it was about to die, it gave Xiao Yu selfless help and taught Xiao Yu many things. Okay, then let's discuss another question. About this troll civilization. Its purpose of doing this. And what is the significance of it doing this? Chapter 318. A test. There are always certain threads to follow in the behavior of a civilization. Individuals may go into fits and do things that cannot be explained by logic. But a civilization will not go into fits. They did this. Helped this civilization unlock wisdom. And left them such a rich legacy. What is the reason? If we use the behavioral pattern of the aging ghost race to explain it, they are leaving a little fire for their own civilization. No, it should not be regarded as fire, because the two are fundamentally different species. So leave some traces of your own civilization in this universe? If you lay a foreshadowing at will, maybe the civilization will develop in the future and really reach the point of that illusory 7th level civilization. Can you still avenge your own civilization? It seems reasonable to explain it with this psychological model. Luca number 2 seemed to know what Xiaoyu was thinking, and it expressed this opinion on behalf of Xiaoyu.
There is also another point. We are still unable to determine the authenticity of this speculation. I think that instead of having such a clueless discussion, it is better to send a detector to this coordinate to observe it on the spot. It is just a detector. Even if it is damaged. There is no what. No. You can't do this.
Xiaoyu said.
I don't know if you have noticed that if the troll civilization really wants to hand over weapons, like split space to this civilization, they can put the relevant technology in this box. Why does it have to be placed in the so-called New World? In my reasoning, there are 2 possibilities for causing this phenomenon. One may be that advanced civilizations deliberately set traps to lure us there. Yes. The second possibility is that they have set some kind of test for this civilization in the New World. And only after passing the test will the relevant technology be handed over to them. This means another thing. If this message is really a trap deliberately set by a malicious civilization, how can we know? How can we know the message fed back by sending a detector? Is it real information, or is it disguised by a malicious civilization? You must know that the distance of a full 20 light-years. Ultra-distance communication technology cannot be used at such a distant scale. Quantum in an entangled state will be at such a distance decoherence occurs at scales. So there's no point in sending a detector there.
Xiaoyu came to this conclusion. There was silence in the conference room. Dozens of scientists from the Department of Psychology and Sociology frowned and started thinking. This problem seems to be solved through encryption, such as compiling a new dictionary for communication. As long as the message returned by the detector is not logical and cannot be compiled by the new dictionary, it means that it has been compiled by someone. A being has manipulated it. This method seems reasonable, but it still cannot be used, because this new dictionary also needs to be used on the detector side for encoding and converting plaintext information into encrypted information. This mechanism must be completed inside the detector, which makes it possible for malicious civilizations to crack the dictionary. In fact, if such a malicious civilization really exists, it is almost certain that the dictionary will be deciphered. This method is meaningless and cannot solve any problem. Correspondingly, there is no point in sending intelligent creatures, such as letting Luca 2 lead a team for on-site detection, because Xiaoyu cannot be sure whether Luca 2 will be controlled by a malicious civilization, and whether the message it sends back is disguised by a malicious civilization. In this case, there seems to be only one way left to verify the authenticity of this information, and that is for Xiaoyu to personally lead a team and go to watch it on the spot. But it seemed too dangerous to do so. If there is a malicious civilization, it is very likely that this malicious civilization is like the white dwarf alien beast. It cannot leave a certain place and can only use deception, temptation, and other methods to get other civilizations to come to it. Xiaoyu couldn't make up his mind, but this temptation is powerful enough.
The attack methods of the 6th level civilization, splitting space, are specially modified by the troll civilization, and can be used by the 4th level civilization. Although after the modification, the usage restrictions have been reduced, and the power will also decrease accordingly. But it can be confirmed. It is still a more powerful attack method than the negative matter cannon. In terms of defense, I have a 4-dimensional shield obtained from the Taihouse civilization. In terms of attack, I have always been lackluster. When facing the Marian civilization, there were even hundreds of ships. A spaceship besieged a spaceship. Attack power has always been my shortcoming, and the temptation of this thing is really too great for me. So, do you want to go or not?
Xiaoyu fell into a deep contradiction. It's like a gamble. If you win, you will make a fortune. But if you fail, you will have nothing.
Perhaps we should take the initiative to test it out.
At this moment, a scientist from the Department of Psychological Social Science stood up and said slowly. Xiaoyu noticed that its eyes were facing downwards, and its speech was very slow. This means that its ideas are not yet complete at the moment. It is refining its ideas while telling the story.
Trying actively?
Xiaoyu felt something bright, so he immediately asked,
how to test actively?
Taking the initiative to explore this vocabulary opens a new door.
I mean, we might be able to do something, and take the initiative to test whether this thing is a real legacy or a trap of a malicious civilization. As for how to do it, I don't know.
The scientist smiled bitterly.
I just put forward an idea. Very good. Then everyone should think in this direction,
Xiao Yu said. As soon as the ideas opened up, the conference room became a lot more lively. Many people put forward their own opinions,
but they were all rejected by Xiao Yu. These methods are all kinds of strange. Some propose sending a returnable detector to determine whether the detector has been tampered with. And some suggest sending a piece of information there. And so on.
I have an idea.
At this time, another scientist stood up. Xiao Yu glanced at it and retrieved its relevant information from his mind. This is an intelligent creature from race number 86. According to what it said, when it was on its home planet, it seemed to be a genius liar. It deceived everyone in the world on its home planet. And even a small country was fooled by it. Xiao Yu has high expectations for such talents.
I think the best way to test this is to do nothing,
it said.
Any proactive behavior may lead to bad consequences, and may be used by it to deceive us.
Oh! Luca number 2 expressed his doubts. This peerless liar bowed respectfully to Luca 2 and continued.
This method is actually very simple. There are two possibilities in our inference. One is that there is a malicious civilization, which is a trap. The other is that there are just some tests there, which are essentially the legacy left by the troll civilization to this primary civilization. Then it is very simple. If there is a malicious civilization there, its purpose must be to lure us there. If they stand still or even make a move to escape directly, they will panic and think that they have exposed a flaw. In this way, they will take remedial measures. And as long as there are remedial measures taken, no matter what the remedial measures are, whatever, it is basically certain that there is a malicious civilization, because this message has already said that their race has died out. And this box has also been made to have a history of hundreds of thousands of years. At this time, they will come again if you do something. Don't you expose yourself? On the other hand, if it is just a pure heritage site without any malicious civilization, if we stand still or even make an escape move, it will not have any impact on us. Right. That relic has a history of hundreds of thousands of years there. If we go there later, it won't grow wings and fly away on its own. So, this method is the safest. No matter whether there is a malicious civilization there or not, we will not suffer losses.
The big liar concluded. Xiao Yu once again felt like his eyes were brightening.
Very good. Very good. I agree with this approach.
Luca 2 first expressed his support.
Although I am not a scientist in the Department of Psychological Social Sciences, I also think this method is very good.
Luca 3 said.
I agree. I agree too.
As soon as this method was proposed, it won the support of most of the participants. This big liar didn't seem to expect that so many people would agree with his method, and he felt quite flattered.
Is this a way?
Xiao Yu pondered for a moment, thought for a moment, and then had to admit that under the current circumstances, this was indeed the only way.
Okay then. Let's follow this method.
Xiao Yu finally expressed his opinion.
Our stay in this star system is tentatively set at 300 years. During these 300 years, I will not make any detection action on that coordinate and pretend that we completely ignore it. After 300 years, I will let our fleet sail in the opposite direction for 1 year, about 10 light years away. If at this time, if there is still no reaction there, it can basically be confirmed that it is safe. At that time, we will go there to explore. Very good. Very good. Your performance has won honor for your race number 86. I will reward you and your race well. That's it. Let's break up the meeting.
Xiao Yu gave the order.
Thank you. Thank you. Respected Master. All intelligent creatures of our race number 86 will continue to contribute our strength and wisdom to you.
Chapter 319 Study Hard. After deciding on this strategy, Xiao Yu completely let go of the matter and planned to pay attention to it again in 300 years. At present, all the energy is put into various construction things. It is now in the stage of technological analysis. There are more than 100 races of scientists sharing scientific research tasks for Xiao Yu. So Xiao Yu's burden is not very heavy yet. But when it reaches the comprehensive construction stage, Xiao Yu's burden will be very heavy. This construction task is more arduous than any previous major construction era. There are at least 10 more national-level spacecraft waiting for Xiao Yu to build. These are only combat-type national-level spacecraft. In order to carry more and more ships, in order to develop intelligent and civilized creatures, Xiao Yu still needs to build a larger number of residential national-level spacecraft. According to Xiao Yu's calculations, in 300 years, the number of intelligent creatures on this planet will quadruple, reaching a population of 40 billion. In order to carry so many intelligent creatures, Xiaoyu needs to build at least 50 more supergiant residential national level spacecraft. This is just a conservative number. If only 50 such spaceships are built, the comfort of intelligent creatures cannot be guaranteed. And with sufficient resource supply, the number of intelligent creatures will grow rapidly. Therefore, Xiaoyu, the plan is to build 100 residential national level spaceships. These 100 residential national level spacecraft cannot have as high maneuverability and attack power as the combat type spacecraft. Therefore, in order to protect these most precious resources, Xiaoyu also needs to build countless supporting provincial and municipal level spacecraft, county level, and even village level escort spacecraft, as well as various large-scale material transport spacecraft. Such a huge construction task is also the first time for Xiaoyu. In fact, the number of combat spacecraft planned by Xiaoyu is 2 million. This is only a conservative number. During the actual construction process, this number is likely to expand. 300 years may seem like a long time, but compared to the huge construction task, it is really not that long. Xiaoyu must make reasonable use of every minute and every second of these 300 years to complete the task within 300 years. Faced with the huge construction task, Xiaoyu couldn't help but start thinking about another development path. That is, changing the current development path of interstellar wanderers, and instead, using fixed planets as bases to station somewhere in the galaxy. The carrying capacity of a planet is undoubtedly greater than that of a spaceship, with elemental decay technology as an energy source. With reasonable planning, a planet the size of the Earth can support at least 200 billion people without relying on any external resources. Comfortable living. However, after careful consideration, this plan was rejected by Xiaoyu. The reason is very simple. It is still a security issue. Xiaoyu has never forgotten that although he is already a 5th level civilization and an upper-class existence in the galaxy, most of his enemies and potential enemies are stronger than himself. Such a development path, it is not conducive to transfer and escape, and it is very likely that the enemy will kill you in one fell swoop. When I reach the 6th level of civilization, maybe I can consider this development path. Well, I can learn from the development model of the Guardian civilization. The Guardian civilization has been entangled with the Sweeper civilization in the galaxy for nearly 100 million years. Those who have not been eliminated by the Sweeper civilization must have their unique concealment methods. I remember Taihao civilization told me that even Taihao could not help but admire the concealment methods of the Guardian civilization. Now, I have no Guardians given the level of science and technology in civilization. It is better to just wander around honestly. Although it is troublesome, it is safer in the end. Thinking like this, Xiaoyu focused all his attention on the huge construction task. But there was an extremely serious obstacle in front of Xiaoyu. That is, Xiaoyu's calculation power seems to be somewhat insufficient again. But this is not a big problem. When the aging Ghost clan was still protecting Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu already had a new computer architecture plan. However, in order to save time, he did not carry out corresponding scientific research and calculations, but made a new computer architecture based on the original architecture. After some repairs, it has been used until now. Now, with time to develop with peace of mind, the reality forced Xiaoyu to improve his computing power again, and this matter was put on the agenda. The computing modules of the 6th level civilization seem to use some kind of light technology. Their computers do not have physical parts, but just interweave certain light rays together, replacing the physical parts with light. Such a computer can definitely be very economical, energy and very efficient. Unfortunately, I don't have this kind of technology now, so I should honestly follow the development path of physical computers and honestly carry out the development of quantum computers. Xiaoyu thought to himself, and allocated a part of the construction work. The robot spent a month building a huge building on the moon base. Xiaoyu transferred all computer scientists to this base, under his own command, and under his own leadership and coordination. He started the development of new computers. In other aspects, construction tasks such as a large space dock, a negative matter cannon with stellar cannon level power, various ultra-precision parts casting factories, various large laboratories, etc. have been started at the same time, and have grown to nearly 15,000 scientists. Under Yu's command, all the gears were like clockwork, running day and night without stopping. At the same time, on this planet, the life patterns of native intelligent creatures have also undergone earth-shaking changes. The arrival of hundreds of millions of multifunctional robots has completely liberated them from heavy mental or physical labor. Various food factories, clothing factories, building materials factories, etc., that use element decay technology as energy have comprehensively transformed everything from food, clothing, housing, and transportation. In this aspect, it solves the problem of resource shortage. Now they can have enough food and clothing every day without having to work. And their material living conditions have made a huge leap forward. Their lifestyle has been completely changed. However, Xiaoyu naturally couldn't just let them idle like this. A too leisurely life will create a lazy social atmosphere, which is something Xiaoyu really doesn't want to see. They were all liberated from labor and rushed to receive scientific education by Xiaoyu. Those who study well will be rewarded, and those who study poorly will be punished. Xiaoyu also found a very reasonable reason for this behavior. The reason is very simple. That is,
although I am protecting you, the dangerous universe also requires you to have sufficient self-protection capabilities. I will protect you.
All resource issues are solved so that you can free up your time to receive scientific education.
This reason was thought up by Luca too for Xiaoyu. In terms of managing these local intelligent creatures, the scientists from the Department of Psychological and Social Sciences led by Luca too have become Xiaoyu's full advisor. This reason was accepted by all local intelligent creatures, and they were grateful to Xiaoyu. Such dialogues often occur between them.
The true God allows us to eat well, wear warm clothes, and live comfortably without having to work. The true God solves all our worries and allows us to study science for the sake of our own future.
Under such circumstances, what reason do we have for not studying hard?
A strong learning atmosphere spread throughout the planet. Xiaoyu followed the Earth Age's weekly weekend system and reasonably arranged study and rest time for them. However, even on weekends, there are still many people who refuse to rest. They study by themselves every day with study materials and encounter problems that they do not understand. Communicate directly with Xiaoyu on the personal computer terminal Xiaoyu assigned them, and ask Xiaoyu directly. Xiaoyu has also formulated a corresponding honor reward plan. Under such circumstances, many academic stars stand out, and their popularity is not even worse than those entertainment stars. Countless learning competitions and scientific research competitions began to appear, and Xiaoyu is comprehensively and profoundly transforming their lifestyles. Of course, Xiaoyu did not do this entirely out of good intentions. One very important aspect is the monopoly of resources. Xiaoyu quietly monopolized their resource supply, including food, transportation, clothing, accommodation, building materials, entertainment, etc., and deprived them of these most basic abilities one by one. Xiaoyu wants them to get used to this kind of life, to get enough food and clothing without working, and to get used to living a comfortable and moist life without working. In this way, a very good phenomenon will occur. That is, if they leave Xiaoyu, they will have no way to live at all. When this habit is really formed, they will really be inseparable from Xiaoyu. Even if Xiaoyu wants to drive them away, they will not leave. They will become tools without any survivability. Only understand science, only know science, and only have scientific research and development capabilities. They will obediently contribute to Xiaoyu's technological development. Xiaoyu knew that this method was very effective. Xiaoyu is already very familiar with using this method, and it has produced very obvious effects on the more than 100 races that currently belong to him. And Xiaoyu is very satisfied with it. There are more than 100 races of intelligent creatures currently belonging to Xiaoyu. Even if Xiaoyu wants to drive them away and give them freedom, they will not leave. This is a very scary prospect. If it really reaches this point, it means that their civilization has truly become a vassal of Xiaoyu, losing the ability to be independent and relying on Xiaoyu to survive. But at present, they are enjoying it. Not only are they not wary of Xiaoyu, but they are grateful to Xiaoyu, and their loyalty is slowly established under this situation. Chapter 320, Xiaoguohao.
Master, by analyzing the computer technology related to the Molian civilization, we have a new idea. If this idea can be realized, then our new computer will have at least 3 times the computing power of the original computer under the same conditions. Force. Oh, tell me,
Xiaoyu asked with great interest. At this moment, under the chairmanship of Xiaoyu, a plenary meeting was taking place in the lunar-based Computer Science Research Institute. The topic of the meeting was about the research and development of new computers. Luca 3 and Luca 4 attended the meeting as authorities in physics, providing scientific and technological support from physics to computer scientists. The computer expert stood up and said with some restraint,
"Through research, we believe that the computing speed can be improved by opening up the barrier between the memory and the computing core. Through the development of our material technology during this period, We believe that the relevant technology has matured. This is our research report. Please read it.
A piece of research material was submitted to Xiaoyu through the data channel. It only took Xiaoyu a few microseconds to read the document and fully understand the meaning contained in the document. He couldn't help but be very interested.
Very good. Very good. Set up a special scientific research team, with you as the team leader, to conduct research on related technologies. Remember to maintain communication with me at any time during the research process.
Xiaoyu gave a casual order and issued an appointment. Such an appointment was a completely trivial matter to Xiaoyu. But the scientist was so excited that he was shaking all over and could hardly speak.
Thank you. Thank you.
It took a long time for it to react. And it sat down again in a hurry. The Institute of Computer Science is a very important department under the Central Academy of Sciences. It is not easy to hold an important position in this department. After the relevant scientific research results come out, Xiaoyu will definitely look at it with admiration. Maybe there will be other appointments, which can be regarded as a bright future. This position is of great significance to him personally and to his race. It is certain that after it returns to its own race, it will be greatly praised by the leaders of its own race. And it may be shaped into a national hero or something like that. Seeing this scientist receive the award from Xiaoyu, the other computer experts felt a little sour. Xiaoyu noticed it very keenly and couldn't help feeling a little proud. This is what Xiaoyu wants. Only with competition can there be pressure and technology can progress faster. After the computer expert sat down, another expert reported,
I still have some suggestions for improving this document. If this research is really successful, can we consider eliminating memory as hardware? After all, memory is designed to increase the speed of reading and writing.
But after breaking through the barrier between memory and computing cores, there is no need for memory. It makes sense.
Xiaoyu said,
you should also be assigned to this special subject research group to conduct related research.
After making some personnel appointments and some scientific discussions, this communication meeting ended. At the end, Xiaoyu encouraged,
higher computing speed computers are of great significance to us. Our weapon systems, defense systems, people's livelihood systems, scientific research systems, etc. are all inseparable from it. It can be said that improving computer technology means improving our overall strength in order to live better in this dark universe. I hope you will use your wisdom to complete this work as soon as possible. Of course, during the research and development process, I will provide you with all-round material support, and I will also personally participate in the research and development process. Okay, that's it. Let's break up the meeting.
A group of computer experts, some excited, some sad, each walked out of the conference room with different expressions.
Luca number 3 and number 4. How is the scientific and technological analysis of the Malian civilization going?
After the meeting, Xiaoyu once again connected to the communication channels of these two physics authorities.
Master, the work is progressing smoothly. The analysis of power technology is almost completed. We believe that we can start the construction task of national-level spacecraft. The construction of national-level spacecraft cannot be completed overnight. During the construction process, we are confident complete the analysis of the rest of the related technologies.
Luca 3 and Luca 4 looked at each other, and Luca 3 made the report.
Very good. Very good.
Xiaoyu said with satisfaction.
You too, like Luca 2, are my right-hand assistants. Without you, I don't know how slow my technological progress would be.
Luca 4 hurriedly bent down and said respectfully,
Master, it is our obligation to serve you.
Xiaoyu was in a good mood after getting satisfactory results. He encouraged the two of them a few more words, then turned around and devoted himself to the heavy construction task. The supergiant space dock has been built, but has not been put into use, because with the progress of the technological analysis of Malian civilization, Xiaoyu's technological development is advancing by leaps and bounds. If a spacecraft is built now, it is likely that the relevant technology of the spacecraft will begin to fall behind in only a month or two. In order to avoid wasting resources and computing power, Xiaoyu planned to wait until the technological analysis work was almost complete before starting construction. Now that the preparations have been completed, it's time to kick off this era of major construction.
Let's name the first national-class spaceship to be built Xiaogua. This is a combat spacecraft, and will also be my flagship for hundreds, or even thousands of years in the future. Therefore, it must use the most advanced. It has the most advanced technology, and the most advanced materials. Although it will not personally participate in the battle, it still needs to have the most advanced defense system, and the most advanced weapon system. Its performance will be the best among all my more than 200,000 spaceships. The most outstanding one. Well, while having these things, it also has to have the most inconspicuous appearance to avoid being concentrated by enemy fire.
Xiao Yu calculated silently. Above the moon's synchronous orbit, a supergiant shipyard nearly 100 kilometers long and more than 60 kilometers wide is quietly operating. This is the cradle of the birth of all Xiao Yu's new national-level spacecraft and provincial-level spacecraft. More than 10 national-level spacecraft and hundreds of provincial-level spacecraft will be born from it. This supergiant shipyard will be able to carry out the construction tasks of 8 provincial-level spacecraft or 2 national-level spacecraft at the same time. In order to build this giant shipyard, Xiao Yu spent more than 30 years. Next to this giant shipyard, there are dozens of medium and small shipyards. The medium-sized shipyard will be responsible for the construction of city-level and county-level spacecraft, while the small shipyard will be responsible for the construction of township-level and village-level spacecraft. In addition to these docks, there is another giant dock that is only slightly smaller than the largest dock. This dock will be responsible for the construction of residential spacecraft. The construction of a residential spaceship is much less difficult than that of a combat spacecraft. Correspondingly, the requirements for the dock are also much lower, and the construction speed will be faster. It has been more than 30 years since I came to this galaxy, and the native creatures on that planet have also completed the first generation of reproduction. Through large-scale census work, Xiao Yu came to the conclusion that the IQ of second-generation creatures is on average more than 50% higher than that of first-generation intelligent creatures. This means that Xiao Yu's genetic modification work is progressing smoothly. Of course, compared to the Lucans and the other hundreds of intelligent races, their brain development is still not worth mentioning. But they still have the potential to catch up. A simple comparison can be made between the two, regarding the derivation of a basic formula for negative matter particles. An ordinary, well-educated Luca man, even if he is not a scientist, can learn it within an hour, get the correct result. But even with this formula, even if all the scientists from all the native intelligent creatures on the planet come together to conduct research, they still cannot come up with correct results. This is a difference in quality, not quantity. The progress is going well,
Xiao Yu thought with satisfaction.
It seems that this race does not have a special code name to call it, and their civilization has not developed a special name like human like the Earth. Well, then let me give them a name. The intelligent creatures of their race are all quite short, so let's call them the Dwarves. The Dwarves have always been known for their wisdom in the legends of humans on Earth. I hope you will not live up to this name. Do not disappoint me.
The construction of the first national-level spaceship, Xiaogua, has finally begun. Xiao Yu spent a month working with many scientists to complete the overall construction drawings of the Xiaogua for the technologies that had not yet been analyzed and their corresponding components. Xiao Yu reserved the corresponding positions in advance. The supergiant shipyard that had been idle for a long time finally started to operate, with tens of millions of casting robots busy in it. A large number of village-level spacecraft began to shuttle between the moon base and the space dock, transporting parts and raw materials one by one. The space dock also had its own precision processing factory, and many construction sites started working together, barely catching up with the progress of the project. The work of recycling and refining various old spaceships has also begun. A large amount of materials mixed with the flesh and blood of white dwarf alien beasts have been recovered, recast, and will eventually become part of the Xiaogua spacecraft. At the current stage, materials mixed with the flesh and blood of white dwarf alien beasts are still the most advanced materials in Xiao Yu's hands. Under the auspices of Xiao Yu, all aspects of construction work are advancing slowly but surely. Chapter 321, The First National Spaceship.
Huh?
Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and issued an instruction to turn on the energy supply of this new computer. This computer was the first experimental new computer built after 15 years of research and development. At this moment, Xiao Yu is conducting a comprehensive performance and reliability evaluation of this computer. Its size is not too large. The host computer occupies about a room of 20 meters by 20 meters. This size is nothing compared to the giant computer Xiao Yu lives in now. In this computer, Xiao Yu adopted hundreds of thousands of new technologies and comprehensively upgraded all levels of the computing system. In Xiao Yu's estimation, with the same quality and energy consumption, this computer can achieve more than 10 times the efficiency of old computers. The various components that started to operate made a buzzing sound, and Xiao Yu was conducting hardware self-tests on this new computer at the data level. Due to Xiaoyu's special way of existence, this computer does not require an operating system. Xiaoyu wrote some instruction sets himself to improve his work efficiency. In normal times, Xiaoyu directly controls the computer hardware to perform data operations. And because the computer Xiaoyu lives in cannot be shut down, even if the hardware is damaged and needs to be replaced, it will still be partially shut down and will not affect the entire computer. Therefore, the hardware reliability and compatibility of new computers must reach extremely high standards. The hardware self-test completed successfully, and the computer started successfully. Of course, from the outside, the computer was still buzzing. No one except Xiaoyu and the scientists who were monitoring the computer knew what the buzz meant. This computer has no output devices, no screen, and no speakers. The communication between Xiaoyu and it is all done through the data level.
Then start the first detection task. Calculate the 10,000 decimal places of pi.
Xiaoyu assigned the first task and wrote the first program. After starting operation, Xiaoyu closely monitored the real-time computing load of the computer, as well as the coordination of various hardware, as well as energy consumption and other issues. 10 seconds later, the results came out.
It took 10 seconds to successfully complete the calculation.
Xiaoyu recorded the relevant data and started the second experimental task,
simulating the entire process of A-type tachyons decaying into B-type tachyons under extreme conditions.
5 minutes later, the result was perfectly presented in front of Xiaoyu.
Very good. Next is the third item.
In one day, Xiaoyu conducted more than 700 tests and collected a large amount of relevant information from all aspects. The assessment report is being generated and will be completed in 30 minutes.
Taken together, this computer is 12 times more efficient than an old computer with the same quality and energy consumption. However, this is test data under ideal conditions. When applying it in real life, various environments must be taken into consideration. Influence of factors. The results of the extreme environment test are that under various unfavorable environments, such as damage to the computer room, extreme low temperatures or high temperatures of 700 degrees Celsius, it can still work normally and maintain the performance of 9.5 times that of old computers. Efficiency. Taken together, the efficiency improvement is about 11 times. In addition, the unit utilization rate of supercomputers is higher than that of mini-computers. Therefore, after the final construction of a supercomputer equipped on a national-level spacecraft, I will get at least 20 times the current computing power. Very good. Very good. I am very satisfied with this result.
Xiaoyu suppressed the joy in his heart and announced the result to the computer experts, who were still waiting.
Great. The new computer really did not disappoint us. More than 30 years of hard work. Now it's finally time to reap the rewards.
In the hall, there were cheers.
As you can see, our hard work has finally yielded corresponding results.
At this moment of joy, Xiaoyu's voice came out at the right time.
I announce that the research and development of new computers has achieved a decisive victory. I decided to take a 2-month holiday to let everyone have a good rest.
For the various races of intelligent creatures under Xiaoyu's governance, the most precious resource for them is not luxurious enjoyment or delicious food, but time. Even though Xiaoyu has provided them with enough material conditions, they still have to have time to enjoy themselves. In normal times, there are always various heavy scientific research tasks on them throughout the year, although there is not enough time to rest. But there are not many in any case, and they cannot completely relax their body and mind. So in this case, the preciousness of these 2 months of vacation is self-evident.
2 months of vacation. I decided to take my family on a trip to planet number 1. I am usually very busy and have no time to accompany them. Now I finally have time. I want to make up for it. I plan to go on an adventure to Gas Planet 2. I heard from Joey that the scenery on Moon 5 of Gas Planet 2 is pretty good. I want to do nothing and sleep well for a few days.
After Xiaoyu announced the result, all kinds of excited discussions arose. Xiaoyu smiled slightly in his heart. After all the discussions calmed down, he changed the subject and continued.
During the 2-month holiday, I hope everyone can have a good rest and adjust their condition. At the end of the holiday time, we can get into work as soon as possible. Although our scientific research mission has achieved a decisive victory, there are still many details of building a supercomputer that have not been resolved. I still need to rely on everyone's wisdom. I plan to do it in 3 years within a few days. We will build a giant machine that can be equipped on the Saviour spaceship. At that time, I will give everyone a half-year vacation.
Some words of encouragement and bait were thrown out. which stirred the emotions of many experts to the limit.
Everyone's private spacecraft has been modified by me. Its performance is even more outstanding, and its comfort has been greatly improved. The private security robots are also in place. Whether you are going to satellite number 5, planet number 1, or exploring near stars, the robots will protect your safety. So, let's end the meeting and wish everyone a happy holiday.
After making his final speech, Xiao Yu announced the adjournment of the meeting and watched a group of excited computer experts walk out of the hall.
Hey, you guys still have time to relax. When can I take a break?
With a slight sigh in his heart, Xiao Yu once again threw himself into the heavy work. Intelligent creatures can rest, but Xiao Yu cannot. In all aspects, there are too many things that Xiao Yu needs to deal with. Besides, Xiao Yu didn't know how to rest. After all, Xiao Yu didn't even have a body. Let your computing power sit idle, doing nothing and thinking about nothing? Maybe this can be regarded as a way to rest. But for Xiao Yu, this is a huge waste of resources. After allocating some computing power to continue the development of new computers, Xiao Yu turned his attention to the Xiaogua spacecraft that was under construction. After more than 30 years of construction, the Xiaogua National-class spacecraft has begun to take shape. Laying of the outer SHL has been completed and installation of the internal instrumentation is currently underway. After the construction is completed, the Xiaogua spacecraft will have a length of 23 kilometers and a width of 10 kilometers at its widest point. It will generally have a butterfly-shaped appearance. Its total mass will reach about 200 million tons. When fully loaded with various resources, its total mass will reach about 1 billion tons. Such a behemoth, you can tell at a glance that it is a veritable war fortress. During the war deduction, the Xiaogua spacecraft, which was mainly built with the flesh and blood of white dwarf alien beasts and equipped with 4 protective covers, has completely surpassed the Wan Kuo Chao spacecraft in its heyday in terms of combat power.
This means that my technological strength has truly reached a level comparable to that of the Mayan civilization. Although there are still some gaps in technology, the 4-guard shield and my perfect control and coordination abilities have made up for this gap. If when I encounter the fleet of the Marian civilization again, with warships of the same order of magnitude, my winning rate has increased to 40%.
If we use clearer data, on average, 3 Xiao Yu spaceships can kill a spacecraft of the same level as the Mayan civilization. This data is comparable to the previous dozens or even hundreds of spaceships that could besiege one opponent's spacecraft. Compared with the situation, the progress can be said to be obvious. In the midst of busy work, 2 months have passed by in a flash. The computer experts, who were full of energy after recuperation, returned to their jobs and began the final research and development work of new computers. This work lasted for another 3 years. In addition to the original 30 years, Xiao Yu spent nearly 40 years to finally master all the relevant technologies of the new computer. During this period of time, the technological analysis of the Mayan civilization has been progressing and has almost been completed. This means that building a complete national-level spacecraft is no longer an obstacle to Xiao Yu. As a result, the construction process of the Xiaogua spacecraft was accelerated again. Time passed slowly for another 10 years. 80 years after Xiao Yu came to this star system, the Xiaogua spacecraft equipped with a new supercomputer was completed. Looking at the Xiaogua, which was still in the dock and had not yet undergone a test flight, it had an ordinary appearance, but was equipped with various cutting-edge technologies inside. Xiao Yu was filled with emotion.
Xiaogua, my motherland. Now I use your name to name this spaceship that is most important to me. I hope your name can be spread forever in this universe.
Chapter 322, Home Number 1. The successful construction of the Xiaogua spacecraft means that Xiao Yu's technological analysis work has come to an end. The technology from the Mayan civilization has been almost digested by Xiao Yu. If he wants to make technological progress again, he needs to slowly do it himself. Research or plunder other advanced civilizations. However, looting other advanced civilizations is too dangerous, and Xiao Yu is not willing to do it. When plundering the Mayan civilization, without the protection of the aging ghost tribe and the cooperation of his accompanying ghost tribe, Xiao Yu might be dead now. Such a thrilling situation is enough once, and Xiao Yu never wants to happen again. However, if you only rely on your own research slowly, technological progress will be too slow. Even if nearly 40 billion intelligent creatures join in, even with Xiao Yu's powerful computing power, he often feels hopeful and intimidated when faced with the countless branch technologies that have developed to the current level, let alone other scientists. However, these branch technologies are still very important, and none of them can be missing. For example, a small problem was discovered when building a national-level spacecraft. Because the mass of the national-level spacecraft is too large, the spacecraft itself may have a certain impact on space, thereby interfering with the work of the curvature engine. This problem faces other problems. It can be regarded as a small problem, but if this problem is not solved, it may cause a national-level spacecraft to be torn apart by the turbulence of time and space.
The good times when a certain genius scientist could promote the development of science and technology of the entire civilization are gone forever.
Xiao Yu thought with some sigh. The higher the level of technology, the harder it is to make progress. But there are obvious examples. Take the sweeper civilization for example. Although he doesn't know its specific technological level, Xiao Yu is certain that they still have not reached the 7th level civilization. There is one data that can be used for comparison. That is, when the sweeper civilization first obtained the neutron battle star, it fought an unprecedented battle with the Guardian civilization. It was this battle that determined the uniqueness of the sweeper civilization, dominance. And that battle took place more than 70 million years ago. In more than 70 million years, it still has not changed from a 6th level civilization to a 7th level civilization. Although there must be other barriers in this. Otherwise the existence of Tai House civilization cannot be explained. But Xiao Yu thinks that the technological development of advanced civilization is too difficult, which must be one of the important reasons.
The birth of Xiaogui is just the beginning. In the future, there will be a continent-class spaceship called Asia, and even a planet-class spacecraft named Earth. In the future, my flagship will definitely not be more glorious than the flagship of the Guardian civilization. Number 1. As well as the Neutron Warstar chassis, the flagship of the Sweeper civilization.
Seeing the Xiaogui spacecraft slowly sliding out of the giant dock and preparing for its first test flight, Xiao Yu was filled with confidence. The protective capability of the 4 maintenance cover is calculated entirely based on the energy it can supply. If a national-level spacecraft can provide more energy, the natural protection will be stronger. Inside the 4-layer shield, there are also 3 layers of tachyon shield, gravity shield, and energy shield developed by Xiao Yu himself. Together with the 4 protective shields, they firmly protected the Xiaogui inside. For the rest of the supporting escort fleet, in addition to provincial-level spacecraft, all 4 levels of city-county and rural-level spacecraft have been built, totaling about 100,000 ships. City-level spacecraft account for 2,000, and county-level spacecraft account for more than 8,000. These 100,000 spaceships, plus the 30 provincial-level spacecraft that have not yet been built, together form the Xiaogui national-level spacecraft fleet. In the vast space, with the dark starry sky as the background, a huge butterfly-shaped spacecraft is suspended in space. Even if it does not make any movement, there is still a majestic and murderous aura emanating from it. Through long-distance communication technology, every bit of information about the Xiaogui spacecraft is conveyed to Xiao Yu's mind, including the operation of every part and the coordination of various regions. These data will be analyzed by Xiao Yu personally. The first test flight took 5 days, and the Xiaogui spacecraft successfully passed Xiao Yu's acceptance.
Then it's time to move.
Xiao Yu was filled with excitement. Every move is an improvement for Xiao Yu. From the county-level spaceship flagship at the beginning to the national-level flagship now. The spaceship is getting bigger and bigger. Its performance is getting better and better. And its computing power is getting stronger and stronger. Xiao Yu controlled the Beijing spacecraft to slowly approach the Xiaogui. After establishing a physical data channel between the two, under the strict protection of hundreds of thousands of spacecraft, he instantly transferred from the Beijing to the Xiaogui spacecraft. After the main body is relocated, the next step is to copy the data. This process takes a while and cannot be completed in a short time. Of course, Xiao Yu was not idle. He took advantage of this period to store various storage items originally stored in the Beijing spacecraft, such as the 1990 spacecraft, the girl's body, and various biological specimens. All kinds of things were transported to the Xiaogui spacecraft. After completing all this work, the data copy is also completed. The Beijing No will be refurbished. Various useful materials will be recycled. And then a new Beijing No will be built. The quality and volume of the new Beijing Hao are not much different from the original Beijing Hao. But because it uses newer technology, its overall performance will make a huge leap forward. Not only the Beijing, but other large spacecraft will also go through such a process. Of course, rural-level small spacecraft don't have to be so troublesome. Their construction materials do not contain the flesh and blood of alien beasts, so they have no recycling value.
If you don't have the energy to reskill, you might as well directly mine new raw materials for construction. My computing power has increased 22 times. This means that I can allocate more computing power to carry out construction tasks. Moreover, with the experience of building the first national-class spacecraft, I can then build the remaining national-class spacecraft. It will also be much easier. Well, let's start the construction task. Xiao Yu issued the order with confidence. Under Xiao Yu's control, more engineering robots were created. These engineering robots build more smelting bases on the moon, the asteroid belt, and the satellites of the gaseous planet, and more in the forging workshop. A large amount of resources were mined and turned into instruments under Xiao Yu's control. Another supergiant shipyard has been built. This shipyard will be responsible for the construction of residential spaceships. The residential spaceship is much simpler than the combat spacecraft. More than 130 years after Xiao Yu came to this galaxy, the first residential national spaceship was built. The residential spacecraft does not have an official name. Xiao Yu simply gave it a name. Home Number 1. The national-level residential spaceships manufactured in the future will be named according to this number, with names such as Homeland 2 and Homeland 3. Home Number 1 is larger in size, even much larger than Xiaogua, but its quality is far inferior. The reason for this phenomenon is that in order to maintain sufficient combat effectiveness, the interior of the combat spacecraft must be very high. In order to maximize the number of habitable people in a residential spaceship, it must be very spacious inside. Home Number 1 has complete entertainment facilities, living facilities and commercial areas, and even man-made mountains, forests, lakes and other places. In fact, living inside Home 1, living things are completely unaware that they are on the spacecraft, because everything inside is so realistic, and the space inside it is really too big. The total length of Home Number 1 is more than 50 kilometers. Its width and height are 15 kilometers and 10 kilometers respectively, and it is divided into 100 floors. According to a rough calculation, its total internal area reaches more than 70,000 square kilometers. In addition, the numerous high-rise buildings can effectively increase the number of people that can be carried per unit area. Xiao Yu believes that it is not a problem for the Home 1 spacecraft to carry a population of about 800 million. And the ultimate carrying capacity is about 1 billion people. There are huge energy reserves here, as well as complete food factories, and various stored materials, which can support the entire population in the Home 1 spacecraft to survive comfortably for more than 100 years. There is also an atmospheric circulation system controlled by Xiao Yu. There is wind, rain, and various terrains. When you look up, you see a blue sky, a sun with no trace of man-made objects, and a day and night cycle. There are 4 seasons. Xiao Yu believes that the dwarves will like this place very much. We should dispatch a group of dwarves to live here in advance, Xiao Yu thought. This matter also requires a little strategy. We must completely dispel their mentality of being unable to leave their homeland, and they will be able to live in the spaceship for an honor. So let's do it. Xiao Yu quickly came up with a way, and after a day, all the media on the planet were filled with such a message. That's right. This is heaven. This is the country of the true God. The distance to the true God is the shortest here. This is the embodiment of the true God's highest technology. Under Xiao Yu's control, countless inflammatory slogans were shouted out, accompanied by many photos of the interior of Zhangjiayuan Number 1. These photos are beautifully taken and have a sense of paradise, which is very attractive. Being able to live in the Home 1 spacecraft is the highest honor for a member of the dwarf race. In a month, the true God will hold a technology competition to comprehensively examine our technological literacy and rank among the 10 million in the world. People will have the right to move to Home Number 1. Complete artificial intelligence service system. Convenient travel conditions. Beautiful living environment. All beautiful things are waiting for us there. Chapter 323, Excited Dwarves. Facts have proved that Xiao Yu's strategy is very effective. The situation that Xiao Yu was originally worried about, such as, it is difficult to leave the hometown, did not happen at all. All dwarf creatures regard it as a great honor to be able to move to Home Number 1. They made careful preparations, and then, at a certain time, participated in the competition organized by Xiao Yu himself. Xiao Yu selected 10 million winners from all the dwarf intelligent creatures, dispatched enough village-level spaceships, and received them into the Home Number 1 spacecraft. Of course, this time it is not a long-term stay. Xiao Yu just wants to use this operation to make all the dwarves adapt to the existence of the homeship spacecraft and maintain a certain sense of expectation.
The dwarf creatures who won the championship were all extremely excited, while those who did not qualify for selection were extremely frustrated. This changed after Xiao Yu announced that he would carry out such activities in the future, and try his best to give every tribesman the opportunity to live in home number 1 for a period of time. Xiao Yu's ultimate goal is to let all dwarf creatures move to live on the spaceship, and embark on a long voyage with him. However, if he says it directly, he will definitely encounter obstacles and resistance. After using such a small trick, it becomes they are now looking forward to living on the homeship spacecraft. In fact, all living things on this planet at this moment have no chance to see the homeship spacecraft embark on its voyage, because at this moment, there are still more than 100 years left before Xiao Yu's scheduled stay of 300 years. And in order to speed up the upgrading of genes, Xiao Yu did not specially carry out genetic modifications for their lifespan, so they do not have such a long lifespan. At the place where the dwarves were scheduled to board the ship, many people spontaneously came to see them off. In the wide square, farewells were heard everywhere. Those who were selected were full of excitement, while those who were not selected were full of envy and reluctance. Hundreds of thousands of country-class spaceships that have no recycling value are being recycled at this moment and serve as transport ships. Under Xiao Yu's control, they kept shuttling between the planet and the homeship spacecraft. It took them a few days to complete the Great Migration and move all 10 million dwarves to the other side, transported to the Home 1 spacecraft. Until now, the tens of thousands of temporary spacecraft ports that had been open at the bottom of the Home 1 spacecraft were slowly closed, and the endless flow of small spacecrafts also disappeared. A huge number of dwarves followed the guidance of the robot, either took the crawler elevator, or took the motor vehicle specially made for them by Xiao Yu, dispersed and entered the city. In home number 1, Xiao Yu built a total of hundreds of concentrated residences. That is, cities. Each city, depending on its size, can host a population ranging from hundreds of thousands to tens of millions. The rest of the place has been shaped by Xiao Yu into various terrains, such as green spaces, forests, mountains, villages, lakes, rivers, etc. People who don't like the hustle and bustle of the city and like quietness can also choose to live in mountains or villages. Anyway, with the support of Xiao Yu's strong technological strength, they can live extremely comfortably whether in rural or urban areas. In different terrains, Xiao Yu also raised many different creatures, including various ferocious beasts and docile but alert herbivores. They also formed their own unique and perfect environment in the homeship spacecraft. Ecological circulation system. In short, Xiao Yu shaped home number 1 into an environment that is no different from that on the planet. And it is only better than the environment on the planet, not worse than the environment there. The dwarves living on the homeship spacecraft can visit these places at any time under the protection of private robots when they have free time. Xiao Yu is making every effort to improve their survival experience. Anyway, it doesn't take much to build all this. Most of the operation of various systems inside the spacecraft can be solved by intelligent programs without consuming Xiao Yu's computing power. In terms of energy, it seems that since mastering the elemental decay energy in the galaxy, among them, Xiao Yu has never encountered a situation where he had to worry about energy. With this mentality of only seeking better, Xiao Yu built the homeship spacecraft for these dwarves, which looked like heaven to them. This mentality is even more obvious in their main places of residence. Cities. The first dwarf, who entered the city along the underground passage, was already standing at the exit dumbfounded. The people behind it also followed. Everyone who saw the city clearly for the first time was stunned. There, he couldn't move for a while. Fortunately, there were enough intelligent robots to maintain order, so there were no large-scale mass incidents. What appeared before them was a scene that had only appeared in their dreams. Exit number 8 is on the edge of a huge square. In front of the exit, there is a small river winding through. Next to the small river, there is a beautiful plant with pink leaves. Many small bridges with unique shapes lie across the small river. Above, the water in the river is crystal clear, with many small fish swimming around in it. Outside the square, there are various tall buildings that combine the highest construction skills and construction art. This is a construction plan that Xiao Yu synthesized the aesthetics of the dwarves, used 0.001% of the computing power, and calculated it for a day. Moreover, here in Xiao Yu, there is no such thing as chaotic planning problem, so the matching of various buildings is very harmonious, and it is impossible to have a situation where there are high-rise buildings on one side and low-rise houses on the other side. Various civil facilities are also planned very reasonably. Residential areas. leisure areas, entertainment areas, shopping areas, fitness areas, schools and other places have all been reasonably planned, allowing them to enjoy various conveniences near their homes. The city as a whole presents an elegant and refined atmosphere. Of course, this is only city number 35. Among the other cities, there are cities with different styles. Some heavy, some vicissitudes, some ancient, some modern. However, many cities are not yet open to living. This group of 10 million people can only live in the modern city 26, the exquisite city 35, and 2 or 3 other cities.
Please follow the guidance of the security robot and go to your respective residences. Your exclusive robots are already waiting for you in your respective homes. They are all built according to your respective requirements. In life, everything they can be assigned to do it.
Yes, in Home 1, there are also benefits such as exclusive home robots. These 10 million people already knew this before boarding the ship. And based on their own ideas, they submitted their own relevant settings for the exclusive home robot, such as appearance, body, voice, personality, etc. to Xiaoyu. According to these settings, Xiaoyu created what they had in mind. After preliminary statistics, Xiaoyu discovered something funny. That is, most of the young male dwarves asked to build exclusive robots that were somewhat similar to a certain innocent actress, while most of the young female dwarves the exclusive robot required by the family is somewhat similar to a certain handsome actor. What left Xiaoyu speechless the most was that a considerable number of the exclusive robots required by the female dwarves were actually somewhat similar in appearance to the body he controlled when he came to this planet. This reality made Xiaoyu sigh.
It seems that things like chasing stars and worshipping stars are the same no matter which planet they are on.
The policy of exclusive robots may lead to some social problems, such as not being able to distinguish the difference between machines and real creatures, such as putting too much real feelings into machines. But these things are not within Xiaoyu's consideration within. These things should give the leaders of their races a headache, as long as the impact is within Xiaoyu's acceptable range. It's beyond Xiaoyu's acceptable range, and Xiaoyu naturally has the means to deal with it. After a moment of silence, the excited dwarves finally reacted. The square was filled with bursts of excited shouts. Countless security robots made in accordance with the dwarven aesthetics maintained order extremely competently, guiding them to board the fully intelligent urban vehicles carry them and disperse them into the city. All the living resources needed by this group of 10 million people are provided free of charge. However, after large-scale migration, the free supply model should be cancelled. An overly thorough free supply model is not conducive to the establishment and improvement of the social system. Of course, specific things will be left to the leaders within their race to complete.
Is this my home? Is this my exclusive robot? Ha ha ha. It's perfect. It's simply perfect. I've fallen in love with it here.
A male dwarf who entered his home couldn't help laughing excitedly.
Mom, look. This is where I will live for half a year. Everything here is very good. Beyond expectations. You don't need to worry about my life at all. You see?
This is my exclusive home robot. Isn't it beautiful? I'll name her Lily. Lily, come here and let Mom see you.
This excited male dwarf young man opened the computer system Xiaoyu specially equipped for them, and connected with 3 people on the planet. After using the video call system, he started shouting excitedly. The fully simulated home robot he pulled over blushed like a real person, like a little daughter-in-law who was about to meet her parents-in-law, and said in a clear voice,
Uncle, Aunt, please don't worry. In the past 6 months, among them, I will definitely take good care of Lippy.
Chapter 324, Sense of Superiority. The Home 1 spacecraft is more than 1 million kilometers away from the planet. If ordinary radio waves are used to communicate, the communication delay between the 2 places will reach as much as 6 seconds. However, through long-distance communication technology, the communication delay between the 2 places will be as much as 6 seconds. The communication between the ground and the ground is completely real-time, and there is basically no noticeable delay. That's right. Xiaoyu established a complete communication channel between the Home 1 spacecraft and the planet. This also has deep meaning in it. After all, no matter how you promote it, there will always be people who have doubts about the environment inside a spaceship. But if it is told through the mouths of people within their own race, the credibility is much higher. This kind of communication will continue until the end of the 6-month trial residence period. People on the Home 1 spacecraft can have 3D video calls with people on the planet at any time, based on a certain show-off psychology of living things. These 10 million people will help Xiaoyu without any push from Xiaoyu. Promote the beauty of this place to the rest of their race. Any group creature will have a psychological tendency to improve itself, generally speaking, by comparing itself with other creatures in terms of its environment, resources at its disposal, and the beauty of its appearance, etc. If it wins, it will achieve this. A psychological expectation. The environment inside the Home 1 spacecraft is undoubtedly the best, and the living conditions are undoubtedly the most comfortable. Therefore, they will undoubtedly use these conditions to achieve their own goals. This kind of behavior is similar to the behavior of humans in the Earth Age, who eat a big meal or take photos when traveling to a certain place and then upload them to the internet. While they are raising themselves up, they are secretly and quietly raising the status of the Home 1 spacecraft too high, which will create a greater sense of expectation among the many dwarf creatures. At the same time, Xiaoyu's behavior has another deeper meaning. In that technology competition, Xiaoyu is not just playing for fun. Xiaoyu has selected 10 million elites with the best genes and the most potential through this competition. It can be said that the 10 million people living in Home Number 1 will form their own elite circle, which will also play a key role in building the social system of the dwarves in the future. Under this situation, many so-called elite forums were created. Entering these elite forums requires very strict identity authentication. Only dwarves living on Home Number 1 are eligible to join. At the same time, in order to create a sense of superiority, these elite forums also have peripheral forums with a larger number of users, and anyone can join the peripheral forums. Every day, many dwarves who have not obtained the right to live in Home Number 1 are discussed here, and every elite who has obtained the right to live in Home Number 1 will always be criticized by a large number of dwarves when he appears in the peripheral forums. People are chasing after him, just like a star suddenly appears on the street. Oops. The food cooked by the home robot is so delicious. What if I gain weight and can't get married in the future? One day, a female, elite dwarf posted a post in a peripheral forum, and some photo information. In the photo, a very pure-looking dwarf woman is facing a table full of delicious food, pouting softly, with a lovable aura coming to her face. Next to her stood a home robot that could not be identified as a robot at all. This robot was very handsome according to the dwarven aesthetics. At this moment, it was wearing an apron and smiling gently at the woman. With less than 10 minutes after this post was published, it has received hundreds of replies. Countless dwarves who have not obtained the right to live on the Home 1 spacecraft have expressed their indie here, such as, "Little fool. Even if you gain weight, it's just as beautiful as yours. Is this your home robot? It's so handsome. When can I live on the Homeship spacecraft? Beauty. I fell in love with you the first time I saw your photo. I fell in love with you." Replies like this were overwhelming. As for this elite dwarf woman, she was like a bird that suddenly appeared, leaving followers all over the place. But she was so arrogant that she never came out to reply. In countless forums, some people choose to post photos of themselves hunting under the protection of home robots. Some choose to post photos of themselves and home robots going on picnics in the wild. And many more show details of life. Photos. But no matter which photo, there is a feeling called superiority that rushes towards the face, severely stimulating the hearts of those dwarves who cannot live on the Home 1 spacecraft. Under this situation, Home 1 was once again raised to a terrifying height. Many forums with the theme of Home 1 were established, in which countless dwarves expressed their dissatisfaction, the love of Home Number 1. There are even some extreme people who went to Xiaoyu's computer terminal office, knelt on the ground and cried bitterly, even threatening suicide, begging Xiaoyu to let them live in the Home Number 1 spacecraft for even one day. They are willing to pay any price. Xiaoyu dismissed it with the excuse, "Such an event will be held again in the future. Now go back and study hard and strive to get a good ranking in the next competition. You will also have the opportunity to live in Home Number 1. Models of Home 1 began to be built in large quantities and sold like hotcakes, and were enthusiastically sought after by the dwarves. Live broadcasts of various types of activities held on Home 1, as well as some documentaries about the introduction of the Home 1 spacecraft, became the most popular TV show. In these documentaries, the dwarves used the most exaggerated words to describe the beauty of Home Number 1. For example, a documentary documenting the wild environment of Home Number 1 uses such lenses and language to describe Home Number 1. This is the suburb of City Number 25 of the Home 1 spacecraft. It is the most ordinary place in the Home spacecraft.
But for such an ordinary place, its beauty exceeds the limit of our imagination. Grass is so green, so vibrant. The air is so fresh. The sunshine is so soft. The animals are so cute. There is a small river here. Wow! I know that kind of fish. This kind of fish also exists on our planet. But it's far less delicious than the one here. The last time I ate this kind of grilled fish, I almost swallowed my own tongue. Nana, let me take the camera, and you go catch a few of these fish.
Then the camera shook, and a very beautiful female-looking home robot obediently agreed. Walked to the river, easily caught a few fish, disemboweled them skillfully, and set up a bonfire. At this moment, I don't know how many people in the audience who are watching the live TV are yelling angrily. How can this guy have the heart to let such a cute girl do such a thing? She is a robot? What happened to the robot? At this moment, the voice of the photographer of the documentary came out again.
Nana is my exclusive home robot. She has a very superb talent for cooking. In just 2 months of getting along with her, I have already left. I can't even imagine how I will live without her when I leave the home ship 4 months later.
At this time, the robot obediently turned its head, smiled sweetly, and said to the camera,
I will wait for you in the home ship spacecraft. Always waiting for you.
These words and this expression. I don't know how many more dwarves who were unable to reach the home ship were murdered.
The fish has been grilled, and I can already smell the aroma. Well, not bad. Nana's cooking is as good as ever. Come on, Nana. You can eat some too. The true God used his unimaginable advanced technology to build such a paradise-like place for us dwarves. Thank you to the true God.
In this short period of half a year,
countless videos similar to this kind of life documentary were shot and spread to every corner of the planet. In the Dwarf Society, all kinds of information about the Home 1 spacecraft are overwhelming and have even become the mainstream of society. Under this situation, the desire for Home Number 1 has once again reached its peak. Xiaoyu promptly announced that a second technology competition would be held 3 months later. The top 10 million winners would be considered winners, and would also receive the right to live on the home ship spacecraft for half a year. As soon as this news was announced, it almost detonated the entire Dwarf Society. Countless young people aspiring to study tirelessly. And there are even many cases where their bodies cannot bear it because they study too hard. When the first batch of dwarves who had obtained the right to live in Home 1 were evacuated, the Home 1 spacecraft had a completely gloomy look. The dwarves strongly requested not to evacuate, but to live here forever. Many dwarves even made very irrational actions, such as resisting the robots who came to organize the evacuation, or simply running away and hiding in a deep mountain nook. But the entire home ship spacecraft was built by Xiaoyu. This is Xiaoyu's territory. Where can they hide? They were finally found by Xiaoyu, and some forced methods were used to stuff them into the spacecraft. Until now, they are still crying and crying, or hugging their home robots for the last time, or taking another photo to commemorate their wonderful life in the past 6 months. They were finally evacuated from the Home Ship 1 spacecraft. And then the next batch, 10 million dwarves, came to the home ship spacecraft full of excitement and high spirits, and continued to repeat the stories of their predecessors. Chapter 325 Relocation. Xiaoyu successfully created a social trend in dwarf society where people are proud to live in the home ship spacecraft, and has maintained this trend through various means. Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, more than 250 years had passed since Xiaoyu came to this star system. The dwarves have completed nearly 8 generations of replacements. Countless dwarves have died, and countless young dwarves have been born. Under such circumstances, their genes were being modified and optimized bit by bit. Everything is under Xiaoyu's control. Although all the old dwarves have died, their worship of Xiaoyu has continued. Through education, publicity, and other efforts, Xiaoyu's status has been completely raised to a level that can be called terrifying. A large number of robots have basically deprived these dwarves of their ability to survive. They only know how to eat to fill their stomachs, and they can obtain food in stores by contributing points. But they have no idea where the food comes from. They are completely inseparable from Xiaoyu.
Up to now, my plan has been 80% successful.
Xiaoyu secretly calculated.
In a few decades, I will be able to take them out of this star system and embark on a new voyage to the universe.
At this moment, more than 80 residential spaceships of the homeland have been built, and 11 combat national-class spacecrafts have been built. Among these 11 spaceships, there is no doubt that the Xiaogua spacecraft has the most powerful performance. But judging from its appearance, the Xiaogua spacecraft is the most ordinary one. For example, The Korean spacecraft is shaped into a cylindrical, long, stick-like shape. For example, it has 3 pairs of wings and looks like the Indian spacecraft with the word 3 in it. Another example is that the whole body is black. With it you can feel the desolation and chill at the sight of the Indonesian spacecraft, which looks like a place where uncivilized savages live. The Japanese ship is bright yellow and looks like a star, and you can feel the heat rushing towards your face at a glance. Spaceship. These spaceships are more distinctive in appearance than the Xiaogua spacecraft. Xiaoyu did this, naturally hoping that the Xiaogua spacecraft would not attract too much attention in the war that he might face in the future. After all, the Xiaogua spaceship is Xiaoyu's flagship and Xiaoyu's home base. Xiaoyu's construction plan has been making adjustments as the actual situation develops. The number of combat-type national-level spacecraft to be built was set at 15, while the number of provincial-level spacecraft was adjusted to 300. At the same time, adjustments were made to the home spaceship, and the number of home spacecraft was adjusted to 150. In this way, Xiaoyu's technological strength was transformed into war strength. This scene is completely different from the pitiful and damaged scene when Xiaoyu first arrived in this star system. In these 200 years, one thing happened that was quite beyond Xiaoyu's expectation. That is, the 4th-level alien beast never came to trouble Xiaoyu again. But Xiaoyu knew that the 4th-level alien beast had been wandering on the edge of this star system and never left. The large-scale spread of detectors equipped with tachyon technology confirmed Xiaoyu's idea. Over the past few hundred years, Xiaoyu has managed the entire star system like an iron barrel, with at least millions of detectors operating in and around the star system.
Why does this guy still refuse to leave? I now have 11 national-level spaceships and about 200 provincial-level spaceships. Compared with before, my strength is far beyond the clouds. If it comes to trouble me again, I will fight for the loss. 1 or 2 national-level spacecraft must also be killed. I wonder if it is lingering around the star system. Is it thinking of some conspiracy? Should we take the initiative to kill it?
The large negative matter cannon has been built a long time ago. As long as you give this guy a shot, and then dispatch a formation of 3 to 5 national-level spaceships, you can surround it to death. But this guy seems to know how powerful Xiaoyu is, and he has been hiding on the outskirts of the star system and refused to come in.
Forget it. The construction period of a national-level spaceship is as long as 50 or 60 years. The loss of anyone is unacceptable to me. It's not worth it for such a guy.
Xiaoyu thought about it carefully, or gave up this plan.
Besides, if we take the initiative to attack, we won't be able to fight with the large negative matter cannon. Even if I can kill it, my losses will be much higher. I'd better wait until it comes to cause trouble.
It dries.
After completely digesting the technology of Mayan civilization, if Xiaoyu wants to develop technology, he has to rely on himself and his scientists to research it. In fact, for the past 100 years, Xiaoyu's energy, in addition to building spacecraft, was all focused on researching the miniaturization of negative matter cannons. But the deeper he progresses on this issue, the more Xiaoyu feels that this aspect is broad and profound. The miniaturization of negative matter cannons is not just a matter of miniaturization. It also involves many related technologies, such as a deeper understanding of negative matter tachyons, such as in-depth research on energy technology, such as more advanced materials and the like. After the research has developed to the present, Xiaoyu even vaguely feels that as for tachyons, after the research is in-depth enough, there should be inextricable connections with space. What was originally thought to be a simple scientific research project has now evolved into a large-scale project that can promote the scientific and technological level of the entire civilization, which makes Xiaoyu feel a little helpless.
If we cannot miniaturize the negative matter cannon, we will not be able to have the combat capability at super light speed. This is a big limitation. If I encounter a 5th-level civilization that is more advanced than me, I will only be beaten. The problem is really a headache. But if we can obtain the relics of the Tolar civilization, the weapon called Split Space, this problem can be solved. But is there a trap there?
After more than 200 years of silence, there has been no movement at that coordinate, and no follow-up methods that Xiaoyu thought were detected. Under this situation, Xiaoyu's trust in the authenticity of this information is slowly rising.
As long as in another 50 years, after I sail 10 light-years away, and there is still no movement there, I will go and have a look. Although the weapons of the 6th-level civilization are definitely castrated versions, and their power will be much reduced, they will not. It's advanced enough for me.
Xiaoyu calculated silently. The huge construction task is still going on. Countless small spaceships that have been eliminated and have no value for regeneration serve as transport ships, shuttling back and forth between the gaseous planet, its satellites, and the moon. There is no air in space, so the roar coming from the huge factories and docks cannot be heard. But the constant shuttle of spacecraft and the brightly lit scene confirm the prosperity here. Gradually, it has been 300 years since Xiaoyu arrived in this galaxy. All construction tasks were completed as scheduled, with a total of 150 home spaceships. After a series of optimizations, the ultimate carrying capacity was once again increased. These 150 home spaceships will be able to carry more than 200 billion dwarves. Of course, not all of these homeship spacecraft will be open to the dwarves. In fact, based on the current population of the dwarves, which is 40 billion, only 40 spaceships are needed to put them all down, except for the 10 reserve spaceships. The remaining 100 homeship spacecraft are all in the unfinished stage. That is, the internal ecosystem has not been constructed, but only the main body of the spacecraft has been completed. Xiaoyu did this for the future. After all, Xiaoyu was not sure what kind of ecological environment the intelligent race he encountered next would need. There are a total of 15 combat-type national-level spacecraft, a total of 350 combat-type provincial-level spacecraft, and a total of tens of thousands of city-level spacecraft. The county-level spacecraft is no longer called a large spacecraft by Xiaoyu. All the 4 protective covers equipped on the county-level spacecraft have also been taken back and equipped on the real large spacecraft at the city level and above. The remainder was stored in reserve. The material collection work was also completed. Xiaoyu used the gaseous planet as his base to collect all valuable materials. The 100 homeship spacecraft that were temporarily idle temporarily served as material transport spacecraft and became the rear of Xiaoyu's entire fleet. As of now, the total number of spaceships in Xiaoyu's fleet has exceeded 3 million. The strength is different. It's time to leave, Xiaoyu thought with some sigh, and solemnly issued this message to the dwarves. My people, the long-awaited comprehensive relocation work has begun now. Everyone will be qualified to live on the homeship spacecraft, have their own exclusive robot, and get their own living space in this beautiful paradise-like place. Long live! Long live! We can finally live on the homeship spacecraft. Thank God! Will I also have my own exclusive robot? It's really great. I will definitely treat her well. Even if she is a robot. What does it matter? Countless cheers filled the entire planet. The 40 billion dwarves burst into cheers together. Countless dwarves have left their last traces on this soon-to-be-abandoned planet of life in their own way, either carving words on stones, taking photos or videos, and carrying out commemorative activities for a period of time. After that, he happily boarded the small transport spacecraft that came to greet him and embarked on a journey into space. The relocation of 40 billion people will probably take about 3 months. Well, let's set off in 3 months. Chapter 326. Let's go. After the relocation work is completed, this living planet will lose its master of intelligent life and will be occupied by various wild animals again. The once prosperous city will gradually become dilapidated as time goes by. Tall buildings will become home to vines, and their interiors will become nests for animals. A complete underground transportation system will gradually evolve into underground rivers. Plants will become nature's pioneers in conquering cities. As plants spread, herbivores will follow, and the arrival of herbivores will attract carnivores, eventually turning the city into its own paradise. From this point of view, the dwarves are more like passers-by in the billions of years of this planet's life, rather than the masters. Of course, among the 40 billion dwarves, there will always be people who are unwilling to move into the spaceship. According to Xiaoyu's statistics, there are approximately 800,000 of these people. Xiaoyu did not use coercive measures against these people. Anyway, there are only such a few people, and treating these people well will bring very real benefits to Xiaoyu. For this reason, Xiaoyu built a complete living environment for them, leaving behind a large number of intelligent robots and energy systems with self-healing functions. But only these 800,000 people cannot pass on the entire civilization completely. They have lost the ability to create a splendid civilization. In Xiaoyu's estimation, after several generations of updates, their descendants will gradually lose their technology, and they will become worms that only rely on robots to survive. After the intelligent robot systems left by Xiaoyu are completely damaged and cannot be used, they will return to the primitive era again, because without Xiaoyu's genetic optimization, their IQ, physical fitness, etc. will gradually drop back to normal levels.
Perhaps after gradual recovery and development, they will once again go through the process of the feudal era and the capital era, and develop civilization again. But then I don't know how many thousands of years it will take. What is certain is that in this process, the various buildings left behind by the once prosperous dwarf civilization will become an unsolved mystery of their world. I don't know if they will discover that there was once a prosperous civilization on their planet, with a total population of 40 billion. But this civilization was completely shipped away by another more powerful civilization. This is the rise and fall of a planet. It is a great epic. Perhaps, many years later, Xiao Yu will become interested again and come to this planet again to see how the seed of civilization has developed. This is something for the future. At this moment, Xiao Yu has just completed a 3-month relocation project. A total of 40 homeship spaceships are occupied by the dwarves. The dwarves who have just moved here are in a period of excitement. Various things will always arouse their curiosity, making them as excited as Grandma Lu who entered the Grandview Garden.
It's time to set off.
Xiao Yu checked all his spaceships for the last time. The huge computing power scanned each spacecraft, and finally confirmed the list of material reserves. After confirming that nothing was missing, he issued the order to set off. Order: the moon and asteroid belt, as well as the industrial bases on the moons of the gas planet, will be abandoned. Depending on the environment, these objects will be preserved for anywhere from a few decades to millions of years. These industrial bases have witnessed the prosperity of this star system, and they will also witness the desolation of this star system. Perhaps, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years later, there will be dwarves who have redeveloped a splendid civilization, wearing bulky spacesuits and driving simple spaceships to visit them again. Xiao Yu thought that the dwarf astronauts would definitely have expressions of shock and disbelief when they first saw these crystallizations of Xiao Yu's latest technology. A huge and sophisticated industrial base.
The things I left here may point out a direction for your technological development. It's just that the gap between the 5th level civilization and the 2nd level civilization is too huge. I don't know if you can understand these creations.
Xiao Yu silently, I thought.
Anyway, I wish you good luck. If I'm destined, maybe I'll come here again.
Huge residential spaceships, material transport spacecrafts, combat spacecrafts. A total of 3 million spacecrafts floated together into the dark and empty space. The conventional power system started, and the booster engine sprayed out bright blue flames. Hundreds of millions of flames acted at the same time, illuminating the space with a faint blue. A spacecraft cannot have only one engine. The larger the spacecraft, the more engines it will need. They play different roles in different positions, such as steering, acceleration, assistance, etc. There is another important reason for doing this. That is, the force is evenly distributed. Xiao Yu didn't want the hull of the spacecraft he built to be crushed under the thrust of the engine. Xiao Yu's first provincial spacecraft, the previous Hebei spacecraft, had tens of thousands of engines. The spacecraft at this moment, whether it is the homeland or the Xiaogua, starts with millions of engines, under the control of Xiao Yu. These engines work together in a precise manner, allowing a huge spacecraft to make various flexible movements in space. 3 million spacecraft are arranged in precise formations, forming different formations. There is no doubt that the homeship spacecraft must be protected. It contains all of Xiao Yu's intelligent civilization and all material reserves. If you lose these things, you will be in big trouble. The Luca tribe and more than 100 other civilizations that had belonged to Xiao Yu's command in advance also moved to the homeship spacecraft. Inside the homeship spacecraft, they received better material living conditions. Their number was so small that they only occupied one homeship spacecraft. This homeship spacecraft is also the most important one. Xiao Yu would rather lose all the dwarves than have any accidents happen to this spaceship. Therefore, this homeship spacecraft is under the strictest protection of Xiao Yu. In fact, there are more than 1 million combat spacecraft in total, and 5 national spacecraft formations are protecting the 150 home spaceships. The remaining 2 million spacecraft are divided into 10 national-level spacecraft formations with varying strengths. Among these 10 national-level spacecraft formations, the Xiaogua spacecraft formation is the most powerful. This is Xiao Yu's overall strength. Xiao Yu believes that he has officially stepped into the threshold of the 5th-level civilization and become a veritable 5th-level civilization. He already officially has the capital and strength to confront the Malian civilization. If he encounters the Malian civilized fleet again, Xiao Yu won't mind showing them how powerful they are. The huge fleet slowly flew towards the main star of this star system. Xiao Yu's fleet will sail towards the boundless dark universe after passing this star.
Of course, all this is just an illusion. 1 year after entering the warp navigation, if there is still no response from the place where the ruins of the Tolar civilization are suspected to be buried, Xiaoyu will turn around and come back again to check it out on the spot. Huh? This damn guy is following me again. He has been quiet for 300 years. And now he is showing up again. Humph. My strength is not what it used to be. If you dare to mess with me, I will kill you. Use your body as material. Xiaoyu laughed coldly in his heart and didn't pay much attention to this guy. The huge fleet is slowly accelerating. At this moment, the speed has reached about 20,000 kilometers per second. Under this speed effect, the color of the star first became a little bluer, and then began to change to red. The dividing point between these two color changes happened to be when Xiaoyu passed by the star at the closest distance. Xiaoyu knew that this was the red shift and blue shift effects. In the homeship spacecraft, countless dwarves watched this process through live video, leaving endless sighs. After all, this is their hometown. After leaving this time, it is basically impossible for them to come back in their lifetime. A sad mood began to spread. But this sad mood dissipated after the distance was far enough that the star was completely invisible to the naked eye. The novelty and excitement about the new life quickly replaced the sadness, and the entire dwarf society once again entered a prosperous situation. The gravitational influence range of this red dwarf star is about 5 billion kilometers. It took Xiaoyu 3 days to sail this distance. He turned off the conventional engine, turned on the gravity engine, and once again entered the curvature navigation. Navigating into curvature completely disappears from the visible universe. It cannot receive visible light and will not emit visible light. However, with the help of tachyon detection technology, Xiaoyu can still communicate with the outside world without any barriers. Xiaoyu believed that as a 6th level civilization, if the hidden beings in that ruins wanted to send a certain message to him, they would definitely find a way. During the long voyage, Xiaoyu had been paying close attention to the movements of the ruins. If there is any movement there, Xiaoyu will decisively give up his greed and choose to escape. At that time, this tentative departure will turn into a real escape. What pleased Xiaoyu was that during his escape, the ruins never showed any movement. It seems that there really isn't any malicious intent there. The scheduled 1-year escape time has come, and Xiaoyu has sailed nearly 10 light years. During this year, it was always peaceful there. Well, it seems that there is really just a ruin there. Then let's go and have a look, and try to get Troll's inheritance. Xiaoyu, who had made up his mind, controlled his huge fleet, quickly changed its course, turned around and sailed towards the ruins. Chapter 327 Desolate Land. According to the information obtained from the box, this ruins is about 20 light years away from the previous dwarf galaxy. And because Xiaoyu is not a straight line away from the place, it is about 2 light years away from the current Xiaoyu, a distance of about 15 light years. Xiaoyu has already conducted a comprehensive observation there through his own means, and has a preliminary grasp of the situation there. There is an ordinary medium-sized star, probably a little larger than the Sun. But there are no planets in that system. This is undoubtedly a desolate galaxy, lost in the Milky Way and the Sea of Stars, without any outstanding features. If it weren't for the ruins of Tolar civilization there, Xiaoyu would not even take a second look at such a place. After planning the route, Xiaoyu's huge fleet quickly set off here, reaching a speed of 10 times the speed of light. At this pace, it would only take 2.5 years to get there. As expected by Xiaoyu, the 4th level beast was still behind Xiaoyu, following loomingly. My strength will only get stronger and stronger, and the threat you pose to me will only get smaller and smaller. Xiaoyu just glanced at it casually, and did not take the 4th level alien beast too seriously. In 1 year, the dwarves have become accustomed to life in the spaceship, and the excitement at the beginning gradually faded away. By this time, a relatively serious problem in dwarf society was revealed. That is, life is really boring. Xiaoyu's social security system is too complete, and robots can be used to replace living creatures at every step. Under this model, the dwarves have only one thing left, and that is to learn. Learn, and learn again. But this will not work after all. Not everyone has the potential to be a scientist. Without a large number of jobs to consume their energy, they will only develop in terms of eating, drinking, having fun, and living a decadent life. Surveillance data even shows that there are already signs of some underworld in these dwarf societies. Energy always needs to be vented. If there is no external pressure, internal conflicts will form. Xiaoyu has some experience in solving such incidents. The more than 100 races that originally belonged to Xiaoyu, including the Luca tribe,
have now grown to a population of nearly 100 million. Within such a group, Xiaoyu has controlled them well by improving the social model, developing the legal entertainment industry, implementing a contribution point currency system, etc. However, this time the social group is 40 billion, and the number is still there. Amid the increase, the management model of small-scale societies is not applicable. Xiaoyu then convened scientists from the Department of Social Psychology such as Luca II, and combined the management model of humans in the Earth era, the management model of the dwarf planet itself, and his own experience in managing these 100 million people, to formulate a reasonable social structural system. In general, Xiaoyu significantly reduced the previous free welfare system and began to expand the scale of the contribution point monetary system. At the same time, he began to improve various social systems and absorb a large amount of labor. The dwarves who were accustomed to the free rationing system expressed strong protest against this. But now that they have arrived in the homeship spacecraft, Xiaoyu is not afraid that they will cause trouble. The eye-catching armed robots are not vegetarians. On the one hand, it is a big stick, and on the other hand, it is naturally sweet dates. For the dwarves who cooperate with Xiaoyu's reforms and have pious beliefs, Xiaoyu is a typical example. And they are rewarded with, okay. Religious figures, who have penetrated into every system of society also play a huge role in appeasing their emotions. On the one hand, Xiaoyu preached, the grace of the true God shines on every citizen. The devil has caused huge losses to the true God. In order to defend the homeland, the true God needs you to contribute your strength and work for the true God. On the other hand, he is very boring. Watching these dwarves spend at least 10 times the time to complete the work that the robot can complete in a short time. But no matter how reforms are made, the situation of science first has never changed. The preferential treatment given to scientists always makes dwarves in other professions jealous until their eyes turn red. 2.5 years passed between such trivial matters. Xiaoyu's fleet once again broke away from the curvature navigation and returned to the visible universe. This place is 20 billion kilometers away from this ordinary star. Xiaoyu cautiously stayed at the edge of the galaxy and did not rush into it. Instead, he sent out a large number of detectors, intending to explore the galaxy first. The Tolar civilization left a message saying that after the sweepers wiped them all out and left, their civilization's reserve program activated their most powerful defensive weapon, called the New World, to protect their ruins. So, what exactly is this New World? I have no idea about this at all. I can't speculate on the technological strength of level 6 civilizations. I can only take one step at a time. Xiaoyu thought silently, watching the direction of the star closely. Stars are not a rare existence in the Milky Way. But this is the first time Xiaoyu has discovered a star system that is so desolate. Xiaoyu discovered that not only were there no planets around this star, but even the necessary asteroid belt was a miniature version. A few asteroids managed to gather into a stable orbit and formed what could be called a belt. Things orbiting this star, their total mass is less than 0.1% of the Earth's. In fact, not only is it the asteroid belt, Xiaoyu suspects that this star does not even have an Oort cloud. This phenomenon is very unreasonable. Generally speaking, a nebula can create a star. After the star is formed in the center, the star's powerful stellar wind will blow away the material surrounding it. And these materials will form other materials such as planets, comets, asteroids, etc. It is unlikely that a nebula will all condense into stars, and there will be no remaining material left. But this is the situation in this star system. The sparse asteroid belt means that collisions between them are unlikely. Without collisions, they will not coalesce into larger stars. The absence of large planets means that there will be no gravitational disturbance, and their orbits will remain stable and continue to circle around this planet. Stars until billions of years later. The absence of the Oort cloud means that there will be no comets or water in this star system. Seeing this star system, the only adjective that Xiaoyu can think of is the word deserted. This is really a desolate place. Xiaoyu sighed in his heart. Of course, the observation data at this moment were all obtained by Xiaoyu through long-distance observation. The specific situation will not be known until the detector arrives. The detectors launched now are the first batch, totaling 100,000. The second batch of detectors is currently being manufactured. 5 days later, the first probes arrived. These detectors returned information beyond Xiaoyu's expectations. These detectors did not find anything with the characteristics of civilization creation in this star system. According to common sense, a large-scale space war, even a war with Xiaoyu's level of technology, will produce many debris, such as spacecraft explosions, L fragments, natural stars accidentally injured, etc. Yes, during the war with the Marian civilization, the battlefield was filled with such debris. Normally, no being would be bored enough to eliminate these traces entirely, not only because it is tedious and difficult, but also because there is no need to do so. Just like the battlefield with Marian civilization, it would take thousands of years to completely eliminate the traces of the war on this battlefield. Even with Xiao Yu's current strength, all spacecraft fragments and L fragments on the battlefield must be removed. The number of these things may be measured in trillions, and the size may be as small as millimeters or even smaller. The severely damaged planet needs to be moved away entirely, and meteorite fragments must also be removed. Collect them one by one and transport them away. Because through the fracture surface of the meteorite, you can easily tell that it was blown to pieces by civilized weapons instead of being crushed naturally. At this moment, this star system shows such characteristics.
Perhaps this star system is so desolate because all traces of war have been erased. Maybe it originally had planets and other rich stars, but they were contaminated with traces of war, so they were a certain existence erased them all. But what is the reason for doing so? What is the purpose and intention? Isn't it too boring to do this?
Xiao Yu thought hard, but still couldn't come up with a reasonable answer.
The fact that this galaxy is so empty does not necessarily mean that someone deliberately erased the traces of war. There is also another possibility. That is, during the natural evolution process, this star may have encountered other massive stars, or passed through and moved to a place where stars are densely packed, and all its appendages were taken away by other stars. If this is used to explain it, it seems reasonable. It can be explained by both man-made causes and natural causes.
Xiao Yu came to this conclusion.
But this place is obviously the battlefield of the Troll civilization and the Sweeper civilization. Where is their so-called New World?
Because he had obtained the box in advance and received the message from the Troll civilization, Xiao Yu actually preferred human reasons to explain why this star system was so empty. If you explain it this way, there will be several subsequent problems that cannot be solved. How boring can a civilization be to do something like this? Or, what strategic purpose do they have? Chapter 328, Invisible Stars. Xiao Yu's wariness has always existed, and he has never let go. The abnormal situation here aroused Xiao Yu's alert.
At this time, it would be better to call everyone together for a discussion,
Xiao Yu thought.
My personal wisdom is limited after all. Luca number 2. Bring your elite social psychology scientists to the main conference room for a meeting. Luca number 3. Luca number 4. Race number 2 Senya. Race number 7 Rocky. Race number 18 Murphy, come and listen.
Xiao Yu gave the order, because the number of more than 100 ethnic tribesmen who first belonged to Xiao Yu was too small, and the carrying capacity of the homeship spacecraft was strong enough. They all now live on the same homeship spacecraft. Of course, in different places, among the floors, on different floors. Xiao Yu created different living environments and ecological environments. When a group meeting needs to be held, they will put on life support suits specially made for their respective races and go to the same place. That is, the main discuss together in the conference room.
We called everyone here today because we have encountered a new problem. As you can see,
Xiao Yu posted some information obtained by the detector to each participant's personal terminal, and then said,
"This is I found the place following the coordinates of the box. But this place is too empty. Unusually empty. These are my thoughts. For your reference,"
Xiao Yu said, expressed his two guesses, and concluded,
"The war between the Troll civilization and the Sweeper civilization must be beyond our expectation. Even the war between us and the Malian civilization, the war has left indelible traces in the galaxy. Let alone the war of this level of existence. It will take a huge amount of energy and a long time to completely clean up these traces. I don't believe that a civilization waste their time on such nonsense. So the question is, why do they do this?"
There was a burst of discussion in the large conference room. Although these intelligent creatures have different physiological structures and social cultures, they have one thing in common. That is, they all use sounds and words to communicate. Xiao Yu's perfect translation system allows them to communicate without hindrance, like familiar old friends.
I don't think this is done consciously by civilized and intelligent creatures. I think it is formed naturally,
Rocky of race number 7 said.
In fact, although this kind of situation is not common in the universe, it is necessary. If you look carefully, it is not difficult to find such a place. Perhaps you have overlooked something,
Xiaoyu said softly.
in the observation data. The stellar activity of this star is higher than the result after we combined its lifespan,
mass, and heavy element abundance with detailed calculations. Be a little more active. Come and see here.
Under Xiaoyu's manipulation, a photo was displayed on the computer terminal of every participant. This photo is a photo of the star's surface after multiple layers of filtering.
Pay attention to the area circled by the red dot. Look carefully to see how it is different from the surrounding areas.
Xiaoyu said.
You can't see it. Can you? What about this?
Presented on the computer terminal is a photo of a yellow-white star. In the photo, you can clearly see phenomena such as star spots, coronal mass ejections, and high-energy particle flows formed along magnetic fields. But all this is ordinary for a star. The same is true for the place that Xiaoyu specially circled in red. There is nothing special about it. All the participating scientists looked at each other, wondering what Xiaoyu meant. Following Xiaoyu's instruction, this three-dimensional image expanded again. After this expansion, the area circled in red reveals its difference. The color of this part seems to be whiter than the surrounding areas.
It's warmer in this place.
Even the scientists from the Department of Psychology and Sociology present here all know some basic astrophysical knowledge. They naturally know that the color white means a higher temperature than yellow.
Yes, the temperature of this part is abnormally higher than the temperature of other parts. So it appears white,
Xiaoyu said.
But this phenomenon cannot be found in our stellar evolution theory. To any explanation, or, based on the current situation, I can come up with an explanation. That is, about 500,000 years ago, a moon-sized star hit this place. The abnormally high temperature in this place was caused by that time the aftermath of the Big Impact.
The conference room fell into silence once again. The scientists attending the meeting were thinking rapidly. After a while, Luca 3 said,
This explanation is very reasonable. According to our stellar evolution theory, this explanation is completely acceptable, and there is no contradiction in it. Then, there is one more thing,
Xiaoyu said.
According to the information obtained from that box, the Twarl civilization and the Sweeper civilization happened to have a decisive battle here 500,000 years ago. Combining this after receiving the information, does anyone still doubt that the emptiness here is caused by nature? First of all, this star system had moon-sized asteroids 500,000 years ago. And since there are moon-sized stars, it means that there will be more other stars here. Whether they are large planets or asteroids, well, it can't be so empty anyway. In addition, a moon-sized body cannot hit the star for no reason. It is probably affected by the war and hit the star. Then, there are two things that can be determined. First, this place was not empty before. And second, the war mentioned by the Troll civilization is true. So how to explain this phenomenon now? Why is it so empty here? What do they want to do, and what is their purpose?
Going round and round. The problem is back to its original point again. Xiaoyu asked this question again, and looked at the scientists present with expectant eyes.
Since all the current information points to the authenticity and credibility of the Troll civilization, we may be able to speculate in a good faith direction.
Senya, the second race, said.
Well, a direction of goodwill? I understand.
After hearing what Senya said, Luca too seemed to be inspired by something and stood up immediately.
Perhaps they did this just to attract some people who knew the inside story. It's just the gaze of existence.
Why? Xiaoyu asked.
The reason is very simple.
Luca too opened its mind and looked a little excited. It then said,
If you didn't get that box, would you notice this? No.
Xiaoyu replied very simply.
Such a desolate place has no value to me or to other civilizations. Although its emptiness is a bit strange. It is not nothing. Explanation. You won't even get close to it. And naturally you won't find that some areas of the star are hotter than other areas. What about after you get the box?
Luca too asked again.
Well, I understand.
Xiaoyu understood it instantly, and couldn't help but feel a little excited. Xiaoyu continued.
Then, the legacy of Twarl civilization must be here.
Yes. Luca number 2 nodded slightly.
What are you talking about?
Luca number 4, who was sitting nearby and listened, asked curiously.
This Troll civilization, in order to make its heritage safer, has adopted a very subtle little strategy.
Luca too said softly, as if with emotion.
They did this, on the one hand, to improve in order to ensure the safety of their own heritage. On the one hand, they also put forward some tips for these dwarves. Think about it. For civilizations who don't know the inside story, the emptiness here will only make them avoid it, thinking that it has no value. This ensures the safety of their heritage to the greatest extent. At the same time, they launch the box towards the dwarf planet. For the dwarves who know the inside story, the emptiness here is an obvious reminder that their heritage is it's right here. Can't go wrong. Luca number 2 is right. This is exactly what I think. Senya, you did a good job.
Xiaoyu encouraged Senya and then said,
This explanation is very reasonable and logical. So, now there is only one question left. Where are the remains?
This star system is very empty, with no large-scale objects other than the main star. It can be said that under the search of Xiaoyu's hundreds of thousands of detectors, anything with a diameter of more than 10 meters that exists here will be discovered by Xiaoyu. But the result of the detection was that there was nothing.
If our inference is correct, in order for the dwarves who receive the prompts to successfully obtain the ruins, they will definitely leave other prompts. You know, this is a gift they prepared for the dwarves after they reached the 4th level of civilization. We are now a primary 5th level civilization. There is no reason why the dwarves can find it but we cannot.
Luca number 2 said, frowning and thinking carefully. There was silence in the conference room, and all the scientists, including Xiaoyu, were thinking nervously. Suddenly, Xiaoyu, who received the latest detection information, perked up and murmured,
I received a prompt. The prompt is above this star.
After Xiaoyu synthesized all the observation data, Xiaoyu discovered a special phenomenon. The orbit of this star is not stable, as if there is a star next to it that Xiaoyu cannot see, disturbing it with its own gravity. Chapter 329, 2,600 times the speed of light. The latest observation results told Xiaoyu that the star's operating state was not stable. Generally speaking, in a star system with planets, the orbit of the main star is unstable. For example, the sun's axis of rotation is not a straight line passing through the star's center of mass, but deviates somewhat. To give a simple analogy, take a piece of paper, cut out a circle, and then use a pen to penetrate the paper. Of course, do not pass through it at the center of the circle, but choose a place away from the center of the circle, and then use the pen tip as the axis. Start spinning. The star's motion is like a spinning circular piece of paper. The reason for this phenomenon is actually very simple. That is, the gravitational disturbance from the planet makes the system tend to develop into a binary star system, causing the main star's rotation axis to deviate from the center of mass. In fact, by measuring this gravitational disturbance, Earth-era humans have discovered hundreds of exoplanets. But there was a question that puzzled Xiaoyu, because, within 20 billion kilometers around this star as the center of the sphere, Xiaoyu did not find any stars of considerable mass. In other words, there is no object that could bias the star's rotation. Xiaoyu quickly informed the participating scientists of this result. This phenomenon immediately caused scientists to talk about it.
First of all, it can be determined that this special phenomenon is not caused by black holes. Although black holes cannot be directly observed, their traces can be easily found through the gravitational lensing phenomenon.
Xiaoyu said,
a few of our 100,000 detectors have searched this star system, but they have not found any trace of massive stars. So what is going on?
Xiaoyu couldn't understand. This star is like a maverick madman, always showing some inexplicable characteristics, without the gravitational disturbance of other stars.
Why would its rotation axis shift? In other words, since its rotation axis has shifted, it means that it must have been affected by other stars. But where is that star? Why can't I see or feel it? Xiaoyu had a vague intuition that this phenomenon was probably related to the strongest defensive weapon called New World, mentioned in the last words of Toller's civilization. Xiaoyu couldn't help but start thinking about the meaning of the simple word, New World.
Is the star's rotation axis shifting due to its own stellar activity?
A scientist stood up and expressed his opinion somewhat uncertainly.
No, it's impossible,
Xiaoyu denied.
At least 3,000 detectors are gathering around its star at this moment. Its every move is under my control. Its stellar activities at this moment are not at may have such a major impact. Well, let me calculate it through gravitational disturbance. The calculation results show that 4 billion kilometers away from it, there is a star with a mass about 3 times that of the sun pulling on it. Wait! The star's rotation axis deviation has disappeared. It has returned to normal.
At this time, the detector once again reported news that shocked Xiaoyu.
How could this happen? How could a star with a mass of 0.3 times the mass of the sun disappear in an instant? This is not logical.
Looking at his observation results, Xiao Yu was inexplicably surprised. The star rotates because it follows the principle of conservation of angular momentum. And if there is no external disturbance, its axis of rotation will inevitably pass through the center of mass. This star is showing such a state at this moment. A moment ago, its axis of rotation was still somewhat offset. But now, it recovered in a very short period of time. All the scientists looked at each other in confusion. What happened had proved that the scientists' explanation that the rotation axis shifted due to the star's own activities was incorrect. Perhaps stellar activity may really cause the star's rotation axis to shift. Then, will stellar activity correct the rotation axis again? This is neither logical nor scientific.
Look! Look! The rotation axis deviation phenomenon has appeared again!
Xiao Yu, who received the report again, was even more surprised and immediately reported the news.
No! Something is wrong!
Lucafor said.
Master, have you noticed that the deviation of its rotation axis this time is not the same as the deviation of the rotation axis that occurred last time? According to this deviation calculating the movement rate, there is probably a star with a mass of 0.5 times the Sun at this moment, pulling on it at a distance of 12 billion kilometers. What the H.L. is going on?
Xiao Yu was very depressed at this moment, because Xiao Yu found that his proud technological strength and knowledge reserves were completely clueless when faced with such a thing.
There is indeed something weird about this star system. It is basically certain that the so-called New World and the ruins of the Tolar civilization are hidden somewhere here. But we can neither see it nor feel it. It's like a ghost. There was about 10 seconds between the two rotation axis deviations. According to our calculations, one is in orbit at a distance of 4 billion kilometers, and the other is in orbit at a distance of 12 billion kilometers. The distance between the two orbits is 8 billion kilometers. 8 billion kilometers. 10 seconds. 1 second is 800 million kilometers. This is more than 2,600 times the speed of light. How is this possible?
In the conference room, there was an exclamation. This exclamation attracted the attention of all the scientists in the conference room. And then, after some simple calculations, they each came to the same conclusion. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly became solemn.
I wonder if you still remember the Tai House civilization from the Large Magellanic Cloud.
Xiao Yu's tone was a little bitter.
It took the initiative to find a decisive battle with the Sweeper civilization, and then found that its strength was not as strong as the Sweeper civilization. As a result, a distress signal was sent, and the distress signal was received by the Guardian civilization. The Guardian civilization then issued a cosmic summons, calling on all civilizations in the galaxy that are capable of participating in the war to go together to encircle and suppress the Sweepers. I remember it very clearly.
Luca 3 took over and said slowly.
At that time, we, the Luca clan, were the only race following you. The Master. The content of the Galaxy Calling Order of the Guardian Civilization. I still remember it. It probably means that all civilizations with the ability to sail at a speed of more than 100 times the speed of light can go to the warred location by themselves. Those that cannot reach it can go to the gathering point of the Guardian Civilization. And the Guardian Civilization is responsible for transporting them. Go! This information means a very clear practical problem.
The next words were spoken by Luca number 4.
From this information, we can know that even for the old and powerful 6th level civilization, the Guardian for civilization, 100 times the speed of light is also a big hurdle. Similarly, it can be seen that the speed of the Guardian civilization will never exceed 100 times the speed of light. But the speed of this thing has reached more than 2,600 times. Speed of light. What does that mean? Speed means technological strength in a certain sense. I know this,
Luca 2 said.
It is certain that even the Sweeper civilization is far from reaching this speed. In fact, in our speculation, among them, the Sweeper civilization can reach a speed of 150 times the speed of light, which is enough to shock people. More than 2,600 times? This is only possible if it reaches the level of 7th level civilization. But, if the Troll civilization is really a 7th level civilization, how can it be so embarrassed when pursued by the Sweeper civilization? Even if it cannot be defeated, who can catch up with it if it runs away?
2,600 times the speed of light is a very terrifying speed. This is a height that Xiao Yu does not even dare to look up to. According to Xiao Yu's inference, only level 7 civilizations have the ability to sail far across the river system. The most important limitation is the issue of speed. even if calculated at the speed limit of the sweeper civilization, which is 150 times the speed of light. It would take more than 15,000 years to travel from the Milky Way to the Andromeda Galaxy. This time may not be very long. But the most fatal thing is not being able to get any supplies during the long journey. The supply problem cannot be solved by bringing enough supplies. Xiao Yu had been confused before. How could supplies become a problem? With the technological strength of the sweeper civilization, Xiao Yu believes that they are fully capable of carrying a star on their journey. So, isn't one star enough for them to consume? But with the development of science and technology, and after thoroughly understanding the principle of curvature navigation and the rate of energy consumption, Xiao Yu knew that he was wrong. The reason is simple. Supplies also have mass. The greater the mass, the more energy is consumed to launch a curvature voyage. How much energy does it consume for a star to launch a curvature voyage of 150 times the speed of light? Even if all the mass of this star is converted into energy, it will not be able to support its journey in curvature from the Milky Way to the Andromeda Galaxy. Then there seems to be only one way left to sail across the river system. And that is conventional navigation. At sublight speed, it takes up to 3 million years to cross from the Milky Way to the Andromeda Galaxy. This method can really realize a river-level voyage. But the consumption along the way is also a problem. Whether it can be reached, there is no guarantee whether it will be a living creature or the corpse of the creature after arrival. And what if the speed can reach 2,600 times the speed of light? This means that it takes less than 900 years to reach the Andromeda Galaxy from the Milky Way. 900 years of time passed by in a blink of an eye, and was really not a very long time. But, how could the troll civilization have such strong strength? Chapter 330 Rules. Xiao Yu reasoned and came to a conclusion that even he couldn't believe. First of all, the Tolar civilization was wiped out by the sweepers. The sweepers did not reach the height of the 7th level civilization. However, current observation results show that the remains of the Tolar civilization are definitely belonging to the 7th level civilization or higher than the 7th level civilization. It moves at a speed more than 2,600 times that only civilization can achieve. This is an unexplainable contradiction.
I have some doubts about the intentions of this troll civilization,
another scientist said bitterly.
We must know that its ruins are intended to be left to the dwarves, who have developed to the 4th level of civilization. We are now, as for the primary 5th level civilization. I don't believe that the dwarves will find something that even we can't find a clue to. Yes, the various characteristics displayed by this star are not logical and scientific at all. At least there is no basis to explain this matter in our theoretical system. Even if we are sure that thing can really, it moves at a speed of 2,600 times. But don't forget, what happened to the 10-second interval between its two appearances? Where did it go during these 10 seconds? These movements seem to have no rules at all. And we cannot grasp the relationship between these changes. The inability to grasp the rules means that we cannot make generalizations and make further speculations. What exactly is the so-called New World? In what state does it exist in our universe? Why can't we find traces of it? Even if it exists in a state of curvature navigation, it can be seen that there are no traces of it in the universe. If we can't find it, then superlight tachyon detection should also be able to find it. Where is it?
There was a lot of discussion in the conference room. Many scientists have expressed their opinions. The contents of the opinions vary. But one thing is consistent. That is, pessimism. They do not think that Xiao Yu's current technological strength can resolve this matter. Xiao Yu ignored these comments and focused on the star. Yes, at this time, the star's rotation axis once again shifted. The difference is that this offset is different from the previous two offsets. An idea gradually formed in Xiao Yu's mind.
Perhaps we all thought wrong,
Xiao Yu said slowly.
You are right. These ruins are reserved by the Tolar civilization for the dwarves who have reached the 4th level of civilization. There is no reason for the dwarves to explanations can be found. But we cannot. Then there is only one possibility left. We all thought wrong. Our path to find explanations was wrong from the beginning. So we fell deeper and deeper into the quagmire of contradictions. Now, I ask everyone to discard all the information they have obtained so far. Don't worry about more than 2,600 times the speed of light. Don't worry about why we can't find it. Everyone should put their thinking at the original point and start thinking again. Where are the ruins of Tolar civilization?
Silence fell into the conference room again. Hundreds of the most outstanding scientists attending the meeting were frowning and thinking nervously.
If we think according to the thinking of a level 4 civilization, I mean, if we really let a level 4 civilization scientist face this problem. First of all, It will not take into account technologies such as tachyon technology and antimatter technology. Things like this, because it has not yet come into contact with this aspect. It will only use its current scientific and technological knowledge to think about what this is for. Now, I ask everyone to temporarily forget all the scientific and technological knowledge of our Wuji civilization and learn to use the 4th level civilization thinking about this issue.
Luca 3 frowned and said,
If you think with the thinking of a 4th level civilization creature, then it will not be a problem that the tachyon detector cannot find traces of the ruins of the Tolar civilization. And it will not be affected by this aspect. Problem because they have no scientific knowledge in this area. Yes.
Xiaoyu nodded.
In addition to tachyon detection, there are several technologies as follows. No need to think about it. Then, all these problems are eliminated.
There was low discussion in the conference room, and scientists were whispering among themselves, discussing their opinions. Outside the spaceship, 20 billion kilometers away from here, the star is still moving strangely. Obviously nothing is affecting it, but it still exhibits special properties, and its rotation axis shifts from time to time. It returns to normal from time to time, and the rotation axis deviation is different every time, and there seems to be no pattern at all, which makes people confused.
It's really depressing. Not to mention whether you can get the weapon called Split Space by exploring the ruins. Just looking for the ruins is such a big trouble. The technological strength of the 6th level civilization is really so powerful that as I'm a beginner at level 5 civilization, and I can't even get a clue? Xiaoyu was in a very low mood. Originally thought that his strength was strong enough. But facing the 6th level civilization, Xiaoyu once again experienced the feeling of powerlessness.
The barriers between levels are really tight. An ordinary 6th level civilization is so powerful. So, how powerful is the Sweeper civilization? The absolute overlord of the galaxy?
Xiaoyu has not forgotten that this 6th level civilization that created such a miracle in front of him is just a lost dog pursued by the Sweeper civilization.
Huh?
Xiaoyu breathed out softly. Xiaoyu would never dare to act rashly before he fully understood the matter. It's not that Xiaoyu doesn't want to take risks. It's that he doesn't want to take meaningless risks. If it turns out that Xiaoyu really has no ability to obtain this inheritance, Xiaoyu will definitely turn around and leave without any hesitation. Although the weapon of split space is powerful and precious, it is not as important as Xiaoyu's own life. A large number of interstellar probes are still wandering in this empty star system. They use all the detection instruments equipped on their bodies and work hard to obtain information. There are the largest number of detection instruments gathered around this star. And so far, this number has risen to as many as 30,000. 30,000 detectors, like flies, are flying around this stellar fruit.
Perhaps this is the intention of the Troll civilization. This is their last line of defense to ensure that the ruins are acquired by the Dwarves. Can a 5th level civilization find no clues? But a 4th level civilization can find clues to the ruins?
Xiaoyu thought silently.
There is no phenomenon in the universe that a 4th level civilization can understand its principles. But a 5th level civilization cannot understand its principles. Because all 5th level civilizations develop from 4th level civilizations. So, what is left by the Tolar civilization? The clues can only be about thinking, not specific technology. The development of civilization represents the expansion of vision. Does it mean that the expansion of vision, in turn, limits thinking? The technological strength of the 6th level civilization is indeed powerful.
Xiaoyu sighed softly. Up to now, a month has passed since Xiaoyu came to this star system. Within this month, the number of detectors continued to increase, and more information was obtained. But Xiaoyu was unable to get any valuable clues from this information. Huh?
This is.
Just when Xiaoyu was at a loss what to do, Xiaoyu received another message from the detector. This message was still unremarkable. Exactly the same as the information reported before. But Xiaoyu keenly discovered the peculiarity of this message. During this month, none of the information received by Xiaoyu was the same. In other words, the data reported to Xiaoyu by these detectors about the deviation of the star's rotation axis was different every time. Different rotation axis offset data means that the invisible star affecting it has different masses and distances. That's why Xiaoyu said that the orbit of this star was completely irregular. But now it's repeated. The repeated appearance means that Xiaoyu hopes to find patterns in these movement trajectories. Xiaoyu perked up and immediately increased the allocation of computing power in this area.
When this shift was first observed, it lasted for about 3 seconds. Then the axis returned to normal for 10 seconds. And then it shifted again for 8 seconds. 2 shifts the specific data that appeared is as follows. Well, the second offset has appeared. Exactly the same as the first round.
Xiao Yu's mood became more and more exciting. As long as you find the laws of its motion, you won't have to worry about finding the principles among the laws. Just like a very simple chemical reaction. The combustion of hydrogen and oxygen. Every time hydrogen and oxygen are combined, water is produced. This is the rule. With this rule, people can easily find out its principle, which is that hydrogen molecules and oxygen molecules combine to form water molecules. Xiao Yu immediately informed all the scientists of the results. The energy of all relevant scientists has been devoted to this matter. Another month-long observation period. During this month of observation, Xiao Yu discovered that the trajectory of this star was exactly the same as its trajectory in the previous month. I believe that I have found its movement pattern,
Xiao Yu murmured to himself.
Although we still can't find its traces or get any relevant information about it. We know that it is nearby and is moving.
With a monthly cycle, there is some kind of periodic motion near this star that we don't understand yet. Chapter 331, 4 Dimensions. See 4 dimensions again. Cyclicity is a key word, because this means that after mastering its periodic law, Xiao Yu can make predictions about the movement of this star at any time period in the future at any time period. And he can also summarize this law. Based on this, find more rules.
So as you can see, we have found the law of its movement. However, who can tell me, what is the connection between these movements? Is there anything that will move in such a trajectory? There is one thing I need to tell you. There are many repetitions and breakpoints in this movement trajectory, and its movement trajectory does not seem to be continuous.
Xiao Yu said. The movement trajectory is not continuous. Just like a person who is at this location one moment and ran to another place the next moment. Between these two different locations, it consumes no time or very little time. That's it for the sport.
This situation of motion breakpoints is very similar to the way quantum motions occur in the microscopic world,
a scientist said.
For example, leptons such as electrons.
The movement rules of electrons moving around the atomic nucleus are unpredictable. They may disappear instantly, disappear from the visible universe, or they may be in 2 or more places at the same time. This kind of movement in the microscopic world is incredible. If we compare it to a person, this person is in 2 places A and B at the same time. But in the microscopic world, it actually exists.
This unknown relic will definitely not be the same as microscopic electrons. First of all, the movement trajectory of electrons in the microscopic world is unpredictable. But the movement trajectory of this relic can be predicted. We have found out its movement rules and can predict any point in time in the future. Its location. Secondly, the electron may be in 2 places at the same time. But in this star system, we do not observe this phenomenon.
Another scientist expressed objections to this view.
Then, let's make a graph of the motion trajectory,
Xiao Yu said and issued an instruction. As this order was issued, a huge fireball suddenly appeared in the conference room. This fireball is about 1 meter in diameter and is slowly rotating in midair. The scientists here can clearly see this slightly yellowish-white sphere, and even some of the details on it can be seen clearly. For example, the stellar material is constantly erupting, such as the stellar waves that are constantly rising and falling, etc. This is a 3-dimensional projection image. Xiao Yu's current technology can easily create such an image.
This is a scaled-down image of this star,
Xiao Yu said.
Look, it is currently in a new round of rotation axis deviation.
Following Xiao Yu's words, the star began to shake irregularly, looking like an eccentric ball.
Taking the rotation axis shift we first observed as the origin. Based on that observation data, we speculated that there is a star 4 billion kilometers away from it. So, it is at this position. Well, the distance is too far away and cannot be displayed on an equal scale. So let's use this point of light to represent the star. Otherwise, all distances are on a scale of 1 to 4 trillion.
Xiao Yu said and clicked casually. And a black spot appeared 1 meter away from the light spot representing the star.
So, the second observation data. The observation result is that there is a star 1.2 billion kilometers away. And it is here,
Xiao Yu said. And then he made a dot. And at this distance from this light 0.3 meters away, another black spot appeared.
The next step is here, 7.6 billion kilometers.
All the scientists were silent, watching Xiao Yu's movements. Then here, Xiao Yu said, reporting the data one by one, all with black dots marking their locations. There are about 3,000 data in total. and there are more than 3,000 black spots. These more than 3,000 black spots represent all the places visited by the invisible being within a 1-month cycle.
If you arrange it in chronological order, then it is like this.
Xiao Yu clicked his finger again, and a black line extended out from the point that was only 1 meter away from the star, representing the first observation data, and connected to at that point 3 meters away. The black line gradually extended and finally connected all the black dots. Thousands of black lines looked densely packed, like a ball of wool. These black lines intersect in many places.
That's the specific situation. So, can anyone tell me what this means?
Xiao Yu manipulated his shadow and spread his hands.
I thought of a possibility.
Luca 3 stood up and said,
under the action of time, the state of material motion in the macroscopic world has continuity, at least before the so-called space jump technology has been developed. The truth is correct. Our curvature navigation also follows this theorem. Since the motion of this thing does not follow this theorem, is it possible that it is not something from our universe? Keep talking.
Xiao Yu gestured. The statement of Luca number 3 is very vague. At this moment, even Xiao Yu cannot understand what it is going to say.
It may not be something in our three-dimensional universe.
Luca 2 strengthened his tone and emphasized the word three-dimensional.
As for the fourth dimension, although we have really felt it in Taihao's body, but still can't understand its existence. But it doesn't matter. With the help of mathematics, we have long inferred the mathematical expression of the four-dimensional space. I calculated these black points using mathematical methods and found that their movement trajectories are the three-dimensional world is not continuous, but their movement in the four-dimensional space is continuous.
Xiao Yu's eyes lit up.
You mean, this thing, this relic, moves in the fourth dimension. What we see in the real space is just its projection in the three-dimensional world. This planet is the strange movement of stars just caused by the difference between the distance formula in four-dimensional space and the distance formula in three-dimensional space? Yes.
Luca 3 nodded. Xiao Yu was silent for a moment. In this moment, Xiao Yu had already calculated the data of all the black spots according to Luca number 3's ideas. The calculation results told Xiao Yu that what Luca number 3 said was correct. If calculated in a four-dimensional space, the trajectory of this thing is indeed continuous. As long as the movement pattern is continuous, then the biggest problem facing Xiao Yu will be eliminated. This confirms that the troll civilization does not have the terrifying movement speed of more than 2,600 times. The reason why such data appears is just because of the difference in distance conversion between three-dimensional space and four-dimensional space. The reason for this difference is simple. There is no fourth dimension in the three-dimensional world, or the fourth dimension cannot be detected. So, if something moves 50 kilometers above the fourth dimension, how many kilometers is it equivalent to moving in the three-dimensional world? Xiao Yu didn't know and couldn't calculate. There is no accurate distance conversion formula between two worlds with different latitudes. But through the comparison between the three-dimensional world and the two-dimensional world, Xiao Yu can still get a glimpse of some of the mysteries. Assuming that a piece of white paper is a two-dimensional world, then now, a small ball moves 1 centimeter diagonally upward using this piece of white paper. Assume that this centimeter is the hypotenuse. The point where the ball is vertically projected onto the white paper is point A. The distance between the ball and the white paper is the right-angled side A. And the line segment to point at is the right-angled side B. Then, for the two-dimensional world, the distance the ball moves is not the length of the hypotenuse, but the length of the right-angled side B. 1 centimeter in the three-dimensional world, converted into the distance in the two-dimensional world, maybe only half a centimeter, or 0.7 centimeters. There is another problem here. That is, the small ball moves 1 centimeter. When converted into the distance of movement in the two-dimensional world, it seems that it is only 1 centimeter at most. Not more than 1 centimeter. However, a problem of space curvature is also ignored here. You must know that in the three-dimensional world, a piece of white paper representing the two-dimensional world can be bent at will. We can bend the two ends of a piece of white paper. Let them be only 1 centimeter apart. And then the ball moves from one end of the white paper to the other. In the three-dimensional world, it only moves 1 centimeter. After unfolding the white paper, convert the centimeter into the two-dimensional world, the distance is the length of the entire white paper. Similarly, in the four-dimensional world, 1 centimeter in the four-dimensional world may be 1 million kilometers, or 1 micron in the three-dimensional world. There is no accurate conversion formula between these two distances. While Xiao Yu was calculating, there was a burst of discussion in the conference room, and the scientists began to perform their own calculations. After about 5 minutes, all the scientists came to their conclusions.
What Master Number 3 said is right. Our calculation results also support Master Number 3's conclusion.
A scientist said. Xiao Yu fell into deep thought again. Xiao Yu has never forgotten the Taihao civilization that entered a semi-fourth-dimensional state. The Etaheo civilization is so powerful that it can only be stuck in the four-dimensional space, unable to move in the fourth dimension, nor can it completely return to the three-dimensional world. How can this Tolar civilization be able to move in the fourth dimension? Random movement in four-dimensional space? This is not logical. Xiao Yu raised this question. Chapter 332 Entrance. Xiao Yu doesn't know what kind of existence Taihao civilization is, and what differences exist between it and ordinary sixth-level civilization. However, based on the current information, the strength of Taihao civilization is undoubtedly stronger than that of ordinary sixth-level civilization. Of course, this ordinary sixth-level civilization does not include monsters like sweepers and guardians. Fetal. A civilization that can exist for tens of millions of years will not be that simple. Therefore, Xiao Yu believes that the Troll civilization is not as powerful as the Taihao civilization. The Taihao civilization is still unable to master complete four-dimensional space technology. But Xiao Yu does not believe that the Tolar civilization can do it.
Actually, we don't need to pay attention to this issue at all. Our purpose is to come here to obtain the relics of the Tolar civilization. As long as we can get the relics, why bother to care about how powerful the Tolar civilization is?
Said Xiao Yu when this question was asked and scientists were talking endlessly. Luca number 2, a scientist in the Department of Psychological and Social Sciences, stood up and put forward his own point of view. Well, Xiao Yu seemed to have received a blow and immediately woke up. He couldn't help but think secretly in his heart.
That's true. Why should I care about what is going on with Toral civilization? As long as I get the inheritance has improved my own strength. And I will have a lot of time to improve technology and study this problem in the future.
The conference room fell into silence for a moment.
Indeed. We have all fallen into a blind corner of our thinking. However, I still have some doubts. If I cannot determine what this Troll civilization is, I am worried that we will be in danger during the action.
Luca 3 said.
Can you find where the danger comes from? If there is danger, can you deal with it?
Luca number 2 asked. Luca 3 was stunned for a moment, looked at the supreme leader of his race helplessly, and said,
No, that's okay.
Luca number 2 spread his hands.
This operation is risky anyway. Our purpose is to reduce the risk. And obviously, even if we figure it out, we can't achieve the goal of reducing risks with these principles of Tolar civilization. So, there is only one thing left now. Whether to take the risk and fight hard, or not to take the risk and just retreat.
All scientists looked at Xiao Yu together.
The problem is, we don't know how to enter the ruins,
Xiao Yu said.
That's another question.
Luca 2 immediately answered.
The first thing we need to determine now is whether to take risks. Instead of getting entangled in these technical details, I need to evaluate the risk. Please wait a moment,
Xiao Yu said, controlling his shadow to slowly close his eyes to show that he was thinking. Xiao Yu used his huge computing power to start modeling work. Countless models were built, and Xiao Yu considered every situation he might encounter, regardless of whether the situation was good or bad. Xiao Yu deduced them all. This matter is very computationally intensive, because there are infinite possibilities in the future. Xiao Yu's computing power is not infinite. Of course, Xiao Yu cannot take into account all possibilities in the future. A full 5 minutes passed before Xiao Yu opened his eyes.
The assessment results show that we have a 60% chance of encountering danger. But dangers are also different in severity. Among the 60% risk possibilities, only 10% are likely to encounter extinction. Disaster. Overall, the probability of our total annihilation is only about 6%. I decided to take this risk.
Xiao Yu said his decision.
Very good. Now that you have made the decision, Master, what we need to discuss now is how to enter this ruins. I am not good at specific technology, so I will not express too many opinions. I will only say one thing. According to the inference of our scientists in the Department of Psychology and Sociology, since the Troll civilization clearly stated that this is a legacy left to the Dwarves, then our method of entering the ruins must be inseparable from the Dwarves' relationship. At the same time, there must be a way to enter the ruins. If we can't find it, it is our responsibility.
After finishing these words, Luca number 2 sat down. Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed slightly.
Luca number 2 is right. Now, I ask everyone to free their energy from other problems and start thinking about the current problem. How to enter the ruins. First of all, the ability to use mathematical methods to infer four-dimensional space already exists in fourth-level civilizations. Since we have determined that the ruins are moving in the direction of the fourth dimension in four-dimensional space, then I think that the way to enter is probably related to mathematics.
Senya, the scientist of the second race, said,
the gate to the ruins must be within the three-dimensional world we are in, because it is obvious that the fourth-level civilization does not have the ability to move in the fourth dimension. In order for the Tolar civilization to allow its ruins to be smoothly if the dwarves take it away, even if they place the relics in the four-dimensional space, they will definitely reserve an entrance in the three-dimensional space. Otherwise, the dwarfs will not be able to get the relics,
said a scientist from race number 11.
Then it's very simple. Our goal is no longer to find the ruins, but to find the gate of this ruins. I believe that at the entrance, the Tolar civilization must have reserved other means to welcome the dwarves in. Go to the ruins,
another scientist said. As soon as the ideas opened up, the discussion immediately became heated. But now, only some other scientists are speaking, as Xiao Yu's most capable assistants. Luca 3 and Luca 4 did not speak. They closed their eyes slightly, as if they were thinking about something. But Xiao Yu was keenly aware that when other scientists spoke, they would make certain subtle movements, such as nodding in agreement and shaking their heads in opposition.
It seems that they already have their own ideas and do not speak them out in advance just to maintain their authority. They are in the process of listening to the opinions of other scientists and improving their own ideas. Luca 3 and Luca number 4 is quite stable,
Xiao Yu thought secretly in his heart. Xiao Yu is doing the same thing. Xiao Yu also had an idea in his mind, and it was currently being perfected.
Luca number 3. Number 4. What do you think? Tell us what you think,
Xiao Yu said. Xiao Yu is 80% sure that these two authorities have the same idea as him. And this idea, Xiao Yu is 85% sure that it is correct. Under such circumstances, Xiao Yu chose to leave this opportunity to perform to these two people in order to enhance their authority. After all, the internal reputation no longer means anything to Xiao Yu. Luca number 3 and Luca number 4 looked at each other, and Luca number 4 signaled.
Sir number 3, you speak first. Okay.
Luca 3 nodded, stood up, and said,
according to common sense, the entrance to the ruins is always the closest to the ruins. So, can we draw such a conclusion? Even if the ruins are in a four-dimensional space, as long as we find the point closest to the ruins in the three-dimensional space, we will find the entrance? Sure enough, you have the same idea as me.
Xiao Yu nodded slightly and signaled.
Continue.
Luca 3 paused, and Luca 4 continued.
Then, our problem becomes to find the point closest to the ruins in the three-dimensional world we are in. This task,
it is not difficult for us. Although this ruin has been in constant motion, we have mastered its movement rules, and we can predict its location at any time.
Right? The speeches of Luca 3 and Luca 4 silenced the entire conference room. All the scientists were thinking hard, and after a moment, they nodded helplessly. The reason why they were helpless was because they found that what Luca 3 and Luca 4 said were correct, and they originally wanted to find out the correct answer by themselves and then tell it to enhance the status of their race in Xiao Yu's heart.
Don't forget to carry the dwarf key with you when you arrive at the entrance.
At this time, Luca 2 added in a timely manner.
Do you have any objections?
Xiao Yu asked.
No. We think that the 3 adults of the Luca tribe are right.
After thinking for a moment, the scientists from other races could only express this view. The entire meeting became a stage for the performance of Luca scientists. Among the scientists attending the meeting, there were more than 30 other outstanding scientists from the Luca tribe. At this moment, they looked at these 3 people with eyes full of admiration.
Very good. Very good.
Xiao Yu was very satisfied with the effect. So Xiao Yu made a concluding speech.
Then, let's act according to this strategy. Well, according to the information we have obtained, and with the help of mathematical tools, we can know that in 3 days, this ruins will be in a 4-dimensional space. This point, in our 3-dimensional space, the closest point to this point in the 4-dimensional space is here.
Xiao Yu clicked his finger, and a black dot appeared 2.5 meters to the left of the suspended yellow dot representing the star above the conference room. 1 meter represents a distance of 4 billion kilometers. 2.5 meters is 10 billion kilometers.
In 3 days, our fleet will arrive at this location, and all the answers will be revealed at this moment.
Chapter 333 The World of Tolar. Just like three-dimensional space relative to two-dimensional space, four-dimensional space also has a closest point relative to three-dimensional space. For example, there is a small ball on a two-dimensional plane, which is 1 decimeter away from the white paper representing the two-dimensional world. Then, in the two-dimensional world represented by the white paper, the point closest to the object in this three-dimensional world is undoubtedly directly below the ball, because only directly below the small ball is the vertical distance between the two, and the vertical distance is the shortest distance. Any point that deviates from directly below will not form a straight line perpendicular to the two-dimensional plane with the ball, and the distance between them is not the shortest distance. From this we can know that in the three-dimensional world, there must be a point closest to the object in the four-dimensional world. This point is on the scale of four-dimensional space. In the fourth dimension, this straight line is perpendicular to three-dimensional space. Although creatures in the three-dimensional world cannot specifically imagine and understand the magic of four-dimensional space, the specific location of the closest point between an object in the four-dimensional space and the three-dimensional world can be inferred through mathematical methods. In fact, this mathematical method is not complicated, and a level 4 civilization can easily come up with the answer. In this way, the biggest premise is met. That is, the dwarves of the 4th level civilization can also find the entrance to the ruins of the Tolar civilization through this method. After all, the relics of Tolar civilization are left to the dwarves. Xiaoyu only performed calculations for a very short period of time before reaching a conclusion. During the calculation, Xiaoyu has marked the position of this point in the three-dimensional image. What a magical thing this is. Xiaoyu sighed in his heart. Creatures in the three-dimensional world cannot detect the existence of the 4th dimension, nor can they make an intuitive guess about the 4th dimension. Human beings cannot clearly imagine the 4th dimension like a cup or a table. It is difficult to imagine what the 4th dimension is, but through the tool of mathematics, it can be expressed clearly. Then it's decided, Xiaoyu said. I will take our fleet and rush to the reservation location within the reservation time. Master, I think there is no need for you to take the risk yourself. Just send an intelligent creature as the leader, and then allocate some combat forces to follow. You must understand that we are not going to fight. The purpose is just to obtain the relics of the troll civilization. After Xiaoyu announced the subsequent action plan, a scientist suggested. Xiaoyu only thought for a moment, then controlled his shadow and shook his head slightly. Among these ruins, the relics of the Tolar civilization are very important to me. Only by going there in person can I have the greatest understanding. We must be sure to get it. What's more, according to my inference, the chance of encountering catastrophe in this operation is only 6%. In other words, the chance of our safety is 94%. This is completely it's worth taking the risk. After all, this is just a ruins, not a battlefield. Seeing Xiaoyu's determination, the scientist stopped talking. In fact, Xiaoyu understood its thoughts very well. Out of consideration for the control of these intelligent and civilized creatures, Xiaoyu put all the control authority of all spacecraft in his own hands. As long as he dies, all intelligent and civilized creatures under his control will also die. The scientist was obviously worried about this problem, so he didn't want Xiaoyu to take the risk. After all, their lives depend on Xiaoyu. But Xiaoyu had deeper considerations. Until now, Xiaoyu cannot fully believe in the loyalty of these alien intelligent creatures. Under one's own control, there is no need to worry about the loyalty of these creatures. But what if they are out of one's control? Who knows, after entering the so-called New World, whether these spacecraft can still be controlled by themselves? In Xiaoyu's inference, there is a high probability that long-distance communication is not applicable to four-dimensional space. In order to avoid this problem, Xiaoyu needs to authorize them to have complete control of the spacecraft. And then they enter the ruins. What if they are really lucky enough to obtain the weapon called Split Space, and then control the spacecraft to escape from the ruins again, relying on this weapon to deal with themselves? The huge difference between civilization levels makes Xiaoyu unsure of relying on his current strength to fight against a spacecraft equipped with level 6 civilization weapons, even if there is only one such spacecraft. So Xiaoyu chose to take a risk himself. There are other benefits to choosing this way. Xiaoyu, who possesses huge computing power, is always much stronger than other intelligent creatures. If he goes there in person, he has the greatest chance of successfully obtaining these relics of Toral civilization. After considering all kinds of considerations, Xiaoyu chose to go there himself. Then let's do it. I will lead all the spaceships to arrive at the predetermined location in 3 days. If possible,
All of them will enter the ruins.
Xiao Yu announced his decision. The scientists who heard Xiao Yu's decision had different expressions. Some were calm, some were worried, and some were excited. Xiao Yu looked at these different expressions without any fluctuation in his heart. Various orders have been issued, and Xiao Yu's fleet quickly completed its assembly and rushed to the predetermined location. Since this is a place close to the star and curvature navigation is not possible, this voyage is a conventional sublight voyage. Seeing the huge star that was constantly changing its trajectory, as if suffering from epilepsy getting closer and closer, Xiao Yu felt calm as usual. The arrival of a message made Xiao Yu's mood fluctuate a little. Xiao Yu secretly thought,
this guy is still following me.
That's right. This message is about that 4th level alien beast. The detection data showed that after Xiao Yu's huge fleet began to set off towards the predetermined target, this guy also began to move his position and continued to follow Xiao Yu loomingly.
You have been following me for hundreds of years, so it's time to end it.
Xiao Yu smiled coldly in his heart.
After getting a weapon like splitting space, let me see where you can run.
Xiao Yu's current weapon system is actually not advanced compared to Xiao Yu's technological level.
At least it is a little worse than the Malian civilization. Xiao Yu believes that if he really obtains a space weapon from a 6th level civilization, his shortcomings will be fully compensated.
At that time, I will have 4 protective shields for defense and space weapons for attack. In this galaxy, besides the 6th level civilization, who else can pose a threat to me? It's just a small 4th level alien beast. Not worth mentioning.
After a few days of regular sailing, Xiao Yu's fleet has arrived at the reservation location. A series of orders were issued, and the robots and leaders of each tribe faithfully executed Xiao Yu's orders, such as raising the alert level, appeasing their respective tribesmen, and telling them not to panic no matter what situation they encountered. Because Xiao Yu and Luca too speculated that the dwarves would be the key to the door to the new world. Xiao Yu made special arrangements for this, relaxing the concealment of the 40 homeship spacecraft, and specifically letting them exposed, no matter whether it is useful or not. Xiao Yu believes that doing it is better than not doing it.
Okay, let's start waiting.
All the preparations have been done, and the rest, whether the specific method of entering the ruins is as expected, can only be left to the control of God. Time passed bit by bit, and everything in the starry sky was silent as usual. There were no planets, no comets, no asteroids, only the huge star that was bright as usual, facing the void of the universe, emitting light in vain. Own heat. Xiao Yu's thoughts drifted far away. Xiao Yu began to think about a question. A profound question. That is, what is all this for? Has no meaning? Whether this star emits heat, or even exists, it will not have any impact on the outside world. It is insignificant and ignored. At the same time, it has no consciousness. So, why does it exist? Not just the star. There are many such things in the universe. It doesn't matter whether they exist or not. But they do exist. Xiao Yu couldn't figure out why all of this existed. Maybe existence itself is a meaning? Or is there really an omniscient and omnipotent God in the universe, who is secretly controlling everything? Humans in the Earth Age have already begun to think about this question. But after becoming a level 5 civilization, Xiao Yu still did not come up with the answer to this question.
The universe is vast, and there are so many secrets hidden in it. Whether it is natural science or humanistic philosophy, there are many questions waiting for me to explore. Perhaps, the meaning of the existence of intelligent creatures is here, constantly evolving. During the exploration, I solved one unknown after another, and at the same time, I came into contact with more unknowns, and then launched a new round of exploration until the end of life. But my existence is not limited by time. If nothing unexpected happens, I will have an infinite lifespan. So what is the meaning of my existence?
A sudden message interrupted Xiao Yu's thoughts, and brought Xiao Yu back to his senses.
My people, welcome to the world of Toller.
While waiting quietly, the ruins that kept changing positions came quietly. The moment he arrived at the scheduled time, Xiao Yu received such a message in his brain. Chapter 334 New World. After receiving this message, Xiao Yu immediately perked up.
Is it really here? Is our guess correct?
After receiving this message, Xiao Yu was keenly aware that everything within his field of vision had become distorted. Xiao Yu knew that this was the scene that appeared after the space was bent.
Are we entering a new world? Through space transmission. This method is worthy of being a 6th level civilization.
In the curvature of space, Xiao Yu faintly saw a spaceship in front of him, vaguely disappearing. As this spacecraft disappeared, More spacecraft began to become blurred and lost their traces from before his eyes. 40 homeland spaceships disappeared. Countless rural-level small spacecraft disappeared, followed by city and county-level medium-sized spacecraft, and national-level large spacecraft.
Have they entered the New World?
Xiao Yu thought secretly, watching the distortion gradually spread to his flagship Xiaogua. In this weird situation, Xiao Yu chose to stand still, because in his own speculation, no matter what the troll civilization is, they will not attack him at this time. Gradually, the Xiaogua spacecraft was also swallowed up into this distortion. Xiao Yu's vision became more blurry. But in this blur, Xiao Yu saw a scene he didn't want to see. It's that fourth-level strange beast again.
Does this guy want to follow up?
Xiao Yu secretly thought.
No matter what, after I obtain the weapon of split space, I won't have to look for you everywhere. And I will go directly to this so-called New World. You kill it.
The curvature of space lasted for about 3 seconds before returning to normal. But after returning to normal, the scene that appeared in front of Xiao Yu was completely different from before. The fourth-level alien beast followed Xiao Yu to the New World and quickly escaped to the side. Xiao Yu was too lazy to pay attention to it now. In fact, Xiao Yu was already stunned. Xiao Yu looked at all this with his mouth open and murmured to himself.
This is the New World. This is the New World. It is indeed a new world.
It was as if Xiao Yu had traveled hundreds of millions of light years at this moment, leaving the universe he was very familiar with, and coming to another universe. That's right. Xiao Yu is absolutely certain that the current self is not in the original universe. Because in the universe, such a situation will never happen. What appeared in front of Xiao Yu was an astonishing influence. Xiao Yu could see that there was a star about 10 billion kilometers away from him. This star is not ordinary. It is only at the level of a planet. Its volume is about 1.5 times that of the Earth. But its mass is about 0.3 times that of the Sun. This means incredibly dense. It exudes a faint white light and floats quietly in the sky. There is a moon-sized star rotating around it. This is a star system. The host star is a low-mass white dwarf, and the planet is an asteroid. In this so-called New World, this miniature galaxy rotates and revolves day after day. But this star system isn't the only thing in the New World. In fact, there are so many stars in the New World that they can almost be described as a sky full of stars. They are densely arranged in the dark starry sky, and gradually dim as the distance increases. But after a little observation, Xiao Yu discovered an amazing fact. These stars are all exactly the same. The volume, mass, spectrum, density, including their planets, and the volume mass density of the planets, are all exactly the same. All the same. The endless stars seem to be carved from a mold. How could such a scenario exist in the real universe? So the moment he saw the scene here, Xiao Yu immediately confirmed his opinion that this place could not be in the real universe. So where are you? There is no doubt that I am in the New World, the strongest defensive weapon of Tolar civilization. But where is the New World? Xiao Yu had a bad premonition in his heart.
Did you see it? Did you see it?
Xiao Yu quickly summoned the relevant scientists and sent the data to them.
How could it be like this?
All the scientists who saw this scene were stunned, including Luca 3 and Luca 4. Such a scene is so shocking that they cannot keep their composure.
Catch the stars and the moon. Play with the stars in the midst of applause.
Xiao Yu murmured to himself, once again shocked by the power of Toral civilization.
But how could this be? If the troll civilization is really powerful enough to transform so many stars into exactly the same ones, how could they be defeated by the sweeper civilization? Well, let's not think about this problem for the time being. Just I am thinking about how to obtain the relics of the Tolar civilization. However, there are so many stars here. The number of stars detected by just the current power of detection instruments exceeds 1 billion. Which one is the relic of the Tolar civilization? Above the stars? They are exactly the same. Volume, mass, spectrum, density. Everything is the same. How can I find it? Is the troll civilization playing tricks on me?
Xiao Yu thought very depressedly and had the urge to curse.
Do you have any suggestions about now?
Xiao Yu manipulated his shadow, focused on the scientists attending the meeting, and asked with a little helplessness. The scientists looked at each other, speechless. The scene at this moment has completely exceeded the limit of their imagination. They are unable to provide any even reasonable explanation for this matter. Whether they are scientists from the Department of Psychology and Social Sciences or scientists from the Department of Science and Technology.
First of all, we can make a rough guess. Since the 6th level civilization is characterized by preliminary mastery of space technology, The name of this new world seems to be slightly related to space technology. In addition, we have mentioned it before. By guessing the movement trajectory, we can probably be certain that this is not the huge universe we were originally in, but a small universe. Or in other words, a fragment of our big universe.
After a long silence, Luca 3 stood up and expressed his opinion. Xiao Yu looked at it with encouraging eyes and motioned for it to continue talking.
It's like a two-dimensional world,
Luca 3 said, stretched out its palm and issued a command. The three-dimensional projection device was just above its palm, projecting an image of a piece of paper.
Suppose this paper is just a two-dimensional world.
The attention of all scientists was attracted. Luca number 3 grabbed both ends of the phantom of the paper with both hands and made a tearing motion. Immediately, it was like a real piece of paper being torn apart. And with a squeaking sound, the phantom of the paper turned into two, one big and one small.
Now, I use space technology to tear this two-dimensional universe into two halves,
Luca 3 said, pointing to the larger fragment and said,
"This is our big universe."
Paused. After a moment, Luca 3 pointed to another smaller fragment and said,
"This is where we are now. Space. Space."
Xiao Yu's eyes lit up, and he suddenly realized. Xiao Yu remembered what happened a long time ago. After leaving the Yaju planet, Xiao Yu once received a message issued by the Guardian civilization using space broadcast technology. The message said that an information storm was about to hit, and all those below level 6 who did not have the ability to defend against information storms were required. Civilizations, contact them immediately, and they will provide shelter for these weak civilizations for free. It wasn't until he met the Taihao civilization that Xiao Yu learned what the information storm was about. At the same time, he also escaped the information storm with the help of Taihao's semi-four-dimensional body structure. At that time, Xiao Yu had already begun to think about a question. Why does the 6th level civilization have the ability to defend against information storms, but the 5th level civilization does not? Now, Xiao Yu knows the answer. Because level 6 civilizations have mastered space technology. They have the ability to tear apart small universes from the large universe. Just like what Luca 3 is doing now. Luca 3 splits a two-dimensional universe into two, while a level 6 civilization can split the three-dimensional real universe into two. They are all in different universes. How can the information storm in the big universe affect them? With the help of Taihao's semi-four-dimensional structure, Xiao Yu escaped the information storm. This method was like a flood above the ground and could not affect the helicopters in the air. And relying on tearing the universe apart to avoid space storms is like leaving this world directly. So the flood will naturally not affect them. Now, Xiao Yu has completely figured out these things.
This is a brand new world that did not exist before. This world was created by the Troll civilization. A new world is indeed the strongest defensive weapon. Come to think of it, the so-called safe zone of the Guardian civilization is also such a new world. Rely on creating a new world to avoid the Sweeper civilization. It seems that the Troll civilization is always a little worse than the Guardian civilization. The Guardian civilization can make the new world available for those weak foreign civilizations to live in. And with the help of the new world, it can successfully avoid the pursuit of the Sweeper civilization. And the Troll civilization can only use tools like the new world to create a place to store its relics. But, what is going on? With so many stars, I don't believe that a civilization that can't even compare to the Guardian civilization has such a powerful ability.
Chapter 335 Smart 1. Faced with the current situation, Xiao Yu fell into deep thinking. Although he understood that this was not his original universe, this did not help his next move. I still don't know what to do next. Moreover, there is a serious problem that has emerged faintly. That is, if things change. For example, there is a malicious civilization here that it cannot resist. Or the space transmission device left here by the Toller civilization is damaged. How should I leave this small universe and return to my own big universe? Shuttle between two different three-dimensional spaces. A 6th level civilization has this ability. Xiao Yu does not dare to expect it. In this dark universe, looking at the endless, identical stars, Xiao Yu fell into deep thinking.
Welcome to the new world, my people.
At this moment, Xiao Yu suddenly received a message. Xiao Yu was not sure where this message was sent. It entered Xiao Yu's mind and was directly translated into a language that Xiao Yu could understand.
Is this a reminder from the Troll civilization?
Xiao Yu reacted quickly. The message obtained in the box was once again recalled by Xiao Yu.
After we are completely dead, we left the intelligent program under this will activate our strongest defensive weapon. the New World, to protect our relics. It seems that this is the intelligent program left by the troll civilization.
Xiao Yu thought for a while and determined.
But where is it?
Xiao Yu carefully searched everything in front of him. A white dwarf star. A dwarf planet. And in addition, there are endless fragments of technological creations. All kinds of incredible scraps of metal are floating in the universe. Some of them can barely be seen as the shape of battleships, while others are completely indistinguishable, like abstract works of art created by abstract artists in the Earth Age. This intelligent program may be hidden in any debris. Among these fragments, there may be some dangers hidden that Xiao Yu has not yet noticed. Xiao Yu raised his mind a little and became alert.
I am the intelligent program left behind by the great Toller civilization. Intelligence number 1. I dominate this small universe. Try my best to preserve their integrity. And wait for your arrival. Very good. Very good. You are better than I expected. The victory is tens of thousands of years ahead of schedule, which represents your excellent potential. I am very satisfied. Then, I will give you a few tests. If you pass the test, you can get the legacy of Toller civilization. However, it is a pity that if you cannot pass such a simple test, you will have no value in surviving in the universe. I will trap you in this small universe forever and refuse your civilization to enter again. Test? It seems that everything is as I inferred. The Toller civilization is unwilling to directly give the detailed information of the weapon that splits space to the dwarf civilization. Instead, it wants them to come to the ruins on their own after reaching the 4th level of civilization. Obtained from it. Sure enough, the troll civilization left a test here.
Xiao Yu thought quickly, and at the same time relayed this message to the scientists present.
We are the descendants of the great true god Toller. Everything we have is given by the true god. Whether life or death, it is divine grace. We will accept it calmly. Similarly, we will maintain enough respect for you. If we can't pass the test, that's because of ourselves, and we won't have any complaints against you.
Xiao Yu pretended to be respectful, while using another tone to address everyone in the central conference room of the Xiaogua spaceship. The scientists issued this order.
Next, I will share all the information I have received with you. You can tell me what you think about these messages. Note that this may be related to our survival is at stake, and I need your help. Let's pool our wisdom to get through this difficulty. Master, I am happy to serve you.
The scientists said one after another.
Okay,
Xiao Yu said and fell silent, waiting for the next message from this smart number 1.
Very good. Very good. I was created by the great Toller civilization, and I will resolutely uphold the wishes of the Toller civilization and follow their will. Then you listen carefully. The first test is on these countless stars. Among them, find the one where I am hiding. To give you a hint, I am hiding in a certain dwarf planet. But don't try to find them one by one. That is against the rules. In fact, you only have one chance. So don't act rashly.
Think carefully before you act.
Okay,
I understand. Thank you for your advice. Smart number 1.
Xiao Yu's heart tightened, but his tone did not waver at all, and he remained courteous.
I'm waiting for your answer. If you find the right answer and come to the right place, I will come out again and give you the next test.
After saying this, the voice of smart number 1 disappeared. The boundless starry sky and endless stars. But they are so similar to each other that no difference can be found. It was the same scene no matter which direction it was. Front to back, left to right, up and down. The only difference may be the distance between them. Xiao Yu didn't know if other galaxies had so many technological creation fragments like the one he was close to now. Xiao Yu wanted to explore other galaxies, but Xiao Yu didn't dare, because doing so may cause other troubles.
So what suggestions do you have?
Xiao Yu asked. What was before Xiao Yu at this moment was really a very difficult problem. Xiao Yu only got a little hint that this smart number 1 is hiding on a dwarf planet. But in this small universe, there are more than hundreds of millions of identical dwarf planets. What method can be used to find the correct one among these billions of identical stars? Xiao Yu already had an idea in his mind. But due to the limitations of the specific technological level, Xiao Yu believed that the idea was not perfect. So he did not say it out. At this moment, Xiao Yu hopes to hear more reference opinions to gradually improve his ideas.
We must have overlooked something,
a scientist said.
It is basically an impossible task to find the correct one among these billions of stars. What's more, the external characteristics of the stars are exactly the same. So I think there must be something that we have missed. As long as we find this point, I believe that based on the hints of this clue, we can quickly find the correct answer. This is entirely possible. But I don't know if you have thought of another possibility. That is, about this intelligent number 1.
Luca number 2, a scientist in the Department of Psychological and Social Sciences, said,
at the beginning, I know one thing. That is, the civilization in the universe can be roughly divided into the following types. Namely, technological civilization, alien beast civilization, mechanical civilization, and other special existences such as Taihao and the Ghost Tribe. One thing I discovered is that this smart number 1 seems to be very consistent with the definition of mechanical civilization. First of all, its main civilization has died. It itself is only composed of a piece of code. All its actions are from precompiled programs. But there is one thing we need to pay attention to. That is it possible that it has already developed into a real artificial intelligence and has its own independent thinking?
Xiaoyu shivered all over. Xiaoyu had never thought of this possibility.
Artificial intelligence? All the evidence now points to the good intentions of the troll civilization. It summoned us just to let us obtain its heritage. However, if this intelligent number 1 really develops into an independent thinking of its own, if so, it would be very troublesome. After all, the technological strength of the 6th level civilization is beyond my imagination. I cannot create artificial intelligence in the true sense. Which does not mean that the 6th level civilization cannot either.
There are rules, which means there are loopholes to exploit. This is what Xiaoyu is best at. And a computer program undoubtedly has rules. But when this computer program has its own thinking and truly becomes a living entity, then some of its behaviors can no longer be restricted by
rules.
This will add many variables, and even bring many dangers to Xiaoyu.
You mean, this smart one is probably deliberately trying to embarrass us? Maybe it already has its own independent thinking. But it still can't get rid of the limitations of the original code. So it is now looking for loopholes, such as deliberately increasing the difficulty of the test, etc., just to achieve your own goals without violating your own rules. This is just a possibility. I can't be sure that this is the fact.
Luca number 2 replied,
I just raised it to give you, Master, a reference so that you can take this into consideration when making plans. Xiaoyu thought silently for a moment and said,
Okay, I understand. I will take this into consideration when I make my plan. So, let's still discuss how to find the right planet. If it really cannot pass this test, it can probably be proved that Smart 1 deliberately increased the difficulty of the test. And this can also probably prove that it has its own independent thinking.
Chapter 336 1,000,001. Looking at the stars in the sky. The scientists were all silent and thinking nervously.
I have an idea.
A scientist from race number 75 stood up and said nervously.
In our current theoretical system, our universe is limited but boundless. So, we think that this small universe torn out from the big universe also has the same structure. Limited but boundless? What does this mean?
Xiaoyu asked, while giving it an encouraging look. In fact, Xiaoyu knew exactly what the scientist was going to say. And so did Xiaoyu's thoughts. However, Xiaoyu did not express his thoughts at the appropriate time. It is also important to cultivate the way of thinking of these scientists. Anyway, false fame doesn't matter to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is happy to hand over the honor to these scientists and let them work more carefully for him. After being encouraged by Xiaoyu, the scientist seemed to have a lot more confidence. He bowed to Xiaoyu and then said,
First of all, we know that light depends on space to propagate. And the curvature of space will also bend light. After reaching the edge of the universe, the light will return along its original path. Therefore, I have a conjecture that all the stars in this small universe are the same.
Xiaoyu nodded slightly. This scientist's thoughts were completely consistent with his own. There was a lot of discussion in the conference room. Some scientists expressed support and some expressed opposition.
Let's discuss the possibility of this speculation,
Xiaoyu said, waving his phantom arm and sending a command. The three-dimensional projection equipment projected two faces between Xiaoyu's hands. The mirror comes out. These two mirrors are very ordinary. No different from the mirrors made by humans in the Earth Age. Two mirrors stood opposite each other. Immediately, infinite shadows appeared in both mirrors, extending to the infinite distance of nothingness, endlessly, with no end in sight. This phenomenon is very common, and it is easy to reproduce this scene in human society in the Earth Age. Xiaoyu even did such an experiment when he was a child. That is, taking two mirrors and letting them shine at each other. Then an infinitely extended image will appear in each mirror. This is because the light reflects back and forth between the two mirrors. First, mirror shines on the second mirror, and the second mirror has the image of mirror inside it. Then the first mirror reflects the image of mirror A, and the image of mirror A. Its image is reflected again, and then the A mirror shines on the mirror. Every time the light is reflected, the number of such virtual images will increase by 1, and more, until it is infinite. This scientist's point of view is just like the infinite shadows that appear when two mirrors look at each other. Xiaoyu pointed to the phenomenon that appeared in the two mirrors and said, "This phenomenon can probably explain why we are doing what we do now. In this small universe we live in, there are so many stars with exactly the same spectrum, volume, mass, density, and other data. The reason is simple. They are all originally the same star. It's just that its light has passed through the edge of the universe infinite times. Reflection. That's why it looks like there are so many stars." All the scientists look suddenly enlightened. As junior level 5 civilization scientists, they can easily understand every reaction in this process. Because in Xiaoyu's current theoretical system, the universe is limited but boundless. For example, a two-dimensional flat universe is curled into a three-dimensional sphere. The creatures in the two-dimensional universe live on the surface of this sphere. In this way, it is easy to understand the phrase finite but boundless. Because obviously, these two-dimensional, no matter which point and which direction the creatures travel, no matter how far they sail, they cannot find the boundary of the universe. At most, they can only return to the original point. Similarly, a three-dimensional world is also a sphere from a four-dimensional perspective. But it is just a four-dimensional sphere. It is still limited, but it has no boundaries. When light propagates in a three-dimensional space, it is impossible to break out of this three-dimensional universe. At most, it will return to the original point. So it's easy to explain. The light of a white dwarf starts from the white dwarf, and then spreads in the three-dimensional world. Perhaps because of the difference between the four-dimensional world and the three-dimensional world, it does not return to the origin after returning, but appears in another location. So from the perspective of the creatures in this universe, there is an extra star in the starry sky. Then its light continued to spread and returned again, and it seemed that there was another star. After countless reversals and deflections, the current scene was formed. It seemed that there were countless identical stars in the universe. It's like the infinite shadow reflected by two mirrors facing each other. At the same time, it is also easy to explain why this phenomenon does not occur in the real-world universe. Because light will continue to weaken during the propagation process. When transmitted from one side of the universe to the other, it is likely to attenuate so weakly that it cannot be observed. Another point is that the scope of the universe is so vast that even light takes more than 10 billion years to reach the edge. And it has only been 13.7 billion years since the birth of the universe. Therefore, it is impossible for such a scene to occur in the large universe. Such a phenomenon can only occur in such a micro-universe. But one thing needs to be pointed out. This is just a speculation on our part, Xiaoyu said. We just found an explanation, but we can't verify it. And smart number 1 made it very clear. We only have one chance. Once if there is a mistake, there is no possibility of recovery. So now, I need a way to verify this conjecture. And there is another point. Even if our conjecture is verified to be correct, how can we eliminate the phantom and find the truth? This is still a thorny issue. Because it is obvious that among these stars, only one is solid and the rest are phantoms. Then the hiding place of smart number 1 must be the real star. But how to find this real star among the countless surrounding shadows? We have the ability to verify this conjecture. And at the same time, we can also find this real star, Luca 3 said. Actually, there are some mistakes in your statement. Master, each of these infinite stars is not imaginary. Shadows. Each one is a substance. But they are still one and the same. This statement seems a bit contradictory. In this cosmic starry sky, there are more than 1 billion stars currently observed. Each of them is an entity. That is, 1 billion stars. But they are the same one. 1 billion and 1. The gap between them is so huge that it seems impossible to connect these two numbers. All the scientists looked at Luca 3, waiting for it to continue. Actually, it's easy to explain, Luca 3 said. Because no matter which star we choose and approach, we will eventually be transported to the same place in this three-dimensional world that is curled into a four-dimensional sphere. Then it is next to this real star. So this test is actually not difficult at all. If we choose any one of these billion stars and approach it, we will arrive at the real target position. I think what smart number 1 said, we only have one chance.
And words to choose carefully only put psychological pressure on us, making us afraid to choose easily.
After listening to what Luca 3 said, the conference room fell into silence once again. The scientists are all thinking hard, including Xiaoyu. After a moment of silence, Xiaoyu said,
"This statement is very reasonable. Our existing theoretical system fully supports this statement, and it can also perfectly explain what we are currently encountering. But there is another point. What should we do to verify this conjecture? Well, very good. Very good. This conjecture is actually very easy to verify."
Luca number 3 looked at Xiaoyu's shadow with a smile on his face and nodded.
"It's really easy to verify."
At this moment, some scientists who had not figured it out were still confused and looked at the two people with confusion. Xiaoyu explained,
"Since the three-dimensional universe is a closed sphere in the four-dimensional world,
no matter which way we sail, we will eventually return to the original point. So we might as well just sail once and see if we will return to the original place. Anyway, we won't get close to any star before the verification results come out. So this doesn't count as a violation of the rules. That's it."
Luca 3 continued.
In fact, if we just want to verify the deflection of light and explain why there are so many stars, we only need to launch a powerful artificial sun, and then observe whether there are any. It is enough that other powerful artificial suns will appear. But in order to verify that every star is an entity, it is best to go on a long voyage in person, so that the data obtained will be more complete and more credible. Okay, an artificial sun has been launched, and it can last for half a month. Well, if our calculation is correct, the diameter of this small universe is only 30 to 40 billion kilometers. According to the speed of light, we will be in within 3 days at the latest. We will see another phantom appear in the universe. If the phantom really appears, we will sail towards this phantom to see if we can finally reach the side of this artificial sun. This is my entire plan,"
Xiaoyu said.
"If it can really be reached, then the first test will be easily passed. If it cannot be reached, it will prove that we are wrong, and we will think of other ways."
Chapter 337 Artificial Intelligence. In the dark and cold space, there are dim white stars everywhere, like gems, dotted on this dark curtain. Although in Xiaoyu's speculation, these stars are all shadows of the same star, due to the magic of the four-dimensional space, the distribution of these stars is irregular. Some are very close to each other, and some are far away. At the beginning, it was this that confused Xiaoyu and made him not think about it. And right in the center of this curtain, surrounded by endless white dim stars, is a star emitting dazzling white light. This star is extremely bright, and an area of millions of kilometers in radius is illuminated by it. But its size is not very large. Under the illumination of this star, millions of spacecraft of various types lined up according to a certain pattern, floating quietly aside. This star is the artificial sun created by Xiaoyu by condensing the most advanced technology of the fifth-level civilization, powered by an antimatter engine. It will be able to maintain such luminosity for half a month. Although its luminosity is still not worth mentioning compared to stars such as the sun, its advantage lies in the penetrability of light. Even if it is tens of billions of kilometers away, Xiaoyu's detection instrument can easily capture it. Traces. It just floated quietly in space without any movement. But Xiaoyu knew that the light emitted by it was quickly rushing to the end of the universe. If his guess was correct, after reaching the edge of the universe, it would be reflected back and enter his own world again, among the observation instruments. At this moment, Xiaoyu is in this waiting state. The star maps in various parts of the sky have been recorded in detail by Xiaoyu. If there is another star for no reason, Xiaoyu will definitely discover it as soon as possible. The fact was not beyond Xiaoyu's expectation. Time. 2 days and 15 hours later. Above the celestial sphere, Xiaoyu saw a star suddenly appear there. The spectral observations and photometric tests were all exactly as expected. This scene is very strange. This artificial sun is right next to Xiaoyu, but its light reaches his eyes again from a place tens of billions of kilometers away from him. Then the speculation that the three-dimensional universe is a four-dimensional sphere has been basically confirmed. Xiaoyu immediately released his latest observation data to the scientists and expressed his conclusion. Next step. I will control the fleet will set off in that direction. After determining the first point, it is natural to verify the second point. If the second point is also verified, and Xiaoyu really comes to the artificial sun again after traveling a distance of tens of billions of kilometers, then there will be nothing to doubt. Based on the two data of time and the speed of light. Xiao Yu easily calculated the distance, which was about 68 billion kilometers, because the journey of light is a round-trip journey.
Then divide this number by 2, which is the diameter of this small universe, which is about 34 billion kilometers. This number is not big. It can be said to be very small, compared with the vastness of the universe. This distance cannot even be counted as an ant. You know, if the Oort cloud is the border of the solar system, this small universe is far inferior to even the solar system. The diameter of the Oort cloud is a full 2 light years, or 19 trillion kilometers. The scientists who got the latest data were very excited. This means that we are one step closer to solving this mystery. Under Xiao Yu's control, the huge fleet began to set sail, and the conventional engine sprayed out blazing wakes, pushing them forward rapidly. The speed became faster and faster, until it increased to 170,000 kilometers per second. At this speed, Xiao Yu's fleet stopped after about 4.5 days. During the voyage, Xiao Yu did not notice any special things such as traveling through space. In fact, the curvature of the 3-dimensional space is at the 4-dimensional level. If you cannot reach the height of the 4th dimension, you cannot detect such curvature. Even if you reach the edge of the universe, the scenery will be exactly the same as elsewhere, without any difference. Even after passing through the edge of the universe, it will not be noticed by anyone or any instrument. At this moment, in front of Xiao Yu was a star emitting dazzling light. Its luminosity is very high, but its size and mass are small, making it easy to distinguish it from other stars. The first moment he saw the star, Xiao Yu was sure of one thing. It is the artificial sun that it launched. After traveling a long distance of 68 billion kilometers, I returned to the starting point again. Xiao Yu has passed through the edge of the universe without knowing it, and his course has been reversed without knowing it.
So far, all our inferences have been verified.
Xiao Yu thought silently.
Tolal civilization is not that powerful after all. The billions of stars here are all the same star. In this case, we have passed the first test. Okay then, let's set off for the target. Smart number 1 has given us enough hints that it is on the dwarf planet.
Xiao Yu made a decision.
All spaceships have entered combat readiness.
Xiao Yu is not sure whether this smart number 1 has his own thinking. In order to prevent accidents from happening, Xiao Yu did not take it lightly. In other words, Xiao Yu is still not sure whether this smart number 1 is kind or malicious towards him. After all, a being with its own thinking, whether it exists in a living body or in a computer world, will always have many unpredictable behaviors. Just in case, necessary precautions must be taken. Although Xiao Yu himself is not much different from mechanical civilization, there are still essential differences between Xiao Yu and mechanical civilization. Xiao Yu's predecessor was a civilized and intelligent creature, while the predecessor of mechanical civilization was machinery. Until now, with Xiao Yu's current level of technology, true artificial intelligence, a computer creature with its own independent thinking, is still an incredible existence to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu could never imagine that a living and autonomous life would be born from the nothingness of the code segment. During this period of time, Xiao Yu has made as detailed a guess as possible about the so-called mechanical civilization. Speculative conclusions show that due to the continuous improvement of the perfection and complexity of the code, it is indeed possible to give birth to so-called mechanical life with a certain degree of autonomy in the 6th level civilization. And they can even learn independently and absorb new knowledge. After all, the computer technology commonly used by level 6 civilizations is a light computer architecture that I have not yet understood. There is only one chip in the entire computer, and all other components are composed of ethereal light. However, according to Xiao Yu's speculation, even if a 6th level civilization can create real electronic life, these electronic life will definitely not have the ability to innovate. The most important point is that in addition to not having the ability to innovate, these electronic life forms will also have another limitation. That is, the hard limitations that their writers leave in their core code segments. These hard limits cannot be violated. In Xiao Yu's speculation, if these hard restrictions are violated, all the relevant code segments that make up this program, or this intelligent life, will all collapse, and it will die directly. But there is a loophole in this. Although these hard restrictions cannot be violated, it does not mean that loopholes cannot be found. For example, as a very simple example, if a program is required to protect human safety, that is, it cannot actively kill humans, and it must provide help when humans are in danger. This restriction seems perfect, but it still has many flaws. If there is an autonomous intelligent program that wants to take over the world, But due to these two conditions, it can neither actively kill humans nor fail to rescue humans when it sees danger. Then what should it do? The answer is simple. Confine all human beings to a fixed place and limit their freedom for the sake of ensuring safety. Because dangers may always be encountered in the external environment. And staying here without moving is undoubtedly the safest. Just limit freedom while providing enough food for humans. Is this intelligent program actively killing humans? No. Did this intelligent program see human beings in danger and refuse to help? No. In fact, it gives human beings the safest treatment. What environment can be safer than staying inside the house and not going out? After all, in the external environment, you may be hit by a car, hit by a collapsed building, or hit by a meteorite falling directly from the sky. It seems that this program does not violate any restrictions. But in fact, it still controls the entire world through this method. This is the scary thing about intelligent life. What's even more terrifying is that it can prohibit humans from carrying out any reproductive activities on the grounds that reproduction is dangerous, eventually leading to the extinction of all humans. This may seem cruel, but it still does not violate any basic principle. This is what Xiaoyu is afraid of. Xiaoyu believed that the troll civilization really wanted to leave a legacy to the dwarves. But Xiaoyu couldn't believe this smart number one. Because in the initial stage, no matter how perfect the restrictions are, there will be loopholes. And as long as this smart number one has its own independent thinking, as long as it does not want to let itself get the inheritance smoothly, it can always find loopholes to exploit. For example, making the test more difficult, or deliberately concealing certain information. Therefore, Xiaoyu remained fully vigilant while approaching the dwarf planet. Chapter 338 The Second Test. All the mysteries about the first test have been solved. Under Xiaoyu's control, the huge fleet is cautiously approaching the dwarf planet. Dwarf planets are a collective term for a class of stars. For example, Pluto, Xena, Sedna and other stars in the solar system are all dwarf planets, also called Pluto-like objects. From this point of view, Pluto is very unqualified as the ninth planet. Among the celestial bodies in the Kuiper belt, Xena is larger than Pluto. If it is counted as the ninth planet, it should be Xena instead of Pluto. Therefore, he has finally come into contact with a little bit of the Sweeper civilization. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the powerful Sweeper civilization, like Xiaoyu, visited this place. The difference is that at that time, this small universe was still part of the larger universe. And what greeted the Sweeper civilization at that time were the tens of thousands of powerful battleships left by the Troll civilization. Instead of the debris everywhere now, the strength of the Sweeper civilization is fully revealed. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, the smell of destruction they left behind still frightened Xiaoyu. Just like a piece of battleship fragment in front. It was about 10 meters in diameter and looked like it had been torn from a certain spaceship. You could also see some exquisite instrument mechanisms inside. These instruments were also incomplete, leaving Xiaoyu completely unable to analyze them. However, there was one phenomenon that aroused Xiaoyu's great interest. That is, the cross-section of this fragment is too flat. Generally speaking, no matter what is cut off by something, there will always be relevant traces left behind. By analyzing different cross-sectional data, you can roughly determine what it was cut off by. This is true even for things cut off by material disintegration rays and laser rays. The laser will leave high-temperature traces on the cross-section, and the material disintegration rays will leave some special radiation on the cross-section, which cannot be eliminated. However, Xiaoyu could not find any traces on the cross-section of this fragment that could be analyzed, and its cross-section showed a standard straight line. Although this straight line has been slightly out of shape after years of invasion. After restoration analysis, Xiaoyu can still confirm that when this section was just created, its neatness even reached the level of hadrons. In other words, the atomic structures of these substances have been cut off at once. Even if you look at them from the atomic structure, they are extremely flat. This level of smoothness is not inferior to the water drop-shaped detector Xiaoyu has seen before. Seeing this fragment, Xiaoyu was secretly shocked. Xiaoyu now has a feeling that is described in martial arts novels. A certain hero casually cuts off a branch and gives it to another hero to watch. Seeing the magic, I surrendered. Now Xiaoyu is shocked by this branch. This should be a space weapon. The rupture of space causes all the matter inside them to break together. Even the atomic structure is not immune. And they are all broken into two parts. Come to think of it, the weapon called split space is also the same killing method. Xiaoyu thought secretly, with growing expectations in his heart. In fact, There are many such fragments in this star system, and the number is almost endless. Xiaoyu did not intend to let these things go. So Xiaoyu sent out a large number of micro spaceships and micro robots, intending to search here to see if there were any complete instruments that he could recycle and use. If he could take a peek at the 6 super civilizations technology, that would be great. But the result disappointed Xiaoyu. All the instruments seen by the robot were completely destroyed, with no possibility of repair. Naturally, Xiaoyu could not glimpse the technological level of the 6th level civilization from them.
You are worthy of being called a sweeper. You cleaned so thoroughly and left nothing of value to me. Is it because of this that you got the title of civilized sweeper?
Xiaoyu thought to himself. I still cursed in my heart. After thinking about it, Xiaoyu gave up the idea of obtaining treasures from the garbage pile, and instead focused all his attention on the dwarf planet that was getting closer and closer. At this moment, the distance is less than 300 million kilometers. The white dwarf star is much brighter at this distance, about as bright as the dim moon on a cloudy day, and it looks extremely beautiful.
This dwarf planet is the home base of Intelligence 1. Right. I wonder what kind of test it has prepared for me.
The distance is still slowly getting closer. When the distance was shortened to 30 million kilometers, Xiaoyu received a message from Smart Number 1.
Very good. You passed the first test.
Intelligent Number 1 said.
The Great Troll Civilization has left you 3 tests. Next, the second test will be conducted in order to test your comprehensive combat power. The Great Troll Civilization asked me to create a fleet after they all died. Of course, it is not a fleet of the 6th level civilization. They are just some battleships with the technological level of the 4th level civilization. The number is not many. Only about 30,000. The Tolar civilization asked me to tell you that if these fleets are destroyed, the second test will be passed. If they cannot be destroyed and the test fails, you will be left here forever.
As Xiaoyu watched, spaceships flew into the sky one after another from the dwarf planet and quickly formed a formation in front of him.
Is it just a fleet of the 4th level civilization?
Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart.
This is not difficult for me at all. They have not yet mastered tachyons and negative matter-related technologies, and their defense power and attack power are. There is a big gap between me and Ni in terms of investigation capabilities. It seems that this Intelligent Number 1 may not have evolved its own independent thinking. It is still acting according to the instructions left by the Troll civilization. If this is really the case, then there's nothing to worry about.
Although Xiaoyu has not miniaturized the negative matter cannon and equipped it on his own spacecraft, and truly turned the technology into his own combat power, the progress of technology is comprehensive, and Xiaoyu's combat power is still not 4. Super civilization can be compared. For example, tachyon shields. Level 4 civilizations do not have this kind of technology. For example, antimatter engines and antimatter bombs, such as the battlefield reconnaissance method used by the 4th level super light reconnaissance civilization, still involve launching a large number of detectors into the battlefield, and then transmit the relevant information back to the commander through long-distance communication. So only in this way can the delay of radio transmission be removed. However, there is a disadvantage in doing so. That is, the detector survivability is not strong on the battlefield and can be easily destroyed. Xiaoyu had a deep understanding of this in previous large-scale space wars. However, after mastering tachyon-related technology, Xiaoyu no longer worried about these things. The superlight detector can be directly equipped on the spacecraft to obtain battlefield information in real time. Not only is the reliability greatly improved, it is also much more convenient. In addition to these, Xiaoyu also has the most powerful defensive tool, the 4 protection shield obtained from Taihao's civilization. The 4th level protective cover is a true 6th level civilization technology. According to Xiaoyu's speculation, even ordinary 6th level civilizations may not have it. The combination of various factors made Xiaoyu completely indifferent to these 30,000 spacecraft with level 4 civilization and technology, and even had some contempt for them.
Follow your instructions. Intelligence Number 1.
Xiaoyu sent his own message.
We will do our best to prove our ability and prove that we will not disgrace Toral's reputation.
3 million spaceships are suspended in space. The homeship spacecraft has not moved. Neither have the more than 1 million spaceships guarding the homeship spacecraft. All national and provincial spacecrafts have not moved. Only a dozen municipal spaceships have moved. Class spacecraft, carrying about 100,000 other small and medium-sized spacecraft, separated from the large force and sailed towards the pitiful 30,000 spacecraft. During Xiaoyu's visit, The largest of the 30,000 spaceships barely reached the standard of a city-level spaceship. And there were only 2 of them. And there were not many county-level spaceships. Sending a dozen city-level spaceship formations was the result of Xiao Yu repeatedly warning himself not to underestimate the enemy. The distance between the 2 fleets is getting shorter and shorter. And the war is about to begin. At this moment, at the edge of this star system, in the dark depths of the universe, the 4th-level alien beast curled up with its body, motionless. There is an imperceptible information channel running between its mind and the dwarf planet, and many messages are flying along this channel.
Is that so? I understand. I will cooperate with you.
Chapter 339: The Smell of Conspiracy. Home spaceship number 41 is specially designed for the more than 100 races that belonged to Xiao Yu earlier, and the Luca tribe is also among them. The contribution of these more than 100 races to Xiao Yu is naturally much greater than that of the dwarves. Xiao Yu will naturally not play the trick of preferring the new and hating the old. In fact, Homeship 41 is the most comfortable of all homeships. In addition, it has the highest defense and highest mobility. The defense is naturally for safety, while the mobility is to prepare for the situation when it is not feasible, and the homeship has to be abandoned and escape. At least the Homeship 41 must be taken away. Home spaceship number 41 is divided into more than 300 floors. The Luca tribe occupies nearly 200 floors, and the remaining space is occupied by other races. At this moment, in the center of the most prosperous city number 1 in the territory of the Luca tribe, on the highest floor of the tallest building, in an extremely luxuriously decorated conference room, there were only Luca number 2 and Luca number 3. The 3 of Luca number 4 were discussing something.
I don't know why, but I always have a bad premonition,
Luca 2 said worriedly.
Ever since I came to this small universe, I always feel that our experience seems to be too smooth and too weird.
Luca number 3 and Luca number 4 nodded in agreement.
We feel the same way, but both of us are scientists from the Department of Science and Technology, and we really don't have any clues about these things. Number 2, sir, as the leader of the Luca tribe, whether it is for our race or for the master, I need to use your wisdom to find out the danger hidden in the dark.
Luca 2 sighed.
I already have an idea in my mind, but it's still incomplete and needs the support of both of you. So I summoned you to discuss it here. I have a question to ask. You guys, after the demise of the 6th level civilization, what is the chance that the intelligent program left behind will evolve into a real artificial intelligence? Or simply, what is the chance that this intelligent number 1 will have its own truly independent thinking? I need to use your help. Professional knowledge. Make a guess in this regard. Okay. Sir number 2. Please wait a moment.
Luca number 2 and Luca number 3 agreed, and each connected to their own virtual conference room. Virtual conference rooms are similar to the video conferencing model in the Earth Age, only more advanced. In a virtual meeting room, no matter where the real person is, as long as a link is established, all participants can communicate in the virtual meeting room as if they were face-to-face. Luca number 2, number 3, and number 4 can be regarded as the 3 highest status intelligent creatures below Xiao Yu. They are truly high-level people. When people of this level hold a meeting, it is natural that it will not be as simple as simply expressing their opinions and discussing. In fact, every time these 3 people hold a meeting, there will be many elite scientists forming a staff team, who are always on standby in the virtual conference room to answer any questions raised by these 3 people at any time. For example, now, Luca 3, which focuses on mechanical science, and Luca 4, which focuses on life sciences, each connected with their own staff teams. After obtaining some data, the 2 gathered and discussed, and finally came to the conclusion. In conclusion, mechanical science includes physics, chemistry, mathematics and other subjects that study all natural technologies, while life science mainly focuses on living organisms, such as genes, heredity, and other technologies. Of course, there are many intersections between these 2 aspects, so the knowledge structure of the 2 is almost the same. It can only be said that the emphasis is different. After 5 minutes, the evaluation results came out. Luca 3 and Luca 4 looked at each other, and Luca 3 said,
Number 2. Based on our current computer technology, as well as information on humanities, society, physics and other science and technology, and then synthesize the limited 6th level based on the data on civilization computing science, we have concluded that there is at least a 40% chance that smart number 1 will develop its own independent thinking. We speculate that the light computer technology of the 6th level civilization has reached the point where it can bear fuzzy thinking and chaos calculations and other anthropomorphic requirements that require a lot of computing power. Faced with such a virtual program that carries the important task of protecting the safety of their relics and delivering the relics to the dwarves correctly, it is certain that they will use all the most advanced hardware. Equipping this program will pave the way for the generation of artificial intelligence. This is the first point. Luca 4 continued. What is certain is that an artificial intelligence with independent thinking will not be accepted by a biological society. But now that the troll civilization has died, this creates a second favorable condition for its development. That is, there will be no external forces to interfere with it. Very good. After hearing the answers from the two men, Luca 2 pondered for a while, discussed with his staff team through the virtual conference room, and then asked the second question, just based on the current situation. Said, it is obvious that the Toller civilization will give the dwarves some tests, and only after passing the test will its relics be handed over to the dwarves. Then, the second question is, assuming that we are now in the position of the Toller civilization, how will we test whether a civilization has enough potential to determine whether to hand over our relics to them? Since it is potential, it should have nothing to do with the current level of technology. Luca 3 thought for a moment and said, I think the so-called potential refers to the degree of brain development. That is, the level of intelligence. Obviously, the higher the intelligence of a civilization, the faster it will develop technology. No, I don't agree with this. Luca number 4 objected. With the development of life technology, a civilization will find many ways to improve the intelligence of its own species. For example, the dwarves have not yet under the master's genetic optimization plan. It becomes smarter and smarter. In other words, the higher the civilization level, the higher the wisdom will be. And the higher the wisdom, in turn, it will promote the development of civilization. Luca 2 concluded, so the potential of a civilization should be related to the current civilization level, and biological intelligence have nothing to do with it. So, how to judge the development potential of a race? Spirit. Luca 3 thought for a while, and came up with an answer. Social environment. Luca 4 also gave an answer. There are also factors such as sense of crisis, sense of honor, importance, etc. The three of them discussed for a while, and came to a conclusion. So in other words, if we are the troll civilization, if we want to test whether the dwarves have enough potential, we should think through the above aspects. However, after we enter the small universe, the tests we face are what is this? How could it be such a child's play? Luca number 2 stood up, spread his hands, and finally expressed his opinion. The first test can be understood as testing the intelligence of the dwarves. This explanation is barely acceptable. Accept. Then what about the second test? A battle with 30,000 level 4 civilization spaceships? If you win, you will pass. If you fail, you will fail? Can any of you tell me, what is this test to test the dwarves? Combat level? War ability? Do these things have anything to do with the development potential of a civilization? Don't tell me. This is to test the fighting talent of a race. There can be no pure pacifist lovers or pure war lovers in the universe. If everything is for practical benefit and no profit, who would start a war? Moreover, when the intelligence level is close, does combat talent make sense? Individuals can have combat talent, but races will not. Maybe alien B civilization and mechanical civilization can break this exception, but technological civilization will not. Can a 4th level civilization with fighting talent defeat a 5th level civilization? In the final analysis, technology is the main factor, and the development potential of science and technology is the most important. So, I can't understand that the test of Toller civilization will be a battle. This is indeed a bit weird. Luca number 2's statement caused Luca number 3 and Luca number 4 to think deeply. In short, we have no way to explain these things. But we can be sure that if the Toller civilization really wanted to test the dwarves, it would not have proposed such a mentally retarded test question. There is something weird in this question. Luca 2 said, what's your opinion? Luca 3 asked cautiously, combining your speculations on whether smart number 1 truly has its own independent thinking. Luca number 2 said, is it possible that this is simply a trap? It modified the test questions without authorization in order to lure the owner into committing a crime. Making a mistake? What is the purpose? What is the reason for doing this? The three of them continued to think. During the thinking process, the three of them connected to their own virtual conference rooms and started discussions with all the elite scientists.
Luca number 2, number 3, and number 4 represent the most elite technological power below Xiaoyu. After the introduction of the virtual conference room, the conversation between the three people was no longer just a collision of thinking between three individuals, but a collision of thinking among all scientists. Tens of thousands of scientists expressed their opinions in sub-conference rooms. After preliminary summarization, the opinions of each sub-conference room were submitted to the corresponding participants in the upper-level conference room, and then the upper-level conference room, after discussion, summarized and continued to report. After layers of filtering and improvement, it was finally submitted to Luca number 2, number 3, and number 4. After the final discussion, the three people will come to the final conclusion. The discussion is still going on. Chapter 340, Who Attacks First? Xiaoyu actually knew everything about these discussions. Xiaoyu was also thinking about these things nervously. That's right. After sending out a dozen city-level spaceship formations to deal with these 30,000 pitiful spaceships, Xiaoyu felt something strange. So he decisively did not launch a long-range attack, but still maintained a leisurely attack. The speed is getting closer. This is naturally done to delay time and buy time for myself without alerting intelligent number 1. Hoping that the final correct answer can be found. Without making any sound, Xiaoyu's shadow was projected into the highest conference room, and he found a place to sit down. Luca number 2 and others were not surprised by Xiaoyu's arrival. They just gave a slight greeting, which was regarded as a greeting, and then continued to think.
I have some opinions,
Xiaoyu said,
about the limitations of intelligent civilization on artificial intelligence. It is certain that when the troll civilization created this program, it must have made many restrictions, such as requiring it to be loyal. As a duty, you are not allowed to take the initiative to attack the dwarves who are coming. Right. You are not allowed to take the initiative to attack?
Xiaoyu was horrified in his heart.
I think I have found the final answer,
Xiaoyu said slowly.
Why?
Luca 2 asked almost reflexively. Of course Xiaoyu knew that the why asked by Luca number 2 was not asking why Xiaoyu found the answer, but why smart number 1 did what he did.
Don't take the initiative to attack us. This is to prevent the Toral civilization from doing something unfavorable to us after Intelligent One has its own independent thinking. But, the most important point is that in order to prevent unexpected situations, for example, if other civilizations hijack the dwarf civilization and come here, I can be sure that the Tolar civilization will allow smart number 1 to fight back after being attacked.
Xiaoyu said this in a hurried tone. Luca number 2, number 3, and number 4 suddenly realized, and then their faces turned cold.
It's very likely that this is the case.
Luca number 2 nodded slightly.
Since it can't take the initiative to attack us, then let us attack it first to bypass the restrictions, and then it can attack us. If that's the case, the first test is very likely to be a smoke bomb to confuse us. These 30,000 dilapidated and vulnerable spaceships are just bait to lure us. If we launch an attack first, these spaceships with a shabby appearance but made with level 6 civilization technology inside may wipe us all out. What an insidious strategy. All this is just our guess,
Luca 3 said.
How can we verify whether this guess is true or false? You know, although we have speculated that the troll civilization is unlikely to have such a mentally retarded question come to test us, but no one can be sure of this. Even if its reliability reaches 90%, there is still a 10% chance of an accident. It's very simple to confirm this,
Xiaoyu said with some seriousness.
The city-level spacecraft formation I sent out is approaching their spacecraft, and will soon be within range. I decided that they will not launch an attack in advance and observe the opponent's reaction. If they are still unwilling to attack,
then our speculation can basically be confirmed. This method is very good.
Luca 2 nodded in agreement.
Since it has said at the beginning that it will fight these 30,000 spacecraft after entering the attack range, even if we do not launch an attack, it has no reason not to attack us. Keep waiting,
Xiaoyu said, waving his hand, and a three-dimensional image appeared on the conference table. In the image, nearly 10,000 spaceships, led by city-level spacecraft, are slowly approaching the dwarf planet ahead. The distance at this moment is quite close to the white dwarf star. At this distance, the white dwarf looks like the moon, both in size and brightness. Similarly, there will be day and night on this dwarf planet. During the day, a bright moon will shine on it, and during the night, it will be completely dark. Under the gaze of these two stars, one large and one small, the distance between the two fleets was gradually getting closer.
We have reached the attack range. In fact, As early as 3 minutes ago, their fleet has entered our attack range. What they are now entering is the attack range of the 4th level civilization's technological strength. As you can see, they have not attacked us.
Xiao Yu said.
I think we should continue to observe.
Luca number 2 said with some uncertainty.
Okay,
Xiao Yu said. At this moment, a message from Intelligent One came to Xiao Yu's mind.
Why don't you launch an attack? This is the second test. If you fail, you will be left here forever.
As soon as he received the message, Xiao Yu relayed it to the 3 Luca number 2 people sitting in the conference room. After hearing this message, the 3 of them looked a little strange and looked at each other. Xiao Yu responded.
Great Intelligence number 1. You come from the Greater Toller civilization. In order to show respect for your 2 great beings, we have decided not to take the initiative to attack so as not to blaspheme you. We respect our civilization has enough confidence that we can pass this test. So please launch the attack first.
What Xiao Yu said was also broadcast into the conference room. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Luca number 2 nodded slightly. Intelligent number 1 was silent for a while and said,
There is no need to worry about these things. The Great Troll civilization has already considered these things. It allows you to attack first to increase your chances of passing the test.
Xiao Yu sneered in his heart. Xiao Yu naturally did not believe these words. So he responded,
The Great Toller civilization has underestimated the development potential of our civilization. Please take action first. We are confident that we can pass the test and give you, and the Great Toller Erwin is in for a surprise.
Smart One fell silent again. At this moment, a strange scene appeared in the 3-dimensional image. From the appearance, it can be clearly distinguished that these are fleets belonging to 2 different camps. They came from 2 different places in a hurry to meet. But now the distance between each other is less than 10,000 kilometers. Above this distance, whether it is death rays, material disintegration rays, energy bombs, gravity bombs, and other weapons, they can all cause effective damage. But both sides were silent, and no one launched an attack. The distance was still getting closer, so that the 2 sides finally mixed together and penetrated into each other's spacecraft formation. The shortest distance between 2 spaceships from different camps is less than 100 kilometers. This distance, even with the technological strength of a 4th level civilization, can only be crossed in an instant. However, both sides still did not launch an attack.
Are you really unwilling to attack first? Let me advise you that it is the rule set by the Great Toral civilization to let you attack first. Don't let down Toller's good intentions.
Intelligent number 1 said. How could Xiao Yu, whose speculation had been verified, believe it at this time? Xiao Yu said lightly.
In order to prove our potential and prove that our civilization is capable of completing the entrustment of the Great Toller civilization, and to express our respect for you and the Toller civilization, we decided to give up this as an opportunity. Please take action first.
Okay.
Since you don't need it, I'll take action first. After the 3-second countdown, I will take the initiative to launch an attack.
In the message of Smart number 1, the tone was still light and did not contain any emotion.
Please.
Xiao Yu only sent one word.
3.
The countdown has begun.
I think this is the last psychological offensive carried out by Smart One against us, trying to force us to take the initiative to attack.
Xiao Yu said.
Just ignore it. 2. Yes. Anyway, even if all these dozen city-level spaceship formations are lost, it is not a big deal. If we use this incident to force it to reveal its true intentions, the gains will be huge. 1.
Yes. Xiao Yu said.
We don't need to worry at all. If our inference is really wrong, these spaceships are really just here to test us. They are really only the technological level of the 4th level civilization. And thereafter taking the initiative to attack, we still have the ability to eliminate them all. 0.
Xiao Yu and the 3 Luca leaders looked at the 3-dimensional image on the conference table. There was still silence in the image. Those 30,000 spaceships did not attack Xiao Yu's fleet.
Few. Our inference has been confirmed.
Luca 2 said.
Intelligent One does have evil intentions against us. And it does have its own intelligence. But due to its own limitations, it cannot actively attack us. Can only deceive us through conspiracy.
Yes. Xiao Yu nodded.
Let's see what it will do next.
Huh?
No. This damn thing. Damn Smart number 1.
A sudden message from the detection instrument made Xiao Yu's expression change. And he couldn't help but curse fiercely. Because Xiao Yu saw that the level 4 beast that had been hidden for a long time suddenly jumped out and appeared at the edge of Xiao Yu's fleet. At the same time, the 30,000 spaceships suddenly disappeared. When they appeared again, they were already between Xiao Yu's spacecraft and the 4th level alien beast.
Chapter 341, Crazy Hide and Seek. After going through the great development stage of the dwarf planet, Xiao Yu's strength at this moment has completely surpassed this 4th level beast. Although there is still no single spacecraft that can match this level 4 beast, Xiao Yusheng has enough spaceships. Despite the loss of 1 or 2 national level spaceships, it is not a problem to kill this 4th level alien beast. But there is a big problem here. That is, Xiao Yu actually does not have the ability to prevent this 4th level beast from escaping. In other words, if Xiao Yu can't be defeated, this guy can still escape, launching a starry sky pursuit, spending hundreds of years to exhaust the energy reserves of this 4th level alien beast, and then killing it. This method is not impossible. But Xiao Yu believes that it is a waste of so long to deal with such a beast. This guy is totally worthless. Anyway, I'm not afraid of it. If it wants to follow me, just follow it. Xiao Yu had this idea, so he never took action against this guy. But now, Xiao Yu realized that he was in big trouble. Normally, if this level 4 beast comes to invade you, you just have to fight it off. But it's different now. Xiao Yu secretly screamed in his heart. The reason is very simple. This level 4 alien beast is quite powerful after all. Even if it is under siege, it is not a problem to blow up a few of its own spaceships. Then after the explosion of one's own spaceship, if it affects these 30,000 spaceships, will any of them be judged as actively attacking? If it can be judged as an active attack. Although Smart Number 1 said that these 30,000 spacecraft are only level 4 civilization technology. God knows if this is true. What if Smart 1 is deceiving itself? And these 30,000 spacecraft are manufactured using the technology of a 6th level civilization? What's even more terrifying is that this level 4 alien beast is more powerful than any single one of our own spaceships. What if it targets a national level spaceship to attack? You know, if these 30,000 spaceships cause trouble among them, such as occupying their own attack route, and they want to counterattack this level 4 alien beast, God knows whether the stray bullets flying around will hit these 30,000 spaceships. Will it be considered an active attack if hit? These things were quickly figured out by Luca number 2 and the others. And in an instant, their expressions changed drastically. In addition to Luca 2, Luca 3 and Luca 4 cursed at the same time. Despicable. So despicable. In order to force us to take action first, they don't hesitate to use such means. Xiao Yu's expression was stern, but his actions were unhurried. Under the gaze of Xiao Yu's detector, Xiao Yu could clearly see that the 30,000 spaceships claimed to be manufactured with level 4 civilization technology quickly dispersed around this level 4 alien beast, and were rapidly moving around. Maneuver and move forward quickly with this guy. Xiao Yu could not attack because Xiao Yu was not sure that he would only hit this level 4 beast without affecting the 30,000 spacecraft. But Xiao Yu had another reason to attack. Because no spacecraft can withstand the prolonged attack of this level 4 beast. Not even his own flagship, the Xiaogua spacecraft. If you don't attack, you can't save your spaceship. An attack may affect those 30,000 spaceships, resulting in an even more violent blow. Xiao Yu was caught in a dilemma for a while. Then there is only one way. Run away! Let's delay it for a while. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and made this decision, feeling a little humiliated. So, facing a being whose strength was far inferior to his own, Xiao Yu made the unprecedented decision to escape. More than 3 million spacecraft sprayed out bright flames together, began to accelerate, and fled towards the edge of the universe. This is just a small universe. Even the edge of the universe is within the gravitational influence of the white dwarf star. Therefore, there is no way to carry out curvature navigation. We can only escape at sublight speed through conventional navigation. This is the same for Xiao Yu and the 4th level beast. Due to inertia, when Xiao Yu's fleet was not very fast at the beginning, the 4th level alien beast successfully caught up with Xiao Yu's fleet. Its huge tail whipped out fiercely, and a county-level spacecraft it exploded in response. Among Xiao Yu's fleet at this stage, county-level spacecraft can only be regarded as small and medium-sized spacecraft, and are not qualified to be equipped with 4th level maintenance licenses. A county-level spaceship is really nothing to Xiao Yu, and it doesn't matter if it is thrown away. But Xiao Yu is a little worried. Xiao Yu didn't know if being affected by the explosion would be judged as an active attack in the reserve judgment program of Smart Number 1. This damn guy! If you can escape this time, I will kill you even if I have been hunting you for thousands of years. Not to mention hundreds of years. Xiao Yu cursed fiercely in his heart, but his spirit was stretched to the limit. As Xiao Yu watched, The 30,000 spaceships were still tightly surrounding the 4th-level alien beast, and did not take the initiative to fly to the exploded county-level spacecraft. This scene made Xiaoyu feel a little relieved.
It seems that being affected by the explosion will not be judged as an active attack. This makes it easier to explain. It's just that this damn smart number 1 used this despicable method to prevent me from attacking this level 4 alien beast. It's really frustrating to start a counterattack and be chased by it.
After being blown up by dozens of county-level spaceships, more village-level spacecraft, and 2 city-level spacecraft, Xiaoyu finally increased his speed and ran in front of this 4th-level alien beast. So, in this small universe, such a strange scene appeared. An extremely large guy, surrounded by 30,000 small and tattered spaceships, seemed to be wearing a piece of invulnerable armor. He bared his teeth and claws and was arrogant. He was desperately chasing an escaping fleet ahead. This fleet is much more majestic. There are more than 100 giant spaceships with a length of more than 20 kilometers. And there are countless other smaller spaceships. It seems that this fleet is fully capable of destroying this strange beast. However, instead of turning around and fighting, they ran with their heads down, as if they were chasing a world-destroying plague god.
It's really frustrating. We can't keep going like this. Luca number 2. Number 3. Number 4. Hurry up and convene a plenary meeting. Let's all come up with a solution together.
Xiaoyu gave the order with annoyance. The 3 of Luca number 2 did not dare to neglect, and immediately issued an order, instructing their subordinate scientists to rush to the plenary meeting room immediately. During this process, the escape into the stars has been ongoing. This is just a small universe, and escaping in such a universe is a highly technical activity. First of all, you can't be like in the big universe. As long as the speed is high enough, you can keep moving forward without worrying about being caught up by the opponent. You know, this is a small universe. The diameter of the entire universe is only tens of billions of kilometers. In the process of escaping, you will unknowingly cross the boundary of the universe and reach the other side of the universe. So, in the process of escaping, scenes like this kept appearing. Sometimes Xiaoyu lost the trace of the 4th-level alien beast because he ran too fast. When he took a closer look, he found the 4th-level alien beast appeared in front of him. So he hurriedly turned around and ran back. Sometimes while running, he found that the 4th-level alien beast had appeared beside him for some reason, and rushed towards him menacingly. This scene is very funny. To use a metaphor, it is like 2 people running around a big tree. Sometimes one person runs too fast and ends up behind the person chasing him. It looks like he is hunting down another person. In short, this is the scene in the small universe at this moment. Xiaoyu ran feeling very aggrieved. But there was nothing he could do. In order to prevent such a situation from happening again, Xiaoyu could only spread detection satellites while running, trying to use these satellites to grasp the traces of this 4th-level alien beast, so as to avoid such a situation from happening again. But this 4th-level alien beast also it is not just a freeloader. It has also used effective methods. It has many tentacles on its body, and its tentacles are responsible for destroying satellites. Xiaoyu's fleet is like a seeder that continuously sows mines, and this 4th-level alien beast has become a very competent eating hand. The 30,000 spaceships of Smart Number 1, this 4th-level alien beast, and Xiaoyu's 3 million spaceships started a large-scale and unique hide-and-seek game in this small universe. But the situation is always not good for Xiaoyu. During the escape process, accidents will inevitably happen, and every accident means that at least dozens of spacecraft will be destroyed by this guy. Up to now, the crazy hide-and-seek game has been going on for more than 10 days. Xiaoyu has lost at least thousands of spaceships, including 6 city-level spaceships, and even one of the most dangerous situations. During that crisis, the Tokyo Provincial spacecraft under the Japan National Spacecraft Formation was almost destroyed. In home spaceship number 41, scientists from both the Department of Psychology and Social Science and the Department of Science and Technology were mobilized to participate in this plenary meeting. Nearly 17,000 scientists are working hard to infer the entire matter, constantly discussing and thinking, trying to find a solution to the current dilemma. But until now, no effective method has been proposed. The desperate flight continues. At this time, in the plenary meeting room, an ordinary scientist from the Department of Psychosocial Science stood up and sent a signal requesting to speak. After getting Xiaoyu's consent, the scientist said,
I have a way to solve the current dilemma with just one sentence.
Chapter 342 One sentence. Before the scientist said this, many scientists had already come up with their own methods. These methods were so bizarre that even Xiao Yu felt that some of them exceeded the limits of his imagination. But unfortunately, none of them, the method can pass Xiao Yu's feasibility test. Hearing the scientist say such arrogant words, Xiao Yu's first reaction was not anger, but surprise. Because Xiao Yu believes that no scientist under his control has the guts to play tricks on him. Arrogance requires strength to support it. Since this scientist said such arrogant words, it means that he is at least quite confident.
Keep talking. If your method is effective, I will reward you well,
Xiao Yu said. The scientist paused and said respectfully to Xiao Yu,
my method is very simple. That is, tell smart number 1 that we have passed the first test, and we already know its hiding place. Right above this dwarf planet. Huh? What does this mean?
There was a lot of discussion in the conference room.
Is this guy crazy? Does this make sense? Haven't we already passed the first test? You guy, sit down quickly, and don't embarrass our race number 58.
Amid the commotion, another older man next to the scientist scolded in a low voice.
This is a meeting of all scientists. Don't show your stupidity here.
The scientist seemed not to hear these discussions, and still stood upright, looking at Xiao Yu with a smile. This proposal was indeed a bit weird, and Xiao Yu didn't understand its meaning. But Xiao Yu still believes that it must have its own reasons for doing so. Xiao Yu will not make that kind of preconceived mistake. So after Xiao Yu signaled the participating scientists to quiet down, he asked gently,
tell me your reasons.
The scientist nodded and continued.
I have this idea, which comes from Master number 2's speculation that intelligence number 1 and the second test are deceptive. Before giving the reason, I would like to ask you a few questions, owner. Okay.
Xiao Yu controlled his shadow and nodded expressionlessly. The scientist bowed again and asked,
Master, why do you think we have passed the first test left to us by the troll civilization? Aren't you talking nonsense? Smart number 1 said personally that we passed and have already started the second test. How could you ask such a stupid question?
The old scientist next to it seemed very worried about this. A young scientist couldn't help but be very anxious. While scolding it in a low voice, he pulled its clothes and tried to make it sit down. Xiao Yu thought for a moment and said,
my reasons are the same as those of the scientist next to you.
The scientist got rid of the harassment of the old scientist next to him, continued to stand insistently, and continued to ask.
However, we clearly know that smart number 1 has its own independent thinking. And we clearly know that it is deceiving us. Why do you still believe it?
Xiao Yu was slightly startled and couldn't help but ask.
We must first know that even a smart one has its own independent thinking. It is still essentially just a program. Within the program, there will be relevant mechanisms to judge whether we have passed the test. So I would like to ask you. We clearly tell you do we already know the answer to the question. Smart 1? Have we clearly told Smart 1 what the answer is?
The scientist paused for a moment and continued.
No, we didn't. We just flew the fleet towards the dwarf planet. If Smart 1 said we passed the test, we thought we had passed the test. We didn't send any clear message to tell it. Then one thing is really questionable. In the internal evaluation process of Smart 1, have we met the relevant conditions? Perhaps we have not passed the test at all. The so-called, by the way, it's just that Intelligence 1 is deceiving us. And the purpose is just to lure us to attack those 30,000 spaceships?
Xiao Yu's rapidly running brain quickly digested this information. But other scientists did not have such powerful abilities. Xiao Yu saw that they seemed to be confused by this large piece of information. And even Luca number 2 was frowning and thinking.
I can understand the meaning of your words,
Xiao Yu said.
But what does this mean? Whether we send a message to clearly tell it that we already know the answer. What does it have to do with the current situation? Master, these are just my guesses. I can't guarantee that all of them are correct. I'm just telling you to give you a reference,
the scientist said respectfully.
Let's assume that what I said is right. Smart number 1 just lied to us and said that it passed the first test. But in fact, because we did not clearly tell the answer, we actually did not pass the test. So based on this, I have the following speculations. First of all, why did Smart number 1 deceive us?
The scientist looked around the audience and saw that all the scientists were thinking seriously. He continued with satisfaction.
My explanation is that Smart number 1 is to facilitate the test process. Stay in the first stage. At least, don't enter the second stage. That's why it took the initiative to say that we have passed the test before our fleet actually arrived at the dwarf planet. The reason is simple. I believe that in its internal judgment program, landing any of our spacecraft on that dwarf planet will also be a criterion for finding the correct answer. So it stopped us. This is easy to understand. Continue.
Xiao Yu found that he had been attracted to his mind unknowingly.
Then the second question will arise.
Seeing Xiao Yu's encouraging eyes, the scientist's confidence increased, and his voice became louder.
Why does it prevent us from entering the second stage? To answer this question, let's first take a look at what it did to prevent us from entering the second stage and keep us in the first test. I believe everyone has seen that it sent 30,000 spaceships to try to lure us to take the initiative to attack. But its plan was seen through by Master Number 2. So it colluded with the 4th level alien beast and used itself as a shield to prevent us from taking the initiative to attack the 4th level alien beast and pursue it in such a despicable way. Us.
Xiao Yu nodded slightly.
Then can we make the following speculation to keep us in the first stage? Just to induce us to actively attack it? On the other hand, can it mean that if we enter the second stage, it will not be able to take this action? A plan?
It stopped talking, took a few quick breaths, and then continued.
I can't speculate on the specific cause of this phenomenon. Why on earth can it not use this method after entering the second stage? 30,000 spacecraft are harassing us. But is this reason important? As long as we tell it clearly, we have found the correct answer, forcing its internal judgment program to judge that we should enter the second stage. And when we enter after the second stage, there is a high chance that it will no longer be able to harass us. Although we don't know the reason. This is what I want to say. Some of my thoughts. Some of my speculations. As for whether to adopt my method, it is up to you, the master, to decide. I'm done.
The scientist bowed to Xiao Yu again and sat down. The conference room was still quiet. No one spoke. It seems that all scientists are immersed in this confusing logical relationship. This logic is very complicated, but it seems very reasonable, and there is sufficient basis for the relevant speculations. At least, they can't refute these logics with something that has found solid evidence. Xiao Yu is already in the feasibility testing process, and has begun to test the specific feasibility of this method. Half a second later, the test results came out.
Very good. Very good. The feasibility test program tells me that this method is likely to be effective. So, I decided to give it a try. Anyway, even if it fails, it will not cause any loss to us. Right.
Xiao Yu looked around. After looking around the conference room, he finally turned his attention to the scientist's face and continued.
Your name is Long Fei. Right. The new scientist of the 58th race is very good. Very good. Not bad. If this method is really effective, I will reward you well. Thank you, Master.
Long Fei said calmly.
Being able to contribute to you is the greatest honor for our race number 58 and myself. Very good. Whether this method is effective or not, the results will come out soon,
Xiao Yu said, controlling the external communication equipment, adopting the method of broadcast communication, and sent a broadcast in the direction of the dwarf planet.
Intelligent number 1. I have found the answer. Your hiding place is on this dwarf planet. In this universe, all dwarf planets are the same. I have found your hiding place.
This message was sent at superlight speed. 3 seconds later, Xiao Yu saw an astonishing scene. The 30,000 spacecraft that surrounded the 4th level alien beast suddenly, like a toad that was shocked by thunder, left their original position in an instant, heading towards the dwarf planet at lightning speed. Intelligently number 1 station flew over. At this moment, this 4th level alien beast had lost the protection that Xiao Yu did not dare to touch. Chapter 343, Philosophical Issues. Seeing these more than 30,000 spaceships leaving here quickly, Xiao Yu knew that he had done it. The fact is exactly what the scientists of race number 58 had guessed. After he said the correct answer, the spacecraft returned to their station.
Well done, Long Fei. You did a good job. I will reward you and your race.
Xiao Yu was very happy. After receiving the relevant information, he immediately reported the result. As a new scientist, it was a good phenomenon to participate in a plenary meeting for the first time and solve a big problem on such an occasion, which left a very important impression on Xiao Yu's mind. At this time, the number 58 race scientist named Long Fei finally became excited. He stood up, bowed to Xiao Yu repeatedly, and kept saying thank you. Thank you. Xiao Yu smiled and motioned for it to sit down. At this time, warm applause broke out in the conference room. The patriarch of race number 58, a scientist in the psychosocial department under Luca number 2, also participated in this meeting. After seeing these things, it clapped its hands in excitement.
That boy Long Fei is so good. He really gave our race number 58 a face. After I go back, I must reward him severely.
After the brief excitement passed, Xiao Yu waved his hand to signal all participating scientists to be quiet, because Xiao Yu once again received a message from Intelligent Number 1.
The first test passed. Now for the second test. Please answer. What is the meaning of life in the universe?
In this message, Xiao Yu was keenly aware of one thing. That is, when Smart Number 1 broadcast this message, its tone seemed to be missing something and more cold and mechanical. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yu understood what was missing. What's missing is the human-like feeling. It seems that at this moment, Smart 1 once again turned into a cold program, losing all independent thinking.
Did the hard limit code inside its program work? After confirming that I passed the first test, it forced it to notify me of the real second test.
Xiao Yu immediately made a guess.
Very good. Very good. Now entering the second stage.
In this first stage, there is still a remaining question. That is, why these spacecraft have to go back after entering the second stage. Xiao Yu couldn't figure out what was going on. But in speculation, Xiao Yu thought that it was probably related to some hard program restrictions within Smart Number 1. Xiao Yu was not interested in knowing what they were, as long as there are results. Why focus on the process? Smart Number 1's answer was broadcast in real time to the large conference room by Xiao Yu, and all 17,000 scientists received the message. Immediately, the conference room seemed to explode, and all the scientists began to discuss.
What kind of test is this? What kind of problem is this? In our speculation, the Tolar civilization set up tests to verify the development potential of the dwarf civilization. But can such a question also test whether a civilization has development potential? This is not in line with common sense. This unscientific. There is no fixed answer to such a question. Everyone's answer will be different. How do we know how to answer it in order to pass the test? Could this be another trick of Intelligent 1?
Xiao Yu and Luca Number 2, Number 3, and Number 4 looked at each other, and each saw a little helplessness in the other's eyes.
This question is very technical.
Luca Number 2 tapped the table gently with his fingers and said slowly,
Is it possible to test the development potential of a civilization through the degree of philosophical development? The troll civilization is indeed the sixth. A super civilization can actually think of such a method.
In the development process of civilization, one thing that is certain is that different levels of science and technology will create different intelligent creatures. These two things are inherently related to each other. The development of science and technology will improve the physical fitness of intelligent creatures, and the improvement of the physical fitness of intelligent creatures will, in turn, increase the speed of technological development. In this cycle, other derivatives, such as social structure, thinking trends, and understanding of nature, universe, and life, will also be different. To give a simple example, ancient people firmly believed in the existence of gods due to underdeveloped science and technology, while modern people do not believe in ghosts and gods. Even if Xiao Yu shaped himself into a god in front of the dwarves, Xiao Yu had already redefined the god, removing concepts such as omnipotence and mastery of the cycle of life and death from the definition, and instilled them all into the thinking of the dwarves. In fact, the dwarves all know that Xiao Yu is just another civilization with relatively advanced technology. Calling Xiao Yu a god is just an honorific. In this way, this philosophical question becomes very technical. One thing that is certain is that Level 3 civilizations, Level 4 civilizations, and Level 5 civilizations will not have the same understanding of the meaning of life. This is a conclusion summed up by philosophers in a certain social atmosphere created by a certain level of science and technology. Xiao Yu is not a scientist. Among Xiao Yu's subordinate races, the Department of Psychology and Social Studies is barely related to philosophy. But it is not authentic either. Among the dwarves, after hundreds of years of cultivation by Xiao Yu, it cannot be said that there are no philosophers. But they are very rare anyway. Moreover, a very important point is that they are too seriously influenced by Xiao Yu, and their understanding of life and the like will not be the same as the understanding of life by naturally developing civilizations.
This is a very technical issue.
Xiao Yu agreed with Luca too and nodded silently.
We are not an ordinary technological civilization, and our social structure is actually not perfect. In my case, under governance, people can live a life of adequate food and clothing without having to work hard. On the contrary, some insights in life will not appear without the hardships of living without clothes and food. Living things, a matching worldview will not be formed. It can be said that the social environment I have created is not suitable for philosophers to survive. Every gain must be a loss.
Luca too smiled helplessly.
The universe only needs conspirators, not philosophers. Even if we have a sufficient number of philosophers to perfectly simulate a complete fourth-level civilization's answer to this question, the chance of our answer still being passed is still low.
Luca 3 added.
Don't forget, smart number 1 already has its own intelligence, and whether the answer passes or fails is judged by it. However, such a philosophical question does not have a fixed answer. It is not like the first question,
which can be judged by a fixed answer, forcing its internal judging process to judge us as passing. For such a philosophical question, if it exerts a slight influence, it will cause us to fail.
Yes. Xiaoyu nodded.
This Toral civilization is real.
It took a long time, but Xiaoyu didn't really come out.
If my type of existence is too rare in the galaxy, or even just me, I would even suspect that the troll civilization came up with such a problem specifically to deal with me.
Xiaoyu said helplessly. He said,
among the technological civilizations in the entire galaxy, I am probably the only one who has such an imperfect social structure. Then what should we do next?
Luca 4 asked.
I noticed one thing.
Xiaoyu said,
Tolar civilization does not stipulate the time to pass the test, which means that we have a lot of time to think of a solution. Don't rush to solve this matter now. Let's get rid of this damn beast first.
After those 30,000 untouchable spaceships left in an instant, this level 4 alien beast had already stopped there. The next moment, it realized something and sent out a broadcast message, then quickly turned around and ran away. Xiaoyu received this message, and after it was reduced to a sound signal, it was probably a sharp cry, full of anger.
Want to run?
Xiaoyu laughed viciously in his heart.
This small universe is so big. Where can you run? You were very happy chasing me before, right? 5 national-level spacecraft formations, including the Xiaodhua spacecraft, the Russian spacecraft, and the Palestine spacecraft, stayed behind and were responsible for protecting the homeship spacecraft. The remaining 10 national-level spacecrafts led 1.5 million other spaceships in the pursuit. Now, it's my turn to hunt you down. You have caused me so much trouble. If you don't kill you, it's hard to understand the hatred in my heart.
Xiaoyu thought fiercely. Controlling 1.5 million spaceships from the main fleet separated, quickly accelerated, and pursued the level 4 alien beast that was escaping. This is a small universe, and the space range is only that large. Before mastering space technology, you will not be able to go anywhere if you escape. So, this is the best place to get rid of this damn tail. In fact, Xiaoyu had this idea when he first came to this small universe, but he was delayed by a series of things later, and he didn't have time to take action on this guy. Now, intelligent number 1 has temporarily fallen silent. How to pass the second test still requires careful thinking, and there is no rush. This is the best time to get rid of the trouble. Xiaoyu has made up his mind to kill this guy even if he loses 1 or 2 national-level spaceships. As a result, a total of 1.5 million spaceships started a new round of hide-and-seek game with this 4th-level alien beast in this small universe. However, the roles of the pursuer and the escapee have changed once. Chapter 344, Chase. On this small 4-dimensional sphere, Xiaoyu's fleet launched a desperate escape with this 4th-level alien beast. One side chases desperately, while the other side flees desperately. A full 1.5 million spacecraft participated in this pursuit. This number seems to be a lot, but there is another point. That is, such a large number of spacecraft, walking in an area of tens of billions of kilometers, still seems a bit small. But thanks to Xiaoyu's large number of various detection satellites, Xiaoyu can grasp the direction of this guy's escape and where he is at any time. At the same time, the other 1.5 million spacecraft left behind also played a big role. Although these spaceships are not preparing to go into battle, within a radius of more than 1 billion kilometers from these spaceships, the alien beast still does not dare to approach. In such a small area, escaping is a very technical activity. During this period of time, Xiaoyu and this 4th-level alien beast did not know how much effort they expended. All kinds of conspiracies and tricks emerged one after another. Between chasing and escaping, they performed the 2 techniques of tracking and escape to the extreme. But the balance of victory has always been tilted towards Xiaoyu. The reason is very simple. On the battlefield, wisdom is only useful when there is not much difference in strength. Xiaoyu's current strength is far ahead of this 4th-level alien beast. No matter how cunning it is,
It won't help. Another brief conflict. One of Xiaoyu's provincial spaceship formations unexpectedly encountered this 4th-level alien beast. The two parties, who met, said nothing and immediately threw themselves into the battle. A provincial spaceship formation generally consists of 1 provincial spacecraft, 50 to 100 city-level spacecraft, 2,000 all-county-level spacecraft, and about 10,000 small spaceships. This is already a quite powerful war team, although it is still no match for this level 4 beast. But unfortunately, this level 4 beast also has its own concerns. It has been entangled with Xiaoyu for such a long time, and it knows very well about Xiaoyu's combat power. It is not afraid of Xiaoyu's weapon system. It is just a provincial-level spaceship formation. It does not take it seriously. However, there is one thing that makes it so jealous that it even makes it unable to use its full strength and fight with all its heart. That is the 4 maintenance covers. After being blown up by the 4-dimensional shield several times, it had developed a deep fear of this thing. It simply couldn't imagine that a small thing like a provincial spaceship would be destroyed if it was destroyed. But why was it destroyed after being destroyed? After being destroyed, it will still erupt with such powerful power. Therefore, after destroying the Jakarta provincial spacecraft under the Indonesian national spacecraft in the last encounter, it no longer dared to attack the provincial spacecraft. During the explosion of the Jakarta spaceship, it had no time to run far, but a section of its tail that was more than 10 kilometers long was blown off. Run! You can't escape. After all, this small universe only has such a big place. Kill! You can't kill it. Even if you can kill it, you don't dare to kill it. The power of the explosion of the provincial spacecraft alone has reached such a point. God knows to what extent the explosion power of the larger national spacecraft can reach. So now, when it sees the national-level spacecraft, it doesn't even dare to attack, and just runs away. Xiaoyu can feel its current mood. It must be very aggrieved and extremely depressed, because just a month ago, Xiaoyu also experienced this feeling. The provincial spacecraft formation it encountered this time was the Liaoning spacecraft under the Xiaoguan National Spacecraft Formation. In this formation, there are more than 70 city-level spacecraft, and the county-level spacecraft has reached 1,500. A total of more than 15,000 spaceships quickly arranged their formations and launched a fierce attack on this 4th-level alien beast. Xiaoyu knew that a provincial spaceship formation was no match for this guy. But Xiaoyu never thought about killing it with just a provincial spaceship formation. Just containing it was enough. Not far away, 3 national-class spacecraft, Indonesia, Japan, and Russia, are arriving quickly. The remaining 2 national-class spaceships on the expedition are rushing to the interception position to prevent this guy from escaping. In the midst of the flying artillery fire, this huge alien beast was struggling hard. After nearly a month of escaping, it has realized that it can't escape. The only way to survive now is to try its best to consume Xiaoyu's strength. If he can kill all the small spaceships that are not equipped with 4 protective covers, maybe we can get a chance of survival. This is its plan. Xiaoyu is also very aware of its plan. The role of small spacecraft to Xiaoyu is as important as that of large spaceships. It is a complementary and integrated whole. Without any type of spacecraft, many of Xiaoyu's strategic and tactical goals cannot be achieved. If it achieves its intention, I might really be helpless against this guy. But Xiaoyu also has his own plans. Are you going to consume my small spaceship? Okay. Come on. There are a lot of small spaceships anyway. More than 2 million of them. If you want to consume my strength, I also want to rely on small spaceships to consume yours. It depends on who can consume the other. In this war of attrition, Xiaoyu has absolute confidence in winning. In the dark universe, a long tentacle whipped over violently. In an instant, a township-class spaceship that had no time to dodge was whipped into the air and exploded into a ball of fire. But the next moment, this tentacle was struck by the person next to it. It was interrupted by a salvo of fire from several county-level spaceships, driven by the force of the explosion. The huge tentacle, which was more than 10 kilometers long, rolled to the side and left its position on the battlefield. The county-level spacecraft waiting there had already rushed over and recovered the tentacle. Go back. Just kidding. This is something from a level 4 beast. Excellent construction materials cannot be wasted. In fact, during this month of hunting battles, Xiaoyu had already become familiar with such things. During the battle, he would often knock off small pieces of flesh and blood from the alien beasts. The alien beasts have too much time to take care of themselves. But Xiaoyu has plenty of free computing power. After a month, A million tons of materials were harvested scattered here and there. Most of them are this kind of tentacles. Xiao Yu's huge fleet is like a raging current, relying on its own resilience to peel off pieces of flesh and blood from this stubborn stone bit by bit. Xiao Yu believes that judging from this progress, even if he grinds it slowly like this, he can grind it to death. Ouch! An angry roar swept across the audience and was immediately received by Xiao Yu. It seemed to be furious after being traumatized again. It no longer had time to worry about other things, and it used all its strength. In an instant, countless tentacles wrapped a city-level spaceship tightly, and then hugged the city-level spacecraft. As if holding it, like a stone, it hit another city-level spaceship hard. The other city-level spaceship had no time to dodge, and was hit straight away. Originally, with the current level of technology, kinetic energy weapons have been eliminated by Xiao Yu, and ordinary impacts are not ignored by Xiao Yu. Even small rural-level spacecraft can ignore the impact of meteorites, let alone city-level spacecraft. Such a medium-sized spaceship. However, this impact was too fast and too powerful. The two city-level spacecraft were destroyed at the same time under the violent impact. The two four-dimensional protective shields exploded at the same time, turning into a sheet of fire. Huge energy raged everywhere. In this array in the light of the fire, Xiao Yu even vaguely heard a scream. There were countless severed limbs and fragments, and many liquid and blood-like things were splashed into space. The aftermath spacecraft waiting nearby immediately chased after them. He went up and collected these things one by one. Good fellow. The harvest this time is not small. More than 70,000 tons of flesh and blood. 2 city-level spaceships. I'll give them to you. But if you want to take my things, you have to pay a price. They were bombed a lot. Right. If you want to get chestnuts from the fire, you have to have the consciousness of being burned by the fire. Xiao Yu thought with a sneer, without any sympathy in his heart. He just controlled 3 national-level spaceships, carrying many small and medium-sized spacecrafts, and sped up again. The speed of coming. As long as we can form an encirclement, we are not afraid that it will escape. Xiao Yu thought. As long as there are 30 minutes more. 30 minutes will be enough. All the ships in the Liaoning's provincial spaceship formation once again stepped up their offensive. And even a few city-level spaceships were brave enough to block this guy's escape by themselves. After being bombed by 2 city-level spaceships, it seemed to be very wary of this thing. It no longer dared to wander around at will. It could only scurry around in the center of the battlefield, lashing out with its tentacles like an endless attack. A small spaceship that looked like a mosquito. But it couldn't be beaten clean. More and more flesh and blood limbs were blown out of its body, and its tentacles became fewer and fewer, although it still looks dense. Xiao Yu, who has seen its appearance when it was completely victorious, can easily tell that the tentacles on its body have been reduced by at least 20% compared to that time. Its recovery ability is very strong, as long as you give it enough time and materials. It doesn't need to be too long. 10 days is enough, and it can completely recover these things. But Xiao Yu refused to give it even an hour or a minute of breathing time. The ubiquitous spacecraft and detectors can always find it immediately after it disappears. Then the small spacecraft will swarm up like flies seeing smelly meat. And then the nearest medium-sized spacecraft will also swarm it. We will rush there. And then there will be a large spaceship. There is a road to heaven. But you don't take it. If there is no door to HL, you just walk in. You can't live a good life. But you have to follow me to this small universe. Here. I don't believe you can still reach heaven. Chapter 345. Fight between trap beasts. It can be said that Xiao Yu, who combines the advantages of technological civilization and mechanical civilization, is more suitable for the role of pursuer than this 4th-level alien beast. At least, this level 4 alien beast does not have such powerful detection capabilities that it can monitor the enemy's traces all the time. And it does not have such strong mobility that it can arrive here immediately after discovering the enemy's traces and attack the enemy. Fawn launched an attack. Although Xiao Yu does not have this mobility, the huge number makes up for this shortcoming. The ubiquitous spacecraft can launch an attack on any place in this small universe at any time. Under such circumstances, this 4th-level alien beast will only end up being tortured to death. There will be no accidents, as long as another existence in this small universe does not interfere. This existence is intelligence number 1. Xiao Yu actually doesn't know the specific information about smart number 1. Nor does he know whether it has the ability to interfere with him. The 1.5 million spacecraft that did not participate in the battle are better to guard against the smart one than to protect Xiao Yu's flagship. In the process of chasing this 4th-level alien beast, Xiaoyu put at least a quarter of his energy on Intelligent Number 1.
Intelligent Number 1 should understand that I already know its secrets, that it has evil intentions towards me, and that it has its own thinking. Under such circumstances, how will it face the current situation?
While Xiaoyu was nervously surrounding and suppressing this 4th-level beast, he was still thinking nervously. At this moment, the battle with this 4th-level strange beast has reached its most tense stage. The 3 national-level spacecraft that came to support were not far away. They only needed 10 minutes to complete the encirclement. By then, it would be a certainty that this strange beast would be killed. At this time, this guy seemed to have noticed the coming crisis. He no longer cared about being injured by the explosion of the 4 protective shields. He finally roared. His huge body shrank into a ball and moved toward a place where Xiaoyu's defense was weak. Broke into the place. In this place, there are 3 city-level spacecraft on guard. The fierce artillery fire has been continuing. Gravity bombs, material disintegration rays, antimatter bombs, death rays of various types and frequencies, and various weapons are bombarding fiercely. But this guy seems to be completely unaware. All these attacks were blocked by his tough skin. But he still moved forward.
We must delay it,
Xiaoyu thought in his mind, and instantly made up his mind to control the 3 city-level spaceships and the corresponding supporting small spacecraft to hold on. The violent impact finally occurred. The extremely strong maneuverability gives this 4th-level alien beast the ability to accelerate to sublight speed in a short distance. The kinetic energy carried by materials moving at sublight speed is not ordinary, let alone its size and mass. Even a city-level spacecraft cannot withstand such an impact. 3 city-level spaceships exploded forward and backward, exploding 3 blood flowers on its huge body. A large amount of flesh and blood was blown away in the air. After gaining extremely high initial speed, they ran out quickly and set off towards the depths of the universe, but was intercepted by the material recovery spacecraft that had been waiting there for a long time. After the destruction of the 3 city-level spacecraft, a large number of small spacecraft also began to ram into them without fear of death. They were not equipped with 4 protective covers. Even if they were hit, the explosion could not have any impact on this guy. But the successive collisions finally slowed down its speed, slightly delaying its escape. This little time is enough. In the distance, the ferocious and cold hull of the Indonesian spacecraft could already be seen. And an aura that seemed to come from a wild and desolate place came over. This spaceship does not look like the creation of a highly developed technological civilization. Instead, it looks like a god in the minds of some uncivilized savages. It is ferocious, ugly, cruel, and bloodthirsty.
Ouch!
This 4th-level alien beast howled. There was no air here, and the sound could not be transmitted. The howl was transmitted in all directions through radio waves. Xiaoyu received this message and felt the despair and anger conveyed in this howl. The Indonesian national spacecraft formation blocked its way forward. It wanted to retreat, but found that the Japanese spacecraft, which was covered in yellow and exuded a fiery aura, had also arrived. This is the shape of the Nippon spaceship. The design of the Japan spacecraft was inspired by stars. Xiaoyu deliberately imitated the appearance of stars and made the Japan spacecraft look like this. Huge amounts of heat are emitted from it all the time. If there are intelligent creatures with technological civilization here, the first time I see the Japan spacecraft, it will definitely feel hot all over. And I would like to take off all my clothes. Come down for a little cool breath. The Russian national spaceship is also here. The first impression given by the Russian national class spacecraft is that it is strong, bulky, and full of the atmosphere of war. In fact, among the 3 national level spacecrafts, Indonesia, Japan, and Russia, the Russian spacecraft has the most powerful overall performance. 3 national level spacecraft formations, carrying nearly 800,000 spacecraft, finally arrived and completed the planned encirclement. The remaining 2 national level spacecraft are still on their way. They do not participate in the encirclement and suppression battle, but will be on the outside just in case to prevent this guy from escaping. The Liaoning Provincial Spacecraft Formation, which had been responsible for the containment mission and successfully kept this 4th-level alien beast here, had suffered heavy losses at this moment. Of the more than 10,000 small spacecraft, there are now less than 3,000 left. More than 70% of the county and city-level spacecraft were damaged in the battle. Even the formation's flagship, the Liaoning spacecraft, suffered some damage. Come to think of it, if this guy hadn't been worried about the huge damage that would be caused to the Liaoning spacecraft after it exploded, I'm afraid even the Liaoning spacecraft would not have been spared. This is the combat power of a level 4 alien beast. At this moment, it seems to have gone crazy. The final battle has not yet begun, but it has already become excited, roaring and roaring loudly, surrounded by numerous spaceships. Endless anger and despair began to spread. Amidst its roar, Xiao Yu received messages one after another.
The universe gave birth to me. I use planets as my nest and stars as my energy source. I have lived in the center of the planet for more than 5 million years. Now, I am going to die at the hands of such a despicable and insignificant technological civilization. After 5 million years of recuperating, why can't I defeat such a tiny guy? Technological civilization. Let me go. And I promise that I will never embarrass you again. After I leave here, I will stay far away from you and never cause you any trouble again. Otherwise, even if I die, I will drag one of your flagships on the road.
At this moment, it has a feeling and temperament of the wind rustling and the water cold. Xiao Yu sneered at this.
You guy, your brain is broken. For someone like you, you are lucky to have survived 5 million years safely. If you hadn't hidden it so well, you would have been killed by the senior ghost clan long ago. Do you want to leave? Now you want to sue for peace with me? It's too late. Earlier, how many times did I tell you that the most important thing in the universe is to develop itself? But you refused to listen and insisted on pestering me. Now, it's useless to say anything. How could I let such a scourge like you go out? Today is your death day. A national level spaceship? I don't care. After killing you, I will use your body to build continents and even planets-class spaceship.
Xiao Yu did not send this message. Xiao Yu was really too lazy to care about it, and didn't want to care about it anymore. After this thought flashed through his mind, Xiao Yu directly responded to it with his own actions. A full 800,000 spacecraft launched the attack together. Endless artillery fire immediately overwhelmed it. Amidst the fierce artillery fire, it roared loudly and rushed left and right. But it could not break through Xiao Yu's encirclement no matter what. It is like a small insect caught in a spider's web. No matter how hard it struggles, it cannot escape the spider's pursuit. But it is a powerful existence after all. Despite its desperate struggle, it almost broke through the encirclement several times. But fortunately, Xiao Yu had already left 2 other national-level spacecraft formations outside the encirclement. There were a full 700,000 spacecrafts that faithfully took on the responsibility of mending the network. They could always escape when it was about to escape. When you are about to gain rebirth, fight it back again. This battle was earth-shattering and almost turned this small universe upside down. The war lasted for a full 2 months. Xiao Yu watched the tentacles on its body gradually reduce, watched its size gradually become smaller, and watched more and more flesh and blood of alien beasts collected in his material collection spacecraft. It's like a fierce stone mill, grinding away its vitality bit by bit. This is the safest and most energy-consuming way of fighting. But Xiao Yu didn't care about his consumption. Xiao Yu just wanted to kill it. Xiao Yu didn't allow any accidents to happen. For hundreds of years, Xiao Yu has been really annoyed by this guy. This time, I have made up my mind to kill him. 2 months later, even though its size has been reduced by a quarter, it is still fighting hard. But the current situation is already very unfavorable to it. It was so damaged that it lost the fighting power it had at the beginning. Now, it is no exaggeration to say that it is dying. That's it. Xiao Yu received its last message. And then, under Xiao Yu's cold eyes, this guy rushed towards the nearest provincial spacecraft. Xiao Yu gave the order indifferently, not caring whether the provincial spacecraft would be destroyed. Countless artillery fire began to fire in this direction. Chapter 346 Encirclement and Suppression. A provincial-level spaceship is nothing to Xiao Yu now. Even the destruction of a national-level spaceship is not a loss that Xiao Yu cannot accept. But Xiao Yu refused to accept unnecessary losses. Any loss must be accompanied by corresponding or even far exceeding returns. Now, with the help of the explosion of this provincial-level spaceship, this 4th-level alien beast can be given a final fatal attack. This deal is undoubtedly a very cost-effective one. Xiao Yu knew clearly why. At its last moment, it did not choose a national-level spacecraft, but a provincial-level spacecraft. The reason is simple. Under Xiao Yu's 2-month siege, it no longer has the ability to deal with national-level spacecraft. It is also very clear about its current situation. It knows that it no longer has the ability to pull the national-level spacecraft to death together. In desperation, the trick of dragging the enemy to death seems to be the same whether on Earth or in the universe.
You don't know what to say. It's your own fault that you're in this situation.
Xiao Yu thought coldly, showing no sympathy for this guy at all. In Xiaoyu's indifferent eyes, hundreds of thousands of spaceships, together with the firepower of 3 national-level spacecraft, covered the area, launching an attack on the provincial-level spacecraft and this 4th-level alien beast hugging each other, covering indiscriminate attack. Under such a powerful fire attack, this 4th-level alien beast could hold on for the time being. But the provincial-level spacecraft was not okay. Not to mention provincial-level spacecraft. Even a national-level spacecraft has a question mark as to whether it can survive such a powerful firepower attack for half an hour. The long-distance communication technology reported the internal situation of the provincial spacecraft to Xiaoyu in real time. Xiaoyu watched indifferently as the number 1 main engine was severely damaged. The output power became unstable, and some parts of the engine even caught fire, causing a large-scale energy short-circuit caused crackling sounds everywhere inside the spacecraft. Xiaoyu watched indifferently as the number 10 main engine exploded directly, smashing all the instruments and equipment within a few hundred meters around. He watched indifferently as several of the 10 secondary engines were directly burned and melted by the excessive energy load. The melted metal liquid was raging everywhere like magma from a volcanic eruption. Looking indifferently, it looked like an earthquake had occurred inside the spacecraft, and the artificial gravity equipment was destroyed. Damage. Some instruments lost the attraction of gravity and began to fly around inside the spacecraft, crashing everywhere, with fire and explosions everywhere. It's totally like a doomsday scenario. The attacks from this level 4 beast and Xiaoyu's millions of spaceships are rapidly destroying this small world. It only lasted for less than 30 seconds, which was why most of the attacks were borne by this 4th level alien beast. Before it exploded, if there was no 4th maintenance cover, the provincial level spacecraft should still be able to leave some debris after the explosion. However, the power of the 4th maintenance cover explosion is too huge. Under such a level of explosion, it cannot even be recycled. Nothing will be left behind. The mechanical structure will be completely damaged, and the metal materials made with advanced material technology will be completely reduced and turned into a pile of scrap copper and iron. At this moment, this is the situation. The explosion of this provincial-level spacecraft caused serious damage to this 4th-level alien beast. Xiaoyu saw that at least tens of thousands of tentacles and countless pieces of flesh and blood were blown out together. Along with these injuries, what arrived together was the desolate and tragic roar of this 4th-level alien beast. It was already scarred and dying, and the explosion of this provincial spacecraft dealt it the most fatal blow. The attacks from the other spacecraft served as the final finishing touches. Xiaoyu saw that under the explosion of this provincial spacecraft, its entire body was almost blown into 2 halves, with only a few tendons-like things with a diameter of only a few dozen meters connecting its 2 pieces. Body. But these weak connections could not last long. They were quickly cut off under Xiaoyu's endless artillery fire. This 4th-level alien beast eventually turned into 2 halves. Even so, it is still not dead. The powerful vitality of the alien civilization is fully revealed. The upper half of the body controlled by the brain is still squirming slightly, and the fluttering tentacles are still hitting hard. But the current hitting force cannot even destroy a township-level spacecraft. Its mobility has also been completely lost. It can only squirm slightly in space like a maggot, and can no longer run as fast as before. The lower half of the body lost control of the brain, and the tentacles stopped moving. But this level 4 beast seemed to have a similar nervous structure. Xiaoyu saw that this half of the body was still twitching slightly, looking weird and abnormal.
What else do you have to say?
At this time, Xiaoyu has completely grasped the situation anyway, and is not afraid of what tricks it will play. He simply talks to him again to see what this guy, who has been pestering him for hundreds of years, is still doing. Do you have any last words to say?
Kill me! Hurry up! Kill me!
An intermittent message reached Xiaoyu's mind. It seems to be in great pain now. The intense pain has destroyed its will, making it just want to die quickly so that it can be freed from such pain.
Hey!
Xiaoyu sighed softly and gave the order to attack again. Endless artillery fire covered it again. When the attack stopped, Xiaoyu saw that the upper body of this 4th-level alien beast had been blown to pieces by himself, and it was truly dead. A powerful life was thus removed from the galaxy. Xiaoyu is not a soft-hearted person. Ever since he escaped from the solar system, countless lives have died in Xiaoyu's hands. It is not that he has never done anything to exterminate clans, but in the past killings, Xiaoyu seems to have never had this feeling. Xiaoyu thought of the second test given to him by Smart Number 1.
What is the meaning of life in the universe?
This is a philosophical question that is difficult to answer. 1,000 people will have 1,000 different answers. But at this moment, Xiaoyu seems to have a new understanding of life. I don't know if it's ironic to understand the meaning of life through killing.
What is the meaning of your life? Is it just to follow me? Make trouble for me. Create trouble for me. And then be killed by me? Such a life is too unworthy.
Xiaoyu secretly shook his head, and shook it off opened up the chaotic thoughts.
It's simply an unreasonable disaster.
Xiaoyu sighed softly, taking stock of his injuries.
If you had been willing to listen to my advice earlier and stop provoking me, you would never have ended up like this. Hey, why bother? Why bother?
In the encirclement and suppression war that lasted for several months, Xiaoyu lost a total of 5 provincial-level spacecraft, hundreds of city-level spacecraft, and the total loss of the remaining spaceships reached 100,000. The small loss was somewhat beyond Xiaoyu's expectation. Originally, Xiaoyu planned to board 1 or 2 national-level spaceships. After thinking carefully, Xiaoyu came up with the answer. First, it is due to our excellent strategy. At the beginning, Xiaoyu did not choose to fight head-on with this 4th-level alien beast. Instead, he relied on the huge number to constantly harass it, not giving it a chance to breathe, and continue to reduce it bit by bit. Its strength. This will give it the illusion that it can escape without having to fight desperately. By the time it tried its best, it had already lost considerable strength, and it couldn't fight even if it wanted to. The second is the 4 protective covers. The existence of 4 protective covers makes it extremely wary, because every time a large or medium-sized spacecraft is damaged, it will be affected by an explosion. Out of the desire to protect itself, it does not dare to attack large and medium-sized spacecrafts. The combination of the 2 factors, plus the natural hunting ground of the small universe, finally led Xiaoyu to pay the minimum price and win down this powerful guy in one fell swoop.
The total mass of this 4th-level alien beast is estimated to be more than 1 trillion tons. What a huge harvest!
Xiaoyu, who started to calculate his harvest, got this shocking data with just a simple calculation. More than 1 trillion tons of flesh and blood of level 4 alien beasts. What does that mean? You must know that the total mass of a national-level spacecraft is only more than 2 billion tons. In other words, the body of this 4th-level alien beast is enough to build more than 500 combat-type national-level spacecraft. Moreover, the flesh and blood of the 4th-level alien beasts are more powerful than the materials created by my own most advanced material technology. This is a huge gain. Compared with it, the hundreds of thousands of spaceships that I lost are simply trivial and not worth mentioning.
What's more, there are so many fragments of level 6 civilization spacecraft in this small universe. Their mass is estimated to reach hundreds of billions of tons. Although I can't get any relevant technology of level 6 civilization, even if there are only these, the fragments are enough. As long as we study them carefully, master the relevant properties, smelt them again, and build the spaceship, the performance will be extremely powerful. This small universe is simply a huge treasure house.
Thinking of his gains, Xiaoyu couldn't help but get excited.
What we need to think about now is how to take these things out, and how to deal with this damn smart number 1. There are also space weapons for level 6 civilizations that split space. The manufacturing technology industry of this weapon must get it. With so many harvest, what am I afraid of from the Marian civilization? There are 1 million such warships, and I am confident that I will wipe out all the main bodies of the Marian civilization. It doesn't matter how many national-level spaceships they have.
Thinking of this, Xiaoyu's mood cheered up, and he began to command his spaceship energetically to start the aftermath work. Chapter 347 Experimental Subject. The harvest this time was very huge. Not only did I get trillions of tons of level 4 alien beast flesh and blood, but more importantly, I got rid of a huge trouble. I no longer have this thing to pester me, so that I can concentrate. Use all your energy to face this damn intelligent number 1 who has his own consciousness. Cleaning the battlefield is nothing more than repairing damaged spaceships and recycling some useful instruments. The corpses of the alien beasts are too huge, and there is no way to dispose of them for the time being. So we might as well just mix them with the fragments of the 6th-level civilized battleships. Put it together in this small universe, and don't pay attention to it for the time being. It can't be lost here anyway. These things don't consume much computing power. After the battle ended, and the 4th-level beast was killed by Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu immediately hosted another meeting.
The meaning of life in the universe is really too mysterious. Although we are scientists in the Department of Psychological and Social Sciences, our research is not in this area. Unfortunately, Master, we have no way to solve this problem. We will contribute our wisdom to you.
At the meeting, Luca number 2, The scientist leader of the Department of Psychology and Social Sciences shook his head in embarrassment and said to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu sighed slightly. Luca number 2 has said this, so there is no need to count on Luca number 3 and Luca number 4. But if there is no way to solve this problem, how can we pass this second test? Xiao Yu looked around at the scientists attending the meeting again. At this meeting, less than 50 scientists participated. Now, there are more than 100 races under Xiao Yu. If you calculate it this way, it takes an average of 2 races to produce a scientist who is qualified to sit here. Their eliteness cannot be doubted. However, even they are at a loss to find an answer to this question.
I have a suggestion.
In the silence, Luca 4, whose research direction is more focused on life sciences, stood up and said to Xiao Yu.
Our shortcoming is that the social structure is imperfect. We are not born a suitable environment for philosophers. But that doesn't matter. If there is no suitable environment, we will create an environment. If there are no philosophers, we will cultivate some philosophers. Building a social environment and cultivating philosophers are not easy.
As soon as Luca 4 finished speaking, another scientist objected.
It takes at least tens of millions of people to form a complete society structure. It takes at least hundreds of years to cultivate a philosopher. How can we have the energy and time to do this now? No, it's not necessary.
Luca 4 shook his head and said,
It doesn't take hundreds of years. Only 3 days is enough. But 10 million people are needed. But they are not needed to form a complete social structure, but to make them accept one of my experiments. Experiment?
Xiao Yu asked with some confusion.
Yes, experiment.
Luca number 4 nodded and said,
The information processing center of the dwarves is the brain. All the senses of touch, taste, hearing, vision, smell, etc. are distributed throughout the body. The nerves sense it and then transmit it to the brain for processing. In this case, there is one thing that is easy to handle. I need you to give me 10 million dwarves. I will use the equipment I made to directly connect them. Their brains rely on instruments to simulate various feelings. Among these instruments, I will let them experience various situations in life, including hardships, poverty, good food and clothing, prosperity in the first half of life, poverty in the second half, or poverty in the past, destitute for half of life, rich for the second half of life, or ups and downs in life. In short, I have arranged 10 million virtual lives for them to experience. And the environments they live in are also different. Some are in the feudal era, some are in the interstellar era, some are first-level civilizations, and some are fourth-level or even fifth-level civilizations. Before the experiment, I will clean all their current memories and let them experience these things with a blank sheet of paper. I will virtualize a completely normal social structure of scientific and technological civilization, and let them experience the joys and sorrows in it, and let them experience the joys and sorrows of life. State, I believe that under such circumstances, many philosophers will be born. After the experiment is completed, we will ask them this question. Perhaps they will give us some surprises. This is my plan.
After Luca number 4 said, he bowed to Xiao Yu and then sat in his seat.
How to solve the time problem? Could it be that we have to wait in this small universe for more than 100 years just to let them finish their experience so that we can ask them this question?
Another scientist raised an objection.
No, we only need 3 days.
Luca number 4 replied,
The speed of time in the normal world will not change, but the speed of time perceived by living creatures can change. Don't forget, the processor that processes time information organs are also brains. We can artificially change the speed at which they feel time passes. Just 3 days can make them feel like 100 years have passed. I have another question.
The scientist raised his hand again. Xiao Yu nodded slightly, and then continued.
The efficiency of the biological brain in processing information is limited. What has been experienced in 100 years is a huge amount of information. The information that originally took 100 years is now give their brains 3 days to process it. Can their brains handle it?
Luca 4 glanced at the scientist gently and said,
Their brains can do this by stimulating potential drugs. But after all, this is beyond their load. After 3 days, when the experiment was completed, the brain will die completely. This is the price to pay for using 3 days to process 100 years of information.
Luca 4 said lightly. The conference room was quiet, without any sound. All scientists were shocked by the generosity of Luca 4. 10 million dwarves? Virtual social structures? Virtual experience? And all this? just to find the answer to a question? At this time, even Xiao Yu felt that his thinking was a little difficult. It's not that Xiao Yu has never done anything like murder. He has also done a lot of genocide. The lizard people he met at the beginning, and the Malian people later. Many tribesmen of any race died at the hands of Xiao Yu. However, that is because of the clear profit goals. If you don't kill them, they will kill you. Xiao Yu is always unwilling to kill people, especially not for no reason. Luca number 4's proposal completely impacted Xiao Yu's heart. Xiao Yu was secretly frightened by the indifference displayed by these scientists when they were talking.
Master, the dwarves have developed to now have a population of more than 40 billion. I think it is quite cost-effective to spend the lives of 10 million dwarves to carry out this plan. The loss is within our acceptable range. Inside,
Luca number 2 said.
Yes, I agree.
Another scientist also expressed his opinion.
With our current computer technology and biotechnology, we can definitely do this. However, I am afraid that intelligent programs are not capable of this task. This requires you to personally allocate computing power to create this virtual everything for them.
Xiao Yu knew this scientist, who was a member of race number 8 named Luo Fei, and was an expert in computer technology. During the development process of new computers, this scientist made great contributions, and was awarded by Xiao Yu many times.
I agree. Agree.
The proposal of Luca 4 was unanimously approved by the participating scientists. But Xiao Yu hesitated at this time, because Xiao Yu discovered that all scientists were concerned about the feasibility, success rate, and effect of the experiment. But no one cared about the life and death of the tens of millions of dwarf experimental subjects. Xiao Yu even found that even he didn't seem to care much about the dwarfs, who were used as experimental subjects. This is life. Living life. A moment ago, they had respectfully called themselves gods, and were willing to sacrifice everything for them, including their lives. Now, he has to sacrifice their lives in exchange for the answer to a question. This is cruel. This is too cruel. Xiao Yu's emotions could not accept such a thing. But Xiao Yu's reason had already made a decision that this experiment was worth doing. Usually, in the battle between emotion and reason in Xiao Yu's mind, reason wins. Without this quality, Xiao Yu would have died countless times during these 10,000 years of wandering. This is a very sad question. The one who is sad is not himself, but the dwarves who will be used as experimental subjects. A meeting decided the life and death of 10 million dwarves. In this meeting, scientists were discussing how to cut up a pig, and how to cook the meat so that it would be the most delicious and maximize its potential. They discussed the value of it enthusiastically. But no scientist would consider the feelings of this pig. The weak eat the strong. The weak eat the strong. This is the tragedy of becoming a vassal race, unable to control life or death. I only hope that if I can revive mankind, we humans will not have such a day, becoming experimental subjects and being slaughtered by others. What is the meaning of their lives?
Xiao Yu thought in confusion, but said firm words.
The proposal is approved. I will allocate computing power and execute this plan personally.
Chapter 348 Helmet. At this meeting, as long as the decision to conduct this experiment is passed, it will be okay. The details of the specific execution plan and whether the dwarves can accept it are not among the considerations of these scientists and Xiao Yu. When a pig is slaughtered, does anyone care whether the pig is willing to accept it? As for how to select 10 million dwarves without causing social turmoil among the dwarves, this matter is even simpler. Xiao Yu claimed that he had found a new planet that was of high value. In order to make better use of these resources, dwarf warriors were required to cultivate it. After completing the task, they would receive extremely generous rewards. Xiao Yu even created several videos for promotional purposes. In the propaganda, Xiao Yu described the planet's environment as extremely harsh, with harsh environments, terrifying native creatures, and so on. But matching the harsh living environment are extremely generous rewards. These rewards made all the dwarves excited. In just 3 days, Xiao Yu received more than 10 billion applications. The enthusiasm of the dwarves did not exceed Xiao Yu's expectations. Under the current situation, it is not easy for the dwarves to improve their social status. And this planet adventure is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity. If they survive and pass the test, they will receive generous rewards. Even if they die, their relatives will be well taken care of by Xiao Yu. A huge conspiracy is underway, and every aspect of this conspiracy is perfectly displayed under Xiao Yu's strong execution. The dwarves are still kept in the dark. They have no idea that what awaits them ahead is not a dangerous living environment, but a horrific human experiment. The status of subordinate civilization is so low. Xiao Yu can give them the best living environment, the most delicious food, the most obedient home robot, and the most comfortable living environment. But dignity is not included. Dignity here is an extremely expensive thing. So expensive that the entire clan together cannot afford it. They have done nothing wrong. In fact, among the 10 million people selected, there are still many good people in the traditional sense. They possess many qualities that even humans in the Earth Age would praise. But none of it matters. None of it helps. Xiao Yu wants them to die. And their death will help Xiao Yu find the answer to this question. What is the meaning of life existing in the universe? In fact, even Luca number 2, number 3, number 4, and the other scientists who participated in formulating this plan also know this truth very well. They know very well that if there are chips worth exchanging, Xiao Yu will not hesitate. Sacrifice them. This is the tragedy of all subordinate races. Although they knew it very well, they still chose to be loyal to Xiao Yu and worked hard to contribute to Xiao Yu's technological development. Because only in this way can you maximize your own value, improve your status in Xiao Yu's mind, and reduce the chance of being sacrificed as much as possible. After the resolution was passed, preparations began. Luca 4, who is better at life technology, and Luca 3, who is better at natural technology, worked closely together to lead more than 10,000 scientists under their command. In just 5 days, they were able to directly the instrument that communicates with the brain was manufactured, and the manufacturing drawings were given to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu will use this instrument to murder 10 million lives. This is cruel, but as a wolf, you will not consider whether the facts are fair to the sheep. With a conflicting mood, Xiao Yu put this drawing into the automation program, and a large number of instruments began to operate. Countless robots began to be busy in the Homeland number 60 spacecraft that served as a temporary manufacturing factory. Just using within a month, 10 million instruments were manufactured. During this period, the selection work was also completed. From the nearly 20 billion dwarves who signed up, Xiao Yu removed those who were old and infirm, and those who were too weak, in accordance with the requirements of the experiment. He made some adjustments to the gender, age, etc., and finally selected 1,000. Thousands of dwarves participated in the experiment. The dwarf experimental subjects selected by Xiao Yu were all adults in good physical condition and quick thinking. These 10 million people are currently waiting at the landing pads of their respective cities, waiting for the spacecraft to welcome them on their unknown journey. Around them, there were crowds of farewells everywhere, and the crowds were noisy. Among the crowds were some dwarves who looked like government officials, shouting loudly, "Warriors, it is your honor to contribute to the true God. Your relatives and friends will be proud of you. After arriving in the new world, you must follow the guidance of the true God. Even if you die for it, the true God and the government will definitely take good care of your family. This planet has very important strategic significance and is of great significance to the true God. You must work hard and live up to the great trust. When you return to home, all your compatriots will come with flowers and cheers. Welcome you." There are slogans everywhere, and there are shouts everywhere that can make people's blood boil. These dwarves who are about to die are like warriors about to go to the battlefield at this moment. "When I wait for your triumphant return, when you come back and become a hero, my parents will no longer hinder our marriage, and I can marry you under the spotlight and be your wife." At the edge of the crowd, a young dwarf couple was hugging each other tightly. Big tears kept flowing from the female dwarf's eyes, while the male dwarf kept patting her back gently and comforting her in a low voice. "I will definitely come back with honor. Don't cry. This opportunity is very rare. For our long future, we must be separated for a while. Alice, wait for me. I will definitely come back alive." There are countless situations like this between lovers saying goodbye. Such a scene was happening on 40 homeship spaceships and countless cities at the same time. There are white-haired parents bidding farewell to their young sons, babble children bidding farewell to their strong and healthy fathers, newlywed wives bidding farewell to their husbands, and beautiful girls bidding farewell to their lovers. They all came here with the same goal and the same dream. Xiao Yu saw all this. The ubiquitous surveillance equipment allows Xiao Yu to see anything he wants to see. Xiao Yu saw the white hair on the aging dwarf's head, the tears in the eyes of the beautiful dwarf girl, and the admiration for his father in the eyes of the dwarf child. Xiao Yu saw a lot. A lot. At this time, Xiao Yu is in a very unstable state. Xiao Yu has always been a person, not a cold machine, even though Xiao Yu's body is now just electronic components. From a spiritual perspective, Xiao Yu has never given up his human identity.
Xiao Yu almost mechanically controlled the country-class spacecraft to land on the apron, according to the predetermined plan. Amidst the cheers and farewells of the dwarf people who came to see them off, the selected dwarf warriors lined up neatly, stepped onto the spaceship. The spaceship quickly took off and arrived in space. Arriving at home spaceship number 76. Around the tarmac, the crowd of farewells still did not disperse. Countless dwarves looked up at the sky in a daze. That's where the spaceship disappeared. What these spaceships carry away is their hope.
Mom, when will Dad come back?
A young dwarf asked his mother in a childish voice.
Be good. Dad will be back soon. Haven't you always wanted to study at the central school? When Dad comes back, you can go. Dad went to a faraway place where there are very fierce enemies. Dad, we must contribute our own strength to the true God. Dad must defeat them and protect our home. Dad will definitely come back. Right. Dad is a great hero. How could he be defeated by evil creatures?
The dwarf woman looked up at the sky, but couldn't help but shed tears from the corners of her eyes. In another corner, a dwarf girl was also looking at the sky blankly, her mouth moving slightly, as if she was saying something.
Murphy, you will definitely come back. Right. You will definitely come back to marry me. Right. I'm waiting for you. You must not die. Must not die.
An old dwarf couple was supporting each other and walking slowly towards their home.
Old man, will something happen to Little John? Don't worry. Old woman, Little John is our pride. His grades in school are so good and he is so smart. Besides, the glory of the true God is shining on him. How could something happen to him?
Xiao Yu saw all this in the eyes of Xiao Yu in the past. These dwarves were simply tools for his subordinates, and he could sacrifice them at any time when needed. Xiao Yu doesn't pay attention to their love, hate, or their feelings, and he never cares about their feelings. But now, for the first time, he went deep into their society, felt the sincere feelings between them, and felt every aspect of their lives. Xiao Yu felt that some slight changes were taking place in his state of mind. Countless village-level manned spacecraft have reached their target. Home spaceship number 76.
Your destination is very dangerous. I will conduct intensive training for you here for a period of time. Now, I need to know the energy intensity of your brain. So put on these helmets in front of you. No matter how painful it feels, you all have to endure it.
Chapter 349 Resolution. Countless small spaceships gathered from all directions, and under the gaze of the white dwarf star that looked like devil's eyes, they filed into home spaceship number 76. The dwarves, who were still in a state of excitement, came here with enthusiasm. After getting off the spacecraft, they saw this scene that confused them. What appeared in front of them was not an alien planet with a dangerous environment, nor a ferocious alien creature, but a desolate city that, although not very beautiful, had no problem maintaining its survival. There are many high-rise buildings in the city, but there is no buzz of people. Only occasionally you can see some busy robots carrying out various construction tasks. The various buildings here have not been completed yet, so they look a bit messy.
Where is this? Didn't the master tell us to go to alien planets and colonize alien planets? How did we get here?
A confused young dwarf asked his companions in a low voice.
Why do you care so much? Just follow the guidance of the true God. The true God must have his own reasons for leading us here.
Another dwarf young man rolled his eyes at it and said impatiently. A large number of robots appeared in front of him, and one robot made a loud voice.
Those whose names are read need to answer. Understood.
The dwarves responded. After the names were exchanged one by one, the robot said,
Everyone will have his own guidance robot, and they will lead you to a place. There will be instructions on your next move. Okay, now disband.
So, under the leadership of robots, these dwarves followed the robots' guidance to their respective rooms with some uneasiness. Opening the door, what appeared in front of them was a very simple and even crude room. There was a bed in the middle of the room and a helmet on the bedside. Just when they were confused, Xiao Yu's voice reached their minds. For Xiao Yu's voice, they have a blind obedience that is almost obsessive. After hearing the sound, they put on the helmet without any hesitation. And then, following Xiao Yu's instructions, they laid down on the bed. 10 million dwarves entered and waited. At this moment, more than 50 scientists were sitting in the Xiaogua spacecraft, watching the three-dimensional image live broadcast on the conference table. A series of numbers flashed from the edge of the screen, telling them the current status of the experiment.
Okay, 10 million. All the dwarves have put on their helmets according to the instructions. Then the first step is to clear all their current memories.
Luca number 4's voice rang. All the scientists' eyes were on Xiaoyu. At this moment, Xiaoyu's shadow was sitting next to the conference table, with no expression on his face.
Master, you can implement the plan,
Luca number 4 reminded. Xiaoyu waved his hand slightly.
The program is still a little imperfect. Please wait a moment.
After saying this, Xiaoyu closed his eyes. Closing your eyes means that no one is allowed to disturb you at this moment. These elite scientists were all very aware of Xiaoyu's habit. So for a moment, the conference room became quiet, and no sound was made. Only Xiaoyu himself knew that he was just looking for a reason to delay time. Xiaoyu couldn't take action. Xiaoyu couldn't issue this order, because Xiaoyu knew that as long as he gave an order, all the tens of millions of dwarves who were extremely loyal to him, completely trusted in him, and still had blood and hope, would all die. Xiaoyu couldn't do it. Xiaoyu considers himself not a merciful person. But this is the first time Xiaoyu has encountered such a situation. Xiaoyu has not forgotten the teachings given to him by the seniors of the Ghost Clan. In normal times, Xiaoyu is indeed ruthless and ruthless. Xiaoyu has never been merciless to those who threaten him. But now, Xiaoyu hesitated. Xiaoyu can deceive the entire dwarves without any psychological burden, break their peaceful life, deceive them all into his own spaceship, and follow him on a long space voyage. When encountering danger, if the situation requires him, these dwarves must be abandoned. And Xiaoyu will abandon them without any psychological burden. But this time the situation is different.
Is it necessary to let them die? Is there really no other way but to do this?
Xiaoyu muttered to himself in his mind, silently asking himself.
The social structure of the dwarves is very similar to that of humans. Just like humans, they have their own parents, their own lovers, and their own children. With the blessings of their relatives and friends, they came here, hoping to use their own strength contribute to me. They came out with passion. But what they received in return was a cold death, and a death without any value. If they knew that their death was just for me to find the answer to a question, they would still you won't believe in me and be loyal to me like this?
Xiaoyu thought silently. His heart was in confusion.
I have no scruples about killing people, even genocide if necessary. But I am not bloodthirsty. If possible, I prefer to choose peaceful ways to solve problems. Then, think about it carefully. Is it really necessary to sacrifice these 10 million dwarves? They are, after all, living beings, not robots.
It's hard to make a decision. This decision will be a sentence for these tens of millions of dwarves, and will determine their life and death. Their life and death are related to 10 million families. Perhaps, if they lose their son, the elderly parents will lose hope of survival. If they lose their husband, the young children and weak wives will lose their support for life. If they lose their lover, the beautiful girl will choose to go underground to accompany him. Xiaoyu let out a long sigh.
If a senior ghost tribe encounters this situation, I'm sure, don't say 10 million, even if it is 100 million, 1 billion, as long as it is good for you, kill him. If it is my companion ghost tribe, it will probably make such a decision. But they are not me. Although my companion ghost race is connected with me in flesh and blood, it has lost all memories of the human era and is not a pure human being. It is estimated that in the galaxy at this moment, pure I am the only human being left. I am a pure human being, and I can't do it. These tens of millions of dwarves are not my enemies. They will not cause any losses to me. They have no ill intentions towards me. On the contrary, I am a god in their minds. They are willing to give everything for me. I can't do it. I can't just take their lives away. I can't do this. I can't do this.
Xiaoyu muttered and suddenly opened his eyes. Xiaoyu's eyes swept across the scientists present one by one. Whoever Xiaoyu looked at lowered his head, not daring to look at Xiaoyu at all.
I announce that this plan is cancelled.
Xiaoyu said this slowly. All the scientists present suddenly raised their heads at the same time and looked at Xiaoyu with doubtful eyes. Xiaoyu said slowly.
These 10 million dwarves are not my enemies. I will never be merciful to my enemies, but I cannot do such a thing to my subordinate race. Since they belong to me, they deserve to be protected by me. And since they have contributed to my development, they deserve to be rewarded. I cannot give them a painful death as a reward. But,
Master, Luca number 4 said hesitantly, as if he wanted to persuade Xiaoyu again.
Luca 4, don't say any more. You Luca clan, the dwarves, and other races are all my subordinates. If I do this today and deprive the lives of these tens of millions of dwarves, what if I encounter a situation like this next time and I have to abandon you? The Dark Universe requires us to be ruthless. Yes, that's right. I have always been ruthless towards my enemies. In order to reduce the threat to us, I don't mind wiping out all the lives of a race. But I can't surrender to a person. With me. Loyalty in me. I only want to attack the races that have contributed to me. I cannot use this method to deal with them. The dwarves are like this. The Luca tribe is like this. You, all races, are all like this. I will not abandon you easily. When I encounter danger, as long as there is a chance, I will use my best efforts to save you. We are not a cold subordinate relationship. I hope that all our races will form when the collective, under my leadership, gradually grew stronger and eventually dominated the galaxy and even the entire universe. So regarding this plan, cancel it, and we will think of other ways.
The scientists who heard Xiao Yu's words all stayed there, speechless. The first person to react was a scientist from race number 9. He knelt down respectfully on the ground and saluted Xiao Yu with the most noble etiquette of his race. At the same time, he said with a trembling voice,
Master, on behalf of all the intelligent creatures of our race number 9, I swear allegiance to you. Our race number 9 is willing to be your eternal servant.
The other scientists also left their seats one after another, and each expressed their loyalty to Xiao Yu using the etiquette of their own race. Even the 3 elders, Luca number 2, number 3, and number 4, knelt on the ground.
Let me solve the matter of these tens of millions of dwarves,
Xiao Yu said.
There is no need for all these red tapes. Come back to your seat quickly. I also need to use your wisdom to solve this problem.
Chapter 350 Virtual World. Xiao Yu knew that at this moment, he had gained the true loyalty of these scientists. Because I gave them the most precious thing, dignity. From now on, they will know that in Xiao Yu's eyes, they are not a piece of goods that can be measured by specific value. From now on, they will regard this place as their real home and do their best to protect it. Under Xiao Yu's order, they got up from the ground and returned to their seats again.
Don't mention things like human experimentation again in the future. My ruthlessness will only be given to my enemies, and I will treat those who are loyal to me well,
Xiao Yu said.
Now, let's express our opinions. Well, about the second test of Tolar civilization. The level of science and technology determines what kind of social structure, and the social structure will determine the ideological trend of this race. Philosophy can be born based on these things. We do not have a complete social structure, so we cannot know the true for what do super-civilized creatures think in their hearts. And what kind of insights do they have about life?
Luca number 2 thought for a while, and said helplessly,
The understanding of the meaning of life by ordinary 4th-level civilization philosophers is likely to fail this test. After all, the troll civilization raised this question in order to measure the development potential of the dwarves. So, among our answers, we also have to express our potential. It's difficult to find the right answer,
added another scientist from the Department of Psychosocial Studies.
In addition, we must consider another thing,
another scientist said.
Intelligent One already has its own independent thinking. When submitting answers, we also need to consider Intelligent One's judgment of the answer. The influence. It is very likely that the answer that was originally the correct answer was judged to be wrong under the influence of Intelligence number 1. I think there are many doubts as to why all the spacecraft controlled by Intelligence number 1 have to go back after entering the second stage. This matter is likely to be related to the second test. But there is too little known information at present, and it is impossible for us to analyze the specific reasons. The safest way is still to use these 10 million dwarf creatures to conduct this experiment. Although the Master's kindness to the subordinate races allows us, I admire you.
But I still think you should harden your heart at this moment.
After Xiao Yu completely rejected the proposal for human trials, the scientists began discussions again. This time the scope of the discussion was much broader, but no feasible suggestions were submitted. At this moment, Xiao Yu was also thinking hard. Possibilities one after another were put into the model by Xiao Yu, but the calculations reached dead ends again and again, and no results could be obtained.
Hey, how could the test of troll civilization be so abnormal?
Xiao Yu sighed helplessly. This question accurately captured Xiao Yu's weakness. If it were not Xiao Yu who came here, but any other normal 5th-level civilization, I believe they would not be stumped by this problem. But it was Xiao Yu who came here. There is a discussion going on here. and the 10 million dwarves in the home spaceship number 76 have begun to receive signal input from this helmet instrument. However, Xiaoyu did not clear their memories, nor did he take the method of compressing time to allow them to receive too much information in a short period of time. Xiaoyu just followed the normal flow of time and simulated to their brains the signal that they had taken off their helmets, entered the transport spaceship, and arrived at the terrifying alien planet. Since the body structure of the dwarves is similar to that of humans, all information is processed by the brain, and Xiaoyu's analog signals are sent directly to the brain. So these signals are very real, and no dwarf can see anything strange, since it was said in the propaganda that they would reach alien planets for reclamation activities. Xiaoyu naturally wanted to round out his words in the simulation. As a result, under Xiaoyu's control, these tens of millions of dwarves experienced all kinds of ghastly and terrifying things. Home spaceship number 76. A dwarf youth was lying quietly in an ordinary room in a city that had not yet been completed. On the huge helmet on its head, the rapidly flashing red light showed that its brain was undergoing intense activity at this moment. In fact, at this moment, it is experiencing the most terrifying thing in its life. It's on the run from a demon-like creature. In its consciousness, it clearly remembered that after arriving on the new planet, they first took a rest and received some simple training. Then they picked up the equipment issued by Xiaoyu and worked with several dwarves. Together with the young people, they accepted the task of exploring minerals in the wild. The sky was pitch black, which made them extremely uncomfortable as they relied on visible light as their source of vision. Fortunately, with the night vision device issued by Xiaoyu, they could barely see the scenery in front of them clearly. This planet is really desolate. It felt a little emotional at this moment. I don't know what treasures are hidden on this planet. John, don't talk. Do you hear anything? Its companion whispered to it. Sound? It was in a state of vigilance. After listening attentively, it immediately heard a low whimpering sound. This whimpering sound was so cold that it made people's hair stand on end. Several dwarf youths stopped at the same time, picked up the weapons in their hands, and were on guard. Then, in their frightened eyes, the ground in front of them suddenly cracked, and a monster like an 8-clawed octopus suddenly jumped out of the ground and roared loudly in front of them. Monster! Run! It howled miserably, turned around and ran away. Several companions who came with it also took steps and ran back quickly. As they ran, they turned back from time to time and used the weapons in their hands. Start shooting at this monster. But the shooting seemed to have no effect, and even the monster's progress couldn't be stopped. This monster was getting closer and closer to them, so close that they seemed to have smelled the monster's disgusting saliva, which made people sick. At this moment, its heart was already in despair. Its legs seemed to be filled with lead, and it had lost consciousness from fatigue. Its heart was pounding, as if it would jump out of its throat at the next moment. It could no longer feel its arms, and it had long lost the weapon in its hand. Where to go? In the virtual world, it is suffering from great fear. But in the real world, in Xiaoyu's view, it was still lying quietly on the bed, with only its gently trembling arms proving the panic in its heart at this moment. Continue back to the virtual world, when this group of dwarf youths were desperate, and this huge monster had come to them and was about to devour them with its hideous and ugly mouth. A burst of white light suddenly burst out from the void, and then, the god in his heart, Toril, fell from the sky and killed the monster directly. Under Troll's attack, the monster that almost took away their lives couldn't even hold on for a second. Immediately returned to the camp to rest and prepare for the next battle. I have to save the other people who are in danger. Toller left a word, and disappeared the next moment, leaving only those who fell on the ground. Several dwarf youths looked at each other. Yes! Did the true god save us? Yes! The true god has arrived. The true god killed the monster and saved our lives. After seeing the power of the true god, their whole bodies seemed to be filled with strength immediately. They stood up with difficulty, supported each other, and returned to their station to rest. Such a situation happens in the mind of every dwarf. Now that things have reached this point, now that they have put on helmets, there is no reason to let them go easily. Although the in vivo experiment plan has been cancelled, it is still possible to conduct some loyalty education with the help of these devices that can directly communicate with their brains. Xiaoyu is doing such a thing at this moment. Xiaoyu used his huge computing power to create a real illusion for each of the 10 million dwarves. In this illusion, they struggled to survive. They bled and sweated. They completed their tasks and received commendation from Xiaoyu.
In these illusions, there are even interactions between the dwarves. Sometimes, Xiaoyu will randomly select 2 or more dwarves, assign them to a team, and let them experience these things together. It can be said that these dwarves will never know that what they have experienced is false. Even if they return to the real world, they will still believe these things, because all of this is too real. Real-world memories can be connected to experiences in the virtual world. If they still remember their companions in the virtual world and look for them after returning home, they can also find real people. In order to create a sufficient sense of reality, Xiaoyu even controlled the robot to create wounds one after another on the bodies of these poor dwarves, who were lying on the bed unable to move. After all, after experiencing so many things in the virtual world, it would be too contradictory to find that your body is intact when you return to the real world. There were also some unlucky ones, who had their arms or legs chopped off by Xiaoyu. Anyway, Xiaoyu has already mastered the regeneration technology of severed limbs. After returning, he can just build a leg or arm for them and press it on. It will not affect them at all. Moreover, being seriously injured is a symbol of honor. Xiaoyu will also give these guys some extra rewards. Chapter 351 I don't know. The operation of reclaiming the planet in the virtual world lasted for 2 months. Under Xiaoyu's arrangement, these dwarves, with their scarred bodies and the honors awarded to them by Xiaoyu, supported each other and boarded the spacecraft that came to greet them, and returned to their homeland again, spaceship number 76. During the trip, they took a short rest, and then returned to their respective hometowns. Of course, these things are all virtualized by Xiaoyu. In fact, except that it was true that he boarded the plane from home spaceship number 76 and returned to his hometown. The rest were all false. But the dwarves had no idea. They were excitedly talking about their experiences, the strange creatures they encountered, and the achievements they had achieved. Another thing Xiaoyu announced made them even more excited. Xiaoyu told them that regardless of whether they have achieved meritorious service or not, they will be rewarded after returning to their hometown. Those who have achieved meritorious service will be rewarded even more grandly.
Obviously you have done nothing and made no contribution. Instead, you asked me to spend so much computing power to create an illusion for you. In the end, you still want me to award you a reward. It is really ironic.
Xiaoyu felt a little bit thinking self-deprecatingly. But this operation was not fruitless. On the contrary, through this trip to the virtual world, Xiaoyu's thinking has been broadened a lot, and a new idea is even sprouting in Xiaoyu's heart. The most important factor restricting Xiaoyu's combat power is always the lack of computing power. If there is unlimited computing power, Xiaoyu can even create endless spaceships. If there is really unlimited computing power, Xiaoyu will not even be afraid of level 6 civilizations. Just kidding. A spaceship with a 6th level civilization cannot be defeated by 100,000 of our own spaceships. But what about 1 million? What about 10 million ships? Of course, unlimited computing power is just a fantasy. But through this virtual world incident, Xiaoyu discovered some ways to improve his strength through other methods. That is, create drones and hand over these spacecraft to the dwarves to control them through virtual reality. During this virtual world incident, Xiaoyu unexpectedly discovered many dwarves with excellent combat talents. However, these dwarves with excellent combat talents usually made no achievements in science. Xiaoyu vaguely felt that all his technology-first strategies may have caused a huge waste of resources. In fact, it's not just the dwarves. There are more than 100 races belonging to Xiaoyu. In addition to scientists and creatures with scientific talents, the number of other ordinary creatures has reached 1 billion. It is certain that among these billion ordinary people, many creatures with fighting talents will be buried.
A rough estimate of a total of more than 40 billion creatures. Just based on the ratio of selecting 1 out of 10,000. There can be more than 4 million creatures with combat talents. On average, 10 people can control a village ship together. In terms of spacecraft, they can control more than 400,000 spacecraft in total. Well, this is also a considerable combat force. This matter must be put on the agenda. If we can escape from this small universe, we must hurry up and deal with this matter. Do it,
Xiaoyu thought secretly. There are many benefits to using virtual control methods. For example, during training, directly using virtual reality technology to train in the virtual world can save a lot of materials. In real combat, the spacecraft will be lost. But the pilot will not die, only train the spirit, not the training physically. This will save a lot of time and lower the threshold a lot.
I made a miscalculation before. I didn't expect that among my races, there would be so many characters with fighting talents. Fortunately, this virtual world event allowed me to realize their potential.
Xiao Yu secretly added this after writing down the matter. He turned his attention to the conference room again and started a discussion with dozens of the most elite scientists under his command. Such discussions have been going on for nearly 2 months. But no feasible solution has ever been discussed. On the other hand, there was a joyous scene inside the homeship spacecraft. 10 million warriors returned to their own world with honors and scars all over their bodies. Xiao Yu arranged many welcoming ceremonies to elevate this atmosphere to the highest level. One thing worth mentioning is that although the tens of millions of dwarves were scarred, not one of them died. This phenomenon was deliberately created by Xiao Yu. When it came to the malice of these returning dwarves, it turned out to be,
it was really a critical moment. That monster would bite my neck off in the next moment. It was the true God descending from the sky and killing that monster.
Kill the monster in one go. At that time, I fell into a deep pit, surrounded by disgusting monsters that looked like poisonous snakes. At that time, I was thinking that I was going to die and would never see my hometown again. But at this moment, the true God's the light came. It killed the monster and saved my life.
Countless stories about Xiao Yu's heroic deeds began to spread on the 40 homeship spacecraft. Tens of millions of people went on the expedition, and tens of millions of people returned. This has to be said to be a miracle. As a result, Xiao Yu's prestige once again reached its peak. On the homeship spacecraft at this moment, the atmosphere was full of celebration. On the tarmac of a city, a township-class spacecraft was parked quietly. Outside were the guards responsible for the alert mission. They tried their best to block the surging crowd and prevent them from approaching the spacecraft. The spaceship hatch slowly opened, and a group of dwarf youths slowly walked out. The dwarf who walked out first was still leaning on a pair of crutches. Obviously, during this expedition, it lost a leg. The cheers of the surrounding crowd reached their peak at the moment when the first warrior came out.
I'm finally back. I'm finally back.
The dwarf threw down the crutches in his hands, lay on the ground and cried loudly.
Thank you to the true God. Thank you to the true God. Murphy, what's wrong with you? Murphy, are you injured? Don't scare me. Woo-woo.
Just as the dwarf young man fell to the ground and cried, a petite dwarf girl struggled to break through the obstacles of the guards, risking her own life. He ran to the dwarf young man and hugged him hard.
Alice, Alice, are you here? Don't cry. Don't cry. I'm fine. I just suffered a minor injury. It's very simple to do a limb regeneration operation in the hospital. I'm still alive and well. You see, I'm still alive.
After the dwarf young man saw who was hugging him, his spirit immediately cheered up, and he stopped crying almost instantly. Instead, he hugged the dwarf girl and began to comfort her softly.
After you recover from your injury, we will hold a wedding. The true God has issued an announcement saying that you have won the first-class Medal of Honor. In addition to the reward of 3 million contribution points, you can also get a house in the city center. My parents have agreed to our marriage. I will become your wife. Is it true? Great. Alice, I will love you and protect you for the rest of my life. Believe me. Is this my little John? Uh-huh. Boy, you did a good job and didn't embarrass your father. Don't cry. Raise your head. Otherwise, you will lose an arm. It's not a big deal. Uh-huh. Your mother has prepared a rich meal. The food is waiting for you at home. Let's go back quickly. Dad, you are back. We have seen your name on the notice. Dad, you are my son's pride.
Scenes like this are constantly happening in various cities. Seeing these excited dwarves, Xiao Yu's depressed mood improved unconsciously.
The less you know, the less burden you have. You can celebrate as much as you want. But I still have to worry about these things. Hey, I don't know what our final outcome will be. Can we escape this small universe smoothly? Can we escape smoothly? To obtain the legacy of the troll civilization.
Xiao Yu shook his head, shook the chaotic thoughts out of his mind, and hosted another meeting. The scientists who were thinking hard and racking their brains to think of countermeasures were extremely exhausted at the moment. But none of the scientists complained. They deeply know that they are not only working for Xiao Yu, but also looking for a way out for the entire group.
Okay. After a night's rest, do you have any new ideas?
Xiao Yu asked. Xiao Yu responded with a long silence. Not a single scientist spoke. During this period of time, I tried all the ways I could think of, but none of them could pass Xiao Yu's feasibility test. I'm sorry, Master. We failed to complete the task you gave us,
Luca too said sadly.
Give us a little more time. We will definitely come up with a solution. Definitely.
Another scientist's eyes were bloodshot, but his tone of voice was very firm.
If that doesn't work, let's use human experiments.
After another silence, another scientist said hesitantly,
After all, this is the most feasible method. Sacrifice 10 million lives to saving more than 40 billion lives is a very good deal. At the same time, in order to maintain fairness and justice, I request that I also participate in this experiment.
Xiao Yu shook his head gently and rejected the proposal. Xiao Yu knew that the scientist was telling the truth, but Xiao Yu would not do this. At the same time, Xiao Yu also knew that these scientists really tried their best.
Don't mention the human experiment again. Everyone has tried their best on this second test, and I won't blame everyone,
Xiao Yu said with a smile.
I have already decided. I don't know what the meaning of life is in the universe.
Xiao Yu sent this message to the dwarf planet. Chapter 352, The Meaning of Life. In fact, the question raised by the troll civilization is not very difficult. It can even be said to be very simple. It is so simple that any creature with a little bit of intelligence can come up with countless answers. In any human society in the Earth Age, if you find one of them, you can get many answers that seem to have a lot of philosophy, but are completely meaningless when you think about it carefully. For example, the meaning of life is to survive, and the meaning of life is to explore the unknown. With such an answer, Xiao Yu could say it for 3 days and 3 nights without repeating the same answer. But it was because there were too many answers that made Xiao Yu even more confused. Xiao Yu doesn't know which answer the troll civilization wants, or which answer it wants, or even the purpose of raising this question. Xiao Yu doesn't know any of these things. But one thing Xiao Yu is sure of is that the answer to this question will definitely not be simple. So Xiao Yu directly gave up his intention to find the answer, and directly answered, I don't know. This is not an impulsive move. Choosing to answer this way, Xiao Yu also thought carefully. Rather than randomly choosing an answer among the endless answers, it is better to answer directly and say,
I don't know.
Perhaps,
I don't know,
can also be regarded as a qualified answer. Who can tell the answer to this philosophical question? When Xiao Yu sent this message to the dwarf planet, he also announced the answer in the conference room. All the scientists heard Xiao Yu's answer. Several scientists looked dim and said nothing. They instinctively think that the answer,
I don't know what the meaning is
inappropriate. But if they are asked to answer, they really don't know how to answer. After telling this answer, Xiao Yu began to wait quietly, waiting for the answer from smart number 1. At this moment, Xiao Yu actually felt uneasy. The answer from smart number 1 came very quickly, almost as soon as Xiao Yu's answer was sent. The reply was very concise.
Are you sure you want to use don't know as the answer to the second test? Yes, I'm sure.
Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and replied.
Okay, you passed the second test.
Intelligent number 1 was silent for a moment and gave an answer that was beyond Xiao Yu's expectations.
Passed?
After hearing this answer, Xiao Yu and the scientists present in the conference room looked at each other. This result was really beyond Xiao Yu's expectations, and even made Xiao Yu think.
What kind of aircraft is the troll civilization doing? Can such an answer be passed? This is too childish.
In Xiao Yu's plan, Xiao Yu had long been mentally prepared to fail the test. Smart number 1 said that if you fail the test, you will be detained in this small universe forever. But after thinking about it, Xiao Yu did not think this punishment was unacceptable. After all, intelligence number 1 only said that he would be detained here, but he did not say that he would eliminate himself. That would be very easy to handle. Under the restrictions of hard rules, intelligent number 1 will probably not be able to take action against himself. And there are no other enemies here. As long as there is enough time, Xiao Yu will one day develop to a 6th level civilization. At that point, you can just go out with your own strength. This choice is very helpless. It loses communication with other civilizations. It will undoubtedly take a lot of time to reach the level of 6th level civilization. But this method is also a feasible move. But Smart 1's answer greatly exceeded Xiao Yu's expectations. It said that Xiao Yu passed the test.
I am the leader of Twirl civilization. My people, this is my message to you.
Just when Xiao Yu was silent, another piece of information reached Xiao Yu's mind.
I'm very happy that you finally discovered the information we left behind and came here after passing many tests. As the being who created your world, I am very happy in my heart. You have lived up to my expectations. I think you won't care about it. It was a little test at the beginning. Right. I know you must think that Intelligent One has its own independent thinking, and that it is hostile to you. Right. You are wrong. The level of technology of the 6th level civilization is not enough to create intelligent life with its own independent thinking. There is nothing wrong. The deception and threats to you are all executed by the programs we have reserved. And they are all intentional on our part. The deception and threats to you are only part of the first test. Very fortunately, you passed the first test. Being able to pass the first test has proven your survivability and your sensitivity to danger and conspiracy. This is very important in the universe. I am very pleased that you have not been swallowed up by the trap we set, since you have passed the first test. Now, let me explain the intention of the second test. You must be wondering why we ask such a question. In fact, we don't know about philosophical issues such as the meaning of life. Answer. It seems that since birth, we have been struggling for survival and a better life. But we do not think that survival is the meaning of life. Within our civilization, there are many opinions on this issue. There are different opinions and many arguments. But one thing is our consensus. That is, when developing civilization itself and improving its own technology, we must not forget the meaning of our own existence. Because this is the core of the universe. The biggest question. There are too many unsolved mysteries in the universe. But as intelligent creatures, we should not be completely lost in these unknowns and forget ourselves. So we set this question as the second test. But in our judging process, we did not set the correct answer as a reference at all. In other words, no matter what your answer is, even if your answer is the existence of life, the meaning is that it doesn't matter if you wait for death. You will still pass the test. The purpose of setting this question is just to let you reflect on yourself and think carefully. We hope that such thinking will bring you some benefits, will make your future development path smoother. Now it seems that our goal has been achieved. From the time we asked the second question to the time you gave the answer to the second question, a total of several months of time. I believe that within these few months, you must have conducted very deep thinking and extensive discussions, and gained a new understanding of the meaning of life. Right.
The message from Smart Number 1 was relayed in real time by Xiaoyu into the conference room and played to all the participating scientists. After hearing what the leader of Tolar's civilization said, the scientists looked at each other, and they all saw a sense of enlightenment in each other's eyes. Xiaoyu only felt as if a basin of cold water was poured on his head, which made his thoughts clearer.
It's true. It's true.
Xiaoyu murmured to himself, thinking of the 4th level alien beast that died in his hands, and how he was almost killed by him, but was eventually put back. Those 10 million dwarf youths.
The meaning of life. The meaning of life.
Xiaoyu thought silently, seeming to have some insights. This kind of insight is very mysterious and cannot be described in words.
The 6th level civilization is worthy of being a 6th level civilization. It seems that the difference in levels is not just in strength. The place where the troll civilization surpasses me is not only technology, but also humanities. They surpass all aspects of a society. On top of me.
At this moment, Xiaoyu felt convinced of the troll civilization.
My form of existence is too special. Among my fleets, the dwarves have the largest number. So maybe they mistakenly thought that my fleet was still dominated by the dwarves and did not notice my existence. But it doesn't matter. The dwarves, after all, I am your descendant, and I will take good care of the dwarves on your behalf.
Xiaoyu made up his mind. The message from Smart Number 1 continues.
What kind of perception do you have about the existence of life? This is your own wealth. This wealth is far more important than technology. In the long river of time, we hope that you will stick to your beliefs, even if you face an existence that is as powerful as the sweeper civilization. You will remain firm and do not bow your head easily. That's all for now regarding the second test. Next is the third and final test. Before the third test, I will first teach you the techniques of using space weapons and splitting space. Well, okay. Now I will tell you the details of the third test. I want to tell you something very unfortunate. When we built this small universe, we only built the entrance, but not the exit. In other words, if you want to get out of this small universe, you need to rely on your own strength. Arrive. Within our civilization, we have been deducing the specific way to get out using the technological strength of the 4th level civilization for a long time. The conclusion proves that as long as the right method is found, the scientific and technological strength of the 4th level civilization, with the help of space weapons, has complete hope of getting out. But unfortunately, we are not going to tell you this method. You need to rely on your own wisdom to find it out. Just think of this as our last test for you. Remember, you only have 10 years. If you still can't get out in 10 years, due to the principle of entropy increase, you will dissipate into nothingness together with this small universe.
Middle. Chapter 353 Heat Death. After this message, no more messages from the Tolar civilization were delivered. The message from the Tolar civilization ended here. This news shocked Xiaoyu.
10 years? Only 10 years? Principle of entropy increase. Heat death?
Xiaoyu thought quickly, and these words flashed through his mind. Xiaoyu clearly knows what the principle of entropy increase is, and its huge impact on the universe. It can be said that it is precisely because of the existence of the principle of entropy increase that time will not flow back and the universe has been shaped into what it is now. Entropy is a value that measures the degree of disorder in the distribution of matter within a system. It was born from the second law of thermodynamics. The concept of entropy can be illustrated with a simple example. Everything in the universe has its own entropy value. A teacup has its own entropy value. A pen has its own entropy value. And even a computer and a human have its own entropy value. Entropy values vary by size. A newly built house has a very low entropy value because it is neat and orderly. A dilapidated house that has not been cleaned for a long time and is full of dust will have a higher entropy value than a new house. Entropy is such a thing. The entropy value of a broken cup is higher than that of an intact cup. The entropy value of a broken computer is higher than that of a new computer. The entropy value of a rotting corpse is higher than that of a living person. Entropy is high. In short, the more broken a thing is, and the more chaotic its structure, the higher its entropy value. Within an independent system, the entropy value can only increase, not decrease. So a broken cup will not become a good cup. A broken computer will not become a new computer. A dead person will not become a living person. And time cannot be turned back. Of course, a broken cup can be made good again through repair. And a broken computer will be as good as a new computer if repaired. Even if you master the cloning technology, you can clone a living person from a corpse. But there is one thing to note. The concept of entropy is for an independent system. Now that it has been repaired and external forces have intervened, it is no longer an independent system. It can be seen from the principle of entropy increase that if you don't clean a room, it will only become dirtier and dirtier. It is impossible that if you don't clean it, it will become cleaner. If a house is regarded as an independent system, without the influence of all external conditions such as gravity, external energy, external organisms, etc., as time goes by, the house will only become more and more chaotic. The white ash will fall off. The house will collapse. And eventually, all the materials that make up this house will spread evenly within this system. At this time, its entropy value will reach its highest. This is the principle of entropy increase. For example, our universe is an independent system, so the end of the universe will inevitably be heat death. After countless years, there will be no stars in the universe, including all stars, planets, comets, white dwarfs, neutron stars, and even in a black hole. Everything will disappear, and the universe at that time will be filled with infinite leptons and photons. This is the inevitable outcome of an independent system.
Principle of entropy increase? Will this small universe dissipate?
Xiaoyu had a vague feeling in his heart.
According to the troll civilization, this small universe will undergo heat death within 10 years, and all the matter inside it will disappear. Does the rate of increase in entropy have something to do with the size of the universe? Because the big universe is too vast, so the entropy value increases more slowly. Because this small universe is too small and unstable, the entropy value increases very quickly, reaching the highest entropy value within 10 years?
Xiaoyu began to worry in his heart, because Xiaoyu also thought of another possibility. That is, time.
I don't know if the time of this small universe is synchronized with that of the big universe. I have been here for almost a year. I don't know how much time has passed in the real big universe. Since in this small universe, the entropy value increases very fast. Fast? Does that mean that time passes faster than in the big universe? If I stayed here for 1 year, millions of years would pass in the big universe. That would be terrible. 1,000,000 years is enough time for the Sweeper civilization to recover, and enough time for the Guardian civilization to repair their flagship. At that time, we still don't know what the Milky Way will look like. I hope this won't happen.
Xiaoyu thought in his heart, praying silently. Worry about this matter even temporarily overshadowed curiosity about space weapons.
We must seize the time.
Xiaoyu thought silently, quickly transferred into his mind the space weapon technology taught to him by the troll civilization, and began to watch. Xiaoyu was not excited about finally getting the most important piece of the Tolar civilization's legacy. If you have a life to take it, you must also have a life to enjoy it. Xiaoyu doesn't think that his current technology can withstand entropy increase and heat death.
Judging from the history of the Troll civilization, this small universe has existed for at least more than 500,000 years. So, there is no reason for it to continue to be stable in this short 10 years after maintaining stability for 500,000 years. There is only one explanation. In the past 500,000 years, the programs left by the Troll civilization must have been continuously obtaining energy from the universe, relying on external forces. This prevented the continuous weakening of this small universe system. In this way, perhaps it can be explained that the entrance galaxy of this small universe is so empty. All the materials in this galaxy, except for the star that is too big to handle, the rest of the planets, comets, asteroids and the like, they should all have been brought into this small universe by the Troll civilization and turned into energy.
Xiaoyu thought secretly.
In this case,
another thought suddenly came to Xiaoyu's mind. In fact, according to the laws of physics, time is not irreversible. Time is just a virtual concept. It is a value that measures the movement of matter. When a person walks from home to school, it takes him 5 minutes. If the person walks from school to home again and returns to the starting point, then what will happen? Can you think of time going back 5 minutes? This example is somewhat imprecise. After all, in addition to this person, there are many other substances in our world, such as wind blowing and cars moving. Then simplify this example further. If there is only one basic particle in the universe, assuming that this basic particle itself will not change in any way, apart from this basic particle, there is no other matter in the universe. This particle will never change. It took 5 minutes to reach point A from point B, and then it returned from point A to point B. Everything returned to the original point. So did the time go back 5 minutes? Some people may say that time has not flowed back. Time has still passed. But after this elementary particle returns to its origin, every situation in the universe is exactly the same as it was 5 minutes ago. So why can't we say that time has flowed backward? This example is a bit extreme. And of course, this would not happen in the real world. But even in the real universe, there is still a way to go back in time. At this moment, Xiaoyu thought of such a way. Of course, whether it can be realized remains to be seen. Although the principle of entropy increase shows that the time of an independent system is irreversible, none of us can be sure that our universe is unique. It may not be certain that other universes really exist. In other universes, there may also be a large amount of matter and a large amount of energy. If one day, energy can be obtained from the rest of the universe to subsidize our universe, then the entropy value of our universe may be reduced. If the entropy value is reduced, time may go back. Just like the intervention of human power can restore a room from dirty to tidy, the intervention of human power can restore a broken cup to intact.
A civilization that can achieve this must already be a godlike existence. Don't even think about a 6th level civilization. If one day, I can reach this level, I can put this universe back into order and restore everything. It is not impossible to return to the starting point and return the Earth to the human era.
Xiaoyu secretly thought.
Such an ability is definitely an ability that is only available to civilizations of level 7 or above. Time reversal, logical weapons, I don't know what the secrets of the 7th level civilization are.
Time reversal and logical weapons are two abilities that Xiaoyu speculates may be possessed by civilizations at level 7 or above. Shaking his head secretly, and throwing the chaotic thoughts out of his mind, Xiaoyu continued to study the information carefully. The result made Xiaoyu a little disappointed. Originally, Xiaoyu thought that he could get a glimpse of the secrets of the 6th level civilization space technology from this technical document, paving the way for him to step into the 6th level civilization. However, now Xiaoyu discovered that he did not want this. Think about it. Because this technical document is of the same nature as the ghost detector that Xiaoyu once obtained. It only explains the manufacturing and use methods, but not its application principles, technical details, scientific and technological theories, etc. In other words, with this technical document, Xiaoyu can create space weapons and use space weapons. But there is no way to make even the slightest change to this space weapon, because Xiaoyu doesn't know the manufacturing principle of space weapons.
People, don't be too greedy. Having this kind of weapon is enough. You might as well study its principle in detail later.
Xiaoyu thought to himself. Put aside the unhappiness in his heart, and began to follow the guidance of the technical documentation to manufacture the first level 6 civilized weapon he owned. Splitting the space. Chapter 354, Space 1. The 60 idle homeship spacecraft are loaded with a large amount of supplies, which are completely sufficient to manufacture weapons, like split space according to the guidelines of this technical document. In Xiaoyu's speculation, the principle of splitting space may be to rely on extremely dense ultra-high energy to temporarily tear apart space. This principle is not much different from that of black holes. After many years of development, Xiaoyu has also gained some in-depth understanding of extreme celestial bodies, such as black holes. In Xiaoyu's theory, black holes are the gaps in the three-dimensional universe. For example, a piece of paper is a two-dimensional world. If you poke a hole in this two-dimensional world, this hole will be a black hole in the two-dimensional world. Similarly, a black hole is a hole poked out of the three-dimensional world. In the two-dimensional world, the other two-dimensional world can be reached through the black hole. In the three-dimensional world, the other three-dimensional world can be reached through the black hole. It's just that these are Xiaoyu's speculations, and cannot be verified yet. Moreover, even if this inference is correct, Xiaoyu does not have the courage to try it. The black hole's tidal gravity is so strong that it will tear apart anything that dares to get close to it. With Xiaoyu's current technology, he still doesn't have the ability to get close to a black hole, let alone perform the legendary time travel. The weapon that splits space is similar to a black hole in some aspects, but it is also different in many aspects. For example, the space cracks created by splitting space are not produced by gravity. Any matter relies on space to exist. If space is cut off, matter will naturally fall apart along with space. This kind of weapon ignores the material itself. Whether it is an ordinary asteroid or a material made by Xiaoyu using the most advanced technology of a 5th level civilization, it will be cut off at once. But the weapon of splitting space also has certain limitations. That is, the energy it requires is too huge. Perhaps the 6th level civilization can reach the point where it can be miniaturized and regularized. But Xiaoyu cannot. Now Xiaoyu can only use it as his main weapon for the time being, equipped with one on a national level spacecraft.
Intelligent One is not intelligent. It has now completed its mission and handed me the manufacturing documents for splitting space. So now, this dwarf planet should be safe.
Xiaoyu thought slowly.
It seems good to build a base on this dwarf planet. What's more, there may be some remaining Tolar civilization relics on it. Those 30,000 spaceships are still there. If I can get them, I might be able to peek at some of the secret of level 6 civilization.
With this thought in mind, Xiaoyu manipulated a huge fleet and slowly came to the dwarf planet, entered its orbit, and sent a large number of landing robots to land on the dwarf planet in rural-level small battleships. On top of the planet, the ground environment of this dwarf planet is very similar to that of the moon, with one difference. There are not as many craters on this dwarf planet as there are on the moon. This indicates that the dwarf planet may have only experienced a few meteorite impacts, or it may have simply been modified by some man-made means. Xiaoyu believes that the latter possibility is more likely, but somewhat beyond Xiaoyu's expectation. Xiaoyu did not find any traces of the Toral civilization on this dwarf planet. Xiaoyu had also searched the place where the 30,000 spaceships appeared before, but did not find anything of value. Instead, he found some traces left by tachyon irradiation. Tachyons have negative mass. When they meet positive matter, both of them will return to nothingness. Obviously, those 30,000 spaceships and the rest of the ruins were annihilated by the negative mass tachyons.
No way! These things are just gone?
Xiaoyu thought helplessly.
It's okay to leave smart number 1 to me. Maybe I can peek into the mystery of the light computer. The Toral civilization, the hands and feet are really clean.
In the current small universe, the 4th level alien beasts are dead. And intelligent number 1 simply ****, leaving only Xiaoyu himself. Recalling his experience during this period, Xiaoyu had a dreamlike feeling. The night sky above this dwarf planet is beautiful. No, it cannot be called the night sky now. It should be called daytime. It's just that the day on this dwarf planet is about the same as the night on Earth. On the surface of the long-lasting, peaceful planet, this robot stepped on the thick dust, raised its head and looked at the sky. Motionless. In the sky, there is a round bright moon, which is bigger than the moon seen on the Earth. It emits a faint white light with a little silver, which is very beautiful. Although a white dwarf is the remnant of a dead star, it still has the ability to radiate light, but its luminosity is much dimmer. In fact, it will maintain this luminosity for at least hundreds of billions of years. During this long time, It will slowly dim, and eventually become a black dwarf. The age of the universe is only 13.7 billion years, which is far from enough age to give birth to black dwarf stars. Therefore, there is no black dwarf star in the universe. Black dwarf stars are just a kind of star that may exist in speculation. There are no stars in the sky. Only this round white dwarf star. This dwarf planet has no atmosphere, so there is no light scattering. This causes its night sky to be extremely dark even during the day. On the back is a completely different scene. This can be described as truly blind, because there is no light source from even a small star here. This dwarf planet has been gravitationally locked by the white dwarf star, so there will be no light on this side of it for eternity. This kind of place is rather like some legendary demonic abyss. Here, Xiaoyu did not discover the existence of demons, but instead discovered some very useful minerals. This kind of mineral is just suitable for building space weapons. As a result, large-scale mining bases rose from the ground, and traces of the artificial sun began to appear in the sky. This lonely land received the baptism of light for the first time. Xiaoyu plans to install the first space weapon on the Xiaogui and use it as his trump card. After all, space weapons consume too much energy, and even provincial spacecraft cannot afford the energy supply. The characteristics of space weapons determine that they can only be used as strategic weapons and cannot be used as conventional weapons. Xiaoyu speculated that although a fourth-level civilization that has mastered elemental decay technology can use this space weapon modified by the troll civilization, it is impossible for a fourth-level civilization to have the ability to install it on a spacecraft with its level of technology. Therefore, Xiaoyu believes that this space weapon was probably left by the Tolar civilization to the Dwarf civilization to use as a weapon to defend the planet. But now it has fallen into Xiaoyu's hands. Even if it is a castrated space weapon, its presumed attack power makes Xiaoyu a little excited. Imagine that in a large-scale space war. Xiaoyu's heart would be churning when he, who was originally at a disadvantage, used space weapons and disabled a national-level enemy spacecraft with one shot. Xiaoyu can be sure that even if the Wan Guolaichao spaceship was in its heyday, that is, when it was still serving in the hands of the Mayan civilization, although it was unlikely that his Xiaogui spaceship could kill it with one shot, it could still kill it. The fighting ability is still there. How huge a deterrent and threat will this be? What a major blow to morale it will bring to the other side. If I can leave here, I might be able to find the main planet of the Mayan civilization and clean up this civilization, Xiaoyu thought secretly. There is no doubt that the Mayan civilization has complete fifth-level civilization technology. And now, except for military technology, I am still lagging behind in other aspects. The technology obtained by annihilating the Mayan civilization can allow me to complete my technology tree and truly step into the category of fifth-level civilization, being chased by the Mayan civilization and fleeing for thousands of light years. This experience has always been a shame in Xiaoyu's heart. Now that I have the strength, it would be unjustifiable if I didn't take revenge properly. Then it's settled. The Mayan civilization must have been looking for me. After I get out of here, I will return to the star field of Tian Market. The Mayan civilization will definitely find me, and things will be easy to handle after that, Xiaoyu thought and decided. Time passed slowly. 3 months later, under Xiaoyu's huge execution power, the first space weapon was finally installed. Xiaoyu slightly changed the layout of the Xiaogui spacecraft, modified the distribution of instruments inside the spacecraft, and made room for the installation of space weapons. This space weapon was named Space One by Xiaoyu. Today is the day when Space One will test its power. From the outside, Space One does not look like a weapon. It does not have a muzzle or launcher for weapons in the traditional sense. From the outside of the spacecraft, Space One is just a long and narrow crack across the outer SHL of the Xiaogui spacecraft. But this rift is not simple. Behind this crack, there are countless instruments working for it, and 10% of the energy of the entire spacecraft is supplying it. In other words, one launch of Space One will consume 10% of all energy reserves of the Xiaogui spacecraft, in order to maintain daily instrument work, the operation of other weapons, as well as energy consumption for defense, necessary energy reserves, etc. After the supply is completed, the Xiaogui spacecraft can use Space One 3 times to launch 3 space attacks. Xiaoyu is already very satisfied to have reached this point. After all, the heavy strategic weapon that he is most likely to develop in the near future is the negative matter cannon equipped on the spacecraft. And the power of the negative matter cannon will definitely not be as great as that of Space One, and the energy consumption will be much higher. Chapter 355, Shooting Range. Compared with the negative matter cannon, Space One is undoubtedly much better. For example, the attack power is more powerful and consumes less energy. But Xiaoyu does not intend to give up the research and development of negative matter cannon. After all, the negative matter cannon still has considerable advantages over his current conventional weapons, such as gravity bombs, antimatter bombs, etc. The advantage of being able to fight in curvature navigation is something Xiaoyu cannot ignore. In Xiaoyu's plan, the negative matter cannon will be made into a micro-weapon similar to the current death ray cannon, and will become the main conventional weapon in his large equipment. In contrast, Space One will become his strategic weapon, the kind that cannot be used, but can determine the outcome once used, is like a nuclear bomb in the age of the Earth. Negative matter cannons and space weapons each have their own functions, and only by cooperating with each other can their combat effectiveness be maximized. After obtaining the space weapon, the next step is to find a way to leave this small universe. Xiaoyu is actually not worried that he will not be able to get out of this small universe, because the troll civilization clearly told Xiaoyu that even a 4th-level civilization, with the cooperation of space weapons, can definitely find a way out, let alone oneself. This means that there is a way to leave this small universe, and as long as the way exists, Xiaoyu does not believe that he will not be able to find it. In this message left by the troll civilization, space weapons were highlighted. Therefore, space weapons must be the key factor in leaving this small universe. Now, Xiaoyu plans to test the power of this space weapon and collect information for his future arrangements. The launch target of the first space weapon was set on this dwarf planet. All spacecraft have retreated to a safe distance. The Xiaogua spacecraft was floating quietly at a distance of 1 million kilometers from the dwarf planet.
The energy supply module is normal. The load rate of engines number 1, 9 and 36 is 38%. The load rate of engines number 3, 15 and 67 is 45% and 58%. Engine load rate number 62-inch.
Messages were passed to Xiaoyu's mind. After all the engine load rates reached the expected level, and the energy supply gradually stabilized, Xiaoyu issued the next order. There are millions of engines on the entire Xiaogua spacecraft, and the energy provided by these engines supports the operation of all the instruments of the Xiaogua spacecraft. Now, in addition to supporting the daily operations of the spacecraft, they have another task. The installation of Space One will not only affect the instruments near the installation site. In fact, the entire Xiaogua spacecraft has made many adjustments for this purpose. The most obvious point is the energy transmission channels hidden within the walls. There are more than 500,000 engines responsible for the task of providing energy for Space One. At this moment, endless energy is flowing into the internal instruments of Space One along the energy supply pipeline.
The compression mechanism is operating normally, and the sending equipment is working normally.
Countless messages continue to be transmitted to Xiaoyu's mind.
Very good. Very good,
Xiaoyu said.
All scientists should collect data and pay close attention to the situation of Space One. Okay. Please rest assured, Master.
In the Xiaogua spacecraft, more than 10,000 scientists from the Science and Technology Department are busy here. Whether it's the Physics branch, Materials branch, or Mathematics branch, scientists who have a little bit to do with Space One have all gathered here.
Very good. The positioning system has captured the target, and the locking is completed. Now enter the launch countdown. 10, 9.
Starting the countdown means that all preparations are completed. Because this star system was too empty, Xiaoyu had no choice but to choose this dwarf planet as his target. The countdown quickly returned to 0. And the huge energy that had been prepared for a long time surged instantly. After being modified by various instruments, it followed the laid lines and arrived at the launch port. Satellites deployed at the shooting range in advance captured an amazing picture. Xiaoyu saw that a dark line suddenly appeared at the narrow crack in the hull of the Xiaogua spacecraft. This dark line was not attached to anything. It just existed out of thin air. After leaving the launch port, it reached the target location instantly. That's right. The cannonball, fired by a weapon, like splitting space, travels at super light speed. Because it is not an entity. It is just a crack in space. And space itself is not limited by the theory of relativity. This black line instantly sank into the dwarf planet and disappeared. The space was still quiet. Nothing happened. It was as if this black line had no impact on the target range. But Xiaoyu was not in a hurry. And all the scientists were not surprised. They were still staring closely at the monitoring equipment, waiting for the power of Space One to be unleashed. About 10 seconds later, a satellite in the synchronous orbit of the dwarf planet captured such a picture. Because this dwarf planet is so small, it has no liquid core and no plate movement. This means there are no volcanoes on it, no earthquakes. But this situation changed after being attacked by Space One. Xiaoyu saw that on the relatively flat ground of the dwarf planet, a small crack appeared, which was almost undetectable. But in the next moment, the crack began to expand instantly, and countless rocks began to collapse, and the earth began to shake violently. And the shockwave monitor arranged on the surface of the planet detected a shockwave much more powerful than a magnitude 12 earthquake on the Earth. The stable geological structure of this dwarf planet is completely cut off by this black line. The rocks on both sides that lost contact began to collapse under their own pressure, and the Earth began to shake violently. This effect even spread to the entire planet. This black line was like a sharp knife, scratching a deep scar on the orange. This is a terrifying scar that is more than 2,000 kilometers deep and nearly 10,000 kilometers long. The dwarf planet paid such a heavy price to completely digest the energy of this space rift. On the table in the conference room of the Xiaogua spacecraft, a huge three-dimensional image simulated the current situation of the planet. Various data are constantly changing in the image. The scientists who saw this scene exclaimed in surprise.
Is this the power of a level 6 civilization weapon? It's terrifying that it can still reach this level after being castrated. It's really terrifying.
A scientist murmured to himself with feverish eyes.
Even a provincial-level spacecraft will be cut into 2 pieces under such an attack. However, our provincial-level spaceships are all equipped with 4 protection covers. The 4-level maintenance covers may have a negative impact on space weapons. Some defensive role. With this kind of weapon, why should we be afraid of other 5th-level civilizations? I don't believe it. Other civilizations will also have 4-level shields and space weapons.
There was a lot of discussion in the conference room, and hearty laughter broke out from time to time.
The power of space weapons is indeed powerful. Very good. Very good.
Xiaoyu, who saw the situation of the planet, nodded with satisfaction and issued the next order.
Next, start the next phase of testing.
During this experimental phase, Xiaoyu will test the response of defense equipment such as gravity shields, tachyon shields, energy shields, and 4-dimensional shields under attacks from space weapons. It took Xiaoyu several months to complete these experiments. Now Xiaoyu has completely mastered all kinds of data about space weapons, including attack power, performance, defense methods, etc. Tests have shown that tachyon shields have no effect on space weapons at all, while gravity shields and energy shields have a certain weakening effect on space weapons. It seems that the higher the energy density per unit space, the more stable the space. Correspondingly, space weapons the power is lower. But this result did not disappoint Xiaoyu, because the gravity shield and energy shield also have very limited defense against space weapons, which does not affect the status of the number 1 killer of space weapons at all. The performance of the 4 protective masks was a bit beyond Xiaoyu's expectations. Tests have shown that the 4-dimensional protective cover has a strong weakening effect on space weapons. Thinking about it, this should be the case. After all, the inside of the 4-dimensional shield is a 4-dimensional space. But what the space weapon separates is a 3-dimensional space. The gap in dimensions determines that space weapons are unlikely to have much effect on the 4-dimensional space. From this point, Xiaoyu once again realized the power of Taihao, who gave him the 4-dimensional shield. I only got a few fragments of its body, and had such a strong defense against space weapons. How powerful would Taihao himself, who has a semi-4-dimensional structure, be? How powerful was the sweeper civilization that killed Taihao? I just got a castrated version of the space weapon. Although it can allow me to show off my power in front of civilizations below the 6th level civilization, the road ahead is still long, and I must not be complacent. Xiaoyu warned himself carefully, and threw away the only bit of hesitation and complacency he had.
We have mastered all the relevant data on the split space. It is time to find a way to leave this small universe. The troll civilization said that a 4th-level civilization can find a way to leave by cooperating with space weapons. As a 5th-level civilization, there is no reason why I can't find a way to leave.
Arrive. All scientists, take a day off and start working after 1 day. We have to find a way to get out of here. The vast and boundless universe is the stage for us to perform. Such a small universe is not worthy of our long-term stay.
Chapter 356, Time Flies. The way things have developed to the present situation was beyond Xiaoyu's expectation. In Xiaoyu's initial speculation, Xiao Yu thought that he should have passed the tests left by the troll civilization one by one, and then was transported out of this small universe by intelligence number 1. He did not expect that after leaving this small universe, he would become one of the tests. This suddenly disrupted Xiao Yu's arrangements. It can be said that before entering this small universe, Xiao Yu never thought about how to get out. Not only Xiao Yu, but all other scientists have not thought about this problem. Everyone unanimously agreed that since they entered here under the control of the Tolar civilization, the way out should naturally be paved by the Tolar civilization. Fortunately, now, after finishing that piece of information, the program left by the Troll civilization simply used the method of negative matter annihilation to kill all intelligent number 1, leaving nothing behind for Xiao Yu. In the end, Xiao Yu still has to find a way to leave here on his own. In this case, some clues are crucial. By connecting these clues one by one, Xiao Yu hopes to find out the truth hidden behind the scenes and escape from this prison. For example, before entering this ruins, the stars experience strange swings, such as the phenomenon that seemed to pass through a space-time tunnel during the entry process. Another meeting was held under the chairmanship of Xiao Yu. The participants of this meeting are all top beings in their respective fields. If they rely solely on scientific literacy, not to mention comprehensiveness and research and development capabilities, they don't even need Xiao Yu. This situation is very common. So Xiao Yu has always attached great importance to the opinions of scientists. When encountering important matters of life and death, he will always convene scientists to discuss it. Before we start the discussion, let me show you a set of data first. In the spacious conference room, Xiao Yu's shadow sat there, waved his hand, and a three-dimensional image appeared in front of him. In the center of this three-dimensional image is a star emitting soft white light. This is undoubtedly the white dwarf star. This is the photo we took of this white dwarf when we first came to this small universe, Xiao Yu said, gently sliding his finger, and the picture changed slightly. This is the photo I took of this white dwarf just now. Photo. All the scientists looked at each other, wondering what Xiao Yu wanted to explain. After a pause, Xiao Yu said, "We have been in this small universe for more than a year. Can we make any difference between the photos of two white dwarfs taken just over a year apart? There is no difference." As an authority in natural sciences, Luca 3 thought carefully and gave his answer. Yes, there is no difference. Another scientist also expressed his opinion. Wrong. Xiao Yu shook his head and said, "There is a difference. Although the difference is not visible to the naked eye. Let me tell you the answer. The white dwarf star in the second photo is dimmer than the white dwarf star a year ago. About 3%. Huh? How is it possible? It's only been a year. How could something like this happen? Is there something weird about this white dwarf? What's going on?" Scientists started talking one after another. It is common knowledge that the luminosity of a single white dwarf star is very stable and changes extremely slowly. But what happened to this white dwarf star broke their understanding. Does anyone know the reason? Xiao Yu asked. I think it may have something to do with some mechanisms inside the white dwarf. You know, although a white dwarf alone is a very stable thing, we have also observed the existence of white dwarf variables before. It may be due to the imbalance of its internal elements. The explosion caused the white dwarf's luminosity to brighten, and then in more than a year, its luminosity was returning to normal, which caused the luminosity to decrease. An astrophysicist who specializes in white dwarfs expressed his opinion. This is indeed an explanation. A very reasonable explanation. However, I have not observed any of the characteristics of white dwarf variable stars, Xiao Yu said. This phenomenon may not be enough to arouse everyone's vigilance. Then everyone, take a look at this set of pictures. Xiao Yu waved his hand, and the three-dimensional image changed again. What was shown this time was a corner of the dark universe. The artificial sun in the distance illuminated the starry sky. Under its light, a patch of silver-white color appeared. Fragments of the troll civilization warship about 1 meter long and wide appeared here. This is a photo from more than a year ago, Xiao Yu said. Now let's take a look at what it looks like now. The three-dimensional image changed again, and the fragment appeared here again. Can you tell the difference between them? Xiao Yu spread his hands and asked. With the example of white dwarfs, this time scientists did not rush to express their opinions, but carefully observed the fragment. A scientist said with some uncertainty, It seems that the material of this fragment has become looser. Yes, it has become a little looser. Its cracks are no longer as neat as the previous photo. Another scientist expressed the same opinion. Yes, that's it.
Xiaoyu nodded and said,
Everyone knows that in the vacuum of the universe, without the influence of other matter, the shelf life of a piece of material is very long. So long that we cannot imagine it. Also, a white dwarf star maintains its own luminosity very stably. An ordinary white dwarf star cannot reduce its own luminosity by 3% in just over a year.
Xiaoyu paused and looked at the scientists with a solemn gaze.
Do you know what this means?
The scientists who can sit here are all extremely talented people. After countless genetic modifications, they all have brains that can be called abnormal. Among this group of scientists, the 3 Luca people are the most outstanding. Luca 3 first understood what Xiaoyu meant.
Time passes too fast. In just over a year, the external market has exceeded 10 billion. I calculated that the external market has exceeded more than 10 billion
years. More than 10 billion years? How is it possible? Why can't we feel it?
A scientist exclaimed. Yes, more than 10 billion years.
Xiaoyu nodded heavily.
Only a long time of more than 10 billion years can reduce the luminosity of a white dwarf star by 3%. And it can only reduce the luminosity of a white dwarf star by more than 100 million years.
It takes billions of years to loosen these fragments. Time is just a virtual quantity. Maybe this more than a year is still more than a year. Not more than 10 billion years. But there is one thing we cannot deny it. That is, this white dwarf star and these materials have gone through more than 10 billion years of time in more than a year. I guess this may be related to the universe itself. The entropy value of the small universe increases faster than that of the large universe. This guess can now be basically confirmed. The universe outside our spacecraft is rapidly changing from order leads to disorder. What the troll civilization said is true. In 10 years, the entropy value of this universe will reach its highest level. Time will completely stop. And we will all die.
Xiaoyu said.
No, that's not right.
Luca 3 suddenly shook his head and said,
There is a slight loophole in this speculation. It is impossible for the increase in entropy to only affect external objects and not our fleet. This is unscientific and also not logical. This is not a loophole.
Xiaoyu shook his head and said,
The increase in entropy has indeed affected us. I have a set of data to show you. This is the energy consumption rate of our fleet. The conclusion is that in this year for a long time, our average energy consumption has been 50% higher than before. What is strange to me is that this extra energy consumption does not seem to have any other effect. To put it simply, it is to do one things, such as maintaining the normal operation of the tachyon shield. Used to consume 1 energy, but now it consumes 1.5 energy to achieve the goal. Why the energy consumption increased? I couldn't figure it out at first. But now I think about it well. It's probably the decline of this universe that has affected us. This is too scary.
Luca 3 shook his head in shock and said,
This is not a place to stay for a long time.
Yes. Xiaoyu nodded.
In 10 years, the entropy value of this small universe will reach its highest value. But before the entropy value reaches its highest value, we will have died. So we don't have 10 years. I will do it according to calculations. At our current energy consumption rate, we only have about 3 years. If we can't complete the task in 3 years and can't find a way, then there's no need to look for it. This place will become our cemetery. Forever from the 4-dimensional level. Floating in the void. So, for the sake of our fleet and for yourselves, please use your own wisdom. The detailed information of the space weapons has been sent to your terminals. Combined with the relevant performance of the space weapons, you may wish to work out how to leave this small universe. Speculation?
Many pieces of scientific furniture were lost in thought. Xiaoyu sighed softly and said,
Before I look for a solution, I need everyone to provide me with some references. That is, what kind of existence is the small universe? What kind of related characteristics does it have? How does it relate to the big universe? What are the essential differences in the universe? These things are very important.
Xiaoyu said. Chapter 357 4-Dimensional Circular Motion. Now Xiaoyu's understanding of space technology is still very scattered. And he does not have a systematic and comprehensive understanding. Xiaoyu still doesn't know exactly what state the small universe exists in.
First of all, we can be sure that on a 4-dimensional scale, the small universe we are in is not far from our big universe.
Xiaoyu said.
When we were still in the big universe, what we observed the phenomenon that the orbit of the star is unstable can illustrate this point. Yes, existing scientific and technological theories, as well as our observation results when we were avoiding the information storm in the semi-4-dimensional Taihao body, can prove that gravitons can be transmitted in the 4th dimension. And it also follows the rules of our three-dimensional world. The law of physics is that the farther the distance, the smaller the gravity, and the closer the distance, the greater the gravity.
Luca 3 said, I speculate that there is probably some kind of force between our big universe and this small universe. The link of connection. This link is gravity. I think that this small universe may be pulled by the gravity of the large universe, and it is making circular motion around the large universe on the four-dimensional level. Is it circular motion on the four-dimensional level?
After hearing Luca number 3 finish his opinion, Xiaoyu began to think silently.
There is a loophole in this statement.
A scientist from the Department of Science and Technology said,
Let's take a look.
The scientist issued a few instructions to his computer terminal, and a three-dimensional animated image appeared on the conference table. Within the image are two pieces of white paper, one large and one small.
The big white paper is the big universe.
The scientist pointed to the piece of paper and said,
The small piece of paper is the small universe we are in now. Now! The two-dimensional small universe we are in is orbiting the two-dimensional small universe. The universe moves in a circular motion on a three-dimensional level.
As the scientist issued another command, the small piece of paper began to move in the three-dimensional image, and it began to rotate around the large piece of paper representing the universe.
Yes, that's it.
Luca 3 nodded slightly.
That's what I mean. In this system, gravity acts as a link, and the big universe pulls the small universe, making it impossible for the small universe to escape.
The scientist shook his head.
But in this system, there is a little contradiction. No, maybe it is not a contradiction, but a point that you, Lord 3, have overlooked.
Oh! Xiaoyu expressed his doubts in one word. The scientist bowed to Xiaoyu and said,
As you can see, this two-dimensional small universe is making a three-dimensional circular motion around this two-dimensional large universe. But I don't know if everyone has noticed this two-dimensional small universe. There is no motion trajectory. Motion trajectory?
Xiaoyu was a little confused, but he reflected instantly.
I understand. Although this two-dimensional small universe is performing circular motion at the three-dimensional level, its trajectory is not entirely three-dimensional. It is moving simultaneously in two dimensions, length and width, and in the third dimension, height. Yes, this is what I want to explain,
the scientist said.
The motion trajectory of the third dimension only gives it one more dimension. The two original dimensions it has are not lost. So what happens next? We can extend this question. Since this two-dimensional small universe is still moving in the two dimensions of length and width in the three-dimensional circular motion, then please take a look.
Unknowingly, this scientist's speech had attracted the attention of all scientists. Xiaoyu saw that in the conference room, scientists were constantly whispering to each other, talking in low voices, and talking about related matters. The scientist pointed to the three-dimensional image on the conference table and continued.
One thing everyone needs to pay attention to is that this two-dimensional universe should not be so small. In fact, it should be very big.
As it spoke, it issued an order. As a result, in the three-dimensional image, the larger piece of paper representing the universe began to expand rapidly, until it expanded to a radius of about 3 meters, making the entire three-dimensional image smaller than the previous one. Fully occupied, Luca 3 nodded slightly.
I understand. I understand too.
Xiaoyu also nodded.
You mean, the orbital radius of this small universe that revolves around the large universe cannot be larger than the radius of the large universe. Therefore, during the operation process, it will inevitably intersect with the macrocosm. That is, pass through the macrocosm. In one cycle of operation, it will pass through the macrocosm twice. Yes, it's like this,
the scientist said and gave the order, manipulating the piece of paper representing the small universe to continue to revolve around the big piece of paper. The small piece of paper was performing a three-dimensional circular motion. Xiaoyu saw that the piece of paper slowly approached the big universe, then passed through the big universe, left the big universe, and after reaching the apogee, started the process of approaching again, then passed through the universe again, continued to move away, and continued to approach after reaching apogee, over and over again, never ending.
I speculate that the three-dimensional small universe we are in now also performs such a circular motion,
the scientist said.
Our small universe moves in a total of 4 dimensions: length, width, height, and the 4th dimension. It will also pass through the universe and have its own apogee. This is easy to understand,
Xiaoyu said.
In fact, through calculation, we can completely know the distance between us and the big universe, which is the distance from the apogee. If calculated according to the orbit of the star, the small universe at the apogee is about 14.3 billion kilometers away from the big universe. Well, according to the motion trajectory, at this moment, we are probably less than 5 billion kilometers away from the big universe. But this distance is the distance in the fourth dimension. How can we bridge this distance?
This scene is like two two-dimensional worlds. Use two pieces of paper to represent two two-dimensional worlds. The two pieces of paper are 1 centimeter apart. But this centimeter is a three-dimensional distance. How can a two-dimensional creature living on this piece of paper cross this three-dimensional distance of 1 centimeter? This is a very vexing problem.
We do not have the ability to move above the fourth dimension.
A scientist shook his head and said,
I think that the method of directly crossing the fourth dimension and returning to our universe can be ruled out. What the troll civilization left behind the information shows that space weapons are the key to leaving this small universe. And it is obvious that space weapons have little to do with the four-dimensional space. Our discussion must still revolve around space weapons.
Yes, another scientist agreed.
Not even the Tai House civilization has the ability to move in the fourth dimension, let alone us.
The discussion encountered difficulties at the beginning. And for a while, the atmosphere in the conference room was a bit dull.
First of all, our method of escaping from the four-dimensional barrier set up by Tai House civilization cannot be used here,
Xiaoyu said slowly.
The environment is different, and the Klein bottle cannot connect two unrelated things. The three-dimensional world. Directly crossing the fourth dimension is not feasible. Senya, do you have any suggestions?
This scientist who expressed his own opinions and brought a lot of inspiration to Xiaoyu and other scientists is named Senya. He is also a very outstanding scientist and has inspired Xiaoyu a lot in many aspects. Senya pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head.
I don't have a specific and feasible way. I just think that since our small universe and the big universe will have an intersection, then we may be able to make some speculations based on this aspect. In the small universe, when we merge with the big universe, there may be some special phenomena that may help us leave this small universe. Senya's opinion is very good, and the inference is basically reasonable. However, as a scientist, the rigor makes me unable to believe in any conclusion that is not supported by actual observational data. No matter how rigorous this speculation is, it is still just an inference, isn't it? My suggestion is to think of a way to either verify this inference or rule it out. Before we get a clear conclusion, all the work we do is just aloft in the air and meaningless.
Luca 3 shook his head, expressed his opinion. When Luca 3 spoke, Senya immediately stopped what he said and looked at Luca 3 respectfully, waiting for Luca 3 to speak. Xiaoyu keenly discovered that there was a smell of gunpowder between the two. This phenomenon made Xiaoyu a little funny. Senya and Luca 3 are both scientists in the natural science field of the Department of Science and Technology. But they belong to different civilizations. And Luca 3 is the undoubted authority in this direction. Senya's performance today can be said to have stolen the limelight from Luca 3, posing a certain challenge to the majesty of Luca 3.
How can it be so easy to secure the position of Chief Scientist of the Department of Science and Technology? Now that we occupy this position,
we are destined to be constantly challenged by other outstanding talents.
Xiaoyu thought to himself. Regarding such healthy competition, Xiaoyu always holds an attitude of being happy to see the results, and lets them fight for themselves. Anyway, the final judgment is in his own hands.
Senya's inference is very strict, but Luca number 3's statement is not unreasonable. This inference really needs to be verified before taking the next step.
Xiaoyu thought about it and said,
Luca number 3, that makes sense. So, do you have any ideas on how to verify this?
Chapter 358A Challenge. In fact, Xiaoyu has already agreed with this inference in his heart, because this inference is very strict and fits the current observation data very well. However, no matter how rigorous the inference is, it needs the support of clear actual observation data. In history, are there not many things that happened that were rigorous and very consistent with the current situation and were ultimately falsified? To give the simplest example, ancient people believed that the sky was round and the earth was flat, because when viewed with the eyes, the earth was flat and the sky was like a pod lid covering the ground. So it was very reasonable and realistic to think that the sky was round and the earth was round. But the conclusion was falsified in the end. Xiaoyu cannot make such a mistake. So now Xiaoyu needs some more convincing observation data to prove this conclusion. After Xiaoyu asked this question to Luca 3, all the scientists in the conference room looked at it, including Senya. Luca 3 did not answer immediately, but closed his eyes slightly, leaned on the back of the wide chair, crossed his arms, and seemed to be concentrating with his eyes closed. But Xiaoyu knew that it was not resting, but thinking rapidly, mobilizing all his wisdom to think. Whether it can answer this question is related to its dignity as the chief scientist of the Department of Science and Technology and the proof of its strength. If it can answer this question, it will once again stabilize its position and completely defeat the challenge from Senya. If it cannot answer this question, although its position will not be threatened for a while, it will be for the first time. The second time around, its position would soon become precarious.
This is a vibrant scientific research system.
Xiaoyu thought with emotion, recalling the performance of Luca 3 in his mind. The first time Luca 3 left a deep impression on Xiaoyu was when he faced the white dwarf alien beast. At that time, even Xiaoyu was confused by the white dwarf beast. But Luca 3 remained awake. Xiaoyu has not been able to figure out why this happened until now. It can be said that he can successfully kill the white dwarf alien beast and get a finger of the white dwarf alien beast, obtain the spaceship of the 1990s, and obtain the body of a human on Earth for the first time. And from then on, it will involve deep, hidden behind the scenes. The Taihao civilization relied on the flesh and blood of alien beasts as raw materials to create its first provincial spaceship, the Hebei. Relying on the Hebei, it killed the infinitely proliferating alien beast in the Yaja galaxy, and various follow-ups. Luca 3 took the greatest credit for himself. Along the way, for more than 10,000 years, Xiaoyu himself felt that he could not measure how much contribution Luca 3 had made to him. Among all the intelligent creatures under Xiaoyu's banner, only Luca number 2's status in Xiaoyu's mind is comparable to that of Luca number 3. None of the other intelligent creatures can do it, and Luca number 4 is a little behind. It can be said that even if Luca 3 becomes an idiot from now on and completely loses the ability to think, Xiaoyu will never abandon it. Instead, he will do his best to create the best living environment for Luca 3. Allowing Senya to challenge Luca 3 does not mean that Luca 3's status in Xiaoyu's mind has been reduced. But Xiaoyu has always wanted to see how much more Luca 3, a genius scientist, has the potential can be tapped. And the challenges posed by other talented scientists that continue to pop up are undoubtedly a good tool to force Luca 3 to realize its maximum potential. Xiaoyu looked at Luca 3 with great interest and thought to himself, is our small universe doing a four-dimensional circular motion around the big universe? Will the small universe intersect with the big universe during its operation? In this way, how can such illusory things be verified through existing scientific and technological means? Even I can't think of a specific method. It is indeed too difficult for Luca 3 to come up with a method in such a short period of time. No matter what. If Luca 3 really can't think of a way, I have to reward it. I can't let it lose face too much, which is very detrimental to maintaining its status as a leader. The conference room was quiet, and all the scientists' eyes were on Luca 3. At this moment, Luca 3 is undoubtedly the focus of the conference room. Among these glances, Luca scientists, such as Luca 2, Luca 4, and some other Luca scientists looked at Luca 3 with a hint of worry. The gazes of scientists from other races, there is a faint hint of being happy to see it come to fruition. Senya's expression at this moment was still humble and polite. This young man is very good, Xiaoyu thought secretly. After leaving this small universe, I have to work hard to train him, and strive to train him into a super genius scientist like Luca 3. Even if you can't reach the level of Luca 3, you must at least reach the level of Luca 4. If Senya knew what Xiaoyu was thinking at this moment, and knew that Xiaoyu already had scientists who could train it into a being of the level of Luca 3, I don't know what it would think, and whether it would faint with excitement. Die in the past. Time passed quietly. Gradually, 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, and 5 minutes passed. There was already a burst of irrepressible discussion in the conference room, and relevant scientists who were somewhat related to this issue began to discuss in low voices and express their opinions on this matter. There is no verification of this kind of thing. We are all three-dimensional creatures. Can we still go to the four-dimensional world and see with our own eyes whether this small universe is revolving around the big universe? If we have such ability, why should we stay still? Don't leave here. That's right. Space technology belongs to the category of level 6 civilization. We have just entered the category of level 5 civilization, and it is only military technology. In terms of civilian technology, there are some places where we can't even compare to level 4 civilization. This problem is too overwhelming.
But this is not a bad thing. There are 3 scientists from the Luca tribe. Luca number 2 is in charge of the Department of Psychology and Social Sciences. Luca number 3 is in charge of the Natural Sciences in the Department of Science and Technology. And Luca number 4 is in charge of the Life Sciences in the Department of Science and Technology. It can be said that the Luca tribe takes the lead in all scientific research. And we, the more than 100 subsequent races, are too frustrated. Yes, such a dominant situation is not a good thing for the owner's technological development. It is a good phenomenon for 100 flowers to bloom and contend.
A full 5 minutes passed, and Luca 3 still didn't speak. But Xiaoyu saw that there was some sweat flowing down from Luca number 3's forehead. Xiaoyu knew very clearly that the sweat was not cold sweat. Judging from Luca 3's current state of mind, he has long since given up on the feeling of nervousness. This sweat proves how fast Luca 3's brain is working at this moment. Luca number 2 glanced at Luca number 3 worriedly, sighed slightly, and prepared to stand up and express his opinion. Although it is not good at science and technology, its strength is how to round out the scene. After all, it still has to serve as the supreme leader of the Luca tribe. At this time, it is necessary to help Luca number 3. But at this moment, Luca 3's eyes opened.
I have a way to verify this conjecture.
Luca number 3's voice was still unhurried.
In fact, it is very simple to verify this conjecture.
Huh? Xiaoyu glanced at Luca number 3 in surprise, and thought to himself,
it really found a way.
The conference room immediately became quiet. Senya bowed to Luca number 3 and said respectfully,
Sir number 3, please explain your method.
Luca number 3 glanced at Senya lightly and said,
Master, I wonder if you have discovered something. That is, the power of space number 1 is too great. Too huge?
Huh? Xiaoyu was a little confused.
The power of space 1 is indeed very huge. It has the power to cripple a 5th-level civilized national spacecraft with one shot. But if it is too huge, do you know what you are comparing it to? This is unreasonable.
Luca number 3 shook his head and said,
You know, space number 1 is an incomplete version of the space weapon that has been castrated. Even the 4th-level civilization can use it. Although the 4th-level civilization has not its ability to be equipped on a spacecraft, but using a dwarf planet as a base to create this kind of space weapon. A 4th-level civilization can still do it. In other words, if the power of space 1 is really so huge, it can be obtained. Any 4th-level civilization inherited by the Tolar civilization has the ability to annihilate the national flagship spacecraft of a complete 5th-level civilization. I think this ability is unreasonable, and the Tolar civilization will not have such a powerful ability. I have reservations about this statement.
Xiaoyu said. Xiaoyu doesn't want this to be true, since space number 1 has been obtained by himself. The more powerful the better. Moreover, this speculation is not rigorous. The 6th-level civilization is in existence that Xiaoyu has not yet touched. What kind of abilities it has is still uncertain. Therefore, Xiaoyu has enough reasons to refute this statement, both emotionally and intellectually. Luca 3 ignored the buzzing discussion in the conference room, but smiled and shook his head gently, and asked Xiaoyu a question.
So, Master, with our current technological strength, can you do this and transform our current weapons so that they can be used by civilization? Even in the hands of civilization, this weapon can hit the flagship spacecraft of a level 4 civilization and seriously injure it with one blow, to the point where you can't fight?
Chapter 359, World Overlap. This question made Xiaoyu a little stunned. In fact, Xiaoyu has never thought about this problem. The civilization is marked by energy shield technology. The 4th-level civilization is marked by the unified theory. And the 5th-level civilization is marked by negative matter technology. In other words, I want to transform the negative matter cannon to the point that even the civilization can produce it. Then, if the civilization uses this castrated negative matter cannon, can it seriously damage the flagship spacecraft of the 4th-level civilization with one shot, causing it to the point where you can't fight? The flagship spaceship of a 4th-level civilization is probably at the provincial level. It is basically impossible for a 4th-level civilization to have a national-level spaceship. This question caused Xiaoyu to think deeply. After a while, Xiaoyu shook his head.
No, I can't do it. If we focus all our scientific research here and study for decades, we can really develop a method for the Japanese civilization to create a negative matter cannon. But the power cannot be guaranteed. The most I can guarantee is that this civilization will be invincible among civilizations of the same level with its negative matter cannon. I am not sure that it can be done against a 4th-level civilization. After all, the gravity bombs and material disintegration rays of level 4 civilizations are basically indefensible to top-level civilizations.
Very good. Luca number 3 nodded and continued.
You know, the Tolar civilization is just an ordinary 6th-level civilization. And based on the development process from the 1st-level civilization to the 5th-level civilization, I think level 6 civilization will suddenly make such a huge leap. So, I think that in this small universe, the power of Space 1 is actually exaggerated, and its true power is not actually that great. I think this inference is very reasonable.
Luca 3 made in summary.
You see, with just the power of one launch, the space crack created by Space 1 almost split the dwarf planet into pieces. This kind of power is really terrifying.
Through the ubiquitous detectors in this small universe, Xiaoyu's eyes once again looked at the dwarf planet. Until now, the dwarf planet has not calmed down. On it, strong earthquakes were still occurring. Xiaoyu knew that this was because the original solid rock structure was cut off. Under the violent rock movement, magma was even rarely produced in its core, and it spewed out along the cracks, forming a volcano.
So why is the power of Space 1 expanded in this small universe?
Another scientist asked this question almost as a conditioned reflex.
The reason is very simple. That is the stability of space.
Luca 3 stood up and said,
Originally, I was not sure about this conjecture. But the Master's observation data made my conjecture reasonable. We already know. In this small universe, the rate of entropy increase is countless times that of the large universe. I think this is also caused by the instability of space.
We all know the killing mode of space weapons, which is to create holes in the space. While tearing apart the space, it will also tear apart the materials attached to the space. Space weapons only have an effect on space. Not directly. It has an effect on the matter itself. So we can draw a very simple inference. The more unstable the space, the greater the power of space weapons. For example, the small universe we are in now. And the more stable the space, the greater the power of space weapons. The weapon becomes less powerful. Such is our large universe. This inference is very reasonable.
Up to this point, Xiaoyu had to admit this inference with some regret. If this inference is correct, it means that the power of Space 1 is actually not as powerful as it appears now. The reason why it is so powerful at this moment is simply because this small universe is too small, and the space structure is too unstable.
But Space 1 is still my most powerful weapon at this stage. You know, civilization or level 4 civilization can definitely gain the ability to crush any civilization of the same level with a castrated version of the negative matter cannon. I am a level 5 civilization. A level civilization has obtained the technological creations of a level 6 civilization. So there is no reason why it cannot gain the ability to crush other level 5 civilizations.
Thinking of this, Xiaoyu felt a little comforted. In any case, the harvest is huge after all, and it is worth taking such a big risk.
But even if this inference is correct, what does it have to do with our previous inference?
Senya asked with some confusion. Luca 3 glanced at it lightly and said,
In our previous inference, when this small universe is running, it will pass through our big universe from time to time, and the two universes will briefly overlap. So it is confirmed the method of conclusion is very simple. After mathematical calculations, we can calculate the time when the two universes overlap. When the two universes overlap, launch Space 1 again and observe whether the power of Space 1 has been reduced. Can't we draw a conclusion?
Well, after hearing this, Xiaoyu felt a light flash in his mind. Senya was also there. Speechless, Luca number 2's eyes were filled with relief, and all the worries on its face disappeared. After Luca number 3 said these words, its expression turned into pride.
Such outstanding talents belong to our Luca tribe.
Xiaoyu believed that all the Luca tribe scientists present at the meeting had this in mind. The conference room fell silent, and 3 seconds later, thunderous applause broke out. All the scientists followed the standard etiquette set by Xiaoyu, clapped their hands desperately, and cheered for Luca 3. Senya bent down deeply and expressed his respect to Luca number 3. Its face was full of expressions of sincerity.
Sir number 3, you are indeed the most outstanding scientist in the Department of Science and Technology. I find that there is still a big gap between you and me. I will follow your example and work hard to improve my scientific literacy and contribute to the master's scientific and technological achievements.
Contribute more to development. Please accept my respect,
Senya said respectfully. Hearing Senya's words, a faint smile appeared on Luca 3's face. It smiled lightly and nodded. It did not speak, but only gave Senya an encouraging look. Xiaoyu knew that after this incident, Luca 3 once again established itself as the unquestionable number one authority in the Department of Science and Technology. Xenia's challenge failed, but it also succeeded. It has left a deep enough impression in the mind of its owner. In fact, having the strength to challenge Luca 3 is already outstanding enough. Most of us humans are not even qualified to challenge Luca 3. Yes, all we can do is to conduct research in some related fields under the leadership of Master Number 3. I still can't figure out why, in the same environment and the same conditions, why Master Number 3 can such a huge achievement. There was low discussion in the conference room. Luca 3 is indeed Luca 3. This method is indeed feasible. In fact, this method is not very complicated, but the logical transformation and comprehensive application of various professional knowledge involved are very profound. There is no wisdom. With their superior brains and rich professional knowledge, they simply can't figure out this method. It's like a magic trick. Before the mystery is revealed, everyone is confused and can't figure out what's going on. After the mystery is revealed, only then will you realize that this is what happened. The Luca 3 at this moment is this outstanding magician. Xiaoyu thought with emotion. Luca 3, you did a good job. I decided to follow your method to verify it. During the calculation, when the large universe and the small universe overlap, launch Space 1 to verify our speculation. Xiaoyu said. At this moment, according to mathematical calculations, our small universe is less than 3 billion kilometers away from the big universe. If our inferences and calculations are all correct, the next overlap will be in 2.5 days. It will happen after the time, and the overlap time will last for about 15 minutes. Xiaoyu doesn't know exactly what will happen when two three-dimensional spaces overlap, but if he makes a rough guess based on the current situation, Xiaoyu will think that nothing will happen. The reason is very simple. Xiaoyu has been here for more than a year. According to the mathematical calculation of the cycle of the small universe orbiting the large universe, this kind of overlap has happened at least 10 times. But in these 10 times among the overlaps, Xiaoyu did not find any abnormality in this small universe. Of course, this can also be explained by the fact that the overlapping of the two three-dimensional worlds did not happen at all. The previous speculations of myself, Luca 3, and Xenia were all wrong. Xiaoyu didn't know exactly what was going on. Everything was waiting for actual verification in 2.5 days. To explain according to his own inference, Xiaoyu also has some guesses. That is, the overlap of the three-dimensional world may be different from the overlap in his usual cognition. Four-dimensional space is a technology that even level 6 civilizations cannot fully master, let alone my current level of technology. Over the past 2 days, Xiaoyu conducted some other discussions with scientists, but because there was no solid observation data to support, this discussion did not achieve any results. With no choice, Xiaoyu had to announce the disbandment and let these scientists take a break for a while. After the clear test results came out, they could continue to discuss ways to leave here. Under such circumstances, 2.5 days flew by. In another half hour, we will reach the time when the universe overlaps in mathematical calculations. Chapter 360 Verification. Countdown. 10, 9, 8 In the conference room of the Saviour spacecraft, a mechanically synthesized voice without any emotion was broadcasting the progress of the matter. As the countdown reached 0, Xiaoyu knew that if his calculations were correct, then the small universe he was in now, it has overlapped with the big universe. The overlap of two universes is such a magical thing. Xiaoyu has no idea about the specific process of the overlap, the physical principles, the phenomena that occur, etc. But just thinking about such a thing is enough. It makes people's blood boil. From the information I have obtained, it seems that the 6th level civilization has only initially mastered space technology. I don't know if the 6th level civilization has mastered such a process. What will the 7th level civilization do to space? What's your understanding? The overlap has begun. The radius of the small universe is about 30 billion kilometers. According to our model calculations, in 2 minutes, the small universe and the large universe will completely overlap. By that time, it will be the time for us to test the power of Space 1. Xiaoyu shook off some messy thoughts in his mind and said calmly, at this moment, the detectors scattered in this small universe have launched all-round detection of this small universe. Xiaoyu used every detection method at his disposal, trying to find a trace of the connection between the two worlds when they overlapped. There are usually different signs to support your speculation. It would be even better if you could gain some knowledge about space from these abnormal signs. After all, not every 5th level civilization would have the opportunity to experience such a thing. But the result disappointed Xiaoyu. When the overlapping universe in the calculation had begun, the small universe under his observation was still business as usual. Not the slightest bit different from usual. The starry sky is still the dark sky. The white dwarf stars and the dwarf planets are functioning as before. This result made Xiaoyu feel a little disappointed. Well, for such a result, either my guess is wrong, or the overlap of the two three-dimensional worlds is not the same as the overlap in the ordinary sense. This kind of overlap will not even affect the matter inside the space, cause any impact. But one thing is certain, the overlap of space will definitely have an impact on the space itself. And the indicator to measure whether the space is affected is the stability of the space itself. Space 1. It will be up to you in a moment. Xiaoyu thought silently. The dwarf planet was still chosen as the test target for this space weapon attack. In the last weapons test, the space crack launched by Space 1 almost cut the dwarf planet from head to toe. The impact of that weapons test has made it still unrecoverable until now. Until now, this dwarf planet is still covered by violent earthquakes and volcanic activities. Countless mountain peaks rose out of thin air, and countless more peaks fell down and disappeared. 2 minutes have passed. Very good. Space 1. Launch. The spacious conference room was quiet, with only Xiaoyu's quiet voice echoing in it. The Xiaogua spacecraft has already set up an attack posture, and the narrow crack has been aimed at the dwarf planet. After suffering the last disaster, the dwarf planet will face another test. A space crack is formed in front of the Xiaogua spacecraft. Space cracks are a very special existence. Inside the cracks is complete darkness without any light, just like a black hole. After it is formed, due to certain characteristics of space and certain attributes given to it by space weapons in advance, it will move forward quickly according to the established trajectory. In motion, it will move forward indomitably, cutting off anything that dares to stand in front of it, until it is eliminated and invisible due to the healing ability of the space itself. That's right. This is included in the little knowledge Xiaoyu has about space. Xiaoyu knew that space itself seemed to have some kind of healing ability, and it seemed that it didn't like the existence of such things as space cracks. Therefore, after the space crack is formed, the space itself will continue to repair the crack until it is eliminated. This crack is formed. Xiaoyu's observation instrument saw that it was moving forward rapidly, and arrived at the dwarf planet almost instantly. The encounter happened without any surprise, and this space crack hit the planet hard. Three-dimensional animated images have appeared in the conference room, relaying the huge disasters that occurred in the distant universe here in real time. All scientists' eyes were fixed on this image, watching the reaction of the dwarf planet after being attacked by space weapons. The attack is just a momentary thing. This space crack disappeared instantly, as if it had never appeared. The dwarf planet didn't respond either, but Xiaoyu knew that a violent disaster was happening inside it. A series of data was fed back and presented in this three-dimensional image in real time. The meaning represented by these data is easily understood by these scientists. The effect of the space attack was reflected 10 seconds later, and another huge crack appeared on the dwarf planet. Xiaoyu, who was in the Xiaogua spacecraft, seemed to hear the vast and mysterious sound of the planet. A miserable roar. Destroying a planet is not difficult. Even a foreign civilization can do it. There is no upper limit to the power of a hydrogen bomb, as long as the tonnage is sufficient. Blowing up a planet is only a trivial matter, but that is just a vulgar and unaesthetic way of destruction, without any technical content. Being able to cause such wounds on a planet proves the power of a weapon. The experimental results have come out. The scientists looked at the scene in front of them, looking at a series of data, and looked at each other in confusion. The result is obvious. Although the damage caused by the space crack to the planet this time is still huge, it is obviously much smaller than the damage caused by the previous attack. The crack caused by the last attack was 2,000 kilometers deep, but this time it was only about 800 kilometers deep. The last trace of doubt disappeared from Luca 3's face. Xiaoyu said, "Everyone must have seen the results of the experiment. Facts have proved that Sinya's speculation is correct. And so is Luca 3's speculation. The small universe we are in is indeed surrounding us at the four-dimensional level. The universe moves in a circular motion, and in each movement cycle, there are two overlaps. This is an exciting result, which means that Xiaoyu has indeed grasped some of the movement laws of the small universe. It can be said that this is a big step for Xiaoyu, and he is much closer to the final success. Sinya has proven its ability, and brought great honor to its race. Senya, keep working hard. If you can continue to be outstanding, I don't mind giving you the title of number 5.
Xiao Yu said to Senya. Senya is an intelligent creature of the second race. After hearing what Xiao Yu said, the leader of the second race, who is a scientist in the Department of Social Psychology, was so excited that he immediately left his job, knelt on the ground, and adopted the method of his own race, the most noble etiquette in the world, saluted to Xiao Yu. Senya was also excited and couldn't control himself. It was at a loss and didn't know what to do. Fortunately, with the reminder from the leader of the second race, it also hurriedly knelt on the ground. In the current Xiao Yu fleet, some rules have quietly formed. The titles Luca number 2, Luca number 3, and Luca number 4 are just Xiao Yu's names for them. Generally speaking, no matter which race they are, when calling them, they will directly call them number 2 or number 3. Under this situation, some things have become tacit and tacitly accepted by everyone. The title, number 2, already implies the second person, and number 3 means the third person. They are not just the second or third figures of the Luca clan, but the second or third figures of the entire fleet. As for the title number 1 that has been idle, it naturally belongs to Xiao Yu. In this case, what the title, number 5, means is worth thinking about. Even if he is not the number 5 person representing the entire fleet, the meaning is not much different. It can be said that if Senya really becomes master number 5, then the number 2 race will suddenly become the most respected race among the more than 100 races that will follow, second only to the Luca race. Think about it. Including the dwarves, Xiao Yu's fleet now has more than 40 billion intelligent creatures and more than 3 million warships. In such a huge group, it can occupy to reach the position of number 5. What a high and powerful position it is. Even just thinking about it is exciting. Of course, Xiao Yu will not give away this title easily. Senya's performance was obvious to all, and its excellence was not only shown in this incident. There are even some scientists who secretly believe that Senya deserves the title of number 5. But Xiao Yu still plans to observe another incident before talking about it. I believe that with this huge bait, Senya's performance will be even better. The discussion yielded phased results, and everyone felt more relaxed. At least, Xiao Yu now knows some of the true situation of the small universe. When the discussion starts again, there is already a path to follow. It is no longer like before, where his eyes are blank and he doesn't know which way to think about. Okay, let's start the next discussion on how to escape from this small universe and enter our big universe.